Was beauty that started the stream.
How else do you even start other than saying goodbye 2023 and then make a flushing sound?
Oh,
Piss off.
Go away, we
I'm
don't
making a
like
new
yous.
friend.
I have no
His
friends
name's
for 2024.
and we're gonna see if he sucks balls or not. We're gonna find out.
Hey, 2024, you chill? And he's just like looking at you with a kappa face. That's what it would be.
Please be chill.
You wouldn't lie to us, would you, 2024?
Yeah. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't set us up for incredible and insane disappointment after all we've been through.
You know what's funny too is 2022, our coverage ended with Ragnarok and Andor. Which is like nice. Not bad.
That was nice, yeah.
It's quite neat, you know. Also, hello
Definitely
chat.
ending on a high note.
Welcome
Hey, everyone.
to the live stream.
There. Wait, this is live?
I'm sorry, everything you just
Allegedly.
said is now everyone knows about
Aw, man, I'm gonna get in trouble.
it.
How are you two feeling after your little streamy streams there? You doing all
Good,
right?
good,
You
yeah.
you find your computers all right? You making do okay?
It was funny. Someone was like, "Holy shit!" Something like 30 plus shots, whatever, and it's like, yeah, but 9 hours. So it's, you know what I mean? It's
That you understand that would kill me. I would
I am
be
very aware.
destroyed.
What you do to get hyper drunk, Mel does in between shots. Like that's
Because I've had I've had shots and stuff of liquor at parties and events and things, and that stuff like it hits me like a freight train. I would be dead. That would kill me.
in some
I would
ways.
just become a zombie at the end. I'd just be making noises from off screen as I'm slumped on the floor, and then I would just pass out and cry for Boromir again.
Mm-hmm. In some ways, I'm jealous. In others, I am not. It's a give and take. You know, it's a exchange, risk reward or something. But I fully recommend getting hyper drunk and playing Simpsons Hit and Run to anyone out there.
Oh, yeah.
Bloodborne less so because it's difficult.
I can't wait for that supercut so I can finally know what I said all evening.
Yeah. It'll reveal to you the secrets of the stream. But anyway, welcome to EFAP number 265. Yeah.
Why are you saying it like it's a question? You wrote it down.
Hmm?
You wrote it.
What do you mean saying it like it's a question? I said it.
265 with
Yeah,
sort of
I said
upward
it.
inflection.
You
It seemed
okay?
like you
Do you
weren't
need to
sure.
inspect every single thing about the way I say words? You're
Are
right,
you the
bud?
one who's taken 44 shots?
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Sit down. Anyway, we got a guest today, a wonderful newbie to EFAP anyway, but it's been recommended, I think, in Super Chats about 10 billion times. So we did it. That's exclusively why we bring these people on, because we hate them, but we know that you guys want to see them. We're like, ugh, fine.
They always hate us by the end of the stream. but-
Yay! That's how it's done. That's how you do it correctly. Any good podcast. But welcome to EFAP Patrician TV. How you doing?
Good, thank you, thank you. I've been recommended to come on this show since I basically started getting views.
Mm.
When I released my Morrowind video, it was like the same day that H Bomber Guy did a Fallout New Vegas video. So I was getting comments from his viewers, and I was getting comments from your viewers, kind
That was
of
been
in
fun.
parallel.
The Venn diagrams of those are interesting circles there.
I had a long battle with H Bomber Guy. The meme is like Matthew Matosis makes a ridiculously long video. H Bomber Guy responds to it with a ridiculously long video. I responded to that with a ridiculously long video, and all of them get longer as it goes. There's a few of those in relation to, I think, Fallout as well. There's YouTubers who've responded to each other over and over again, and it's just that's
Yes, there's a 5-part rabbit hole of Fallout 3 discourse that I think in total is about 32 hours long.
Did they manage to answer the question of whether or not the game is good?
No, they just go back and
No.
forth, and at some point they start insulting each other's character.
So far, we've settled on baby. We're getting there.
Fallout 3 is one of the games of all time.
It truly is.
It's one of the first games of its kind that I ever played. It was back on the Xbox 360 when it came out. It was one of the first games I just sort of lost myself in.
Mm-hmm.
Because I guess I was a little late to the party when it came to video games. But I'll never forget it. For better or worse, I'll never forget my experience playing Fallout 3.
Which is weird, because I have a similar thing of I was late to games. I joined in at GameCube properly. I played Game Boy before that, but I don't really consider that like as extensive as jumping into all kinds of genres.
Wow.
But at the same time, Fallout 3 was the first of those types of games that I played, and I remember soft-locking myself and cursing the game forever. In
I don't know if Bethesda would ever make their games soft lockable. That doesn't sound like the tight design that they're known for.
And yeah, it was rather upsetting. And I remember a friend coming over and being like, "You didn't make any additional saves," and I was like, "Why should I have to? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why am I gonna do 2 saves at a time?" And he was like, "Kinda."
Oh, quite a bit
alternate
more
that.
than 2 saves.
Yeah, he's trying to let
It's
me
a
down.
skill you
easy.
learn, and you fall into that trap the first time that you play a Bethesda game and realize that you've game overed your save.
It's like making a deal with the devil, sort of. But the devil is known to be like to. I guess there's 2 interpretations of the devil. One of them is that he's the prince of lies, and the other is that he follows his deals to the letter, perfectly, and that's
Right.
how he tricks you. So Bethesda games are kind of like both of those simultaneously.
That's how it feels to play him. And apparently that hasn't changed over the course of, what, like 20 years? How long has it been since their first game that was relatively popular?
And what, Morrowind's
Their
20
first
years old now,
Morrowind
right?
came out in 2002.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a 20th anniversary video in 2021, 2022, somewhere in there.
Well, I think
Up well ever since.
the plan today is to try and look over the year of 2023 and judge it. Let's see if it was any good or any bad. And I'm already looking at what we're going to be talking about. And I'm like, oh, fucking hell. It'll be funny. It'll be funny to remember everything that's happened, because it really does feel like some of these things. I'm like, oh, that was when that was. Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, when you get it in a big pile, when you like check and then you remember, oh yeah, that was this year. Oh, that was this year. Oh, that was this
Yep.
year.
Yeah, I'm kind of like that too.
Oh.
I have a bad I'm not good at putting like dates to things.
I'm terrible at it.
Like what year did this game come out? What year did this movie come out? Even if it was between the last couple years, it's tough to kind of keep it all straight. So I had to
I
get
barely
a
remember
list.
when my videos come out.
I'm kind of the same about that. So yeah, you know, what we'll do then is between
You want to
myself.
like organize it by like we go movies, then TV shows, then games, something like
I was going to
that.
just do all of it, just running on all of it, because we will be bouncing between movies and TV from just looking at our history of the year for sure, with some games thrown in, of course, for good measure.
I love
But
video games.
well,
Yeah,
I will start
video
at what
games
is
are A+.
absolute zero in the story of the New Year to New Year, which is remember our New Year's stream last year?
Yeah, I do remember.
No,
it.
I literally don't. Tell me about it, Mahler.
Oh, it was so great and fun. We got everyone
Yeah?
together and we just celebrated, had some drinks, talked about the past, the 2022, I guess, at that time.
Oh, what a year! What a year! 2022,
Which was filled with
was.
ups and downs, all kinds of
Joy
things.
and happiness.
A famous
Mm.
episode that everyone loves and I'm sure is representative of a brilliant start to a wonderful year. Well, that's all that needs to be said about that, so I guess I can move on to the 1st thing we covered. Do you know what our first coverage was of 2023?
No, I
No.
don't.
It was defending the assessment that... Oh, no, wait, sorry, that was the second thing. First thing was Glass Onion.
Oh, no!
Right. Lost Onion
Oh,
came out
no.
at the end of last year, didn't it?
Well, the thing is, I'm not necessarily going
right?
perfectly by timeline on that one, just whatever comes after our last New
Oh,
Year's party,
okay.
you know?
Right.
Because,
Yeah,
I remember
I don't
Glass
like-
Onion being the end of the year.
Damn onions. And I'm gonna be honest,
Oh.
I hate onions. I really hate onions.
Damn.
I
And
don't.
this movie has no. Well, all right. This movie has further solidified my hatred for onions. I despise them in virtually all of their forms. Onion powder can be okay, but at that point, it's not even like an onion.
Rags, onions make sense. You know, they make sense. They have layers. They're a food. You know, they make sense. Glass onion doesn't make sense. So I don't know why it would further your hatred for an unrelated, you know.
I think
Food.
half of it is the movie itself, and half of it is the meta surrounding that movie, and how every fucking philosophy major and film connoisseur and YouTuber was like, "Oh no, it's supposed to be shit." Da, da, da. It's like
No,
I hated
agree.
I hated the discourse surrounding this movie.
I'm not.
I,
I'm not kidding when I say Glass Onion is actually one of the competitors for worst film of all time. It's just its competition is so stiff.
Yeah,
that it's like
It's not hyperbolic.
What a fucking foul
unfortunately.
movie. It's so awful.
Yeah.
It is made more painful by what Rag said, the conversation surrounding those films.
Yes.
You can't have real conversations about Ryan Johnson films. It's fucking annoying.
I can't believe he's gotten away with it like
He's kinda
3
like an
times.
inverse Zack Snyder in a way.
What, where you can't have real conversations about his
Well,
films
sort
as
of
well?
where even though the stuff that he makes is really, really bad, people sort of latch on to like what it's trying to do or elements of what it's trying to do, and they kind of run with that instead of really looking into what the thing actually is.
I get
Contrarianism.
you. I get what you mean.
Um,
Kind of. I don't know about. It feels like it's not contrarianism for. It's contrarianism to not like his glass out, glass out, knives out,
Glass
onion
out.
movies. Because that's a common sentiment. Is he's a bad match for Star Wars, but otherwise he's a good storyteller.
Well, you
There's
don't know how many
something-
layers of irony a person's operating upon.
Ugh.
You really don't. It's the ultimate internet shield.
There
It's
are
like the
people who
donkey
are-
thing.
There are people who will try to be contrary to the contrarians, and they'll loop back to the original position.
That's true.
Well,
That's
They-
true.
what I was
He
gonna
has
say
a
was
sort of
the
safety.
but 3 times he's gotten away with like the assessment being, you guys didn't realize that's on purpose. Like when you point out something that's really retarded, and it's like, wow,
Right.
that
The
is
response is like, oh, all right, okay.
I would love to hear his thoughts about that. It's like people
George-
think you did this on purpose. Like they think your shit is shitty on purpose. It's like what? What do you mean?
It's all
I
about
was trying
phrasing,
really
right?
hard to make it work. It's like, yo, you failed horribly.
Because he would say like, yes, it is subversive on purpose. It does challenge the ideas of, no, no,
Yeah.
stupid,
While sweating
stupid.
profusely, convincing himself that's what he wanted to do.
Hey man, he has the character say, it's just dumb. Like,
And
Oh well, in
makes it
that case,
okay.
it's all justified.
And now and he's
Yeah.
going to get to make a third one and get paid millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, it'll
But
be
I'm
on the
Gonna
way.
eat it up.
We'll check it out when it
part of
comes
this
out.
massive deal with
Respect the
Netflix.
grindset.
Anyway, I guess partner to that would be the next episode we did, which was checking out Pillar of Garbage's video on Critical Drinker on Glass Onion. Because
that was a really bad video.
It was
Yeah.
awful. He outright called him like a liar who's trying to like destroy discourse about films that he personally takes issue with because of, and then like would try and make it political and stuff. Absolute piss of a video. The kind of thing that we often cover because it's just, what the hell are you doing? Why are you ruining everything? And I'm sorry, Glass Onion was pretty bad. That's kind of just the conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, and then when they destroying the Mona, wasn't that was a thing that came out recently, right? That Daniel Craig like was kind of hesitant about the whole Mona Lisa thing, and like that they had a conversation about
Yeah,
it.
because that was a stupid fucking thing to do. It's really hard to defend.
Well, you have
burning
to,
the Mona
you have
Lisa.
to- you have to burn civilization's prize works of art to own the rich people.
Own the everybody. Well, because the thing about it as well is it's like there's a context which you could burn the Mona Lisa and it would be a good event in a film. It's really fucking hard to do that.
Well,
is what
kind
You
of
sat
like,
down and thought about it for a long time, and you were very
Well,
talented. You might be able to come up with something.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, it's like in Bean when he destroys the painting and then draws the funny face.
That's actually a really good comparison because Whistler's Mother is still a very valued image, but
wasn't that the reason why I brought it up is because that was what Ryan Johnson cited. He cited that film. What they did with that painting, why they could do it.
It's so funny to compare the fucking main character of Glass Onion to Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean did it, so I can't tell
Oh
you.
yeah, and Mr. Bean was suitably horrified by by what he had done.
Yes.
And then, do you remember the reaction? I can't remember his name, the actor's name or the character's
Rowan
name.
Atkinson?
You no. The guy, the other guy in the movie, the American guy that he was like
guy in the
living with.
movie.
Yeah, do you remember?
Oh, you talking about like the janitor guy or whatever?
Is he a janitor?
I don't know.
But his reaction of just like, oh God, gee, Mother Mary.
Oh,
Joseph,
that
God,
guy.
geez."
Sorry, I thought you were talking about Glass
Yeah.
Onion again. I was like, okay, yeah, no,
No.
he's from Ally McBeal. I forget his name, but yes, I know what you're talking about. And yes, his
And
reaction's
other stuff.
hilarious.
Yeah. But it's just funny that he looked at that and it's like, yeah, that's what we did.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a good splice, I think. His reaction to Whistler's Mother's desecration, but with the Mona Lisa scenes.
Yeah.
Oh God, Jesus! And then her trying to frame fucking Norton for it.
Edward Norton, yeah.
Jeez.
And then
It
everybody
really,
just
she really
agrees
is a
that
despicable character.
Absolutely, yeah. And all of those fuckers going away for perjury. So
Hmm.
proud of themselves that convince themselves to be good guys after the whole building explodes and they all miraculously survive. Man. Remember as well the imagery of all the houses exploding? I'm pretty sure the pillar garbage guy said, like,
Fireballs
there's no
everywhere.
reason to believe anyone would be hurt.
there's no reason to believe. I mean, explosions don't hurt.
Nah. They'd be fine.
Fine.
It's like a little breeze in the wind, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I guess.
Mhm.
Just air that moves really quickly. Come on.
Yeah.
So I guess the way I could try and do this is by saying,
Well,
that's
I
I was gonna say maybe pass it over to you because you're gonna have more than I am probably.
well, so the next thing, the first big thing that we were covering this year was The Last of Us because that came out in January. That was
The
the first.
show.
Well, it depends on your definition, Bree, because we also covered Velma before that.
Oh,
You
wait,
know,
did that come
Velma
out
was
this
really
year?
early, wasn't it? I remember thinking because She-Hulk ends the previous year, and then it's like, well, that was fucking awful, and you can't really get much worse than that. But I'm pretty sure Velma was only 12 days into the new year, so it took
Oh,
12
God.
Wasn't
days to
this
come up with
year?
something that was worse than She-Hulk.
What a New
Mindy
Year's
was,
treat.
yeah, Mindy was determined to ruin the year early for all of us.
I completely forgot about that show.
Well,
I don't blame
season
you.
2 is coming out soon, so you'll have to remember it again.
It
I
got
feel
a
like we
season
watched it just
2.
to
we
That's
ain't
watch
watching that
insane.
shit. You
I
guys
am
can all
not
do
watching
that.
it.
Don't
Yeah.
you remember how they tweeted? I was like, this is the most watched cartoon on. Where did it come out on?
HBO
HBO? On Max?
Well,
Lies.
Yeah,
the
that's
actual
like saying-
brag was it was weirdly more specific or something like this is the top ranked premiere viewing for an HBO original Max animated
Yeah,
show.
yeah.
It's like how many qualifiers do you need to pile into
think it
that
was
to
like
get that figure?
It was basically the only one. Or something.
Yeah, it's like saying Hitler is the top, is the most well-known Führer
Austrian
of the Third
artist.
Reich. Yeah, like that is true. That's quite an accolade.
We also done the trailer reaction for Mandalorian, so that's on the way, you know.
Yes, that was in March.
People were very excited, I think. Because, yeah, I was going to say, some of these I can't know for sure because, like, the first episode of The Last of Us was an hour for us, as in, like, the final thing, so it took a while to edit, so it could have been, you know, the timelines are all this, that, and the other. I'm just going by our releases. But, yeah, Velma, we watched 2 episodes and we decided we would never watch anything to do with it ever again.
Yep, pretty horrific. That
Uh-huh.
was that was really bad. There's nothing like it. There's really
Foul.
nothing like it.
It's a good word for it. Foul. Stay away from it. Good luck on season 2, Mindy. I believe in you.
It can't be worse.
Oh, don't you know it can?
Because they haven't like raped Scooby Doo in a ditch yet, so like there's still plenty of
Plenty of
say,
Plenty of
opportunity,
time.
yeah.
cows,
Yeah.
dogs, whatever left to sacrifice.
What's funny is just like Velma killed EFAP. It's like it is one of the few things that we were just like, no, absolutely no more.
No.
Anyway,
We made the right decision. We made the right decision.
I saw you guys' coverage. I was like, I'm not gonna touch that show ever.
No,
It was
it's toxic.
horrific
It's radioactive. It's the elephant's foot of media.
at the
True.
best of times.
Which does push us to The Last of Us, I guess. Then
That was really good.
Yeah, it was really good.
Last of Us was
was
very good.
fantastic.
I was very,
Yeah,
very
it
pleased
was.
with The Last of Us.
we were lucky to get an adaptation that was even close to the game, as opposed to what all of the options it could have been.
Yeah.
We were worried throughout it. If anyone's familiar with our coverage of it, it was anxious just constantly. Myself and Fringy are very familiar with the game, so
Mhm.
constantly knowing exactly. And we had John with us, who he's pretty familiar with it, right? The game. I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember. Yeah, and they made changes. Most notably, probably that they're both playing like off versions of the game. They're not quite 1-to-1 with the game. The two of them,
Well, no,
Joe
and
and
then
Ellie.
there was the big Kansas arc that wasn't in the like.
Yeah.
It was a total remix and mostly original.
The
Plus, yeah, like new backstories for a few characters. Obviously, kind of a different structure. So it was like pretty close, but also some notable deviations.
But I don't know how this has happened, but because I've been super chatted on other streams as well. But like we're back to people are claiming Bella Ramsey can't act at all. I'm confused. I thought we killed that myth.
Huh.
Also back to it being mid. It's a mid show. It's not very good. We
Well, wait,
do
what
think
does
it's
Overrated.
good.
does mid
I-
mean not very good? I never know what mid actually means.
Mid means average.
Right.
Average
Well, it's
is
better
an
than
People
average.
say it as an insult, but
In any case, just on Bella Ramsey, I think it was episode 4 that we were like, oh shit, she can act really well, actually.
yeah,
Uh,
it took a
it
little
must
while
be-
for her to get there, I think. But I think a lot of that isn't necessarily her fault; it's the
I think it was
material.
partly
But
because
clearly,
the first 3 episodes were. It was by episode 4 that it felt like we were starting to focus in on that core pair. You know, that like Joel and Ellie. Whereas the first 3 episodes, there was a lot of Joel stuff. There was a lot of building up the world. There was obviously the big at episode 3, they weren't in that one much at all.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
But particularly the
5, it was
cannibals
episode
and the
5.
finale we were quite happy with. Like, they were very good.
Yeah.
There was, you get your normal stuff, there's stretches and plot armor and everything, but as TV shows go, it scored pretty well, considering.
I'd say so. Yeah.
And
It's
Yeah.
one of my
honestly,
favorite shows of 2023.
I definitely wouldn't want to re-roll the dice of fate to get another, crack at
Matt,
it. I'm
the thing
very
is,
happy.
like, I don't want to like relitigate the arguments. We talked about it during our coverage. Like,
well, it's my assumption is that everyone's preparing to hate season 2, and so they'd rather not be attached. It's like, let's just get it over with, sort of thing. And I was just like,
How
I
much
just
of
think we
that
should
is-
be clear and appreciate season 1 for what it is before season 2 ruins everything, if it does.
Yeah.
How much of
They
that is
have,
rooted in
yeah.
what the director has said online? Some of the
Um,
controversial takes going around.
yeah, I mean, he said some silly things like about video games. I remember there was that interview that he did where he was talking about The Last of Us as if it was like the first video game ever to have a story. That was really,
He also
and
said
then
they went
obviously
for
there-
experience, not for fun. I may be paraphrasing him, but
I can't remember that
he is
one.
in that camp of game director who very much wants to be in the film industry more than the
Oh,
game.
Oh, you're talking about Neil.
Druckmann. You're talking
Yes,
about
Neil
Druckmann.
Druckmann
Yeah,
said we don't
Neil
do
Druckmann's
fun here at
reputation
Netflix.
is dead at this point with like
Yeah,
online
like,
people.
he says a lot of stupid things.
Yeah.
And I do get the impression there are a few people like that in the gaming industry that I don't really understand. Like, why do you want to make video games when you?
Well, and so
Well, a lot of it
seems
is that they
pretty
just
hard
failed
to make
out
movies.
of the film industry, and we got stuck with them.
And it's
Yeah,
with
We got the
um,
refuse of the film industry came to games.
who's
It's
the
like, oh
programmer?
no.
Yeah.
I think it's worth mentioning too that it had a lot working against it, and the show was nowhere near as bad or as inaccurate as expected. Like that last episode, they're screwed if they accurately and faithfully adapt The Last of Us 2 now,
Oh yeah.
because
they'll
Joel was
just
justified again. They didn't change
they'll
it.
step on the rake again.
I really wonder how they're going to change it because I think they're going to change it.
I
Not
think
a-
so too. There's
I don't
no
know.
way they don't.
That's
Right?
the thing,
They've
I don't
seen
know how
all
much.
of the backlash. They've
Mhm.
seen all of the discourse surrounding it. They've had all this time for them to just do it again. They'd be fools.
I'm going to flip a coin and say they'll double down on what they made. That tends to be the game industry response to things, is
Yeah,
to
well,
just double down.
I don't think
even
they'll
when you
kill
admire
Pedro
their shit.
Pascal in episode 1 or even 2.
No,
I would
I
have
think
thought they'd
they'll
keep him.
around for a while.
Also,
I think
They could
they'll-
always bring him back in flashbacks.
Yeah, well,
Just
there
to
is
kinda
that,
keep 'em on
which they
payroll.
will probably definitely do, actually. But someone just said better than expected doesn't mean it's good. I didn't say it better than expected is why it's good. It's good on its own. It's
good.
also better
Yeah.
than
It's
expected.
good, which is better than expected.
Mhm.
They'll double down and make Ellie kill him.
Yeah.
But
Season 1's safe. It's a package. You can
I feel
you
like
can have
That's
that whole
true.
story.
kind of
Self-contained.
like represented in a sense, and then that kind of continued with a few other cases as the year went on. Of like, we are Halo. I hate Halo, the show, not the game.
I despise it. Too.
I
It
hate that
sucks.
show.
It makes me
Um,
angry.
Oh, and just
I
before
saw
you
it
continue,
available for free and refused to watch it.
just before you detail exactly what the fuck is wrong with that entry, Halo was the year before, right? It wasn't-
Halo
so
was
it's
2022. The
Yes,
reason why I'm
this is
bringing
what
it up.
No,
is
wait.
because,
So before you detail, I was just going to say that like I don't like people treating the Last of Us show like people should treat the Halo show. It's like absolutely insane
No.
that the Last of Us show would get that kind of ire when I think it's absolutely Last of Us 2 the game and the comments from Neil Druckmann himself and like a lot of surrounding meta stuff that had everything and everyone working against the Last of Us show. It was
it did.
it really had to struggle to earn any kind of respect, which I think was really unfair. And loads of people focus on every negative thing when it did so many things well. If you're curious about any of this, we've got coverage on every episode. Go check it out.
Yep.
Go ahead.
That's
Sorry.
right. We do.
What I was gonna say was that Halo Season 1 very much feels like it was kind of like at the tail end of what video game it's kind of like between worlds.
Yeah, what they
We
used to be, kind
exist
of.
in video game adaptations being really embarrassed of what they were, which was really annoying. That was super lame, considering that these adaptations were far and away like worse than the things that they were, like worse than the IPs that they were trying to extract as much as they could from them. But like Halo exists in the middle realm of, we're at a point where we will use the iconography of whatever it is we're adapting. We'll make sure that we have like the warthogs and banshees and rifles and Spartans and armor and everything like that. But in terms of actually
the battle
adapting
rifles were automatic
something-
in the show, but
yeah, there's that. But like in terms of adapting the substance, it's like, well, no, this is still like an embarrassing, stupid video game, and we're movie guys, we're TV guys.
It seems
we're writers.
spiteful to me. Like they outright were just it's like a leech. I feel like the showrunners of that show were parasites who used it to tell a story that they wanted to tell.
They wanted to tell, absolutely.
And they dressed it up into some Halo imagery. But ultimately, what they did with it was it was a complete and total bastardization of Halo.
It was on Paramount, wasn't it?
Yes.
Paramount Plus.
They seem to draw that kind of talent that doesn't like the source material that they adapt.
What's interesting too is that I noticed in the ads on TV for Paramount Plus, they would have essentially all of the characters from all their shows and stuff like sitting on a mountaintop or whatever in front of a board.
I remember that.
But they'd never had any Halo characters in the commercials.
Because apparently the show was successful. I mean, successful enough that it's getting to season 2. I really wonder if it's going to get a season 3.
Wasn't it always going to get a season 2 though? Because I was about to say, even if it was even worse, like, well, it's difficult, but yeah, sure. They probably still would have gotten it because Halo, it was going to be given a strong chance. Like it was like, it's a Halo TV show with a high budget. Let's go, you know.
Kind of funny because Halo has gotten more chances than a lot of other video games, considering that it's been dragged through the dirt for the last decade. But I don't know. I think the sentiment is so negative towards season 1 that season 2 is probably going to be in trouble. But the point being that it's like, yeah, we'll use the iconography, but in terms of actually adapting the story, like, fuck that. We're not doing that. We're doing our own thing because we're fucking movie guys. We're TV guys. We're not like those game writers who managed to make something
for kids.
better.
They're juvenile.
Their sole objective. They also had to make a video game. Like with mechanics and levels that like spanned across several hours, and they somehow managed to do it with a lot less money. Whereas The Last of Us, it's kind of like in this newer era of, oh, we might actually like adapt the story. We might actually adapt the story that exists in the game.
I mean, it's not impossible that someone who hates Halo could make something good out of a Halo adaptation, but like, why even take that risk? Why don't you hire someone who loves Halo?
They desperately need money, and Microsoft's willing to pay them.
Or Microsoft's willing to spend money to ruin. Microsoft spends a lot of money to ruin everything.
Are they not aware they could make a lot more money if they just, you know?
Well, they can barely run the game studio that makes the Halo games to make good things. It's not a surprise that they can't manage a TV show.
Halo is so easy, man. Like Halo 1, you can adapt Halo 1 and break each of the main chapters of that game into an episode.
They've already novelized them.
10-episode season. You can have episode 1 be.
I mean, like remember the first
of Autumn. The second episode is them arriving on Halo. The third episode is the Truth and Reconciliation.
The first Halo already have a book based around the first Halo.
You would be better off adapting one of the novelizations, like Fall of Reach, than you would actually adapting one of the games, especially the first Halo game.
It looks like with season 2, that's what they're about to bastardize, is the Fall of Reach, which is I think the closer that they get to the games, the more it's going to make me really angry now, because they've ruined the framework. It's fucked. And so, like, if they now want to start, we'll start actually pulling stuff from the games. Like, I don't want to see Arbiter now, but they're going to ruin him. I bet you. He'll be some goober.
He'll be some idiot.
And it's like,
he'll be dumb as everyone else in the show is, unfortunately.
And if they manage to get a season 3, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, all right, fuck, let's try and get Johnson in now. Let's try and throw him in there and see if that can like fix everything. But it won't. It's screwed. But that was 2022. I was just bringing it up to say that I think that was something that 2023 feels like. And then, you know, later on with the Mario movie, it's like, and then plus like Sonic 2 kind of, which came out the year before, of like I'm not talking necessarily about quality, all right, but but at the very least, the whole maybe we should actually try to adapt more from the stuff that we're adapting.
Yeah.
It was, yeah,
funny
like the Mario
proposition.
movie was clearly made by people who gave a damn about Mario as a franchise.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, it's like the opposite of Halo. And it was like a decent movie. I enjoyed it and had fun, but I never got that horrific, slimy taste of these people are just parading around its corpse in order to make money off its name.
Mm-hmm.
So that was nice.
Yeah, I mean, have people the idea that you got the One Piece adaptation that did really well and people really loved, combined with the Mario movie, and then you find out that there is a guiding hand, or at least someone or an entity that says like no and yes based on their interest in the original IP. Is like maybe have that too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to
Well, yeah,
guarantee anything, I guess, but it just seems like a box that's worth ticking.
Well, yeah,
Well,
because it's always a question of do they learn the right lessons from any given thing, or do they just think, oh, video game adaptations, go, 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 go. But as for making
Yeah.
sure that you get people who know what they're doing. I mean, Fallout's coming out pretty soon. We'll see about that one.
I was going to
Yeah,
mention
we
that
will
because
see.
Todd Howard is involved in producing on the Fallout show.
Well, it might be good anyway.
I find that really funny because I feel like you tell a lot of people that, and it's not going to mean anything.
It means nothing to me. It just means nothing to me. Do you think the show has a design document?
It probably has a more extensive one, just because that's the nation. Hollywood really can't get away with not having one compared to gaming.
Yeah, you might be right there.
Well,
We will see. We will see. I'm interested.
during
I'm not really, attached to Fallout, so I don't feel like I have any investment in it. But you can do a lot of cool stuff with it. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
during the release of The Last of Us, we covered the triple threat of The Menu, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, and Pinocchio.
Oh, Puss in
All
Boots. That
three
was
of which
good shit.
Puss in
2022
Boots.
We got around to them in 2023. I think all three of them are pretty cool movies.
Yeah,
The menu is cool, but Puss in Boots too, and I really like Pinocchio. Puss in Boots too, though. Ooh,
Yeah,
love
Puss in
that
Boots is
movie.
one of my favorite movies. I really, really love it. It kind of came out of nowhere in a way. I don't think people had these kinds of expectations for it.
Certainly not after watching Puss in Boots 1. That movie's meh.
But then with this one was we're gonna do all these different characters, all of these antagonists. It's gonna be emotional. It's gonna be wonderful to look at with a great style. It's gonna be, it's gonna have everything. It's gonna do all the stuff. It kind of has the in a little way, it's similar to Godzilla in the sense of they were willing to take a premise or ideas or characters and just really do all sorts of stuff with them. There's clearly a story they wanted to tell and a lot of stuff that they wanted to do.
It's just wound tight thematically. It's exploration of essentially, Puss confronting his own mortality and coming out. That's a really good. We've talked a lot about how, deconstruction, right? Deconstruction of a protagonist and how many times it's been done really poorly over the last few years. Puss in Boots would be what I'd point to as a really good example of how you deconstruct and then reconstruct your protagonist. He has a value system that has been crafted over, the prior stories, and then that worldview is shattered, and he's brought down to a low, and then he has to reconstruct his value system in a way that now deals with his new realizations and understandings about his own mortality. That's really cool. That's a really cool idea, and it's done really well. And he's not the only character who gets extensive development in the film.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of the 1, 2, 3, 4, arguably 5 antagonists and the villain, each one of them is super interesting. Every character they're doing something with. Nothing's wasted. It takes advantage of all of the opportunities that it can use. And I think it's an excellent example of how you can really have very mature and nuanced messages in a show that's appropriate for children. You don't have
someone point out in chat. It's like old Pixar. Feels like it's more in keeping with old Pixar of a film that is everybody can get something out of it.
Yeah, it's willing to be mature and serious.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I remember
arguably adult themes.
Yeah.
When
I
I
would
was
say that
watching
it
it in the
is. It does have adult
and,
themes. Absolutely.
it was the scene when he meets death and then he slashes at him and then the blood. When I saw the
Blood,
blood,
actual
trickle-
blood.
Yeah.
trickling down from like his head. When I saw that, I was like, oh,
Oh, all
okay.
right, all right.
Yeah, especially because there's a
Are
lot
we-
of jokes in the scene before that.
Yeah, well, it's just a very sort of harsh cut to reality here of oh shit, like
That, in a way, was one of the most
Seriously.
pleasing things about the film, though, was that it goes on to do, quite deep and complex things. But the fact that it hits so many of the really basic fundamentals of character introduction, which it sounds like damning with faint praise to say that not much modern media does that anymore. But just something simple like introducing your nominal hero, your protagonist, showing him being incredibly skillful, as we all know he is, in order actually to big up the villain, not to big up the protagonist, so that you've shown him being incredibly skillful. So all you have to do to give the villain a sense of real potency is just then to show the protagonist, who you've just seen to be skillful, being in fear of this person who hasn't even yet done very much. You don't have to have a villain which goes around destroying planets to get the impression the villain is a strong and powerful thing. You just have to show that impression via your skillful protagonist. He's afraid of him, therefore we know he's a villain. And it sounds really basic and simple, but we're coming up to February. Compare Death's introduction in Puss in Boots to Kang's introduction in the MCU, which is the complete opposite.
Who? We
One
don't
of them
talk
is-
about him anymore. I
No,
don't know.
Who's
Stretch
that?
his
It's
neck.
the
I don't know
complete
what she's mean
opposite
by that.
depiction, though, right? Because Kang is killed off in both of his first two appearances by pretty incompetent people, and the villain, the first villain you encounter in Puss in Boots is just the complete opposite in the way it's introduced, the way it's written. It's so solidly done, and from the solid foundation, you can then go and do genuinely really interesting things. But getting the bases right is the most important thing that film did, I think.
Yeah, you can tell me things about people or organizations, but if I never see it and you never show it to me, then I just won't believe you. Puss in Boots. The last one.
Puss in
His-
Boots.
It's another sign of how good that film is, though. The fact that it's not just that it's surprisingly good for a Puss in Boots film. It's the fact that it can still come up as a positive reference a year later, and it probably will still continue to come up. Like this time next year, you'll still get people saying, "Oh, yeah, Puss in Boots actually did this particular thing really, really well," and it's gone down as quite a. I don't know if it'll be timeless, but it's certainly got a lot of longevity, and it's used as like a positive comparison to all of the shit media that surrounds
I
it.
don't see why I would forget this film, and I'd be happy to rewatch it every once in a while.
It was
Yeah.
a joy to rewatch. When I was at a friend's place, we rewatched it, and boy, it fucking holds up. It gets better on a rewatch. But yeah, we're talking a lot about this 2022 movie.
Well,
It's
It's
nice
not-
to talk about good things.
I already explained it's EFAP and the year.
It's
okay?
EFAP,
Our
yeah,
year
right,
involved
right.
this because we are late to a lot of stuff. We were late to Arcane.
That's
How long
right.
did it take us to cover that?
2023 did contain the memories of Puss in Boots: The Last
This
Wish.
is
So
when
it's-
we discovered it, so it's our 2023.
2023
Damn
makes
right.
us reflect on our mortality, so it's very thematically appropriate.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. That the blood they really made it feel.
It's bright. It's very bright and conspicuous.
It's
and
quite
it's
almost
the fact that
subtle
it's
as well on his
trailing down the
hand.
face of this terrified character.
They just did a very good job making it real, and it's like, what the hell are we doing here? The main character's bleeding, and it's like everyone can bleed in action scenes. You have like a mark on the side of their mouth or their eye after a big old scuff up and stuff. But this one felt like it was like, am I about to die?
Yeah, like
Mhm.
liquid blood running down their face. Absolutely,
And yeah,
it
just
hits
him getting
different.
terrified. Really good choice, nice and bold, and I'm glad they did it. Just I think it's something we don't talk about that much, but like give kids a little bit more credit, make some more
Kids can
serious
handle
stories
it.
involved.
It's been used as a weird
shit.
shield for things that are supposed to be for children. It's like, it doesn't matter, it doesn't make any sense. It's for children. It's like, why do you want your children to see dumbass shit? What's
Yeah.
wrong with you?
We've got
Oh,
we got
yes,
Lion
they are.
King. We've
What-
got The Great Mouse
But what
Detective.
happened?
all sorts of
Well, I
stuff.
mean, it's just like The Incredibles has there's like a lot of that film that as a kid you might not like understand or notice. Like The
Yeah.
Incredibles in particular feels like it's got a lot of I guess more mature like themes and elements in it. And that film came out 20 years ago. Yeah, I thought
Absolutely.
we're past this. Come on.
It's because it used to be sort of understood that kids don't tend to take themselves to see films at the cinema, for example. So you have to give the parents who are taking them something to resonate with as well. The difference is, though, I think we've sort of started to assume that the parents themselves are children. So children's media now, like, yeah, you get the constant deflection in any video on anything that is perceived as being for kids. Well, it's just kids entertainment. What did you expect? No, it's like, it's the most important entertainment is kids entertainment. It's more important than adult entertainment is, because these are the kids who will grow up being, they have formative experiences based on the media
Yes,
that they are
formative.
shown by their parents. If you want better media today, or if you want better media in 30 years, show your kids better media today. Because if they grow up watching like modern Marvel stuff, then in 30 years you're going to get at best modern Marvel stuff. Like, you want kids to have really great experiences with media, and adults ideally can take something from the same, because a lot of these things, The Incredibles has been brought up, Puss in Boots is another example. A lot of these things have really important lessons, and because they're perceived as being for children, they don't fly too far up their own arse with thematic messaging. They are approachable, but they actually get to cover a lot of stuff that nominally serious entertainment either thinks is below it or just doesn't think is worth rehashing.
It's interesting to look at, like if you look at, during the golden age of Pixar, that like all of those films have like some sort of central message or idea that they're bound by, and it's like it feels like a lot of those films there it was the focus was we've got like one very specific point or idea that we want to revolve around, rather than getting too lost in like 4 or 5 or 6, like a whole bunch of different like themes and sub themes and stuff like that. That these stories were wound really tight in terms of the core objectives that they had. Partly because like the simpler you can make it, the easier it is to grasp, right, for kids. If you can just present like one really strong theme that they can walk away from it with. Meanwhile, it feels like, I find it funny, like, because I've seen a few people make the comparison. It's like, yeah, I mean, you're invariably going to compare Puss in Boots to like other, like, especially Disney films that have come out recently. You compare it to like Wish. What's that film about? What's that one got to say? You know,
Was-
Oh,
you know,
I'm
anybody
sure it's
watch it?
about being true to yourself or something.
I'm sure. Because we talk about sludge a lot, right, with these different films, as if it doesn't apply as well to the equivalent for kids as movies they'll never remember versus movies that will be downright formative and inspirational to their later years. So, he's like a Puss in Boots could encourage them for a long time to be courageous, while watching Wish, I don't know what to tell. I'm not gonna like pretend like I watched it. So it's just like a mess from what I gather about in terms of the message it's trying to get across in that film. That everyone keeps talking about how the villain is right, which is awkward.
That is pretty funny. Wow, it feels like
Based.
Disney villains have gotten a lot lamer recently. You remember like how, and also just like, man, some of those villain deaths were brutal in the older Disney, like
I
Clayton
mean, the
G.
Black Cauldron, man, that was
Oh yeah, getting
like
his flesh
fucking
peeled off.
intense.
Oh yeah,
I wish they did that more. That was cool.
Yeah, that was cool.
Like these crazy
Yeah,
villain
kill this
deaths.
evil bastard in a spectacular way. He's a real jerk.
Scar getting mauled by all the hyenas as he engulfed in flames. It's like, dude, that's cool as shit.
the menu in Pinocchio are also neat.
I was gonna say I'd want to also make a note again that Pinocchio was like really well crafted.
It was
film.
a delight to watch.
Absolutely
It was
amazing animation and art. It had really cool and potent emotional beats as well. That was a really cool movie.
Yeah, a very, very unusual take on the Pinocchio story with its mysticism and some political stuff thrown in there. Feels like a movie that's definitely of a different time period. Not at all what I expected going in, but had a great cast. And again, it's worth saying again, the animation is like it's the best looking of its kind I've ever seen. It looks suspiciously good.
It's
Suspicious.
The thing is, it's hard for me to if you were to ask me what's the best looking like stop motion animated film, I feel like I can't answer that question because it feels like depending on which studio it's from, what the film is, that you're going to get very sort of different like styles that they're going for. You know, like I love the Aardman style with like Wallace and Gromit, but I really like the style that they like. Coraline's style is really cool. Corpse Bride has a really cool art style, and this one has a really cool and unique style it's going for too.
I'm just appreciating it.
Highly recommend.
Yeah, no, I see you got them up there. It's really, oh god, look at how detailed they are. You know,
Like I
It's
said,
really,
delight
it's
to
almost
watch it.
distracting how good it looks.
yeah.
Because you can't help but think as you're watching it of all the effort and the attention to detail that went
Kind of like
into
the
it.
nature of stop motion animated films is that like when you're watching it, like every scene is kind of inviting you to think about how much effort went into crafting it. There's like so much detail in these films with like backgrounds and props and characters and movement as well. It's like it's so immaculate.
Yeah.
And the menu is kind of like an interesting film as well in terms of just its like meta, you know.
Yeah, I enjoyed
Where
what
it's
the menu made me think
kind of
about.
Yeah.
Very, very meta.
I
It's almost
I had
meta of
no idea
meta.
what it was. Like when I went in to watch it, I just was like, I had time to kill and watched the movie. I didn't see any trailers. When I was watching, I'm like, this feels like it's about film and
Truly.
film criticism, conversation, and making.
A film about art itself and how it's ruined by all of you. And then I point into chat.
Yeah.
No.
So I guess something I'd remind us of is because we're still in the month of January. There were some video games that came out in January. I just want to list them because
My
it's an
goodness.
interesting little collection. So there was Hi-Fi Rush, which has anybody here played that?
I've heard good things, but
I
I
have
haven't
not.
That's
played
what
it.
I've heard.
Which
yeah.
one? Sorry, say again.
Hi-Fi Rush.
I played it a little bit. It's pretty fun.
what I've
Mark
heard.
actually recommended that one to me, and I checked it out. I played like the first chapter or something. It was pretty fun, but just other things came around, so I never finished it. But yeah, it's good. I would recommend it from what I've played. Maybe it still gets poopy, but I don't think so.
The next one is one that I'm pretty sure most of us played, which was one of my favorite games of the year, Dead Space remake. Oh
Hell
boy.
yeah.
That was really
Easily
good.
one of the best of the year. High,
Yep.
high recommendations for
that
the Dead
game.
Space remake. What a
Heck
joy
yeah.
that was to play.
To the point, if you're only going
Um,
to play one Dead Space, probably that one.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
In a good way, it is a replacement for the original. It
The
takes the
next,
original, and it was clearly made by people who adore the original and love
Mhm.
it, and want to,
More
give
like
them modern
D-Make.
take on
Oh
it.
my god.
More like D-Make?
Yeah, someone said that.
Why?
Yeah, why? It's better in I think literally every way. And I
Well,
love the
I know
first
that-
Dead Space. Well, maybe not literally every way. Some
The
of the
thing-
characters aren't quite as good, but
Sure,
like
but
still,
then some of the
like
characters
jeez.
get dramatic, like a lot more. Like Kendra's way better in
She
the
is,
remake
yeah.
than she was in
I
the
mean,
original.
Nicole is the sort of standout for
Yeah.
a character
And
that was
Isaac,
expanded.
Isaac is a character now who
Yeah.
gets to express his perspective during this story. And plus, she had a whole bunch of cool like side stories. But yeah, it feels like Nicole got a whole bunch of new material.
There's
that
always
was really
the
cool.
full price texture pack. What?
Come on,
You
that's a
think it's
remake
just a
from the
texture
ground
pack? You're
up.
That's
insane.
insane.
You're
Well,
nuts.
again,
You're
it-
nuts. You're crazy.
At
You're
that point, it
nuts.
comes across as like, wait, have you played them? Because like all of us played the original and the new one, and like
I've
it's
played the original many times. I've probably
Same.
beaten it through. It's one of the two games on the Xbox 360 I got all the
Didn't they
achievements for.
uglify Nicole? Oh,
Nicole
no.
is
Shut up. Go away, Melanie. I'm a retard.
Oh no. But yeah, it's a great remake. I mean, I don't see how anybody could like scoff at the incredible art direction and sound design in the remake.
Mhm.
It's like I think we've talked about it a lot. Like I think it's got like the best lighting in terms of implementing it in gameplay, of dark being truly dark and your flashlight being like this sort of penetrating brightness that is integral to like interacting in those small spaces, like the small dark spaces. That was super impressive.
Yeah. It's a incredible atmosphere and environment. It is. I mean, you gotta experience it to really understand how good it feels to play that game. It's got the more modern, shooting elements in terms of how smooth it is, the higher frame rates. Because I mean, Dead Space, the first one, it was kind of came out at a time where if you wanted to play some of the ports on PC, then you weren't
Yeah,
really.
the port
having
is a
great
little rough.
time. With ports rough, yeah. It took. I mean, Dead Space 2 plays like a modern game, but Dead Space 1 is yeah, it's definitely a console game that was poorly ported, but highly.
We can't leave the month of January without mentioning my game of the year, Forspoken.
I was about to mention.
Forspoken.
It actually came out before
Good.
the other two.
Did it come out? I thought it came out like at the end of the month. I was.
Yeah,
trying
I
to-
wrote
was trying
down
to
I wrote
organize
down
my
all the
list.
dates. It came out on the 24th. Hi-Fi Rush was the 25th, and Dead Space was the 27th.
Oh, all right. So yeah,
Well, I was gonna say, are we
well,
done talking about Dead Space? I mean, it was just in terms of culture, it was a really
Everyone
cool
played
thing
Dead
that happened.
Space.
Well, not even
Well,
that, just the fact that
I
we
saw,
got it was really awesome.
I
Oh,
saw
yeah.
someone say Alan Wake 2 and then put a bunch of the greater than signs afterward.
Sorry, what are they
Does that
saying?
make you... I guess the Alan Wake 2 is dramatically better than the Dead Space remake. Metal.
You stop it. Stop. Don't get me started on that piece of shit game.
Let them troll. It's all right. They can have, you know.
There. We'll get there. We like to do a little trolling on EFAP. We're little trollers.
PTSD from that game.
But
Don't
yeah,
things
like,
have to happen for you to get PTSD? Or
Shut up, Rags.
but
Things
yeah,
do
I think,
happen. They're awful.
oh
Yeah,
no.
Dead Space remake coming out and being successful, which I believe it was. I certainly don't remember hearing any talk about it being like unsuccessful to where they'll never do another one. That's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Well, and it's just really cool that, especially because like it's rare that all of us had pretty strong investment in Dead Space as an IP, and that we were always ready to see it revived or put in a better place. It's a famous story of just being crushed into the wrong. It was definitely a niche audience, and it was like pushed into being mainstream, and it killed it. Like it really unfortunate that Dead Space's time was coinciding with cover shooters at their prime. And it was like, yeah, we got to get more of that in Dead Space. The opening of Dead Space 3 will forever make me cringe inside.
It's funny because Dead Space 3 was the least successful one. As a consequence of what they did. The problem was the games were really expensive to make. Like Dead Space 2 had a pretty big budget. I think it needed to sell like 5 million copies to break even, and it didn't sell that much, but it sold well. It's like, oh shit, damn, but hey, maybe times it, maybe it'll have a better chance this time around. I'm not
Well, yeah,
sure,
maybe.
though.
I don't know if we're getting Dead Space 2 remake, but obviously we'll be jumping right on it if they did.
Yeah,
hope so.
anything that
Oh
they do
yeah,
next.
baby.
So Forspoken.
Spoken.
yeah,
I've only seen things about it look cringe as fuck. I
Dude,
don't
I
know.
find it immensely fascinating because, like, the big cringe line that everybody was making fun of was in like that game's reveal trailer that came out like a year before that, and like nobody noticed, I guess. But then like that fucking ad on Twitter came out. I don't know if I've ever seen one ad on Twitter destroy a game in a studio. Like, it's
I mean, yeah, it's
fascinating.
like they
so
channeled their
fascinating.
inner Battlefield 5 for horrific trailers, and they decided to say, "Hold my beer."
Because like I mean it's embarrassing, and apparently like the game is just filled with a lot of shitty writing like that. It's not just a one-off. It's just not. And also the thing, because I think what I was curious about is, yeah, but like, is the game itself, like the actual video game, okay, like the gameplay? I've heard mixed things about it.
I've heard it's pretty meh at best.
Yeah.
Dev
I've
did
heard it's
coverage
got
of
a
it,
lot
right?
of issues. Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, Dev, a friend of the channel, Short Fat Otaku, did a video on Forspoken, and based on what he said, I was not impressed. I'm not chomping at the bit to play Forspoken.
No.
But it's kind of
When
like
Five
a
Spoken
weird.
comes out, maybe they'll correct in the sequel.
yeah.
It's a bit of like an interesting thing in terms of work, because Square Enix, I think it was either this year or last year, like Square Enix essentially like sold off all of their like all of the Western developers that was in their company, because it's something that's been going on for the last decade, is that like they've Square Enix has like been consistently unhappy with the amount of money that the games that they've made in the West have made. I remember it was so distinctly that Tomb Raider 2013 sold like 6 million copies, and that wasn't good enough. Like that Hitman Absolution sold like 2-3 million copies, and that wasn't good enough. They killed Deus Ex so that they could make that Avengers game. And that was not a good idea. And so now I don't think they have Western developers anymore. All of them now exist elsewhere, like owned by a different company. But this one was made by like a Japanese studio, but obviously trying to appeal to Western audiences, to then fail more spectacularly like than any ever attempt that they've done before. To where I don't think they're ever going to do it again. I think that might be it in terms of them
Didn't they go out of business?
Yes,
the
they were shut
developer?
down basically like a month after the game came out and folded into Square Enix.
I just killed a game studio with my mind.
Yeah, that was
With
me.
my freaking mind.
That just
Everybody, oh man,
that
this
just
is something that remember everybody blamed Joss Whedon for the writing. Do you remember that?
Wait they did that again?
Yeah, do you not remember that? All of the tweets that we're talking about, the clip, the ad.
He gets blamed for so much, it's hard to keep track, okay?
it's funny because in our space we blame Borderlands
Oh,
What, for the writing of this? Oh, yeah, because Borderlands is hyper like self-referential and memey and shit,
Mm.
right?
In
Yes.
defense of the Borderlands writers, they're probably like 30 now. So give them a little bit of cut them a little bit of slack.
Oh my god.
No, I actually I enjoyed the first Borderlands and I enjoyed the second one. I never played the
Yeah.
third, so
It gets worse as it goes on.
I tried to
in
play the
terms of the
third
humor.
one for a while, but it just wasn't the same. I don't know, it just wasn't as fun. Even the gameplay, I don't know, there was something about it, and it was just like, eh.
I feel like the guns in the first Borderlands were actually way more varied and interesting than in the second one. Like there were, I think technically, mathematically, there were more guns in the second, but they didn't feel as different as a lot of the stuff that you could get in the first game. Like the first game was willing to actually have like very like kind of crazy and out there guns to the point where sometimes you'd find one that was just almost like virtually unusable, but that was a price that you'd pay to get all the good and interesting ones. But yeah,
people are
I
gonna
like
say
me
like
some
Joel and Joss Whedon are responsible for all the ills of the world.
everything. The two
That's an old
Js.
meme. And
I don't
if-
know,
That
it's
is an
just
old meme.
to
It's a good one,
repeat
though.
the point. It's not everybody. It's not like Avengers is funny. The first
Avengers is a good
funny.
movie and it's
Shut
funny. That's true. Yes.
Just because other films and games and shit can't emulate the comedy, they try and they fail.
Also-
Like,
I recently rewatched Firefly and Serenity, and
Woo!
man, the amount of witty dialogue throughout it's so funny to be
Great.
like, it's so comfy because basically every scene you're probably gonna laugh here and there just because of some sort of clever back and forth line.
It's a master of balancing drama
Yeah.
and comedy into one formula.
and
Yeah,
it's
because when
been
shit hits the fan, Mel's just serious when he has to be. It's a good captain. It's
this is
great.
what I think Joss Whedon's relatively known for is balancing tones, and it's difficult. And you don't. I think what's happened is over time, and it's more than just Marvel at this point, as people have noticed, is people are just throwing in jokes all over the place, and there's the attitude of combined with we're in on the joke too. The content itself is like we're not taking this that seriously. We're just having some fun.
Even we watched the first season of The Nevers, and you can
Yeah.
tell from the dialogue of the characters, like, oh, we got some, snap and some wit here. This is kind of nice. I like it.
It's nice to have dialogue that doesn't make you want to die inside, that sort of thing.
Hooray! I want to live.
yeah. I know this isn't like a new game, in terms of, but it came out in January. Metroid Prime Remastered.
Oh, I still haven't
Which,
played that. That's still on my
came out
list.
this year.
It's a cool remaster. It's a real cool remaster of
Yeah,
one of the
I
best
heard.
games ever made. So that's like an easy one for if someone's got a Switch and they haven't played Metroid Prime to just play that.
Yeah,
Metroid
and
Prime Remastered. Yeah.
It
Really
often
good.
tops the. It's usually within the top 3 of all top games of all time lists. Metroid Prime, it
It's-
gets up there.
It's excellent.
It's
It is
really
God,
good.
it's so well made.
Hyper solid. It's so tight.
And that was one
Oddly,
where,
I
like,
never played the first Metroid Prime, but I did play Echoes, the sequel, and that kind of left a bit of an impression on me because of when I played it and what I was used to playing. So I do.
the
like that.
Metroid Prime 2. Prime is like an easy one to recommend because it's essentially the core Metroid framework
Yeah.
taken to 3D. Whereas with like 2 and 3, there are differences to the structure. Like
I
mean,
didn't like
obviously,
3. Something about
three-
it, I never
3's
liked
got
it.
an area split across like different planets, so it's not like one fully interconnected space. It has like these. It's a little bit more segmented. Obviously, 2, it had like the light and the dark.
The light world and the dark
kind of,
world
like-
and the light and dark guns.
It's,
and-
I think people have like mixed opinions on all that.
I liked it.
It's a problem
I
when
like
you
it.
when you fucking totally nail it with the first one. It's like sequel. You're like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, we'll try something a little different.
Yeah, try something a little bit
Prime
different.
Prime is one of the most beautiful examples of converting from 2D to 3D. They did such an
Oh,
amazing
yeah.
job.
It's kind of
remember from-
amazing how well
I
they did
remember
it.
from- In Echoes, I remember this still, that if you killed an enemy with the light beam, you'd get ammo for the dark beam,
Mhm.
and vice versa. So you always were able to, like, you wouldn't ever just, like, randomly run out, you know?
While encouraging
So
you
I
to
was
switch.
Like, oh. Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, it's nice, it's interesting.
And the
It's,
soundtrack too, man.
It had yeah, the opening
oh,
theme was
I,
really good, and
Oh,
it had
dude, the
multiplayer too. It
villain-
had split screen multiplayer.
Oh, Oh, dude, the Talon overworld, like the second version of that theme is so fucking amazing. Fendrana drifts both the main theme and the depths. Oh, I love it. It's so good. Metroid Prime soundtrack is phenomenal. It's and they
It has
carried
an
it through as
almost
well.
retro-y kind of spacey
It's
sound
I
to it.
don't know what the instrument is, but like because a lot of like 50s and 60s, it feels like the alien sound, right? The high pitched whistle sort of thing is threaded in there.
Yeah.
As
That-
well as like a
that-
lot of cool remixes, like of
It's got a
older things.
very uneasy sort of like something's kind of off. It feel alien. I mean, is a way to kind of
It-
describe it.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Kind of it depends on like which, because some of them are very eerie, but some of them are just like beautiful, just like really beautiful. Like again, Fendrana Drifts has a lot of really like beautiful chords and like melodies. It's God, that game's so fucking good.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
all the mentioning of that is just everyone go play Metroid Prime if you haven't, because
You
Oh
got a
yeah.
Switch and you haven't played Metroid Prime, and if you have played Metroid Prime, get it on Switch as well. It's a really cool remaster that feels like it's they made very considered updates of not trying to like obfuscate the like original art direction of the game.
well, where are we at that point? Because next up for us would be Quantumania of all things.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
Quantumania, our dear our good friend, our wonderful friend.
It's funny. It's been some
Quantumania.
time since it came out. It's like, what is it? What is its legacy now? It's just like, I don't know. It's just
It
embarrassment,
doesn't
really.
have one. No one remembers
Fucking
it.
trash.
No one. It's like Love and Thunder, and the Marvels
it's a
already.
set of those
it's already been forgotten.
Great big
It
terrible
feels-
films.
The harbinger for the beginning of the end of superhero like media dominance. It feels like Quantumania was the one where, as much as Thor had its like reputation kind of tank really quickly, and everybody basically forgot about Wakanda Forever. Feels like with Quantumania, it kind of opened the door on the conversation of, man, Marvel fucking sucks.
It definitely was a big step, yeah, to get that normalized. I mean, we've been saying it years before. We said it before it was cool. We said it when it was, accurate. So
It took us 10 hours to go through that film.
Yeah, I believe it. I
And
believe
then
it.
There's a lot of
another
shit in
5
there.
hours in your video.
Yeah. As concise as we could get it, scripting. Where when me and Frankie did a video talking about the production of that video, we started pointing out new things. We were like, "Oh, good God!" Like new problems. Like, gotta stop. Yeah, an absolute disaster, and it is a bit of a milestone in the box office sort of decline. Though almost every entry has been a milestone in the box office decline, even DC.
Well, yeah, DC was. I mean, because they kicked off the year. Well, not there yet, but with good old Shazam, Fury of the Gods, which
Oh,
felt
that
like
was
another
last year
film
too.
where
Jesus.
that was another case where it feels like before it had even come out, everybody had accepted that it was like a bullshit clown movie.
Yeah.
You remember that thing of like, what was it, John Oliver, like on one of those late night talk shows, making jokes about like, oh yeah, everybody's really excited for Shazam too, and it's like, and then which host was it? It was clear that he was like, oh shit, I don't know, am I like in a position where I can like actually openly shit on that film, considering that they probably just had like the director or Zachary Levi on to talk about it.
Who? Yeah, I think Zachary Levi really didn't quite get it. Like, it's like, why is this film getting this treatment? And it's just like combination of things. Well, it's not. It being shit doesn't make it special, right? it's
I guess so. Yeah,
It's right in there.
because it was a shit one that was in a sequence of very shit movies.
Oh, and for the
environment was
record,
primed against it.
very awful film. We went through every
It's
part of that plot
terrible.
line.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrible.
Yeah, to say it's profoundly mediocre. No, it's a lot worse than that. If it was mediocre,
it's awful.
that would
Yeah,
Shit.
don't let it slip by on being mediocre.
it was really bad, but it feels like I think it's because Shazam of all the DC stuff felt the most like fucking Marvel sludge, kind of like that's what it was goal was of like, yeah, we got the funny banter and memes and stuff. That's like what we do in superhero films. It felt like it was closer to that, as well as like one that's harder to justify its existence because it's like fucking Shazam, It's not like a character that anybody's particularly. Well, I don't know. Wait. I'll clarify that. The movie version, at the very least, is not one. Because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that, like, what I hear is that Shazam kind of actually has like cool lore and stuff. But
Yeah.
that has kind of been butchered and bastardized in a lot of adaptations. I remember it was a thing with Injustice where like Shazam gets killed in a way that was like really, it was like effortless for Superman. I remember that pissed people off because Shazam is like super powerful. But yeah, the point being that it was like the movie version of Shazam at the very least had like, it was just clownish, just felt like clownish. And when it's clownish, well, people are gonna clown on it, aren't they? That's what
Yep.
happened.
It doesn't have any kind of unique place anymore. I wonder whether Deadpool as well is going to meet this exact same problem, which is quite apart from all of the movie's individual faults, of which there are a great many. Well, once you've started to get, it's okay when you've got the majority of superhero films being at least semi-serious and trying to tell a story, and then you have the one that sort of sits alongside it, kind of ironically metaing the whole franchise. And Deadpool does that; it takes the piss out of the established and serious films, and it's kind of like it's an optional bonus extra which you can see if you're a bit overwhelmed by the dark seriousness of the overarching franchise. But once the entire superhero thing becomes pretty much that in its tone, like all of them are cheap jokes, all of them are lazy,
Yeah.
all of them are just vaguely kind of there to be, I guess they think they're entertaining and that's about it, then what's the point? What's the unique selling point for a character like Shazam anymore? Because it's the kind of the Ant-Man has the same problem. If Ant-Man and Shazam have pretty much, in large parts, the same tone, which is they don't take themselves seriously even in their serious moments, then why do I even bother watching Shazam? I barely remember
Puss
anything
in
about
Boots
that
took
film.
itself seriously.
Yeah.
It did.
It had some funny moments in it, but funny moments kind of require that there's a serious thing to play off of. You can't just have constantly quip.
We had this conversation the other day about like the kind of it feels really lame how many things have been coming out recently that don't have the confidence to essentially be what they are and take themselves seriously, to where like if it takes an absurd well, I guess on its face an absurd premise for a film like for example like Big Lizard, not anything like the point being that they'll take something that is like a seemingly absurd premise, and because they're like so insecure about the thing that they're doing, they'll keep looking at the camera and like, this is silly though, isn't it? Yeah, no, we can make fun of ourselves, wink wink, nudge nudge.
Yeah,
and
we
it's
don't
like,
really give a shit.
You're like knocking, you're like lowering the ceiling for yourselves of like the kind of payoffs that you can hit, compared to, for instance, if you made like a Big Lizard movie that took itself seriously and had something to say and isn't doing like wink wink nudge nudge. Yeah, aren't we like a silly premise? Aren't we silly? Yeah, we're in on the joke too, guys. That if you take yourself seriously with the premise that you're doing and try to make something that's good, that approach, the audience picks up on that. If you don't even believe in your own film, why would your audience believe in it?
There's a time and place for all styles, and even that one, but it's been weird that it's been 100% of everything Disney have put out, at least with Marvel, because that's where the Marvel humor criticism comes in for that, but it seems to have bled into a lot of other stuff, and it's just a lame thing that everyone's over at this point. And, they need to realize this shit faster because they can make money if they start making things people want to see and find more endearing, which at this point is taking things a bit more seriously. Taking stupid shit more seriously.
Yep.
And having jokes actually stem from the character who's telling them, as opposed to them just being, you can just put them on any person.
Yeah.
Take MODOK's death in Ant-Man. You could find the exact same reaction and style of humor in Shazam or Thor: Love and Thunder. Like any given Marvel or any superhero character these days could have reacted in that way in that scene, because none of these jokes stem from these people or the stories they're a part of anymore. It's just, that's in the scripts and we've just earmarked it for this film, but we could have put it in 5 or 6 others.
Dude,
There's
that
an
don't remind me of
interchangeability,
MODOK's death. It was so gross. That man saved
Yeah.
the multiverse, and they're all there like, "Oh yeah, what a loser you are, haha." And then
I think
what was
it's,
the fucking
it's
Jeff
not a...
Loveness said on the thing, like a character who didn't deserve like a heroic send off. Like, dude, he just saved the multiverse.
He died to save everybody. I feel like that's got to be worth something, whether or not it, redeems him from any and all particular things. I find it interesting because like a lot of those conversations come up for like Darth Vader. It's like how much is he redeemed, quote unquote, and it's like it's a big conversation. And I've said before, but like him dying there cuts off a lot of difficult problems that you'd have to deal with in terms of what happens to him next. jail and all that stuff potentially, and the relationship that he may or may not have with the Empire going forward, and how much information or operations he would be influential in. I still think it would be a really interesting story to see what would happen. It's just that they didn't necessarily have to answer that question, and MODOK was in that position. And another thing is, we talked about it with Boromir, characters who are there that can give the person who is dying what they need before they're gone. All of them knew exactly what MODOK's insecurities were, and they did fuck all to look after him at all. And you might be like, whatever, he's like a monster. It's like, he died to save them. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Got to be worth something.
it has to be.
But I guess MODOK had to look after himself and give himself all of the reassurances that he needed,
Yeah, because
Because
he's
the one
yeah.
that he died in Avenger. They didn't say that.
They all make fun of him, but yeah, he's doing, and that's the thing. All of those
And
lines,
he's
all
done
missed
more.
opportunities. You could have had Scott telling him that, or Cassie telling him he's not a monster at all.
But instead, they all laughed at his sacrifice because, look, he's got a big head. They're making fun of him because of his problem.
Not his fault that he's horrifically
Which isn't even a
deformed.
problem anyway. No. Well, I guess it's kind of his fault, but at the same time,
I suppose in a way.
because he was
Beauty at every size.
He was a crazy goober in the first film, but they're making fun of him when he saved the multiverse. It's not nice.
No. Also, hi, John.
Hello.
Hello, John
Hey.
CJG.
How you doing?
Of the popular internet show Every Frame of Pause. Also, our being the chief.
And countless
Secondary. Yeah.
others. We're just talking about how great the year is. It was.
We're talking about our favorite character, MODOK. How
MODOK.
about you tell the audience what you feel about MODOK? MODOKington.
Oh, MODOK? Oh, jeez. I mean,
I
that
love him
whole-
too. What's been up with you?
That whole film was a train wreck. MODOK was just like yet another blemish. It's like, it's just a sea of dog shit. MODOK didn't really stand out to me in that way, is what I'm saying. I mean, he looked really amusing.
I was going to say, he
I
stood
saw
out to the whole world for the way he looked. He stood out to a lot of us for how he was the only character with like worthwhile writing attached to him somehow. And then he also doesn't stand out in that he's just as shit as everything else is in the MCU, so what a place for him to occupy.
Yeah.
I guess this is because we're in the month of February. I don't know if anybody played it, but Hogwarts Legacy came out in February.
Oh, I did
I
play
played it
some
quite
of
a
that
bit.
game.
I missed that
I
one.
heard as a game it's fine.
I got in
But-
trouble for suggesting I was going to make a video about it.
Oof. How bold of you.
Gadzooks.
So you did play it then?
Quite a bit, yes.
Did-
I was playing it recently, considering a 1 year later style video for it.
How does it compare in the world of gaming?
It is I want to say it's like an average video game, and I mean that as a
Yeah.
compliment because I find a lot of things kind of distasteful. It kind of transitions from being a Harry Potter school simulator to just kind of Ubi slop at the end there, but every now and then I enjoy a good round of McDonald's, so I'm there for slop sometimes.
Yeah.
Is it like a good framework for future games, like that could be built on in a way that's like more interesting?
The legacy storyline is a bit questionable. They would probably either have to create a new protagonist or not. I think they picked the year 5 that they did because of the issues that teleportation would cause in setting, given the
What in a
player
Harry Potter
character-
game?
Yeah. I think it's all right. Probably the most questionable thing is carrying over the killing curse into a second game.
Oh yeah.
I don't know shit about Harry Potter, so I can't like.
What do you mean?
It's
Belly
the
armor.
magic,
No.
Avada Kedavra thing that you can just say the words and then people just die, which is slightly overpowered.
You guys
Well, you
seem
have to have
like
intent behind
Well,
it.
it's just
That's
misgendering.
the rule set, and that makes the player character the biggest sociopath because you can just go around killing people willy nilly that you don't even really know.
you guys are
Makes it
clearly
easier to kill,
huge Harry Potter fans. Is there a reason why Avada Kedavra is so close to Abracadabra when it's the killing and most serious
J.K.
curse?
Rowling is a hack.
Yeah, I was literally going to say the exact
I was-
same thing. Yeah,
I was like,
that's
why
the-
would you want to associate with the scariest curse of all time with the goofy magic thing? Like,
Oh
what?
wait, I thought it was a Pokemon reference.
Oh,
Oh,
Abra
nice,
and Kadabra
nice.
and Alakazam, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I
She
will
was-
say that J.K. Rowling and the Harry Potter franchise is probably the worst part of Hogwarts Legacy. I felt that the game showed that that universe actually has quite a bit of potential when it's not being created by her or in that kind of blood purism plot line that Harry Potter has.
Yeah, that seemed to be a really big deal, which always did strike me as odd that that was such a huge central thing. And calling someone a mudblood was like the worst insult ever. As a kid, I was like, oh, I guess they take it seriously. I guess I don't know. I don't know. Maybe maybe I'm
They
missing
didn't
something
quite
here.
sell
It's the
the
shorthand way
cultural
of,
reason.
of getting into because the world
It's
itself,
not
like
the
in
best
terms of the
fictional
design
universe
of the,
N-word.
it's not no, but there's a lot of appropriately magic in the world construction. Like some of it is genuinely quite lovely to look at, and the books themselves there's imagination that goes into them. But on the level of plot, most
Too
of the
much.
books just devolve into that they are just effectively murder mystery stories. That's what J.K. Rowling always wanted to do. Is what she's always read, and no, it's no coincidence that's what she went on to write afterwards. And when it comes to actually building out the world with characters and factions, she really doesn't have a huge amount of imagination, which I think is where the whole Mudblood thing comes in. It's like, what's the shorthand way of creating an obviously evil group of people? What's like their one thing they'll be focused on? Well, they're basically kind of wizard Nazis who are obsessed with Aryan bloodlines. That's easy, and it's been done, so we'll just chuck that in there, because then you know that the evil bald man is definitely bad, because he believes in, like, race, for example. And it's not the that's not the most compelling part of it. I thought that the game itself translates a lot of the better elements of the world of the books quite nicely, but it sort of it falls down in the same way the books do. The stories kind of lack certainly toward the end. Once you get over the initial joy of seeing all of this familiar stuff and you get down into the plot that's supposed to carry you along, you start looking at it, say, that's really formulaic, and I've seen that a dozen times before. And also a lot of the stuff you're doing around it to try and make the world feel more fleshed out, like the puzzle systems are so simplistic that like my 5-year-old would be able to solve most of this stuff.
Wait, you have a
So,
5-year-old?
Oh,
No, a
so
5-year-old,
Bethesda made
not
the
my
puzzles?
5-year-old.
Is what you're saying?
Unless there's someone lying around here that I haven't been aware of. It's possible, but I don't think it's true. But it's like the game. I've played it a couple of times, and I've also gone back to it a couple of times. Just like if I've got nothing else to do, I think I remember bits of this being enjoyable. Let's see if I can finish it this time. The answer is always no, but there's a good couple of hours of vague enjoyment in there somewhere.
Hey. Someone in chat
You know
wanted to
what?
inform.
The same praise was not given to Forspoken, so there's something in there.
It
Uh,
is kind of an inverse Bethesda game where it is similar in that it lacks a strong central vision and it's got all these disparate ideas that don't really work together. And yet it has just enough charm with a lot of its mechanics that it can still compel you to play it, even though parts of it are pretty bad.
Well,
It's like
quite
the
easy
first
to
part of it,
pick
I
up.
found it really slow. Like sometimes in a good
Yes.
way, sometimes in a bad way. I kind of like the mechanics of it, like the shooting spells felt like this weird novel in between place between fighting and like shooting a gun. There's a bit of a delay in like shooting spells, and then stuff just blows up as if you like shot it
That's
with a
real
bullet.
guns.
real
So
guns are real good.
There's something about casting spells that I enjoyed, but it takes so long to like get going.
Yeah.
But then like when I was in I picked Ravenclaw and I'm wandering around the commons room and I'm soaking in like all these students are sitting around having
Oh, you
conversations.
get a house?
And
How did
Yes.
what? That was you were a Ravenclaw based and red pilled.
Yeah,
One of
well,
the,
you-
also
one of the
a
less
lesser one.
ones.
you pick one of the houses, right? You the sorting hat puts you in one. And you
Oh,
also
so
get
how does
What if you
it
disagree with a
select? So you
hat?
had-
It's
So
you
in
do
the
a
game,
questionnaire.
there's only 2 questions in the questionnaire, so it's one of the least. I wanted a bit
for,
more
for
depth.
4
than that,
houses,
there's
there's
four
only
out
2
there.
questions.
Yeah,
questions.
Wait a second.
At the end of
Two,
it, it
so.
says, I think you should probably go into one of these houses, and you can still say no. I think I should be in the other one. The shorting hat says, okay, that's fine. So
Sure.
you get put in Hufflepuff, and you can just say no, fuck it, I want to be Slytherin, and it says fine, yeah, that's all good.
Yeah, if I
Um,
if I went to Hogwarts and it put me in Hufflepuff, I'd just be like, you know what?
I'm out.
I don't
I think I
really
just
want to be a
quit.
wizard.
Which is
I'll
funny
just-
because it's
yeah.
actually the second best house in the game.
What's it? I mean,
Gryffindor isn't the best, is it?
No, the best
Ah,
is Slytherin and then Hufflepuff, and that
based.
has to do with the content. There's like a single quest that Ian in each house will unlock.
that's lame. Like you.
Oh, it's not
You think so?
Yeah. If well, it depends on what you mean by better or worse content. Like if it's literally
It's very early in the game. It's a single quest, but when you play a Slytherin character, you feel a lot more attached to kind of the side characters because the main kind of character-driven plot line involves a lot of Slytherin characters.
Yeah,
you would
wouldn't
think
want
that
to.
it was. You think that being in a house would almost be like choosing like a star sign in.
Yeah, I actually quite vibed with it coming from Elder Scrolls. It's kind of a semi-exclusive kind of faction perk system that encourages replayability. I've quite
As
enjoyed my
long as we
second
can all
playthrough
agree that
the first
Hufflepuffs
time.
are fucking loser
yeah.
nerds, then I think we're
100%.
A-okay.
I'm
here.
totally up for exclusive content based on houses, but not for like one of them being explicitly the best one. Once you understand enough about the game, it reminds me of like
If
a
they're all
couple of the.
balanced and encourage
Well,
replayability,
yeah.
that'd be
I
one
mean,
thing.
best in terms of the story that gets told in their
Even that, it'd be nice if
exclusive quests.
they put as much effort into the writing for all four of them. I would have thought Gryffindor would end up with the best story.
Yawn. Oh, you're a Gryffindor. Oh,
Yeah,
boy,
Gryffindor's
incredible.
boring.
Yeah, let me guess, you have a fox persona. Oh, wow, that's very interesting.
You're a courageous lad.
I gotta say, you guys are just sort of speaking like nonsense to me. I don't understand any of
That's
this.
just
All
what a
right,
Hufflepuff
so
is.
Harry
Yeah,
Potter.
I don't think it
know
was that
anything
hard
about
to follow. I'm not exactly
Harry
fucking the
Potter.
Potterhead.
Why is Gryffindor? Why is that better than or worse than like the
It
other
is
one?
it's the
It's
house
the
that
good-
that the protagonist in Harry
Yeah, the
Potter
good
is.
guy-
Protagonist.
When you said there was two
Oh,
questions, I thought you were gonna be like, "Are you good or evil? Are you intelligent or retarded?" And then that would sort it out. Like,
It's
They
Evil,
actually-
all
it's
the
actually-
evil
it's
retarded people go to
genuinely- it's
Hufflepuff.
more complex than that. It's like, what do you value most? Bravery, loyalty, intelligence, or power? I think
Yeah.
that's one of the questions.
They actually do quite a
Power.
bit to
Oh,
redeem
jeez, you're just
Slytherin.
filtering evil kids into Slytherin at that point.
So okay, so
Wow, JK.
so these are like houses in the Harry Potter world at like the school, and so Gryffindor is what? That's the lame protagonist.
brave
one.
heroes.
Yes.
They're brave.
Ravenclaw's like the
Sorry.
cunning, smart, good people, and then
Hufflepuff's
Hufflepuff-
the
Hufflepuff.
loyal
I
ones,
guess
and
I'm
Slytherin likes
guessing that
power.
They make
Yeah,
the
Slytherin are
little
cunning.
gen builds.
They're the evil ones. And
Pretty
what-
much
is
the
that-
evil ones.
Hufflepuff are gay.
Is that like the Uber? What is that one? Is that like the clown one? What is it?
Hufflepuff,
Yeah.
yeah.
Which one?
Hufflepuff is the clown one.
Hufflepuff, they got the short end of the stick. From JK, they got the least focus in terms of
okay.
the writing, but generally they're supposed to be about loyalty and camaraderie, even though Gryffindor
Who would
tends
be
to
friends
exhibit
with a
that more.
Hufflepuff?
Yeah,
so
and
it doesn't really
wasn't
make
it
sense
Cedric
to
is the only notable Hufflepuffian in the entire saga? Like, and he died.
I think so. I think maybe Luna Lovegood was in that house too, but I mean, they don't talk about it much. There's an in joke in the Harry Potter community that goes along the lines of, "What the fuck is a Hufflepuff?"
hmm
It's,
It's
not
like the
even just
special
It's
Harry.
not a good
It's
name.
not
Ravenclaw
even-
sounds way fucking cooler than
Ravenclaw's based,
Hufflepuff.
Yeah, and cool. Like, I'm a raven and I got claws, and look at that. Caw-caw.
Yeah, I don't know.
But-
Hufflepuff just sounds fat. It just makes me think of like.
It makes me
Fluffy.
think of a scared little
Right.
rabbit running away.
Their
from
house is
everything.
actually next to the kitchen, believe it or not.
Oh my god. I don't know. It makes me think of
The-
like Snorlax a little bit.
the-
Like Snorlax.
Maybe
would
chill,
be-
though.
The
Yeah.
kitchen that's
Hey,
full
listen,
of
her
slaves.
name is Gorlock, okay?
I got
It's
that.
not
Oh,
even just
my
Harry
God.
and Gryffindor. It's like it's also Ron and Hermione, which makes sense because they got to talk to each other in the commons room to like dish out plot details, so they're all on the same page. But it just like, and plus Gryffindor has like the warmest colors out of all of them. It just
Yeah, it's got like
obviously
red
is-
gold.
Red and gold.
And
Yeah.
Professor Dumbledore was a Gryffindor too.
Of course
and
he
the number
was.
of times
Right.
he
No, he's
cheats
in
and just
Hufflepuff 'cause
hands
he's a
them the
gay.
house cup at the end of the book. It's like, well, you've been shit
it's
all year, but I'm
bullshit.
going to give all of you 50 points for being brave. Now you win. Well done.
Hooray!
Guys, we can't talk about Harry Potter and how shit it is. We have to talk about 2023. We'll be-
No, we are. We're doing exactly what we
Time
intended
machine
to
in
do.
the third
I love
book?
how we've almost spent
Oh
more
my
time.
God.
We spent more time on a thing that none of us played. Like,
We're just bitching about Hufflepuffs.
wait, I mean, why not? Because I was gonna say I just like
Why
the
not?
joke of you could enter any house, but if you come out as gay during it, you have to go straight to Hufflepuff. Like, it's just how the rules work, I'm afraid. What I was trying to say like 10 minutes ago was someone in chat let you know, Rags, because you have a couple of gaps in knowledge, that Abracadabra actually predates Pokemon. They wanted to make sure you understood that.
Oh,
Does it?
okay. All right. Oh, thanks
'Cause-
for clearing that up
yeah,
for me, because
yeah.
I was laboring under the impression that
But-
it was a
mhm.
Pokemon reference, but actually it was the
Because when
so
they
maybe the
Abracadabra and
Pokemon were a reference to
Alakazam,
the words.
yeah, they
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
inspired a lot
yeah.
of people.
Oh.
Yeah, you got
Because
it.
you
Oh.
understand when they called him Squirtle, that was actually the origin of the words turtle and squirt.
Yeah, they separated it out. It was so cool. I was there when they
That's
did
right,
that.
They did. They reversed backwards. They figured it out. Yeah,
I was in the
Pokemon
room.
games, right?
What?
No Pokemon.
I just want to
Just
just
the Pokemon
before we
games here, right?
before we move on from that, I just want to give a big shout out to Venonat. Big shout out to Venonat, the often forgotten Pokemon of the first generation. So good job,
Yeah,
man.
it is often forgotten because I don't know what that is. Which
I
one
know
was
what
that?
that is. Yeah, he's like a
Yeah,
bull, right?
Yeah,
it's a
he's like
little
the little
purple
purple ball
testicle
with the
thing.
red eyes.
Hairy purple
Huge shout out.
testicle.
Huge shout out to Venonat. He's doing his best, and no one remembers little Venonat.
And it
It's a
evolves
shame
into
because
Venomoth, which is
he
like
morphs
shit
into
Butterfree.
Venomoth.
Well, there's only
Oh,
like a
I don't
thousand
know.
of
I don't
them
know
now.
about that. Butterfree's really good, but I don't know if Venomoth is a shit Butterfree.
I'm
know about
inclined
that
to
one.
remember that I agreed with that. I think Butterfree kind of kicked Venomoth's ass. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
I know. It was easier to get a Butterfree because obviously you were just gonna get one first. Caterpie and Metapod, and plus it was really good to have one against Brock if you
Yeah, Leaf
needed
fucks
something
up
for that.
rocks. Everyone knows that.
And well, Confusion. Butterfree could learn Confusion, and
Oh,
also
I remember that one. Right, yeah.
and Butterfree was great at like putting things to sleep and paralyzing. But Butterfree was just the fuck you Pokemon. I'm just gonna fuck around with you.
So
But
in the
a
real
solid
world, it
choice.
could be a real
I'm
crowd
proud.
killer weapon, Butterfree, because it just flies over the battlefield spraying sarin gas over people. And so it knocks everybody
Oh,
out.
well, that's Venomoth right there. That is Butterfree would never do that, but Venomoth would. You could tell by the eyes.
I really like Psyduck. All right, I
Psyduck's
like
great.
him a lot. I really like Psyduck.
Wasn't there an episode
will
though where he
say
was? Was it Hypnotoad? Someone was like taking over the minds of a bunch of people, and he was like, "Oh shit."
That could have been like many
Hypnotoad
Pokemon.
is Futurama. You getting your references crossed there?
He thought Hypnotoad
No.
was a Pokemon, and so
Hypno,
did I. Just to be
hip,
clear.
whatever. The I'm picturing him. He's got like he's yellow and
He has a really
brown.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Hypno.
Hypno,
Yeah,
yeah.
and there was an evolution. Yeah, from Drowsy. Drowsy evolves into Hypno.
Yeah.
That's the
right.
one.
What's
Hypnotoad is also
Meowth is
awesome,
my
just
favorite.
for the
Meowth
record.
is my
Who do we,
favorite.
who
Meowth
do-
is my
who do we
spirit
like
animal.
I think
more,
Politoed is the frog one.
Hmm.
Something like that.
Zigzagoon
Polly
or
Wills,
Bidoof? Who's the best of those two?
Let me remind
How
myself.
are we here? What?
Zigzagoon and
Or
yeah, that's the one I
Bidoof.
remember. And Bidoof.
Yeah, BID.
Oh, that's
yeah,
a tough one.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
both really
that's
shit.
a tough.
It's hard to
I'm
choose.
gonna. Whoa, whoa.
So like
Whoa.
I'm just gonna say Zigzagoon. I would say it's pretty obviously the one I like more than
I really like Zigzagoon. Bidoof's a little goober. I love him. He's a goofball. But Zigzagoon's pretty great. So I'm gonna go with I like Zigzagoon.
Yeah.
You just
Anyway,
pick 'em up and cuddle 'em. So Harry
also-
Potter. Back to Harry
also
Potter. So
right, back to Harry Potter. Yeah, I was going to mention that someone said
time
it was from
travel.
the Aramaic, is why it apparently translates from "destroy them" or something. Avada Kedavra. That's where it's from. Though I still would have
that's
recommended
interesting.
against it because it sounds
Which
too
is
much like
strange.
abracadabra.
So they based Aramaic off of the Pokemon.
Yes,
It's
I-
strange
it's
because
weird, I
many
thought
of
it
the
was older,
spells
but-
are based on Latin.
interesting, cool.
Yeah. It makes sense. It's kind of the go-to for old languages that people kind of, Leviosa.
Well, as I understand, the Romans were supposed to be foundational in setting to magic, and they learned it from the Atlanteans.
And they
Are
got
you
it from.
fucking around with me, or is this
Really?
actually in the books? Just so we're on the same page. I don't know if you're memeing or not. This is Harry Potter. You're gonna. Have to
I'm
be
half
real
and
with
half.
me.
As I understand, I believe the connection to Latin was in the books, but I don't know about Atlantis.
Oh, okay. You can't do this when we're talking about
Well, when
Harry
does-
Potter because we will.
Wait,
believe you.
did the
Just-
Atlanteans get it from Pokemon or did the Romans?
I assume it started with Pokemon because the Pokemon are of nature itself.
Yeah,
right? So everything.
we all know
came out from
that.
Well, Pokemon, the civilization in there is actually the pre-apocalypse civilization. I don't know if many people know that.
Hmm.
No, I didn't. Well, I didn't know we had a Pokehistorian here. But it's good. That's good.
You
That'll-
familiar
that'll
with the
combine
streamer
well with our Harry
Pokimane?
Potter
Or Pokemon? Do you know a lot about her if you're a Pokehistorian? No. All right.
I think the
She
best
has overpriced
Pokemon
cookies, doesn't
belongs
she?
to Arcanine.
Yes, she makes cookies.
Yeah. I think because we're up to March, Mando is next on our list.
Wait a minute. You forgot
Nice
an
segue.
incredible entry to the gaming world. I think.
Oh,
Atomic
well,
Heart.
Atomic Heart, baby.
Oh,
Yeah, by
crispy
Mundfish.
critters.
That was a
Crispy
strange
critters.
game.
Crispy critters.
What a
That
what
was
a
a weird
vidya.
one.
Yeah.
What
That
a
was a weird
strange
one.
boy. But
As I understand, it was lost in translation to English, wasn't it?
yes, it was.
Yeah, just
I don't know the
absolutely
specific
wacky
details, but
fucking
yeah,
story.
Yeah, that make no fucking sense.
But what an interesting first game for a company. I believe this is Mundfish's first game.
It
They
was
were working on it for years. It was actually a running joke in my E3 streams that we would joke about the Atomic Heart announcement that they would inevitably do and then not say when they were going to release the game.
it was clear from playing it the immense level of time and effort that went into it, but for focus would be the word you might say is lacking in the game.
Well, it's
And-
just
and
Common
polish.
industry
everything,
problem these days.
a whole
Yeah.
bunch of different mechanics, and instead of just like focusing on a very specific experience that they want to create.
There
Yeah,
was
But
definitely
what an
Think towards-
incredible aesthetic. I love the aesthetic.
Oh
of a lot
yeah,
of this
looked
stuff.
looked really good.
It's a very interesting game to look at and to see. It doesn't feel like it's anything else. But yeah, I'm very curious to see what their next game will be, because I think it was very successful. I think a lot of people were playing it, talking about it.
I honestly
I think
have
so,
no
yeah.
clue, but it did get talked about. We talked about it. It was
There's yeah, I saw a lot of the ladies around. A lot of people were loving them.
that's
Yeah, the
just
whole
some
Soviet futurism angle is really interesting to explore and see. And I didn't finish the game, but I did quite enjoy what I played, and I was laughing a lot. Like a lot of the dialogue and delivery is just batshit crazy.
Mhm.
I was just like, what is the next crazy, goofy thing that's gonna happen? Like that was keeping me
It
hooked.
definitely has a story that's too complex for its own good, because there's a lot
Right.
of different characters, and then there's like espionage and weird stuff like that with the government, and then there's
Mhm.
it's all, and then like people turned into goo and turned into other people, and the wristwatch is a guy and stuff like that, and it's all very strange. It needed a very simple story and simple premise.
Doesn't your hand betray you at the end?
Yeah, because he's actually a dude. He's
course,
a guy.
Yeah.
Evil hand,
It's like a Evil
Very
Dead.
very strange.
which I think is the same thing that happens like in Forspoken. I think the hand betrays you there as well.
Isn't there a
Why do my
big
body parts start betraying me? Quit.
Damn it!
It was a big old sequence that referenced Rapture as well in Atomic Heart, right? Because
Oh, you were
shot.
so disappointed. I remember. I
Yeah.
watched you while you were playing that
Rapture.
part.
Dude, Rapture's so cool, man.
It's like a rapture. It's like fuck off.
oh god, yeah. Atomic Heart pissed me off quite a bit in many places. There's a lot of things to appreciate as well, though. It's just that
I really
those
liked.
influences
probably-
are so clear. The Bioshock
Yeah.
and everything else.
I wish it had more replay value because there's probably a lot of fun builds you could do and fuck around with. But there's so many times where you just need to walk to the other place and you
Yeah,
kind of
this-
don't want to fight everything over and over again.
Too much
There's
tedium.
like a
It
there's
definitely
a
has that like a grand idea with a
Mm.
first time execution kind of vibe to it.
Yeah.
But like I said, I wonder what the good version of this game is. An incredible game, but
yeah.
Yeah,
My
they
fa-
they
my
need to
favorite
get better.
part in the game was towards the end when you just run through like multiple rooms and just start killing lots and lots of things. Like the crazy metal music kicks in. It's like super
Yeah.
cool. It's like, oh, that was awesome. Then it stops and just goes back to. And I was like, no, go back to that. That was awesome. I could use all my abilities. I could use all my guns, and I could throw shit against walls. It was like,
Oh yeah, some of the
that's
powers were
really
super
fun.
cool.
I suppose that's the sad part about it, is that all of the best stuff, if you put it all together, you'd probably be really fondly remembering this game, but it's packed in
Yeah.
between loads of long and oftentimes meh stuff. It's like
Yeah,
I
a
said,
lot
a
of
focus
story
thing.
dumps and
Like,
things that.
this feels like the game equivalent of when a lot of people say, like, whenever you finish a script, that if you were forced to cut 20% of it, it might end up just becoming stronger because you've actually cut the least useful stuff as far as you're concerned, which, because it's your thing, it's actually kind of useless stuff to most people. Because, like, you value all the stuff you put in, of course, but it's like an interesting little rule of thumb, and that this game could stand to lose a lot of its content. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't need to be here.
Mm.
But refinement and stuff. But yeah, like I said, it's very clear that people who worked on it really gave a lot of time and effort to it.
Yeah, they gave
Oh yeah,
no
just
shits, and it shows.
seeing it in chat. That's like the whole rabbit part when you're dreaming or something while you go crazy or whatever it was.
Yeah, that was fucking weird.
That was
Jeez.
And
that
don't
was
forget
weird.
the rapey fridge.
Oh yeah,
Nora. Yeah, I will
That's-
say
Nora, yeah.
probably among the best
Fridges
shop
you've ever
music in
seen?
a video game.
What do you mean for like
One of
the
my
UI
favorite
or
little-
the fact that she wants to
Sorry.
rape you?
No, the menu music for the
The music,
for the
right?
shop.
Oh,
good
Yeah,
music,
very
yeah.
good. Yeah, good music.
I like that you would go into save rooms and see a little snippet of a cartoon on the TV. It's a bit between a wolf and it's like a Tom and Jerry sort of thing, but it was a wolf and something. And I
Hmm.
felt like
What a
every
good
little
time,
piece
right?
was like a little allegory for something. Maybe even if it was just on like a surface level, but like it's like, is this trying to tell me something about the world that everybody inhabits here? Like, I just thought that was such a charming little thing in those
reminds
save
me of-
rooms. And
It
Sorry,
reminds
go
me a
ahead.
bit, and I don't know if anybody else has played it, the game Singularity, which
Yeah.
had a similar uh, Soviet futurism aesthetic.
Bit of time control in
Mhm.
that, right?
Yes, you can change the timeline, and then you end up fucking it up where the Soviets are the dominant world power.
I just remember cool things like this door is locked, and you can age the lock so hard that it breaks. Stuff like this, little interactions like that. Oh well, Atomic Heart. That's probably all that we have to
Mando,
say
right?
about it. Yes, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh wow, awful.
Mando season 3, yeah, the thing that kind of changed Mando's reputation forever, because a lot of people
Yes,
were
thank
very
God.
positive about
Always
Mando.
bad.
Really?
It was always bad, though.
bad.
I still want the caveat in that season 3 is clearly the worst out of the 3 Mando seasons.
I would
By a
agree.
long way.
Yes, it's all bad, but season 3 is particularly memorably bad.
Yeah, what was quite
I would've
striking is the comparisons of cinematography between 3 and 1. 3 was so
One has
hastily
incredible
shot.
production values. 3
Yeah.
looks like all the other crappy Disney Star Wars shows.
Yeah.
I would have suspected that the second season would have knocked people people
You
off the
think?
wagon. It certainly
yeah.
You would think
kicked
that.
me off.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah,
Well,
you-
so yeah, with us, right? We watched season 1 and we were distinctly disappointed before we hit the halfway mark, and then by the time we hit the finale, everything is hyper retarded. A lot of people like to not think about it, but that finale, the 2-part finale, none of it makes any sense. Like the Empire are
Yes.
hyper stupid, and they established
still
that
like
the
it as
Empire
a-
can't shoot straight, which sucks.
I like it as a schlocky kind of space western. But I do agree that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And then they took away kind of the schlock element in season 2.
Season 2 was clearly the Age of Ultron of Disney's products, where they were
Yeah.
like, we need to use what we have to launch other things. And launch they did. We
Well,
ended
that
up
went
with...
so very well. The Book of Boba Fett.
Everyone
Because
loved the
of
Book of Boba
The
Fett.
helmet that
That's
launched
great.
1,000 ships.
Everyone
And
loved
Book of
Ahsoka,
Boba
of
Fett
course.
is integral to understanding the beginning of Mando season 3, since that's when most of the important stuff happens. Not that anybody
It
watched
actually,
it.
it's funny because
really
it
is.
is. Otherwise, you'd be
Well,
like, wait, why is Baby Yoda back?
We've talked about how this
Luke
before,
didn't
but it's
abandon him,
still
did he?
the funniest shit
Mm.
that they were obviously making season 3 of Mando. Something went wrong, and they stopped. From rumors that we've gathered, it's something to do with Pedro Pascal and negotiating his role going forward because he didn't want to be in it anymore in the suit. And so then they rushed Book of Boba Fett to have something to release, and then they shoved what they'd had of Mandalorian into Book of Boba Fett to flesh it out a bit. Even though, what did that end up with? Was it 7 episodes?
7.
That's-
But two
Yeah,
of them
not
were-
much.
two of them-
And they are not a very thick 7 episodes.
No.
Well,
Like, just the fact that 2 episodes of Book of Boba Fett are just Mando episodes that have way higher production value.
Well, and it's
than
an
Book of
actual...
Boba Fett.
There is a fact that across 2 episodes, Boba Fett doesn't speak a line, right?
No, he
'cause-
doesn't say anything in episodes 5 and 6, I don't believe.
So crazy. Primary character.
insane.
And he's even
And
talked
there's
about that
a
to
bit
Mura
when
Morrison,
he
that was
trips
really
balls off
sad.
of a nose lizard, and it's like,
Yep.
what is going on?
Oh,
and
no,
like,
That's how he had to get
he's-
his. That's how he had to get a stick from the magic tree so that it could get like carved into a beaten stick.
Yeah, and that was so incredibly important to everything.
Because
that
you know
happened
the savage barbarian slave tribe that they're really misunderstood and they're actually quite good people.
There was a lot of defense
Um,
for them at one point, which was nuts, because they're
That's kinda weird,
horrifying.
yeah.
They do a lot of really
Oh.
fucked up shit. And then, was it the bikers killed them, or someone else, and they framed the
episode-
bikers?
Oh yeah, that's right. The
Hard to
the
follow.
syndicate, right? The bad guys. What was that? Were they called the syndicate or something like that?
I
The,
think
you
so.
remember?
Yeah, it was a
Uh,
syndicate, I think.
Or something like that. Which lame name for yeah,
Of course.
yeah, but
Overused,
yeah, they did
yeah.
that. So like it means that Boba Fett just slaughtered a bunch of bikers who like had nothing to do with nothing to do with it, and then he doesn't really
Whoopsies.
He
think
doesn't care about that at
he
all.
doesn't care. But
He
he
cares
just
about
they-
as much as I don't know.
Bunch of
They had it
bikers.
common. They probably smelled bad or something.
And then he rode a Rancor.
They were mean to the people at the bar.
Yeah.
Rode a Rancor, and then that was that. And then the next one after that was good old Obi-Wan Kenobi, which really does feel like the turning point, doesn't
I
it?
feel like it's the worst of them all.
I
Yeah.
hate it the most. out of all of
Yeah,
them.
I hate it the
I hate
most.
it the most. Yeah.
But I feel like it was because Andor came afterward and was like kind of lost in its wake, in the wake of Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah,
The amount of
you know,
times
like,
he ran away and succeeded is baffling.
said it before and I'll say it again. If Andor came out just after Rogue One, everybody would probably have a really positive view of it. Be like, yeah, that Andor show was
Yeah.
cool. I think everyone would have had a lot more patience for it had it come out after Rogue One.
Yeah, I think so. Because after Obi-Wan Kenobi, and that being a massive disappointment, it's hard to convince the average viewer that it would be worth their while to watch
Yeah.
a show about one of the characters in a film that, let's be real, like a lot of people, I don't know how many people like remember a whole lot about Rogue One. It feels like it's kind
They
of
remember the
it's
last 20 minutes. and
Mainly,
yeah,
K2SO, and that's about
and
it.
K2SO. But then they made a really great show out of it. But it suffered in the wake of Obi-Wan Kenobi because that was like,
Yeah.
man, I can't imagine getting handed that's like a dream that you get to like tell essentially the middle chapter of Obi-Wan's life with all of the resources that you could ever want. You got John Williams to compose your theme for you, you know. You've got all the actors, you've got everything that you could need, and that's what they did.
Connecting story between the prequels and the OT. That's some meaningful.
Wasn't
Everybody-
McGregor
everybody
involved
wanted
in the production
I think he
or
was
whatever?
the producer. I think he was he was executive producer or something. He
Man.
was involved. Yeah.
That's sad.
I know, but it's just and it's like absolutely embarrassing. It's so bad, and I feel like, and then I guess Mando season 3 coming after all of that, has somehow managed to retain the perception of it was kind of like before the shittier Disney Star Wars shows, and then season 3 like just firmly established, oh well, yeah, that's not the case anymore. You don't even get better production values anymore. It's all just the
Yeah,
same sludge.
It's just clear that
Yeah.
all of their scheduling has caught up to them. They couldn't even make Mando season 3. Like the primary shows in theory movies, because all of them have been scuppered away. There's a couple that may make it, but we don't even know about them.
Well, I mean, I guess it seems like the one that has the best chance now is that Rey movie that they're trying to move as fast as possible on getting that one
Yeah,
started.
it's just a staggering amount of mismanagement,
It's insane.
misallocation of resources, and then having no interest or plan in absolutely anything that's happening with Star Wars other than merchandising it, get it on the shelf, whatever it is, as long as it looks recognizable.
Now
Yeah.
your boy Dave Filoni's in charge.
Yep.
God. Oh, don't remind
but
me.
you just want to make sure everyone understands Dave Filoni had a big old finger in the pie of Book of Boba Fett. Don't forget that.
He had it in all of these shows, except for Andor, the good
Yeah.
one. He wasn't-
Good one, yeah.
Yeah, the only
Yeah.
one he didn't touch
And
turned
then,
out to be the
of course,
really good one.
Ahsoka was absolutely embarrassing.
Piss.
That was
It was
an absolute
boring
free
piss.
project again, where he had all the money he could ever want, access to any characters he basically could ask for, and that's what he made. And now he's in charge.
Yeah, got him a
Yay!
promotion.
Been
Fantastic.
saying
work,
that a lot
Ahsoka.
lately.
But it's
Yep.
been interesting as well to note some of the way the excuse making has evolved a little bit, because Mando season 1 comes out and whatever its flaws was very popular, and that was around the time people saying, "Oh, Favreau and Filoni, they'll save
Yeah.
Star Wars."
You're the
It's definitely
dream
gonna happen."
team. They'll
Season
do it.
2
They'll
just
save
about
Star
keeps up
Wars.
that reputation. Season 3 comes out and it's gradually but quite quickly become known as a complete incompetent mess. And now you're starting to get people, certainly in my comment section, saying, "Well, that was because Filoni came in for Mando season 3 and he ruined it." And also
Wow.
KK, because she's the evil demon witch creature who just infests all bad things. She's the
That's true,
spirit of,
though.
of bad in art. So yeah, but like even things where there isn't that much evidence that she is involved, she is now blamed. for that as well. But you actually look at a lot of the plot lines for Mando season 3, and you find the whole Mandalorian Jerusalem thing is Jon Favreau exploring his own Jewish roots, which I think he said publicly. If anything, that's the storyline that's had the least outside interference. It was a passion project, or a way of
I don't
converting a
think
passion
the
project
Jews
into
deserve
story.
that kind of treatment. But
Well, no,
I mean,
it's
it's
the
not a stretch
worst
either,
worst
given
Jewish-related
the
disaster
lore.
since when. But yeah, it's
Oh,
a
no.
complete mess. But that's all Favreau. You can't keep saying, well, Favreau and
Yeah,
Filoni
yeah.
will save it, except where it goes wrong.
I think people like to think, they prefer to think in narratives and patterns. People don't like, I think, disparate information that almost paints a picture that's kind of confusing and unpredictable.
people don't like those inconsistent abilities that are just part of being
Yeah,
human.
because I think Zack Snyder kind of highlights this perfectly. You have we've only watched his stuff and been disappointed every time. I think a lot of people have been like, well, that one was okay. I kind of like the ideas here. I like what he says here. I don't like how he was treated on this. This one's all right. And then it's just like, have you seen Army of the Dead? And it's like, nope. You're like, oh yeah, because that would like fuck the whole thing up. But Rebel Moon, which we'll get to a bit later probably,
Rebel Moon.
it's it like collapsed and reversed the narrative. It seems like the efforts to paint the picture that he is an artist that should be given freedom and control and that he makes awesome stuff, it's all gone backwards. And I'd say that Dave Filoni is the one that happened to it sort of before and after and at the same time. He's been having this whole arc too, thoroughly respected and expected to make the good stuff, to now, especially after Ahsoka, and whatever he does next, because let's be honest, like us at EFAP don't have any faith in Filoni being able to tell great stories. We just don't.
No, absolutely
No, I
not.
think he's incapable.
and
I think he's actually incapable.
Like Rebel Moon, it's a bit of he's showing his ass because he can't show anything else, and so it's just a matter of time. You have to actually put something up eventually, and people are going to see it, and we know what you're capable of. Meanwhile, like if they said new Star Wars show coming from Mike Flanagan, we'd be like, oh shit. Okay, I wonder what that's going to look like. Because
yeah, instant watch. You have.
Well,
my
of course, we would still be worried that it is Disney that's breathing over his shoulder, right? But the point being,
and he's not the
Filoni,
kind of guy you hire if that's if that's.
I
What
don't
you're
think he
looking
would
to do.
want the job if that were the case, right? I think he really
Yeah,
likes
that's what I'm
the
saying.
control. Yeah,
That's part of what the interest is. Like they're willing to actually take a chance on letting a proper storyteller.
But it
do
doesn't
something
seem
with
like
Star Wars.
that's
Nope.
like the modus operandi, especially on Marvel stuff, but seemingly on Star Wars stuff too. Of get people who not going to really fight back against like whatever sort of mandates we have, or
or know how the
if we-
system works, know when they're not allowed to make their own
Yeah,
decisions,
so
know when
like
to shut up.
they're kind of so they're the director, but really we're the ones in charge. It's all our choices and
They're
all
the
our decisions.
redirector.
They're gonna do what
Well,
we-
I was going to say, I think the probably the peak example of this confusion would be Jon Favreau. There was a time where I think everyone agreed he was awesome. It's like he's making stuff that we like, and that Iron Man 2 or anything else you'd reference in that way, for whatever flaws it has, they're not his fault.
But then he started making the remakes.
Well, I was going to say, it makes sense. The picture is drawn, we get it. And so whatever we see from him next can fit into that picture, and it doesn't. And you're like, fuck, what? No, this doesn't. How did you make The Lion King? How are you talking about The Lion King and all the things you did in The Lion King as it's a monstrous? How is this possible? You're the guy who made Iron Man 1. You're the guy who made a movie about interference and like the destruction of artwork. How is this happening? And then he makes all this shit with the Star Wars shows, and you're like, what the? And so the brain struggles with this sort of thing. You have to paint a new picture. You just have no choice.
There'll be more of that coming, because I think Skeleton Crew and The Ark Collider due out this year, I think.
This year, yes.
And so there's an interview with Favreau and Filoni sitting down together, and Skeleton Crew is mentioned. And the problem's probably going to be that you've got simultaneously, you do have quite a strong studio lead in this matter in terms of, hiring people who won't ask too many questions. But the people at the top don't really have any vision for what they want to do, so nobody really knows what to ask questions about. So on Skeleton Crew, Favreau was talking about how, every episode can be completely different. We're bringing in so many different people to take this very different line, and all that really passes for Star Wars is that me, Dave, and Kathy sit down and we say, does it look like Star Wars? Yeah, it does. Then it's good. So we'll run with it. So Skeleton Crew could well be. Yeah, they said that Star Wars, as long as it has the Star Wars aesthetic, then this is going to work. As long as we all agree that it's got the Star Wars aesthetic. Like, that's not like a good sign, though, is it? Because what you really want is
don't you
that
want
there's a story.
Don't you like as an interview? Isn't like your first question after it's like, oh, but what about like the actual story in the?
No, because then you don't
episode?
get to come back. You don't get to come back and do another interview.
You know what's nuts?
Fine.
No.
There's only one Star Wars project that I consistently hear doesn't feel like Star Wars. It's Andor.
Andor.
Andor, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So
Which,
interesting that it's like,
man.
yeah, maybe we shouldn't fucking care if they nail the Star Wars feel if they're doing that every
Oh,
time with stuff that we all despise. Like,
That's what I'd say. They're ruining the feel. They're flanderizing what Star Wars is. It's like, well, yeah, as long as we got some stormtroopers, and we got blasters, and we got some
Yeah.
lightsabers, and some people
Remember,
wearing
lightsabers are
stuff,
fucking
and,
worthless now. You can get stabbed and you're fine.
yeah, it's
They've
true.
Took
done an
all the-
incredible job
took
at
all the
making
heft away.
lightsabers both in and out of universe
Yeah.
super shit. Like I never want to see another lightsaber again in my life.
Just
I mean,
crazy.
they can be
I've
really
had my
cool though. It's just
I don't know if it's possible.
Well, it's just
I
if,
don't know-
if
I don't know if
Andor
it can
has
be done.
if Andor has like one scene with a lightsaber, it's going to be way more impactful and meaningful than any of the stuff that Disney Star Wars has made. Because it's like you see it in the structure of Andor, like the way that they've broken it down into these sort of 4 major arcs that culminate in one big, I guess you call it action set piece. Each time it's like it's a more impactful set piece because they don't have 3 per episode. They have one big one after like 2.5 episodes of setup. And so imagine what it looks like of 2 seasons, and then you finally get like one scene with a lightsaber. That's going to be crazy.
Yeah, meanwhile, Dave Filoni's turning them into fucking helicopters. So
Yeah.
in that sense, it doesn't look
Oh.
like Star Wars, but only because Star Wars has
Imagine-
become beclowned.
imagine more people saw and knew that. Like the people that have like hyper respect for Filoni, it's like you'd have to just ignore it. Be like,
It's nothing new for Star Wars fans. We are fairly used to there being some elements of just really stupid detail in some ancillary stories. So
I think that's fair.
in a lot of
It's
ways, they see it as a feature.
just not, you don't have it you don't have it all the time. Just that. Because as someone just mentioned as well, it's like Andor is more like in line with Star Wars just for the fact they made the Empire competent and intimidated. It's like, I know, it's crazy
Yep.
to imagine
I'll say
that.
that
Yeah,
one
remember why
thing-
we wanted to stop them in the first place, guys?
Seriously, I think an easy way that Andor could help fix that perception is just have 1 or 2 of the characters be aliens. You know, it's one of the few things that I really take issue with is that there's not enough aliens in Andor. There should be like
Well, and-
1 or 2 characters at least.
I'm an advocate that we don't try to run away from references to Star Wars just out of the interest of not jangling keys. You have reason for a few
There's
people
a
to show up in
universe,
Andor, and
yeah.
that's okay. I'd be absolutely fine, if not ecstatic, to see it handled really well. I don't see why we can't have Tarkin show up, maybe just as a voice. You can at least have a reference there, but it's like, should we have Vader? It's like, well, at this point, probably, in terms of just trying to get the show a bit more help. But like, I have no reason to think that Gilroy wouldn't be able to implement Vader incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I've got enough confidence in him to have Vader arrive in some capacity, be in calls, have his hologram speaking to our Imperial lady character. I
And it
forget her name.
Goes without
But-
saying, implement them into the story, make them meaningful now. And I don't have to worry about that. Andor is so very carefully planned out script-wise that I wouldn't worry that we'd ever get like a Mandalorian season 3.
Yeah,
with,
I've got
And also-
confidence in him.
Production has been delayed again, so they're probably going to use that time to do more rewriting and revisions of the script.
Yay.
Genuinely, people telling me that is like bad news. I'm like, I do take that as good news. Let's just hope it's good news.
But yeah, Mando sucked.
Remember he
Yeah,
got
I agree.
yeah.
remember the video we covered that was using the fact
Mhm.
that Gilroy had to research through Wikipedia to get information on Star Wars as an insult?
Oh yeah, the guy who
No,
says yeah,
that's-
Andor isn't really Star Wars. Yeah, that guy.
Like,
Because
because
they
the
like
creator
Star
had
Wars,
to
man.
the creator had to Google things about what's in Star Wars. I was like, it's so fucking great that he's doing that. We absolutely want
Yeah.
people doing that. Are you
Means he gives
crazy?
a
Like,
shit.
do that.
Means he wants to be correct.
There's no way I wouldn't visit Wikipedia if I had to write a script for Star Wars, and I'm a pretty big
100%
Star Wars
would.
fan.
There's so much to consider. There's
Yeah.
so many things to look out. Look
Yeah,
at
I
after.
actually did look at Wikipedia when I was doing the Mando season 3 videos because there's bits in that where they reference the chain code, and the chain code is that thing that lets those really useful tracking fobs in season 1 work. That
We don't talk about those.
But then you look at what the chain code is. Is that actually like established? So I looked it up. There's like one paragraph on it on Wikipedia which says it's Empire tech, which means the chain codes were around at the time when the rebels were hiding from the Empire, which means that of course they
Yeah,
couldn't
'cause
possibly have
Favreau-
survived because yeah.
Favreau
Um,
decided that those are a thing now, and then fuck the world building implications of adding that to Star Wars.
Yeah, remember when Tarkin said, "Where is the hidden rebel base?" Oh, let's go and use the
Let's
tracking
just
fobs.
let's just use these tracking fobs, these
Mhm.
insanely overpowered ways to detect anyone in the galaxy and their
It makes
location.
it makes Mando way cooler when he uses a waypoint instead of actually. Oh,
Oh.
oh,
Uh-oh.
What?
There's nothing wrong with
I had
plus
a
markers.
weird fluke noise. Don't worry.
Okay.
That it's yeah, it's way cooler that he uses a waypoint instead of actually like tracking him down like a bounty hunter by asking questions and investigating and doing all those sorts of things.
It's the crappiest fucking thing ever. It goes beep, beep in a universe. Like, how are you figuring anything out with that? Like, it's even hot and
He's just gonna
cold.
walk up to every random person in the bar and press it to them to see if it beeps a little faster. Like,
That was definitely a like, it's sci-fi. Don't think about it. You're like, why? Like,
sci-fi should mean it should encourage me to think about it.
You'd think.
Oh.
I like, by the way, we
It's like
spent most of
someone
our
just
time.
looking at Google Maps constantly on their phone as they're like bumping into shit. 'Cause they're not, like I just pay attention. I just follow the beeps. That's all I'm doing.
Tracking
So-
fobs was
sorry,
my
I-
only real problem with season 1. Oh.
No,
Oh no, it's the horrific plot armor, insanely retarded characters, and awful plots as well. But yeah, they're under the umbrella, I guess.
Yes. But I was gonna say, it's funny that we spent all of our time talking about Mando season 3, not talking about Mando season 3.
Yeah,
Just
well-
all the stuff
Well, I
around
mean,
it.
what's
Because
to-
I was
oh,
actually
the
the point I wanted to
Mandalorians,
make was
they
that
suck
it
balls.
there's less to talk about in terms of the content of it, because everyone agrees it's shit. It's more so what it represents by coming out, which was the fall of like Filoni and Favreau's reputation. That's certainly the beginning of it, at least. Like not for us, but for everyone else. It's like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
Mandalorian's supposed to be
Really.
amazing. This isn't amazing at all. And then you combo it with Ahsoka. It's like a 1-2 punch of just wait a minute. There's nothing good from
also-
Disney Star Wars anymore. And it's
Wait
like,
a
oof.
second.
No, and it's important going forward as well because one of the planned 3 films is supposed to be the big wrap up Filoniverse film,
Ugh.
which is supposed to take the storylines of Ahsoka and of Mando and give them a big cinematic finale. But if Mando 3, which is still Mando is supposed to be Disney Plus's premiered Star Wars offering, if even that's now complete dog shit, and most people understand that that's the case, is there even going to be that film anymore? Like, can you possibly justify spending hundreds of billions of dollars on something no one will watch? Oh, yes, you can, because Ahsoka exists. But will they do it again? Maybe not.
I don't know.
Oh,
I'm not
that's a
sure.
maybe. If
don't
this
know.
was a couple years ago, I'd say yeah, of course they're making a season 2. But now I got my doubts.
We talked about
I
how
do
like
wonder.
go back to the 2000s and shows would get cancelled even if they were successful because like you have to be really strong. These days though, so I was talking about it with Mel, STD or Star Trek Discovery, it's on its 5th or 6th season or something. It's like
Season
nobody
5 is this year, and it's the last one.
absolutely fucking nuts. They got 5 seasons. It's like what
They're
the
not going to
hell?
7?
It's like one of those shows I hear the name of, like, wait, that's still going? I thought it was like a one-off season because I feel like no one is talking about that one. Like, not that I know of.
It's a stupid world we're in where so many TV shows get made and they get other seasons when it's just like there's no way this should be a positive investment. The gamble on this is
Hey, Halo
enormous.
season 2.
I
You know?
think it's
Velma
Sweet-
season 2.
Velma
I feel like
season 2.
there's,
Yeah.
I feel like Apple TV. There's like a lot of stuff on Apple TV that I hear about, but then I never hear about that get like multiple.
Well, they're going to hear
seasons.
about something from Apple TV in this episode.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Well, don't they get like contracted for multiple seasons of stuff? A
Sometimes.
lot of times as
Yeah,
well.
that's probably
Yeah.
why I feel like
Yeah.
this happens sometimes.
Well,
And then
Halo
the first
got
season
2
comes out and
seasons,
they're
for
like,
example,
fuck,
I
we
think.
bought how much of this?
Yeah.
Well,
And then you have Rick and Morty, because they had to make like 9 seasons. They
Yeah,
agreed
they got a
to.
9-season deal of
Yeah.
like 9
Well, remember
guaranteed seasons.
we talked about like a lot of people would consider it's like, yeah, well, it's a sure thing, right? That's why they put the money in. It's like it seems like it's more risky now than ever, like a secret invasion type thing. Imagine investing in something like that. I'd be like, this is a huge gamble. And you're like, how could it be a huge gamble? It's just, it is. Look at the landscape. You really want to make a really terrible TV show that everyone hates that's really expensive on a service that not enough people are engaging with, that's bleeding numbers constantly? I was just like, I don't know, probably shouldn't. Anyway,
That's
Mando
something
season
that
3, bad.
made like more sense. Like Star Trek Discovery is probably the good example of that because it really is the show from the early stages of streaming growth. So I think season 1 is a Netflix only thing, but when Paramount starts to create its own streaming service, it's willing to do battle with Netflix over taking Star Trek Discovery off of Netflix and having it exclusively on Paramount Plus. But the reason they're doing that is not because the show itself is any good; it's because it has Star Trek in the name. And so people will look at that and say, oh, look, that new streaming service has all the Star Trek things. I like Star Trek. I'm going to go check it out. And the hope is they'll subscribe and they'll stick around and find something else to watch except Star Trek Discovery. So the value in the property wasn't ever really the quality of the art, because it doesn't exist in Star Trek Discovery. It was all in the name recognition. But that's kind of we're beyond that point now. Paramount Plus is not doing particularly well anyway. The show is recognized to be shit, and Star Trek as a brand has kind of failed. And I think something similar is probably at play with Star Wars on Disney Plus and Marvel as well. There's a reason they've put all this money in. It's not to get the money back immediately. It's to get the subscribers in who, in theory, will bring the money in long term. But that's evidently not working out too well, because you actually need to support the content. You can't just say, hey, look, we've got all of these IPs, come watch them. If all of the IPs have just been reduced to dirt, what's the point in sticking around for that?
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, because some people mentioned, like, well, what about Arcane and Invincible? It's like, those are normal. Those are shows that people watched, enjoyed thoroughly, probably brought in a bunch of new subscribers,
And then
stimulated
after
hugely
they got
culturally.
new season,
Yeah, and then they get
afterward,
told.
they're like, oh, it's successful. Okay, you'll get a second season now.
And
we're seeing outside of their fandoms as well.
yeah, I mean, Arcane still has the struggle these days of people being like, that's the League of Legends show. Why would I watch a League of Legends show? It's like,
Stop, do it. We said the same thing.
Because it's really, really
You were wrong.
good.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's
And
amazing.
they released this teaser for season 2, and it's like, don't do that. We're so far away from season 2. Don't tease.
I didn't even click on it. I'm like, nope. I'm just it'll get here when it gets here.
I thought I wasn't going to click on it, but then I did. So
I won't be able to resist any and all teasers and trailers. I'll be
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna walk into that shit cold.
I can't walk into it cold. I know too much about the not only the lore it's going to be adapting from and the future of certain characters, but they're even Mel's mum in the show, the last, I forget her name, Ambassador Madada, I think is what she'd be called.
Yeah.
She's being added into
Oh,
LOL as a
yeah.
new character. It's like, oh, so she's going to be in season
Really?
2 then, big time.
Yep.
I expected.
Okay.
That's not a surprise to me. I'd be more surprised if she wasn't in season 2.
No, big time. Of course, she'll be in season 2, but she's going to be a significant character at this point if she's going to be a full-on character in League of Legends.
champion, yeah.
Yeah. No speculation on Arcane yet. Okay, it's too early, but I'd love to because it's exciting.
Mhm.
I was actually going to say, by the way, in the middle of our Mando coverage, we did a complete breakdown of Jurassic Park. That was fun.
That was very fun. It was a delight to watch that movie again
And
and see and
Mhm.
appreciate all that they did. That
Real
movie holds up.
we need to do it with more stuff, I think, with just the greats. Explain, because we have this problem of a lot of people saying, like, film is just as good as it always was. And it's like, oh, no. Like, we can go over how exactly. And someone again might be like, oh, so there's no good films. Like, no. Blockbuster, mainstream, plenty of millions of dollars put into it, and it was one of the, like, fucking most amazing films of its kind, and still is. Jurassic Park is still the best Jurassic film, and it's never going to be defeated by the looks of things.
Nope.
So,
No.
it is fun to do that. To look into the past and be like, all right, let's give it the old scrutinization. Because a lot of people do say, like, scrutinize any movie and it falls apart, and we're still the people who are like, nope. So scrutinize some of them and they get better.
That's not actually true. Interesting.
Hell yeah. I'm talking about, like, the animations being so important to making the dinosaurs viable, because they obviously will be limited somewhat by their time for fidelity, but that and Lord of the Rings just nailing their respective special effects and stuff. We mentioned a bit of Lord of the Rings the closer we get to the end of going through this year as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Mando Season 3 was really awful, and I can't help but think about the Lizzo and Jack Black episode as being the one where everyone was
You
like,
didn't love
that's
that?
it. It's not even
Christopher
about...
Lloyd was in that episode too. Don't forget him.
Not even about whether or not I liked her or anything. It's just that the whole world was like, fuck, it's over. It's all over.
Yeah.
It's, Lizzo's in Star Wars. It's all over.
And the thing is, it's not even the runaway worst episode, because like the Suddenly Pterodactyl one probably comes up pretty close in terms of
Ooh,
its
suddenly
like, quality.
Pterodactyl was really,
It was really funny, though.
Yeah.
Oh, do you remember as well? They keep adding new flashbacks that add absolutely nothing to the story of Order 66. They keep going back. They're like, look, Order 66. You're like, yeah? They're like, yeah, you like that.
Well, they've got the well of one emotionally resonant moment that they can draw upon that we haven't seen the full extent of. So
It's so
can always
cringe. They
keep
keep
dipping
showing
in, yeah.
Jedi getting killed and then Jedi that made it, and it's like, Baby Yoda got out because Jar Jar Binks saved her. You're like, I don't know
I'm
what that
convinced
means.
that Order 66 never actually happened.
it does diminish it if you increase
Absolutely.
the number of people who
Yeah,
survive.
the more
over
Jedi there are running around, the least impactful it is. It's almost like a really local event now that actually most of the Jedi just ran away from, or they weren't there at the time. But that's another of Filoni's problems. Is well, how do we
Yeah.
fix this new problem? There's another Jedi. They also survived Order 66, and if that
Well-
one didn't survive, we can go back into the world between worlds and pull them through time, so they're
Oh,
back as well.
stop.
It actually
No.
predates Disney too, because they were doing it with the Force Unleashed games. They kept introducing more and more Jedi who also survived.
I think back then it was more considered like tolerable, especially because it's all
Oh,
as
absolutely. But
mainstream. But yeah, the more you add, the more intolerable it gets. That the more you look to the better of like, why are we doing this? When was the last story they told that actually, stuck with me? Holy shit! Suggestion 66, as I would say.
Psyop 66.
Do you guys think Mando season 2 is worth checking out?
No,
No,
I don't
No.
think any of them
Terrible.
are worth checking out.
they're all
Mhm.
bad.
there are other shows you should spend your time on before them.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
I watched the first half of Mando season 1 and I tuned out just because, well, for one, it felt like there was no long-term narrative hook. And
Oh,
then
the
I,
good
The
old
most
days.
the most they imply is that there's going to be something to do with his like history. Where did he come from, and what's his ultimate value within the war that happened, and what's his deal with droids. All that stuff just petered out. Like it ran out of gas, and they just
Yeah.
right, yeah.
As
'Cause I was wondering,
inconsistent
like,
as it was, now it's
I was
just
wondering-
non-existent.
Maybe I'm not being fair to it, I just don't remember there being any kind of hook like
No,
that
yeah,
for me. And then
What
Once-
got people hooked, I think, was the fact that it sounded really interesting. I think on paper, in a office, if you said he's a victim of the Clone Wars, he didn't necessarily go for any side, but it was the droids, the CIS, that wiped out his family, and he was found by the Mandalorians. Like, that sounds... There's loads we can do with that. Holy shit. And the most we got, as of recent, I think, was the mechanic making fun of him for it. First you hate droids, and now you love them.
right,
Oh.
yeah.
Okay.
In season 1, as soon as I saw this pattern of like, they're on the run, Baby Yoda's kidnapped, Mando goes and saves him, he gets in trouble, Baby Yoda uses force powers to escape, and then they got to this planet, and then there's enemies coming, and it's like, oh, we're just doing this again. Like I felt like it was just gonna keep doing that over and over, and then I got the sense like we're just filling screen time here, I guess. Like I just, yeah,
It's
I
one of those
stopped caring
shows
at that
where a
point.
lot of things happen and nothing happens.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I think that's part of what killed it, too, is people were like, wow, 3 seasons. What did we do in total? It's like, found the baby. That's about it.
Went
Gave
for a
the baby away
swim.
and somehow it came back again.
Yeah, a lot of it is like the story progresses and then comes back. Story progresses, comes back. So there's really overall progress. Just doesn't feel it's been made at all. And it's funny
Even
because you'd be
the-
like,
the
"What? They
resolution.
reclaimed Mandalore," and you're like, "Okay."
Yeah.
I guess that
Which-
means somebody
which
just something
Somehow
or
never was
whatever.
checked before this time. They only now bother to
Again,
scan
it's the
atmosphere.
nature in which it occurs that makes it feel completely meaningless. It's so weird.
Right.
There's so many mechanics that don't work, and then the Empire led by Gus being wiped out 3 times is just getting boring. Like, here he comes again with a big old army. This one's even better than before.
Whoa.
And then they're all gone. You're like, yep, there you go.
But
remember-
Gatling Man died. That was sad.
First season, army of stormtroopers
Hey,
with a
his
bunch
name
of
is
special
Paz
troopers.
Vizsla.
Season
Oh,
2, army of robots, like with, what was it, the vibranium armor. And then season 3 was his Mandalorian stormtroopers that all had best. It's so tiring. It's all fucking
Poor guy
tiring.
can't get a break.
Yeah, and he can't ever win. And every time we meet him and Mando,
Oh, and
he's
remember
like,
all the
I hate you,
clones, too.
Mando. Fuck you. You get him in the way of my
Cloning
plans.
himself.
Yeah.
And even
the
like,
Force.
it doesn't fit with anything else either, because Moff Gideon's grand secret plan is that he's been taking the blood from Grogu to create Force-sensitive clones of himself, which kind of says, well, okay, so the Force is tied to your bloodline, then is it? And then Filoni comes along with Ahsoka and is like, no, you just have to train. Everyone can use it.
Yeah,
There's
everyone.
no point in having bloodlines.
I'm glad we're really learning a
using-
lot about the
Oh,
this
you've-
world building.
Definitely come to understand. It's like, man, I've never wanted to know absolutely fucking nothing about their opinions on how everything works in the Star Wars universe. Just don't. Just don't. Have your little Mando running around his spaceship shooting things. Fine. Remember the cope about his starship? This is actually the perfect starship.
No, it's not. When you
Oh
Fucking-
yeah,
that's
that
the
was
big ship
yeah,
first
that was
and
that
gets
cart Slatter.
destroyed.
Yeah,
then he
It's
gets a
actually this is
fighter.
perfect for him. Yeah.
It's
He
so
gets a
perfect that
fighter
when in
jet.
season 3, when he has to land on the planet and drop the astromech droid, they have to just cut the camera away because there's no way of getting the droid out from the ship.
And they
'Cause the
knew
engine's
that.
underneath. It's like, what?
Yeah,
Mando
but
season 1 starts with the show showing us that he transports the bounty
yep.
people, like
He had a mini
frozen-
cryo freezing chamber.
cryo freezing, yeah.
And he'd store his bounties in the holds.
stored
Yeah.
there. He has all kinds of stuff lying around and has sometimes
There's a
people on
toilet.
board. And I was
He
like,
did.
now we have this
He had a poop
one.
shoot.
Yeah, we
Like in
have.
Home Alone 2.
Yeah, now we have this little starfight, not even starfighter, a little fighter jet in space. Maybe
That would
you could-
legitimately be like I'm not that claustrophobic, but I'd be like, man, it's been days and I've been sitting in this. I have so
Yeah.
much shit in my pants right now, and I've peed many
Exactly.
times.
Do you make jokes about how the baby's just pooping, the whole
Just shitting
poop
everywhere.
slot just fills up with
The baby's
poop?
shitting everywhere. Oh my
Oh,
god.
God. I'm sorry,
Uh,
Grogu, I have to eject you.
And just poop goes into
He should
space.
though. The show would be better if he did that.
Yeah, but wasn't it funny when he ate all these endangered species eggs? That was really funny.
No, don't talk
That
about
was
the
weird.
abortion.
That was so weird. Yeah,
They thought
some.
that was so funny or something. He kept doing it.
Yeah.
Are we getting Mando season 4? Is that happening soon? Or...
I don't know. I actually don't know if that's on the
Don't-
cards.
Not soon, definitely not.
Not soon. I don't. Let me. Is it renewed for a 4th season? I don't know if it's got a 4th
If
season.
not that, then
like,
what
renewed.
would?
It's probably not about
Uh,
Mando then anymore.
Highly
it's about the
anticipated, but not
other lady then.
officially confirmed. Scripts have been completed with cast and crew. Simply awaiting the green light from Lucasfilm and Disney. Interesting.
Well, if it's not been greenlit, then it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah.
Because we're in.
They're probably
I
trying
don't-
to figure
I
out
don't
what
believe
the hell
it.
they're gonna do next.
I don't believe scripts
Exactly.
have been completed before they've even greenlit. It's like, you guys don't write scripts. You're lying to me.
I don't know
Yeah.
about that. Huh. Oh well. Uh-oh. Well,
Hmm.
sucks for them.
Season
I guess.
3's ending
It-
sets up major New Republic storylines for Season 4. Shut up.
That's it.
Probably
Yeah.
Sets
true.
up major New Republic storylines. My ass.
Oh, we can't wait to see this. What this article says is like, looking forward to seeing the Imperial Shadow Council be further fleshed out and Din Djarin hunting down their members. What are you talking about? Why would that even
when you-
happen?
Okay.
When you say further fleshed out, kind of implies they've been fleshed out.
Then they
at
haven't.
some-
Of
some
course.
level. They're not. Then.
God damn.
Oh, and they said it could very well coincide with Grand Admiral Thrawn's resurgence. I don't
Well,
even.
that's going to be the thing. They have to wait for that, right? It has to. Ahsoka season 2 has to come out, and then like if it does, assuming it does, Thrawn is back. Mando comes out of retirement, his latest retirement, and then rejoins the fray or something. Like, that's the logical way the plot would progress, but that does then require that you have to wait for Ahsoka.
By the way, that we should probably wait to talk about it later. But if Thrawn shows up again and he's a clown again, it's going to absolutely annihilate his reputation as a character.
Of course he's gonna be a clown again. Disney cannot write villains. They can't write anyone competent. Everyone in these Disney shows, it's the big common thread is that everyone's a retard.
Mhm.
Everyone's incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
These are all
First-
clown universes where everyone's a
First scene of
fool.
Ahsoka season 2 is that he accidentally hyperspaces back into a whale. And now that was all part of the plan. All part of the plan.
His head to be half blown off. By the way, he's just saying, "Wait, there's a way to spin this." Hang on.
Actually, this is a win.
I expect
Finally, my weight loss program kicked in.
No.
Yeah, that's the half update for Star Wars. We'll get to the other half near the end of the year.
Sure.
Well, so is next up would be Resident Evil 4, right? That was March.
Woo!
Well, in terms of how we covered stuff, I know we kind of mentioned it, but this is when we actually covered Shazam: Fury of the Gods.
Right.
What a
Yeah, I
fucking
mean, I got to talk
awesome
about it.
film
Yeah,
that I don't know if
fine.
anyone actually remembered the plot of it all or talked about it.
There was a dragon or something.
There was a dragon. There was a Lucy Liu as
Wait,
well.
did we already talk about this? Or
Did
Are
you
we
not
talking
hear what I
about
just
Flash?
said, or
no?
I said it was mentioned, but that we didn't actually talk about it being Shazam: Fury of the
Yeah.
Gods. It's like position in failing in DC and everything, but you know the actual film itself being. I mean, do you remember the Wonder Woman cameo? It was almost as funny as the one in the
Yeah,
Flash.
at the end. Yeah.
That's right.
Did she resurrect
Did Gal
Shazam?
Gadot
Somebody who
actually
resurrected
show up?
Shazam? I can't remember.
I think it was
Wonder
her.
That
I
was
think
her,
so.
right?
Yeah.
How did she do that? I've genuinely blocked that out of my mind.
Wonder Woman magic. I don't. I forgot. I
Wonder
don't
Woman
know.
magic.
What?
Yeah, well, the film itself was the plot line was the guy from the first one that definitely died is back, and
Oh,
the
yeah.
old wizard man, and the daughters of Atlas is what they were, the bad guys.
Yes. Yeah.
They were mad, and they were going to destroy the world somehow.
Yeah.
Shazam had to stop him with his Shazam family.
Powers, family power.
Rachel
His name
Zegler was
is
in it before we knew.
Shazamly.
Before we knew who Rachel Zegler was, she was one of the sisters in that. Isn't that crazy? She's pretty cringe, but in the film, she had like the powers to move the entire world at will, which caused problems, as you can imagine. Shazam died, and then they brought him back, and then he's not going to be in any more DC stuff. So it's like, don't worry, he's still with us.
Those like the weird things, like this is gonna be over. Instead of giving him this heroic death, it's just no, we're gonna bring him back. It's like, why? You're not gonna do anything anymore.
Well, yeah,
Just give him the
it's dead. It's
death.
over. It's all over. So it's awkward. And then yeah, the film was almost completely ignored by the very companies that were meant to promote it. They focused on the Flash instead, so they were just like, let Shazam die. It was never going to be successful, to the chagrin of good old Zachary Levi. Poor guy had to. I think didn't he put out a couple of cringe videos? One of them being like, "Go watch Shazam, don't watch John Wick instead," or something like that.
I mean, pick your poison at that point, right?
I mean,
Would you rather watch Shazam or John Wick?
I think John Wick's better than Shazam.
Probably, yeah.
There's some action in John Wick that's like, oh,
Uh-huh.
there you go. He shot his gun and bullets came out. That's pretty. That's
That works.
so
You can
yeah.
watch him fall down the stairs for 2 minutes. That's funny.
You will
I mean,
believe what
amazing.
happens
It's
in
the
John
best
Wick
action
4.
scene I've ever seen in my
Shoots
life.
more bullets.
Correct. You won't believe it. It is unbelievable. As in, I cannot believe.
I can't believe that happens. Yeah.
It is uncredible.
Anyway,
You don't like his Kevlar weave suit?
well, funnily enough, as well, we
Whatever
could
the
say
fuck.
that John Wick 4 came out soon after. We covered that as well. Hyper
Did.
disappointing once again because it's the full-on sequelitis is set in for that franchise.
Oh yeah.
To the point where people forget that the first one was even remotely serious. Like, you know, like the franchise is this way and will always be this way. It's like I hate it when that happens. When enough entries come in, it's like I'm waiting for it to happen with Star Wars, where people forget the OT even existed. Hopefully that never happens, though, because the OT is so important culturally.
Speaking of forgetting things existed, there was another film that came out, I think, the same day as Shazam, 65. Anyone remember that film?
Oh, we
I didn't see it, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
we've covered 65. We're
eventually
getting
got
there.
around to
We
it.
still gotta
I think
talk about a few other
Wait,
things
were you
first, I
there?
guess. Yeah, Little Platoon was on the
you-
EFAP.
I think
That's,
you're on that
that's
one,
the
weren't
only
you?
reason
Yeah.
I remember that the film exists.
You're welcome.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll get to. We're doing our best to keep chronological. We're nailing it so far because
Yes, we're up to March and we're 3 hours in.
nailing it. Like I said, John Wick. I was gonna say is John Wick 4. There's
Yeah.
not much to say. You guys know how we feel about it. John Wick 3 and
he's-
2.
Yeah,
It's all the
There's
same.
more unlimited assassins, and people get excited to go after John Wick because there's more money now, even though it's just a lot of money. And they're like, yeah, now we're going after them. Then they all get killed. He gets run over by 17 cars and then falls down some stairs. Has like 4 minutes to go up, but takes 7,
Then he
but
gets
still
shot
makes
some
it.
more,
And then gets shot, and this time he's dead for realsies.
Yeah, he
I
dies like
promise.
5 times in that film, and then doesn't die because they need more films.
And then he gets shot.
That was a little like hyper cringe to me that they didn't want to confirm a John Wick 5 until it made enough money that they were like, yes. And it's like, oh, so is he dead? It's like, no. We'll just wait a sec, and yeah, he's not dead. Because
Yeah.
people considered it a huge spoiler to announce that he was supposed to be dead at the end of the film, but I was just like, he's not going to die. Why would he
If they
die?
want him back, they're just gonna bring him back.
And
They're
maybe
like,
he'll come
"Oh,
back."
Bobby."
films have been gradually making more and more and more and more and more money, and when that happens, you have a million fucking sequels. They'll keep making them until they stop making money. And they'll keep getting to exist in this fun world where they get regarded as being way better than they are. Not just regarded as like, oh, well, they're, fun action movies, but they're stupid, but regarded as being genuinely quality and that they
Mhm.
have, like, stories worth telling. Fucking annoying.
Yeah, like if you do a really good finale to something, obviously it's gonna make a shit ton of money, but it's like it's the end, right? But the executives aren't gonna see it that way. So where's the next one? Like, so you need to have like
He's dead,
creators
sir.
who are
John
willing
Wick's
to put
dead,
their
sir.
foot down. They're like,
Bring
no,
him back.
the story's done now. Okay,
Yeah.
like we're not doing any more. Like there needs to be more of that. Like creators.
Oh,
saying
it'd be
no.
awesome if there was, man. There really would be. Because I was actually going to say, I worry for Extraction. It would have like the same trajectory,
yeah.
but 2 has managed to maintain
Luckily,
the serious
yeah.
tone for a little longer
Which
and
John
taking
Wick
things.
2 failed to
Oh yeah, yeah.
make
Because
all the
Extraction is
Extraction,
better consistent quality than John Wick.
but I would say
easily
it
now.
has gotten more ridiculous. It's like still in control, and hopefully Extraction 3, because I don't see why they wouldn't make 10 of these fucking movies at this point. I'm hoping that Chris Hemsworth can even be a guiding hand in terms of like, don't let us Thor this. Let us please.
Yes,
keep
I,
That would
this
be
this
serious.
is a
nice, yeah.
serious thing. We need to keep this. You know, we can't go ridiculous because I've been to those deep dark places.
Yes.
Extraction 2 felt like sort of like a mostly appropriate ramping up of things.
Yeah.
It's the next step after this that concerns me because I
Yeah.
feel like we've gone about as big as we need to go.
Yeah.
Remember the
the,
opening
level.
prison scene? That was fucking amazing.
The
I
the
love
action
that.
in
It was
Extraction
great.
2 is phenomenal. There's a couple of times, and some people mentioned in chat which ones they are, so where you're like, "Ooh, okay, calm down, just like this is getting a little silly. Just come back to reality. We're all right."
Go see Extraction 2. It's good.
Hell yeah, easy recommendation. We didn't cover that, but we did mention very, very strong. Check it out, good stuff. Which yeah, I think takes us to RE4 remake.
That was
Yay!
awesome.
Yo.
We played the fuck out of that game, dude.
It was pretty cool. It's
My
pretty cool.
favorite game this year. Yeah.
Very, very ecstatically happy as a long-time Resident Evil 4 fan. After you play that game about 1,000 times and then you play the remake, you can do a hell of a lot of appreciating about all the references and how they've changed things and updated everything. But as we said, as a stark difference to Dead Space, these two games coexist. This is two very different
Yeah.
experiences.
Too different.
I'll
Yeah.
happily play the
This is
original
not a
one and
replacement for
the
the original.
remaster. Yeah.
Do
Especially-
you prefer well, you go ahead, Metal.
I just want to say, especially the aiming works very differently.
Mhm.
And I think I actually enjoy the one in the first one better because it's more consistent and reliable.
Yes.
Yeah,
we
we had a
did
whole
lot
rant
of
about that.
weird... Yeah, I mean, we did a whole... I mean, you made the whole challenge thing going on, doing the two dudes, the chainsaw dudes in the beginning,
Yeah.
on super hard difficulty. So you just get all the resources. And the amount of RNG you encounter in that place alone, when you do the same thing over and over again, there's this one villager you can shoot. Sometimes you kill him in 2 shots, sometimes 3, sometimes 5. Sometimes he staggers, sometimes he doesn't. And you can't do the whole shoot him in the leg and kick him away. That doesn't work as consistently anymore.
Yeah, because it's there's a bit of RNG, so yeah.
Because you're so used from the original ones, like shoot him in the leg, kick him away. Preferably there's like 5 zombies around me or villagers. And I kick them all, and it's like, yeah, and I can get free damage with my knife. But no, knives are now with they can break. And you have to repair them or find new ones. It's like it's very different experiences. And they're both fun. They're both very fun.
Well, they're both fun. Like the Resident Evil 4 remake is good, but I feel like it's the things like that. Like there's no laser sight aiming for. It's only for like 1 or 2 guns that you can have the laser sight for, which is I think already a big misstep.
And one of them is a pre-order gun, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, there was that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had loads of conversations about like the red dot sights and the.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, they don't. We kind of like lucky to get what we got in the original Resident Evil 4 for how consistent they make everything, because I think a lot of games think that you don't want it to be too consistent because it's too easy to exploit. You'd be like, oh no, we don't want to make it so that you always know exactly when all the enemy's weaknesses show up and when they're all easy to do this, that, and the other thing with. And it's like, no, we actually really love that though. Like
Yeah, that means that I'm learning the game systems and I'm improving. Like this is what you want to have happen. The fact that I'm a god at the first Resident Evil is the result of a lot of experience and time with the game and learning about the mechanics and giving a shit.
And something we only realized later on is it's either to pre-order the deluxe edition gives you more resources and you can't turn it off. You remember that, Mupley?
Yeah.
You have more dangly bits on trees and stuff, and you can shoot them down. You get more resources, and you can't
in
turn
the
it
game,
off.
more resources spawn?
Yes.
Oh shit. I must have forgotten about you guys talking about that. Jeez. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying. I mean, it's nice to have if you have it, but if you don't, I didn't know about this.
I've never known about that happening in a game before. Where like normally you just get like a little goodie bag at the beginning. There you go, or it deposits some cash into your account.
You
It's
get
not
a
like
very
in
good.
the game more stuff spawns.
You get a very good shotgun with the deluxe edition as well.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, the little
Very
bitty one that takes up.
compact. There is a lot of damage. It's very, very good.
So yeah, there's a lot of choices. We were like, "Why'd you do that? Boo!" But then there was a hell of a
Yeah.
lot of choices. We were like, "Oh, this is fucking cool."
Exactly.
Yeah, the it's weird that they did a cool little thing with the rewards from the shooting gallery, giving your character bonuses. It's like, oh, this is a cool idea, and then you're like, oh, but they're
Oh,
horrifically
no,
unbalanced
yeah.
and they're
Completely
RNG.
RNG.
Yeah, so I was like, oh man, you tried.
Some that are exceptionally good that change your actual like gameplay
Yeah.
almost, and then some that don't matter at all.
Some are useless and some are broken. So
Mhm.
yeah.
The pre-order shotgun's laughably small too in terms of grid space,
Which
where it's
is
just
super
like,
important.
Come on,
Yeah,
guys.
changes everything.
Yeah. Right, like relative to the base shotgun that you just get in the game, like near the beginning, it's like way bigger.
And it stays reliable for a very long time in the
Yeah.
game as well. So it's kind of overpowered. Not kind of, it is
Yeah, it's-
overpowered.
It's literally 1x4 or 1x5. Like the fact that it's just occupies a single row is ridiculous.
Well, it was really neat.
Yeah, we
Absolutely.
bitch a little bit, but I think it's just because the game is so. It really is an amazing game. It looks great. It feels great to play. It has a lot of respect for the original game, but it's just those little things that kind of they disappoint us because of how good the rest of it is. Definitely recommend it. But I'll ask this. I think I asked everybody when we did our original EFAP. But do you prefer this or the Dead Space remake?
I can't remember what I would have said back then.
I can't remember
but
what I
right
said
now,
back
Yeah.
then
I don't
either.
know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what I would say. I really, really enjoyed both games.
I like
I
them both
definitely
too.
love them
I
both.
think
Yeah.
I prefer the Dead Space remake.
I want to say
I just
that
like-
myself.
I think. Oh, go ahead.
That I want to agree with that sentiment. Mainly, I think because of the fact of all the things we just highlighted. Meanwhile, the Dead Space remake, I can't remember taking issue with much.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to think about things I don't. I think our biggest complaints with it were some story and character changes.
Yeah.
The game's stories and characters, I think, are in general better, but there are some that just I don't think hit quite the same.
Yeah.
I think I
I
would
think-
want to more frequently replay Resident Evil 4, but with Dead
Yeah.
Space, it's like I want to forget about it for maybe a year or two, and then like go back to it and really savor the replay. Yeah, I don't really want to say which one I prefer over the other.
Yeah, fair. They're both.
Mhm.
I could totally reasonable choices.
Did you? I assume you did a video on it, Patrician.
On Resident Evil, no.
Resident Evil
I
4
did very
remake?
few videos this year.
Oh my god. How could you not? I just assume everybody's played and loved Resident Evil 4 and thus played the remake too.
What you have to understand is I checked out of like the AAA space in
Ah.
2016 and kind of just never checked back in. I don't really play that many AAA games anymore, especially remakes.
Yeah,
So
I know what you mean.
I heard it was
I'm-
I heard it was good, but it's a remake and I don't have a favorable opinion towards remaking games. So
We don't generally either, but these two are legitimately really good.
Surprised by
Really
them
good.
both.
Yeah, I would highly recommend both of these games.
Yeah. And it was so wild to get them so close together too. It's just like, damn.
That was strange. They make an excellent pair.
Both just awesome action horror from a bygone era.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't wait to see if they actually remake Resident Evil 5. That would be funny.
Hmm.
That is a
Sure.
landmine of a game in every way
They gotta-
possible. Mechanics,
They gotta
the co-op,
but Wesker
the
has
meta.
bring Chris. He has to.
This
And he
is
has
true.
to say complete global saturation.
Well, they won't have the voice actor anymore, right? They'll have to get the other
No.
guy.
Yeah, but you know what? It'd be funny to see another guy try and do the same line.
I think we'll be disappointed, probably. Especially if they go like
probably.
serious and he's like, Chris. And you're like,
No,
oh.
it can't be like that. It's gotta be. He's gonna be breaking his voice.
Chris!
I'm in a volcano, Chris.
Do you think they should preserve how over the top Wesker was in Resident Evil 5?
Yeah,
Yes.
I feel
Wesker,
like maybe
yes.
this is
yes.
Wesker,
Okay.
yes.
Absolutely,
they have
yes.
to. But hey, maybe like, well, it's funny. I haven't played Resident Evil 5. Like, I just really like
it's
the
an
memes.
experience. Yeah,
It's
very-
so fucking over the top. The end of that game is hilarious.
Love it.
That
There
part of
is-
me wants to
yeah.
see that remastered and have
What,
that
punching
be
a boulder
intact,
into the and then
Yeah.
blowing them up with multiple rocket launchers while he's
Yeah.
in the volcano.
Volcano, yeah.
They kept a
That's
couple of the
that's great.
absolutely absurd camp shit in the remake, so I hope they would be able to recognize
That's right.
the stuff that the fans absolutely want to see, you know? But,
I mean,
Yeah.
you probably get that impression with 4,
I mean, the
right?
cart
That
chase on
was
the Resident Evil 4
yeah.
Well, the-
remake, right?
the one thing they didn't keep that people were like, oh, was the Salazar statue.
Robot Salazar.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had one in there, but it was just a
Reference,
a
yeah.
prop map. Yeah, it wasn't, But they
Right.
kept they did a really cool version of the cart ride, so that was fun.
They did. It was really awesome.
Mm.
But
Well, I
was gonna say,
think they're actively remaking something, whether it's RE5 or Code Veronica or something. They are.
Honestly,
they got
the-
something cooking. I
the
think.
sad thing is, RE5 is a bit of a gamble remaking that one. There's so many things they're going to have to account for that's going to make
I
it...
don't know if I would. Yeah, I don't know if it
RE4
owes itself to a remaster that in the way that 4 does.
Yeah, RE4 is so straightforward to remake compared, because 5 is, you have a serious set of discussions for basically every element of whether or not you're keeping anything in that game.
Yeah,
I don't mean
remember
that
the
from a point of view
whole,
of good or
like,
bad.
Second half of that game is a minefield, and the third act is like it sucks. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be the whole Ouroboros stuff
Yeah.
and
But
Yeah,
Code
yeah,
Veronica X, sort of, like, I think from a Resident Evil standpoint, like, it's probably safer to
they,
remake that.
What if they remade Resident Evil 1 again, but
Yeah.
over the shoulder, third person?
I would really like
they've already
that
remade
personally.
it, right? Or they remastered it.
That's
or
what I'm
remade
saying.
it?
Remake it again, because they
this
did the
point,
remake. Was the same POV?
I would have thought
but
they wouldn't want to
new-
do that. Maybe.
I don't think they
Oh.
will.
No, I was floating it there.
I kind of want them to just maybe at this point, like I have confidence for you to make your own.
Well, I mean, I would prefer it if they made like new Resident Evil games with the over-the-shoulder thing than the first-person
Yeah,
ones.
I'd be
I'm
up for that.
fine with that.
I
'Cause we're
agree,
gonna be getting
absolutely.
Resident Evil-
Village.
Are we on 9 next?
Village sucked.
Yeah, 9 is next. And I want 9 to have over-the-shoulder. And give me Chris or Leon. Don't give me some fucking loser.
Ethan-
or
Ethan
Jill.
Winters, yeah.
He's dead. So he's dead and
Oh,
gone.
thank
so now
God.
they can
That won't stop him.
He went to the
They-
place
no,
where it's
they-
always very dark.
have it be like one of the lads. Chris, Leon, Jill,
Yeah.
Claire. One of those guys. Not fucking Ethan Winters.
I want to play as Salazar.
He's like Chucky.
Or maybe it should be that Wesker has survived and he has to claw his way out of the volcano and this is his spirit quest or something.
Yeah, he's like Boba Fett. He had to
Like
get out
Kratos
of
out of hell.
Oh, he has to find his way out of hell like
Oh
Kratos,
yeah, it's like a reverse Dante's Inferno.
have
The
Wesker
point is,
get
I've
out
got
of hell.
confidence in him. Like
Get him out of
Resident
there.
Village sucked. I hate Village. So I'm really hoping that these guys can try something new.
Well,
Yeah, that'd be nice.
that would then take us to Mario, Tetris, and 65.
Mario, I was about to say, yeah. Tetris, one of my favorite movies of the year. It's a really good movie. Really solid, easy, movie
we-
to recommend.
We could probably
Yes,
knock out
very easy
the
recommendation.
latter two much faster. Tetris was awesome. It was a really cool, unique movie. It's it's in the pantheon, I guess, of video game adaptations.
Adaptations, vaguely.
Sort of.
Kind of.
I've-
It's more of a
there are people.
historical.
There are people who
drama?
think of the Emoji Movie when you reference Tetris, and you're like, "Oh God, that's not at all the impression." No,
No,
Tetris
it's not like
old movie.
Pixels.
no, it's a
Yeah.
movie made by people who care. Don't you worry.
It is a good movie with a very interesting premise that's like a historical drama kind of not adventure, but it's an odd
A little bit of an
movie,
adventure.
but yeah, like
It's,
an
yeah.
adventure historical drama that's
It's
centered
just
around the history of Tetris.
It's a story that on its face should be like, huh, okay, because it's just how did they get the rights for Tetris for Game Boy? Like, that's basically like how they get the game rights for it. But then it's like, well, no, it's a story about like creativity and the idea of like that great art will invariably sort of break through any and all cultural political bounds. Like a great experience will reach everybody universally, and that it's important that the people who create these things get the attention and credit they deserve.
Yeah, the
and
human
then it
element
has-
behind the games that are iconic.
Yeah, it's really cool as a way of, and then having that frame through just what on its face would seem like a pretty boring story, but is made very entertaining and interesting through like its structure and a lot of the gags and jokes that it injects in there. It's a really fun movie. It's really good. That's like an easy recommend. One of my favorite movies of the year.
Yep.
Yeah, and to
Easy
what you guys are
recommendation.
saying, I feel like the term video game adaptation you can't really map on to that movie because
No,
I
it's
feel
more
like
like a
that term.
bio-
Yeah, I
there's
did
like,
throw up a
there's-
little when you said that, but carry on.
What? Why? We've
think,
had
like,
good video
the-
game adaptations.
I know, that's why I didn't throw up all the way.
Mhm.
We're cleansing ourselves.
like,
Tetris-
video
Tetris-
game adaptations.
Tetris
Nature's
helps the
healing
fight,
story,
okay?
And then a movie gets made about that story, but Tetris doesn't really have a story except for some Tetris like games on the N64
Yeah,
where they
you
actually
played
tried
all
to
the
put a story
versions.
mode in it.
Super Tetris
Yeah. It's like,
763.
oh, there's
where-
alien pieces that are
Yeah.
coming
Tetris
to like
Final Chapter Part
clear
3.
our
Yeah,
lines. We
that
gotta
was my
stop.
favorite.
That's why Rags referencing pixels is accurate. Like they could have done that. They could have made a really cringe, like, oh, the Tetris aliens are coming to get us. Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
I say that, but that's what they do.
They would do it.
Tetris
Or
aliens.
they like it's now I'm just thinking about the joke from Futurama of them building with Tetris. Like, no, wait, don't put that there. Drops the light and clears 4 players. Aw.
Yeah, all the like Space Invader shit in Futurama, right?
Oh yeah,
That
that
kind
was
of thing.
really funny.
You could see them making a
Yeah.
movie like that and be like,
Mhm.
Well, that would be okay because that was really funny. But then
Well,
they
I
made Pixel.
I was about to say, yeah,
What's
I'm also
that?
going for the pixel side of things, but yeah. But yeah,
yeah.
the reason I bring all of that up is to try and dispel any sense that Tetris is anything like any of that. It's like, no. You should check it out. Good movie.
No,
Don't get put
no,
off by
it's
anything
like
Tetris
like
is
that.
an actual movie with characters and emotion and a story.
And to be honest
And
with
a
you,
really cool thing
I would
to think.
expect it to not have done that well in terms of engagement, probably, unfortunately.
I think it's just a hard sell, you
Yeah.
know? Like, how do you convey what a Tetris movie is? Because I think if you say to somebody, yeah, it's a Tetris movie, I don't even know where they would begin, like, where their mind would first
Yeah.
go to is what that means.
Tetris
Not,
movie. Not even
and I think it would
possible.
be pretty far down the line of it's like the origin story of Tetris. That's what
Right.
it is.
Yeah.
The game in real life.
It's like the
Yeah.
oregano story. And I'm like, what do you
Really
mean?
good.
What?
And 65 was awful.
Ooh.
65. I forgot that we watched 65.
That's why I said
starring
it's-
Adam Driver.
Won't take long to talk about it. It was like one of the most forgettable and shittiest, awful movies ever. Never
You know what
watched
I
it.
remember about that
yeah,
movie?
It sucked totally. Yeah.
What?
Me seeing the trailer last year when I was over here.
Oh.
That's all I've seen of that movie.
It was just Adam Driver's gonna fight dinosaurs. He's like, okay. And then you
Oh.
watch and you're like,
They're not even
wow.
dinosaurs. They're like procedurally generated giant dinosaurs. And they stick the head of a T-Rex on the body of whatever the fuck, and that's a dinosaur. Like, they can't even be bothered to pick up like some kid's book and have an actual dinosaur in the film at any point. No.
Kids books, children's books have better stories than 65.
Oh yeah.
You know
Except
the
Harry Potter.
what's wacky is the girl in that film plays young Ahsoka in that episode of Ahsoka, and she's in the Barbie movie. She's
Oh, yeah,
she's in
Wait,
a couple of things all
really?
along. I'm pretty
So
sure that's
she's
the same
been
girl.
in- Okay, so she's been in nothing good.
I mean, I haven't
what-
checked her
the
whole
through line here.
IMDb, you know, but she's yeah, I was just like, oh shit, she popped up in all those things at once. Because yeah, 65 it's really hard to even tell you what happened in the film. I've forgotten the vast majority.
Adam Driver is delivering colonists to a faraway land in space,
And they crash
and
on Earth. And then you get a shot
inexplicably
in
he hits
space.
an asteroid field and
Yeah.
crashes on the dinosaur-infested ancient
But then
Earth.
they make sure they let you know 65 million years ago.
Oh.
a visitor
Earth.
landed on Earth.
Mordor.
And it just kept going. They kept adding more text.
they did.
The people who like this movie can't read. I don't know why they bothered.
Nobody liked it. Come on, there wasn't even one guy.
No one liked Adam Driver. Probably he's
Was that
not
even
ever
in-
going to talk about this movie.
Was that in cinemas or was that a Netflix thing?
It was in cinemas, I think, briefly.
Ooh, I
And
don't know.
failed at the box office.
Damn.
on Tetris, it's a really fun watch. If you know stuff about like video game history, like there's a
Nice
scene where
segue.
He goes to yeah. Sorry, I know we kind of moved on, but like
No,
like,
good.
it feels
Anything
like we're
with
talking about
65.
Tetris and 65 and kind of a lump here. So I was like, maybe
It's
we're
all
kind of
good.
still on
65
Tetris.
is a lump.
But I'm,
It's a lump on my brain.
but there's a scene in Tetris where he goes to Nintendo to talk about like putting it on the NES, and it's like through the discussion, one of them's like, "Well, Nintendo doesn't have a handheld yet," and a guy's like, "Follow me."
Yeah.
This underground lab with the
"Oh!"
DMG Game Boy, like it's some crazy contraption. I was just like, "This is so fucking cool!" Like I love that this is being turned into a movie. The development of something like this, like the original Game Boy, it's
Like,
it's
I
a
think
fun
it actually
watch
made a lot of
with-
sense for people who are not that familiar with video game history. The thing with Tetris is a really
Very
hard sell
accessible,
to
yeah.
anyone who doesn't know
Sure.
what it is, because like, as discussed, you can't say, well, it's not a game adaptation, so it's not obviously like falling blocks. It's the story of the history of a video game, and that, like, to normies or like normal people who don't play many games, like that's not the best sell. But actually, yeah, if you watch the film, even if you don't know anything about the history of the thing, the point of the film is in part to inform you of the history, but also you've got
Yes.
a passing familiarity with the Game Boy, and the film does a really good job just in that one quite comical shot, but of showing how big an achievement and a big game-breaking, to use a pun, thing this is. Even if you
Because
don't
everyone
know
in
much
the
of history.
thing treats it with immense reverence and like wonderment, you
Yeah.
know. So it's it goes back to the thing we've mentioned a lot on EFAP. If you have your characters in a story treat things seriously, then I, as an audience member, am like, oh, this is a thing to be taken seriously.
Yes, no matter how cool you think you are as a writer, okay? It's fine. Just
Grass.
grass.
Yes.
Which would then take us to talking about a big moment in culture for film and gaming, the Mario movie.
Mhm.
I still haven't seen that.
Loser.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's worth looking. It's worth watching.
I
Well,
was
so
about to watch it, but then I saw it wasn't out on Netflix, but I was too lazy to turn my VPN on, and then I went to bed.
I feel frequently compelled to keep mentioning that there could have been a better Mario movie than this. I feel compelled to keep
Absolutely.
mentioning that.
You'd feel compelled to
They
have the
could've
take
done it.
everyone has, or?
No, but just to like emphasize, it's like don't just
Please.
be like super. Well, no, it's just when you say like, oh yeah, no, I'd really recommend this. Like the big asterisk there is like, man, but if it wasn't like Illumination or something, if it was like, it could have been better.
Oh yeah,
than
the opportunity
it was.
costs on the Mario
Um,
movie are horrific, but I still think what we got was decent.
It
and
could have
I
been
enjoyed
worse.
It. Yeah, I was.
That's
it brought me
kind of
joy,
like the other
so.
thing to add to. It's
Yeah, I feel like that's the more radical point of view, is that everyone would have thought this would just be absolute shit, surely, or at least like, ugh. But we were relatively surprised they managed to get a couple things in there that we, especially Illumination, holy shit. But
yeah,
the nature
that
of
was the thing
the
that was working against it.
the nature of the investment in trying to keep it somewhat in a particular way from Nintendo or whoever else, and there was some jokes in there that we were like, oh, that was kind of funny.
Yeah,
This
no, I
is-
mean,
this
and
is
it's
surprising.
I was laughing a decent amount.
I
for
guess the
movie,
thing
yeah.
is that it's an easy film to point to. Of it hits a lot of the standard beats of Mario's going on like his sort of hero's journey, and his brother is in danger, and he's going to go rescue him. And both of them realize that they're better working together, that they both complement each other, and they can lean on each
Yeah.
other for support. And it's the Mario brothers, and they're bros, and they're gonna save the Mushroom Kingdom and become the heroes that they know that they can be, but the world doesn't expect them to be. It's pretty straightforward, but it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's
It's an
serviceable.
incredibly safe film,
Yes.
and
Mhm.
it strove to be safe, and it succeeded in being safe.
I agree.
And for that reason, it wasn't particularly objectionable. Like, I think I first watched it coming away thinking, yeah, like I would have really liked it to have been a bit more than that, but at least it hit the basics and it did a passable job. And like you said, there are some jokes in there that work, and some of the references, they're not just shoehorned in. A lot of them are, but
No.
not all of them are just shoehorned in.
I
Um,
will say I've never understood the criticism that the film got for like Easter eggs. That never made any sense to me. Like an R-wing sitting on Mario's TV, what does that like? How does that negatively affect the movie at all? That I can see an R-wing on there, or I can see
Yeah.
the Duck Hunt logo in the background, or
That's
I
perfectly
recognize
fine
a
as a-
musical cue.
Yeah.
What
that's
was
fine.
the criticism, that there was too much,
Oh,
or
people
the Easter
would
eggs that
say,
were there
like,
were
that
not related?
They were like, oh,
or-
they're more interested in making a film filled with Easter eggs and making a film, and it's like that's just I don't even understand like the nature of that argument. If you're like a normie who doesn't recognize any of these references, you're not gonna be like they're not gonna fuck with your experience of the film.
No.
You're just gonna see
Yeah.
things and you're just gonna gloss over them. Whereas somebody who knows will be like, oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, I recognize that. That's cool. And it's neat because there's a lot of
There's
like
a
a lot
lot,
of, and there's
and a lot
plenty
of
of
them are
deep
not what you'd
lore
expect.
references too. There are a lot
Yes.
of deep lore references that I really appreciate.
Well,
They
what's
had to do
funny,
some research.
I would format a criticism in the opposite direction, that for not having more confidence in themselves, in the content that they're using being Mario, they ended up cutting out original soundtrack pieces in favor of like more mainstream pop songs, which sucked.
The soundtrack was one of the most disappointing things about it. Yeah, like of all the brilliant music that you could have picked from, why did you have to do that?
Yeah,
the pop
that
songs
was really
were lame, and the
pop
stuff
songs
that they made was really good. But they
well, they had a
didn't
lot
have
of cool
it enough,
remixes.
and they
You
cut
know,
it out
they had cool remixes spanning across all of Mario's history, all the way from like Super Mario Brothers
They
to
had good
Mario Kart
orchestral
8.
stuff.
Yeah, it was cool. Like, when I'm seeing this Mario movie, I don't want to hear fucking pop music. I want to hear Rainbow Road. Well, they did play the Rainbow Road. I want to hear.
they did.
I want to hear
Yeah.
original tracks. You know,
Did a bunch of tracks, but
I don't want to hear original tracks. I want to hear remakes of the tracks that I like, but not pop
not
songs.
Take on Me.
Yeah. I hear that 7 times a day anyway. I really don't need to hear it. You know, it's a great song. I know. I'm fine. I got it.
Well, it's just Mario has such a diverse array of tracks, again, spanning across many. Because like Mario's had lots of genre changes, like just with each like generation. Super Mario Galaxy is hyper orchestral, and then when they moved into like 3D World of Mario Kart 8, you had like big band jazz fusion. Like there's a whole bunch of variety in terms of the music that's been created for Mario games. That basically like any tone that you could want for any given scene, there'll be a song that you can pick from Mario that you can use that will work. Like, why would you know, because, Take On Me when they show up in, like, Donkey Kong's...
That was so inappropriate.
From Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah.
Some from Donkey Kong Country.
I thought the reality was that they did have that, and then they switched them out. That's why it was even more clunky. I think that is what
happened,
yeah, they did.
They had orchestra for everything, but then they decided... Because I remember, because you look at the soundtrack, and it's like, oh, yeah, that wasn't in there. What the fuck? Like, you made it, and then you got rid of it. Why?
No.
Because that's what you're meant to do when you make these movies. You got to throw in some pop songs.
We can't expect Mario to sell.
Yeah.
We have to.
We can't expect Mario to carry
in there.
It might actually be like some kind of bean counting statistic of we'll get an extra 1% of the money overall if we put in the pop songs.
Maybe, but I mean, it just seems because this is like this. I believe second highest grossing film of the year, highest grossing video game adaptation ever by a considerable margin. Like it made more than twice as much money as Sonic 2. One of the most successful animated films of all time, biggest opening for an animated film of all time. It's Mario.
Very well animated.
It's
I really
a film.
enjoyed the animation itself.
Yeah.
And it's a film that we'll be able to look back after many years and be like, this is what changed a lot of things moving forward. A lot of projects are going to come from this now.
Yeah, that's sort of my concern about it, though, I guess, which is
that's fair.
It's such a safe film, made so much money. Are they going to make every subsequent NCU film as safe as they possibly can? Like,
probably.
Are you be as unimaginative when it comes to Zelda, for example?
Well, I gotta say
that's going to be much worse. I think.
I'm basically. It's kind of funny because I had the same thing happen with this film where I was expecting that I wasn't going to like it, and then I came out of it kind of liking it. I think the Zelda movie, I'm way less optimistic. Like,
I'm terrified.
The fact that the guy who's writing it has written so much shit. Like, it's over.
How does that happen? How does this guy get to write the Zelda movie?
What's really disappointing to me is that I don't see any reason at all why Zelda couldn't be a 3D animated film or a 2D animated film. Like, why wouldn't you do it? I mean, look at the art style that's been present at this point in Zelda for the last, 15 years. The style in, Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild.
We have a little mini short like Pixar beforehand that has the Wind Waker style.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I would if I could make a Zelda movie, which I probably wouldn't want to take on that task because I'm not as big a Zelda fan at all compared to Mario.
I'd have to take it out of that fucker's hands.
Well, yeah, that'd be that.
I'd have to jump on the grenade
if you told me,
everyone.
do you want to make it live action or animated? I'd say, come on, animated. Fuck
well, obviously animated. Obviously animated.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I imagine that wasn't even entertained. They'd be like, well, no, we're making a fucking Zelda movie. They're people. Essentially, they got the big elf ears, but they're human characters that aren't.
I don't know. Elves being people is not an opinion that is shared by everyone in EFAP.
The point being that they probably were there was probably never any world where it wasn't going to be live action, in much the same way that there probably was never a world where Mario didn't have celebrity voices.
Yeah. It's slightly a strange one, because if you look at the amount of praise that's heaped on something like that across the Spider-Verse and the Spider-Verse films more broadly, which for all of their narrative faults, the art style is almost uniformly recognized as quite well. It's distinctive for one thing, but it's generally well liked and well loved, and it doesn't seem to have harmed the thing that it's an animated rather than a
We already
live
talked
action
about
show.
Puss in Boots, you know.
Yeah.
No, I
It's,
mean, at this point,
yeah.
because I mean, you know, Across the Spider-Verse was more successful than the vast majority of superhero films that came out this year,
Yeah.
financially anyway. And I think that Zelda is another thing that at this point, like Breath of the Wild sold like 30 million copies. This is just another, you're guaranteed to make money. So
it's
what
a
are you
Zelda
afraid
movie.
of?
It's gonna clean up.
What are you afraid of? You know, just like, why would you be scared at all of its prospects of not making money? You'll make money. If you made it and you had like a trailer, I could just imagine a trailer. If you opened up and it was like 2D or 3D animated with like these gorgeous backgrounds that look like a watercolor painting, like that would instantly, it's like, oh dude, you've already won. You know, like you've already won. Everybody's gonna want to see that. But oh well. Yeah. On the Mario movie anyway, it's this feels like very much that, yeah, from this point onward, every video game adaptation is gonna be like absolutely trying to be emulating the visuals and the art direction of the games that they're adapting.
It
'Cause I can
it leans in
imagine art,
super
it's like-
hard, fully and
basically
completely
perfect.
committing to being a Mario movie.
Which was always wise because there's a
Exactly, just
preset audience ready for that exact kind of content.
Well, yeah,
the
I want to see
whole
Mario
idea.
who looks like Mario, and I want to see Donkey Kong who looks like Donkey Kong. I want to see the Mushroom Kingdom, and I want to see, you know, Peach's castle and it looks like the castle, nice and colorful and vibrant. And yeah, I mean, it's probably the best looking Illumination film. I think it's a lot more expensive than the average Illumination film.
I mean, it was a delight. It wasn't garish, but it was highly stylized and colorful.
Yeah, I
it
really
was
like the
really
way
nice
it
to
looks.
see. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of criticisms came out of it, but a lot of people seem to be praising everyone really liked the Mario and Luigi stuff.
Yes, that's the best part of the film. It's really good.
And even Seth
Well,
Rogen as Donkey
really good
Kong
might
wasn't
be
as cringe
exaggerating.
It was
as I thought it
fine.
would be.
No,
I think it was fun. He's no Jack
yeah,
Black.
Seth Rogen
but
Donkey Kong is you know, it's
it was
yeah.
alright.
Peach
Hmm.
was kind of lame though. She was a little bit
Peach
boring.
was-
Yeah, the sad fact of Peach is they did give him more
Oh,
character.
and Jack Black as
Anything,
Bowser
really.
was very entertaining.
He was,
Very
yeah.
fun.
Yeah. What they need
he's
to
a
do
gamer.
next time in the next game is it's got to be Mario and Bowser have to go on an adventure together to like Yoshi's Island or
Oh
something.
please, yes, pair
Yes.
them up so we can be yes.
You gotta have Mario, Yoshi, and Bowser going on an adventure together, a dynamic trio. Oh, and bring Luigi as well. Let them have an
Absolutely.
adventure together this time.
And Peach is mysteriously missing. Yay!
No, hey, look, right? You just give her more
Just fix her up.
material, give
Fix
her,
her up.
more of a character. But yeah, I imagine they're gonna keep making Mario. There's gonna be a sequel. There's surely gonna be
Yeah.
a fucking sequel at this point.
Oh, I
Absolutely.
can't imagine the absolutely insane level of plans they have for everything Nintendo after this.
Well, I got to imagine that at this point, every studio in Hollywood's like, "Hey, so can we get like Star Fox or can we get Kirby? Can we make
You
a
know-
Pokemon
Come
movie?"
on.
You know for a fact that Disney is like Andy at this point. It's like, I don't want to play with you with superheroes. They want video games at this point. It's
Yeah,
too
but
bad.
I don't know. Are they gonna get any? Are they?
That's the
gonna
thing.
keep-
They are poised in the worst position they've ever been in, almost for potential.
Well,
Disney.
'cause
Yeah.
The
Disney.
thing about
what are video
Nintendo
games?
is Nintendo was an incredibly successful. I'm pretty sure it is just like one of the most valuable companies in Japan. Nintendo at this point is I think they're like more financially successful at this point than they've ever been. The Switch is
I would
like
imagine
one of the
Switch
best selling video game
got-
consoles right now.
They got
And
many bangers on it.
the
in
big
terms
thing
of sales.
Nintendo's got that they have that Sony and Microsoft struggle with is that Nintendo has like an insane attach rate for their games. Like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has sold like 60 million copies. So like
That's a
everybody
lot.
who owns a Switch, 1 in 2 people own it. Compared to if you looked at like PlayStation, it's probably more like 1 in 10 or people like own any given Sony first party game. And that applies broadly, like, and every single game on the Switch, every franchise has had its best-selling entry on there. Zelda's best-selling entry is on Switch. Kirby's best-selling entry is on Switch. Best-selling iterations of Mario Kart, Pikmin, Animal Crossing. I imagine that all of those are on the cards at this point. And Nintendo, the big thing that they have is that they have the power to be very selective about where they give them. Unfortunately, with Zelda, I guess they convinced them that it would be a good idea to get the guy who wrote Tross to write it somehow.
How does that happen?
No, no.
He
Mm.
must have dirt on someone.
But
He must.
the
He's
point-
got
A series of bets
he
were lost.
blackmailed someone, or I don't know. It's Occam's razor. You know, it's like he must.
Look, as long as Link
But,
doesn't pick up the Master Sword and then unfurl a little ruler from underneath the bottom of it, which points in where to go, then we're on. That's an improvement on some of the past nonsense.
Oh, what a
I
landscape,
wonder,
eh?
'cause, what do you think's next? What do you think the next one they announce will be after Zelda?
Oh, for
What's the
Nintendo?
next? Yeah, what do you think is next? Like,
I mean, we
what's the
talked
most
about it before, but
likely?
like, Star Fox seems
Star
like it would
Fox
be
seems like
suitable.
a safe bet. Yeah.
Well, it's funny you say that because, like, on the video game front, Nintendo doesn't seem to want
Yeah.
to do much with Star
which
Fox.
is weird. You
Yeah.
think people would be chomping at the bit for it, and they
Mm.
are.
I'd say like that makes it much less likely to happen, though, right? Certainly, if they've gone for Mario because it is the most safe property you can possibly make money on, and Zelda's probably the second most safe one you can probably make money. If Nintendo hasn't been putting Star Fox front and center for years at this point, it's not quite got any. But I'd say not quite. It's not got anything like the same level of cultural familiarity as the preceding. So whether they would jump for that as their second or third installment in the NCU, I doubt.
I'm not. Yeah, because I feel like Kirby would be a safer bet, like financially as a prospect.
This is the thing. There's a couple answers to the question when you think of different priorities. It's like, it will be next based on the most like engaged with a money-making franchise in Nintendo. It's like that'll have a definitive answer.
Well,
rather than
Animal
opinions.
Crossing might be the next one in that case.
Yeah.
Ooh, like an
Yeah.
Animal Crossing movie.
Then it's like, what one would it be based on most suitable to be adapted to a film? It's like, well,
It'd be more like Star Fox. The thing is, Metroid is oddly, even though the games themselves as like direct adaptations, doesn't make as much sense to me because of their their structure. But as an IP, like Metroid seems pretty viable. But again, I would want that to be animated probably, and they're not going to do
Yes,
that. So
please. That's
They
what they
won't,
need to
no.
do. Is they need to have
They
these
won't.
be animated and stylized because that's
They
what
won't.
people have fallen
then
in love with. Don't change it.
perhaps the most interesting question of us: what one do we want to see the most adapted into a film?
Is the asterisk that it will be good?
Yeah.
If it will be good, then it would be Metroid.
Yeah.
Am I too greedy
That's,
to say Super Smash Bros?
I want, that
That's
was
not-
going to be
you're
my
not allowed
question.
to.
Like, are we going to get the Smash
Yeah,
Brothers
that's not
Avengers style
allowed.
crossover movie? Is
I
that
have to
going be a
assume
thing?
yes. I mean,
But what does that look like when it's split across? Because Universal is doing Mario, Sony is doing Zelda. I don't
Oh,
know
yeah.
what kind of cross studio collaboration you'd be able to, unless they had deals where Nintendo like gets to make that call of like, oh, one studio will make it, and then they get all the money. And
So
we
you couldn't
get
have
half the
live
money
action
anyway.
Link next to CG Mario either, could you? Really? That would be difficult.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
well, to be
That might
fair,
look a bit weird.
even in the world of the games, you have many links from different styles that
Yeah,
coexist
so you can
in
pull
the
a link
world of
from a
Smash
different
Brothers.
universe or timeline.
Yeah, like honestly, they
Oh
could
my
maybe
God.
pull off some stuff, but yeah, whether or not what I would want to see is just all the characters taken care of well in a story that's really interesting, obviously. But to an
Mhm.
extent, I'd like to see every one of them get that treatment. But which one do you want the most? Like, I don't know.
Tough to say. I mean, Metroid is a really strong pick.
I think
would
if you were
really like
adapting
a cool
Metroid,
Star
you might
Fox movie.
want to make. I feel like Metroid and Star Fox could have a really cool crossover as well.
I think
Well,
so.
what
Yeah,
I'd want to
sci-fi
see with like
kinda,
Star Fox is I'd like to have like wouldn't it be cool if you had like and it was animated but it was still trying to emulate like so you have like the cockpit camera and you have like these really tight sort of shots of just like them whizzing by as explosions are glancing off the like the R-wings as they were getting into all of these crazy dogfights. It's like that sounds cool as shit. I would really like to see that, like with like the Top Gun kind of like cinematography, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Top
that'd be
Gun, right? It's
awesome.
like it's the most immediately
Yeah.
filmic one that comes to mind.
Yeah.
That and Metroid, I would say you could like easily make movies out of those.
And we could do our lighthearted fun, like Pikmin stuff. Of course, Animal Crossing would be really cheery.
Here's the problem though, Rags. A Pikmin movie would be really cool if like you didn't have any characters talking. It was just Olimar interacting with Pikmin,
Which
but
they
there's
won't
no
do.
like that, which they won't do. They got
Chris
talk.
Pratt
They
will be
gotta
the
have-
voice of
Chris
Olimar.
Pratt is gonna be Olimar, yeah. Chris
Chris
Pratt,
Pratt
yeah.
is Olimar and all the
And all the
Pikmin. He's
in
Garfield.
regard
Yeah.
regard to Super Smash Brothers, that feels like Nintendo's Infinity War, and the Mario movie to me feels like their Iron Man, where like this feels
Kind of, I
like
know
the
what you
start
mean,
of
yeah.
a huge thing. And so before they do a Smash Brothers thing, it would make sense for them financially to sort of pace it out with a few individual.
Let me introduce you
properties
to a little
first,
company
like we're
called
talking
DC,
about, like
okay?
Star Fox. Yeah.
Who-
Well, they blew
Yes.
their
The
load
next
too
movie,
quickly.
the
They
next
tried
movie
to
is
they tried
it's
to
called
get to that
Mario
Infinity War
versus
step.
Link:
Well,
Dawn
what-
of Justice.
What's funny is if they did a sequel to Mario and it was a Smash Brothers type situation, it probably would make a shit ton of money though.
Mhm.
They could
Right.
skip, like, if they wanted to, because they've got so much goodwill from, you know, there's kids, millions of people throughout the world who absolutely adore this shit. You know, the Mario movie could have been, like, significantly worse and probably would have made a shit ton of money no matter what.
Mhm.
Right.
Oh yeah, I think so. But the fact that it was well received, it's like, you know, it's cashing that check for the future.
Yeah. But you're right, all the prep they take to build up the universe nice and slowly, and you'll make them more money in the long run.
I think
Probably
It'll be
so,
more
yeah.
profitable if they pace it out with a number of individual
um,
focused movies first. Yeah, before
think
they do
that's-
Smash Brothers. I think.
I think that's inevitably going to happen because the Zelda movie's probably not coming out until 2026. They haven't announced like that they're doing the sequel to this one yet, and so that's going to take a few years to materialize. Like,
Mm.
I think it's just going to take longer, especially given that it does seem like Nintendo was very protective of their IPs. I mean, whatever deal it was that they cut with Illumination meant that they were like the co-producers of the film. They were credited before Illumination, even though Illumination was like the studio that animated the film. Miyamoto was executive producer. I imagine that probably is going to hold true for other ones as well, right? Where like major creative voices on the games will have significant input on it, and that just means it moves slower, I imagine. But hopefully, it yields better results. Hopefully, as long as you have a good creative voice there telling what they can and can't do, that'll preserve them, protect them a little bit. You know, that'd be nice.
Was it Kirby, but Extraction 2?
you gotta have maybe you do the Meta Knight film first, and it's like a really intense action movie or something.
I mean, you could do that with Star Fox. I mean, there's
There
a
is
lot of room in
no-
Star Fox to make it pretty
Well, you
like
could do it with
know.
maybe F-Zero. If you made like a standard racing movie, right? You could.
When you'd
you
love
could
if
hit
they
those sort of beats.
take some risks, or at least riskier, but like a Luigi's
Yeah.
Mansion film, they actually did that.
That would be really. Could you imagine if
Yeah,
they made a
release it
really
around
great horror
Halloween.
movie? A really cool horror movie.
Yeah,
like,
it comes
just
out,
actually
you know,
kinda scary.
the end of one of the bigger Mario films is him getting captured, you know, and it's just like, oh shit, and it's the Luigi's Mansion film that you need to see how he gets back out of that situation.
Which I'm fine with that idea if they're good, MCU.
I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't actually just made like a Pokemon movie, not like Detective Pikachu, but just Pokemon with the standard beats of
Yeah.
you got a kid who wants to become like the greatest
Young
Pokemon
trainer learns
trainer
a
in the
valuable
world.
lesson about
And then,
friendship or
and then
whatever,
goes on
yeah.
adventures, and you just have it be that
Nice
you know,
and safe.
yeah, like you just
All the
have Ash or
Pokemon.
something with Pikachu, and you get Squirtle and Charmander and all that. I'm surprised they haven't done that yet, considering that Pokemon is one of the biggest things in the world.
Yeah.
I guess
But
that
I
one
dunno.
is that tricky because Pokemon is already there's already a series of films that are much more closely tied to the anime, so I'm assuming there's going to be some sort of rights
TV
question that comes
shows.
up.
Maybe. As I understand it, all of the Pokemon stuff is organized under the Pokemon Company, which is like co-owned by Nintendo, but also other companies that might
Like Game
be,
Freak
like,
or
part of it.
whatever, is that it?
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Game Freak is like they're not a subsidiary of Nintendo. I don't think. Like the Pokemon Company is partially under Nintendo, partially. But I would just imagine it would just be as simple as the pitch of just do like a standard Pokemon story, but I guess I probably want to again make it live action instead of like 3D animated.
And I guess like there have been many Pokemon movies already. Not like I don't want to say they're not real movies, but like you know what I mean. You know?
That Hollywood wouldn't consider them to be real movies because they're
it's
animes. So they'd be like, yeah, that doesn't count.
based
That's-
Hollywood, but
That's how it
Right,
works.
right, okay.
but yeah, who knows? Who knows what will happen?
I hope
Can we
they learn
stop
their lesson
suing
with
out
the
over
musical
terrible
score.
video game movies already?
Are
I don't
we?
wanna
Yeah, we
hear
should. We
Taylor
should.
Swift
We
in
know
the new
better than to
Zelda
get our
movie.
hopes up.
Oh yeah, but it's always nice to speculate about a better world.
That's true. That's fun.
Some people call that hope. You know.
Hope is like the sun.
Hope
do
is a
not-
dangerous thing. That's what Benedict Cumberbatch said in 1917.
yes.
And maybe he was right.
Maybe
Well,
he was
Aema,
right.
do not trust to hope it's forsaken these lands.
Aema
Yep.
just truth bombing us.
But,
So anyway.
but the point, yeah, I guess that's a big old.
Oh,
talk
no.
About,
That doesn't take us to Guardians 3, does it?
it
I think
depends
Movie Bob
on.
is
What a peculiar film.
No, well, we could talk about Zelda for a bit. I think that came out before Guardians 3.
Tears of
Dude,
the
I need
Kingdom.
to-
Tears of the
remember-
Kingdom.
Oh, yeah, you guys have to talk about that one.
Go
Well,
ahead.
Metal, you finished it. I
I
haven't finished
did.
it yet.
Well, I finished in the sense of the main story. I think I'm very far away from 100% because that game is chunky. It's a
Mhm.
very chunky game. I mean, mechanically, it's like super fun. It's a lot of things to do. You can fuck around with all kinds of things. Lots of shrines to do, which I think they improved over Breath of the Wild. They're much more interesting
It's
than.
kind of interesting. Like Tears of the Kingdom feels like it kind of completely supplants Breath of the Wild.
It does,
where
yeah.
I don't know that I would. I think if you said to me, I played Tears of the Kingdom, should I play Breath of the Wild? I'd be like, oh fuck, I don't know. Actually,
Yeah.
if I would tell you to. Whereas if you haven't played any, it's like, yeah, play Breath of the Wild first, and then you can play Tears of the Kingdom. You know, and that way it'll sort of
Yeah.
It'll,
I mean, the story is
yeah.
fucking stupid. It doesn't make any sense. If you want to know more about it, I did a forge on it, and I
mhm.
tried to make sense of it, and it doesn't. But no, it's just a really fun game to play. It's just a really solid game overall. Lots to do. Lots of little Easter eggs you can find, like armor pieces that point towards Wind Waker and Majora's Mask and all the other games you can find. Stuff. Yeah, just fun game. I don't know if I'm gonna return to it ever though. I don't know if it's a game I would like to replay necessarily. I don't know. Maybe boot it up and just fuck around a bit with the mechanics and torture some Koroks or whatever and shoot them in the atmosphere or whatever. That was fun memes people did. They just fucking crucified Koroks.
That's what happens when you give players the ability to do whatever they want.
I've seen
But it's
so
crazy
many
things.
great things, meme wise, what they did to those poor creatures. Can you help me get to my friend? No. You go into
What I
space.
really like about, I guess, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is I feel like a really clear example of what happens when you have a really robust core framework and just like
Yeah.
how much you can greatly expand that. If you give the player a like general set of tools that have a lot of like all-purpose uses and you put them in a world that's a really big and dynamic sandbox where you can actually just think of creative solutions that seem intuitive and they actually work. To solving problems, whether that be like whether that be, especially in this case, of just like building these really crazy vehicles that are kind of like scuffed and silly, but they somehow manage to get the job done.
Yeah.
What they
More
don't
than
is
once, I just
play.
built like a way too long bridge. It's like I'm just gonna start extending this until I get over there, even though there's other parts they want me to use. But fuck that, I'm gonna do it like this, and it worked.
Yeah, that's right, because they give you all of the tools that you can. I mean, I remember, because I've said it a lot. It was like in Breath of the Wild, the idea of essentially, oh, I need to get to a cold area, and that there's a few options to get there, and then you just sort of, I just decide like, I feel like it was like I decided that I just wanted to keep lighting torches over and over and over again just to get where I wanted to, because I didn't have like the suitable clothes to do it, and that worked. That it was just like, wow, that's like really cool. As like
they give you
to think creatively, and that might actually be viable. Like the crazy idea.
Exactly, yeah.
That one's not very crazy, but the idea of there's a core set of tools. Kind of think about like how these are going to be applicable in other situations. Give it a shot and see if it actually works. And a lot of the time, you can find a way to sort of get around a situation that feels like it's not a way that the developers intended, but that they almost certainly knew that people were going to do.
Yeah. But with that said, I'm kind of over the open world Zelda now. I want them to do something more old
Bit
school
more
again.
focused.
Better
I
dungeons,
understand.
because I always like the
Dungeons,
dungeons. The dungeons are pretty weak still overall.
Yeah,
They're kind of lame.
'cause, I've been playing it off stream, so now I've like done all the dungeons. I think I'm nearly finished with it, and those dungeons are real fucking basic. They're really
aren't they? Yeah.
straightforward. Yeah, it only takes you like 30-40 minutes to get them done. And I mean,
It
if they were
Seems
going
like the perfect sort of setting and game type to make a proper dungeon crawling experience with an overworld that sort of connects the real experiences, which are the dungeons, and
well, I
really
imagine
put your effort into that.
that might, if they did open world, it's got to be a totally new place.
Oh, yeah.
Because they've done a really good job of actually expanding the same area with
Mhm.
all of like the sky islands and the depths and the caves and everything like that. There's a lot of new stuff to explore, but if they did another open world one, which I don't know if I want that either. I think I'd be okay with like, yeah, you did it, it's cool. I want to see what you do now with another more linear experience.
Yeah.
But it would need to be a different open world map, I think. It would need to be a totally different location, maybe somewhere we've never seen before.
Yeah,
I'd love
absolutely.
a throwback style game with pixel art that's a top down kind of game,
Oh,
really
yeah.
expansive, lots of dungeons. That
That'd
would
be
probably
cool.
be really nice to see. Because
Yeah.
I'm not a Zelda guy, but I played Link to the Past a lot as a kid, and I've even
Yeah,
played
so great.
because I'm one of the 4 people on the planet Earth. I've got a friend who has 4 swords for GameCube, and he has 4 Game Boys and
Oh,
4 Game
nice.
Boy connectors that connect the Game Boys to the Game Cubes, so that you could play 4 swords, which alternates between the GameCube on the TV and the Game Boy screen. So that's I'm really happy that he has all that shit, because it's a very uncommon thing to have all of that stuff just to play essentially the full 4 swords experience. But that kind of thing is really fun. So a very in-depth, fun throwback style Zelda game. I mean I think that'd be a really cool thing to do.
They
Yeah,
used
I
to
love
make
that.
those for like the DS and the 3DS. But then well they did on Switch. It was the remake of Link's Adventure. Wait.
Yeah.
Wait,
Was it?
which one was it? It was the Game Boy one that they remade on and they made it look like kind of a toy set, which was cool. Awakening, Link's Awakening. That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because nowadays, like with Octopath Traveler and stuff of that nature, you can have the pixel style, but have the modern effects and 3D kinds
Mhm.
of details that give it such a cool look. So, something they could
Yeah,
do, and it
so
would
maybe.
be Neato Toledo. Also, while I was taking a shit,
Nice.
I was thinking one of the things that would be really cool, a really cool movie for for not Disney, sorry, for Nintendo to do, they need to make an Elite Beat Agents movie. I'd watch the shit out of that. And I know it's a reference that a lot of people will get, but that was a fun ass DS game. It was like a
Elite Beat.
rhythm dance game where there would be songs and the Elite Beat Agents would come in and dance to the music to like save people from generally fairly mundane issues. But you drag and tap and do backs and forth with the stylus that was on the screen in tempo and tandem with the music, and it was really fun. And they all had suits, and they need to make an Elite Beat Agents movie. I would watch it. Do it, Nintendo, you cowards!
You
Bring
cowards.
it back. Fuck you, fuckers! Make it an Elite Beat Agents movie.
Well,
But yeah, Zelda's cool. But now we
Yeah.
gotta
Zelda's
talk
cool.
about Guardians 3, I guess.
What is there to
Guardians
say?
3.
The
You didn't like it as much as everybody else.
Yeah,
That's probably a nice way to put it.
I enjoyed my first watch through, but was still kind of like, I don't know. And then I rewatched it, and I was like, no, it's pretty bad.
I
Dramatically
didn't enjoy it
disappointed.
first time through.
I think
Yeah.
I think very disappointing is an excellent way to describe
Mhm.
it. Because pretty much everything in that movie that isn't the rocket flashbacks is varying degrees of upsetting to me.
Bad, honestly. Of just like pretty bad. There's some really
Bad to
shit in that movie.
catastrophic, honestly. If we're
Yeah.
gonna be real about some of the character stuff,
The
Rocket's
amount of times
kind of
they,
the only person who comes out of it unscathed. Oh, Kraglin! Kraglin is my second favorite character. if
Yeah.
that kind of explains the state of that
And I
movie.
like the dog.
Yeah,
Cosmo.
Cosmo.
The dog,
Yeah, she's
Um,
great.
There's also the fake out deaths. So many fake out deaths, which
That's bizarre.
it's not the
right,
time
yeah.
for fake out deaths because we knew this was the last entry and we knew several actors are never coming back to these characters. Like this is the time to commit, to take it seriously, to send them off, to respect them. But instead you do the thing, which I fucking hate, which is like, isn't it sad that this character's going to die? And you're like, yeah, that is. And then they're like, they're not, though.
They're not.
Well, the one that was
Okay.
particularly bizarre was the one of Peter in space turning to Floomp.
Like,
Like,
I
and then
thought
they
you were
did
gonna say a different one.
That whole thing was...
No.
well, I was thinking about
But that one
Drax.
is bizarre. Yeah, Drax
Oh
getting
yeah, the
shot in the
Drax
back.
one was
Yeah.
really weird.
It's quite
But,
early in
what
the
I-
film as well, isn't it? The Drax one.
Yeah, it is.
And
So that doesn't
I
mean to
thought it
go
would be
on.
bold. It would be really bold because it's a goofy caper that's having all these jokes and different things happening, and then it's like, yeah, but this is serious. You're robbing from like a facility. They're gonna use force against you, and then if he just got outright killed, and they'd be like, damn. And that we talked about this, that how much of a different kind of film it would be if you put all of this effort into saving one of your crew member and like 3 of them die in the process. There's a lot to be said there. There's a lot to be learned. The amount of weight that would put on Rocket, especially with the history that he has. And we didn't get that. We got
It's kind of, it ended up being sort of his saving grace, but the fact Rocket really wasn't in this movie much at all. It kind of protected him from the story.
Yes, he got protected from all of the crazy stuff that happened and all of the terrible decisions that the characters made and a lot of the stupid drama because he got to exist in this nice, comfy world where he had good drama, and then when he came back, he made good choices and everything.
Remember the huge effort we put into saving the animals in the final act, but we never really addressed all the people who died on the planet.
On the planet, yeah, that was really...
Yeah, that really upset me. That actually upset me. Showing all the people that are like families
Leading
and
their
houses with
lives.
photographs, and they're being nice, and they let you borrow the car, and then they all just die, and no one talks about it. It's like, oh, those were people, by the way. They all died. They helped you.
Insane amount of prop problems in that film. Like the writing at every connective piece was balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is
I
dramatically worse than Guardians 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Yes. It had basically the Rocket stuff was good. Some of the comedy works, a lot of it doesn't. It's kind of pretty hit and miss. And great F-bomb, but other than that, I don't really know.
Yeah, that one was really funny.
That one actually, it was hilarious. But
just because my memory ain't what it used to be. Little Platoon, what did you think of Guardians 3?
Much the same. You still get people who will say, "Oh no, but it's like one of the better superhero films of the year." And yeah, that's largely because its decline is just slower than all the other superhero films. It's still not good. It's a marked like depreciation of just the Guardians franchise. And the way I think, because I'm struggling to recall bits of the film, but it isn't the end. The whole shtick is about finding sort of family coming together, and then at the end it's like, yeah, well, we've done that now, so we're now going to all just fuck off in our own separate directions. Peter Quill's going to go back and find it like a grandfather who's never even really been mentioned in any of the preceding films. So the family that you've been trying to build throughout this entire thing is just broken up right at the close.
And
I don't really get what the point of that was.
I would argue as well, part of the frustration is that Peter did go to Earth. We need to acknowledge
I was
that.
about to mention that.
Like, but James Gunn's got such a fucking hate boner for Infinity War and Endgame, which fair on Endgame.
Hate boner for the better film.
But the problem is,
Infinity War.
we've talked about this before. Like, hate the bad fucking art when it comes out, sure, but like, always try to use everything they give you. You could still use it.
You can't just pretend it didn't happen. Like,
he got his
mask back. You can't be like, oh, well, I destroyed it in 2, so it was never meant to. That was so weird. Saying like, well, I destroyed his mask in 2, so that was like lame when they brought it back in Infinity War. Why wouldn't he get another one? It's really useful.
Why would he not have several?
You figure that he'd have more than one?
Honestly, it was something I thought about with
in case something happens.
Even with Guardians 1 and 2 and stuff, I was always like, you should probably have a couple of them. They're incredible. They take up like no space, and they allow you to breathe and exist in space. Like,
exactly. But we needed him to not have it so that we could have the fake out death and then reference the the Sistine Chapel. It's like, oh, okay.
That was just,
right.
Dude. I sometimes I'll accept like that I'm out of sync with a film, and that's totally fine. But I feel like that's one of the most conflicted moments ever with a film. Is saying like Star-Lord, Peter Quill, he's about to die, and it's so tragic. He's the last off, and it was like struggling to pick up the music that he just can't let go of would actually like bring him down. And you're like, oh shit, we're doing this, and then it's like we're just having some fun.
No, we're not. Not only are he'll be back, he will definitely be back. They even said it in big, bold letters. He will return, because Chris Pratt, of course he is.
Did we discuss this at the time? Like, the obvious payoff of in order, like, he has to actually just give up the music.
Sacrifice the music to be with his family.
Yeah.
The
Except they
music's in
break
them.
apart in the end.
They have it.
Because Mantis was like, oh, you know, I've always done what you guys do, but now I've got to go off on my own to rob other people of their memories. as
Basically,
well.
that's what she's gonna do.
Man,
I can't believe how quickly they assassinated Mantis.
that was
surreal.
horrendous. How could you ever trust being around her if she will take your memories away if ever they're too painful?
If ever she says something a little bit too harsh, it's like, oh, better convince you that I'm
Yeah,
not a
especially
monster.
bad if it's
My memories.
God damn. Yeah, and what's his
Remember
name?
how-
Adam Warlock was awful too.
Yeah, I was about to
He was-
say that.
I mean,
That's
why?
just like
Why
was he in the movie?
movie?
They didn't do anything with him. They
So
were going to.
useless.
They were setting him up for an obvious thing, and they just didn't do it.
I don't get it. Why?
I don't understand. He was just sort of around when they were planning. I don't know, with his mom dying like that. I just figured
Yeah.
that they were going to do the obvious thing, which would have been fine by me, and then they just didn't. So
No, it
who
seemed
knows?
like a really massive, significant event, and he just fades into the background. So by the end of the film, you're thinking, oh yeah, no, she did die, didn't she? Shame we didn't do anything with that. On the plus side for the film, I was going to call him the Grand Inquisitor. That's not the one. The High Evolutionary, is that the one?
High
High
Evolutionary.
evolutionary.
He was
Mm.
okay.
I love the
there was-
actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, the actor was quite good. That's the idea
Interesting
underlying
concept,
it was,
that's for sure.
yeah, conceptually it was interesting. I don't think
I
it
feel
was
like he
particularly
started
vivid.
strongish, and then he just really got.
Just
Like,
he had the
nothing was
standard
fun.
retardation stuff. It was just like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And then isn't there a part in the final act where he just disappears for a significant amount of time? Because he'd only get in the way. Because he's hyper powerful, and so it's like, yeah, we need you to
Right.
go for a bit. We'll bring you back when we got your payoff to come, which is not too great. Yeah, I really like
a
the
lot of
actor.
problems, but yeah, could have been definitely the potential for among the best MCU villains.
Yes.
But I think the real star was the Rocket flashbacks, which were really
Oh, do you
great,
remember,
and I fucking love them, and they made me cry.
There's a quote from James Gunn that was like, because you see the Guardians films, Rocket has really been the protagonist. It's like, no, he hasn't.
No, it was obviously Peter.
Obviously
It was
Peter.
obviously Peter. I
Which
don't
is-
mind.
yeah, it's totally
I
fine.
really like Rocket. I really like Rocket. He's one of
Yeah,
my
Rocket's
favorite
great.
Marvel characters. I love raccoons, and he's a raccoon, and he's also an interesting lad.
That's right. It's one of the starter Pokemon here in Arkansas.
Mm.
Well, I guess because Zigzagoon kind of he's got like kind of a raccoon.
just
We're
raccoons.
back on Zigzagoon. God damn it.
No, I'm just saying.
I like the starter
Wait.
Pokemon change per state as well.
Right. That's right. So the starter Pokemon in Alaska would be like a Kodiak bear or something.
Yeah, here you can choose between a raccoon, a possum, and an armadillo. So it's you
have
got
armadillos
your
in
options.
Arkansas.
Cool.
Do you have them in Arkansas?
Armadillos, yeah.
They're an interesting critter, aren't they?
They are.
They're little rolling up in a ball to protect themselves from the world. But yeah, Rocket. I kind of hope that they don't. I don't want to. Isn't it so? I remember a couple of years ago, I was like excited by the prospect of Daredevil actually getting to like participate in the MCU in a full sense. Now I dread it. Fucking isn't Echo coming out like
Soon.
in a week or something?
Yep.
Very
And he
soon.
did it.
Hey,
I-
don't forget Madam Web.
Yeah, but that's.
Yeah.
You
Good
can't
lord.
forget
What-
Madam Web.
what's
Talk about the
ride?
trailer. The
gonna
trailer
be
that has
watching that.
destroyed a movie before it's even came out.
Yeah, it's like for smoke. What was the line? She was researching spiders in the
Spiders
Amazon.
in the Amazon when she
Her
died.
mother was, yeah, she was
My
researching.
mother was in
for
the
it.
Amazon researching spiders when she died. The
Echo
memes we
releases
got out of that one.
exactly when
Oh.
I'm back home. What a treat. What a fucking treat.
Fucking
come back
lightning in
home
a
to.
bottle memes from that one. Oh
Yeah.
man, that brought me so much. Those memes will bring me more joy than the film. There's no way the film can keep up with the memes.
So now you need a meme of that Mauler, but with Madam Web.
Yeah. I was actually going to
It's
say
the
though.
word right too, you know, like right before she died. Like she's doing that research and then immediately the bad guys show up and kill her. Like, okay.
It's just
Cool.
such a funny configuration of words.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna say though, as a change of pace, we went from like a lot of shitty things talking about how these couldn't be, but then we got the Boogie and Wings fight. That was a huge highlight.
I wasn't around for that, unfortunately, but that was
No,
fun.
because you would have
to see.
loved watching the video I set up for us. That was surprisingly like
Yeah.
people absolutely loved that coverage. And it's
The Boogie and what? Sorry, what was the second thing?
the Boogie and
Boogie
Wings
and
of
Wings of
Redemption boxing
Redemption.
match.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
It was
Oh,
quite
man.
epic.
They
The
do
fight
a podcast
itself.
together now. What a crazy
Yes,
arc.
they do.
Yeah, we had a whole episode about that
And
kind of.
Boogie is absolutely insufferable on it.
Yes,
Uh.
and he's lucky as hell to have it.
Yep.
Is Wings of Redemption a YouTuber?
He's a streamer.
Yeah, he's a
Oh, okay.
YouTuber slash streamer. Oh wait, he doesn't make YouTube, but he used to make. He made Call of Duty commentaries back in the day, like during the Machinima days. And then he played against Syndicate 1v1 on Bog, and he broke his controller, and the rest is history.
That'd be such a
This is
huge
so
highlight
scary.
for the podcast if they could get Syndicate to play him again on Bog.
Oh my god.
That'd be pretty funny. Yeah.
Do it.
I don't think I saw that boxing match. I should check that out.
Oh, you should
It's
you
really
should instead
funny.
watch our coverage. It's glorious.
Doesn't
I
take
got
very
a whole
long.
like history of it, and
Okay.
the fight itself is like a minute and a half. But
It was kind of lame, but
Just one
the
round? Is
important
that
part
it?
is
I wouldn't
It
want to
only
spoil
ended
it.
up
I wouldn't want to
being
spoil
a-
it.
it
Yeah.
Okay.
ended up being a fight. It was a fight.
Yes.
It was sort of a fight. It was an experience.
They had 800 pounds between them, didn't they?
Yes. One ring,
Yeah.
800
Arms.
pounds.
Poor ring.
That's the meme, but yeah, you know the.
Oh, someone mentioned the national anthem was the best part. Do you guys
Oh
remember
God,
that?
yeah. Gideon. That's the name of the guy,
I
right?
don't know who his name was, but that was what the.
It was so
You know what?
awful.
Props to the man for going out there and
He
doing
did it.
that. He did it. He
He
did it.
pushed through it even while everybody was booing him for butchering the national anthem of the United States.
Never boo someone doing their best to sing the anthem. I think that is in very poor taste.
How do you know when they're doing their best versus when they just don't give a shit though?
When
Because
they
like
mean-
he
Oh, you gotta channel your inner patriot.
in a Patriot Detector.
Yeah,
It's an American thing. You kind of pick up when
you,
somebody's
you know if
fucking around with
you would
eh?
it.
know.
Okay, I'll have to. You guys will have to pull you out whenever I need to know. I'll be like, can you tell? Let me
I'll
know.
let you know.
We need to know whether or not to throw rotten fruit or not. But
Yeah, you can't throw
imagining
like
Cartman
fruit
and-
because that's a delicious and healthy snack. So.
rotten.
I'm
Yeah,
imagining
that's
Cartman
why I
and
said
Kyle
you have to,
fighting
yeah,
each other,
That's why you gotta have that rotten.
like in Cartoon Wars, where they get tired really fast, and it just becomes sad to watch really quickly. You're just,
They did
oh,
not-
just-
Honestly,
Stop,
that
you
wasn't
guys.
it. Yeah, that wasn't the problem. You'll have to, like I said, you have to check it out. But you should check out our video
Okay,
on it because
okay.
I put in all the history and you get the wonderful reactions. I have a feeling that will be in the running for like favorite thing of the year on our next anniversary. 'Cause,
Cool.
it'll have competition like the Boogie documentary.
Wouldn't that have been for the last anniversary though? Wouldn't that have already been?
Oh yeah, you're
part of
right.
Isn't
It
that
must have
now?
it must have scored well then. I can't remember now.
I think it did.
Yeah, because you guys love Boogie. You also love.
Boogie is.
Oof. We had because I mean I'm not trying to mention every single thing we did, but I was going to say the Cinema Wars, the first episode. We still need to do more of them. Wins versus Sins on Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. That was a particularly interesting episode. The
Yes, it
comparison
was.
of the power of both of those channels.
Yes, a very good template that I certainly hope that we do in the future.
Oh, it will. It's going to be Last Wish because I think was it Wins that came out with the Last Wish video about a month ago?
And
Someone was
then
like,
we
"Oh, here we
realized,
go."
Interesting. Yeah.
Cinema Wars
is
back
on the
menu, boys.
A win could have the easy task of praising a very good film.
Yes, because Sins won the Multiverse of Madness battle, but it was concluded that it was sort of weighted in his favor because
So
the film
that's
is
why
so
we're
terrible.
weighting it in the other person's
Yes.
favor this time because good luck finding a lot wrong with the Last Wish.
Exactly, but how can I? I mean, it's next. I just want to even if there's some other release we should talk about first, I just got to do it. I burst to talk about it. This is when the wonderful, the incredible highlight of the year for video gaming history, Lord of Ring Gollum was released.
Yes,
Lord
that's
of
right.
Ring Gollum.
Good old May.
What a game. What a highlight. You don't get many of them in a lifetime even. A game that can
Sounds
provide
like
you
I'm liking.
such... Because there are plenty of bad games that aren't at all interesting, fun, or engaging to play. But like that one had just enough stupid shit happening that it made it incredibly entertaining. And then all the meta things about the release, the dev team, the apology, it's and then of course the memes. How bad like the animations, the mechanics, everything about the game, the fact that it was connected to Lord of the Rings is like, get out. Like you don't deserve
It's been
to be
a
part of
really
that.
it's been rough to be a Lord of the Rings fan. Getting that after Rings of Power, oy.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time, because I'd spoken to Wolf about Lord of the Ring Gollum ages ago, right? Back when it was like a flickering idea of something that might be developed. And it was like, that's a strange choice.
Just stayed that way.
Like, why would you make
Honestly.
that instead of anything else you can do with the IP? And then it was like, well, what do you know? What about, the things you could do with it? There's plenty you could do
Well,
with it.
maybe that shows incredible artistic vision that this is really the game that they want to make.
They knew it would work.
I personally enjoy the return of the terrible licenseware game.
Oh, it feels like one of those, doesn't it? Those
Did they
slimy,
ever get
awful,
this
been like-
bad
it's been
terrible-
over
before,
a
though?
decade.
Did they ever get this bad? Like,
Oh yeah, no. Licenseware games of like the 2000s were
They're
that
infamous.
bad.
to be
commonly.
fair, there was a lot of great ones from that same era. Ones that are remembered incredibly belovedly, if that's even a word.
Listen, we can't all be Return of the King for the Game Boy Advance, okay?
But yeah, I don't know, because I played plenty of licensed games. It was fun to be like, oh, I like that movie, I want to play this video game, and then being like, oh, well, could be better, could be worse, that sort of thing. I almost miss that era, but this game was, calling it unfinished doesn't really capture.
I
Unstarted.
can kind
Maybe.
of understand the premise of it because, like, his ability to sort of navigate terrain in the movies, you could sort of apply that
Yeah,
in a video game context to something like Assassin's Creed, where you just like, you hold a button,
Yes,
then you
Assassin's
navigate
Creed
all
Gollum.
this across all this crazy terrain, and like the gameplay we're seeing right now, that's like straight out of Prince of Persia, basically, like jumping across the pipes. Like,
Except,
kind thing to
like
say.
you can do some like acrobat parkour stuff with it, but of course they totally failed.
well, John, we've got the
right?
screen up right now. This is kind of a highlight of.
I can see it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can see the gameplay.
now I want to see I want to see Gollum in a little Assassin's Creed hood running around, running
With the hidden
around.
blade.
Yeah, like running around in Minas Tirith or something and doing stealth missions and assassinating targets.
Man,
Oh, his
considering
arms.
how unfinished this game
Why don't
is,
they
how
make a
was it?
fishing game?
Okay. Considering how unfinished this game is, it was very long. It was like 20 hours of
Yes,
gameplay.
this was not a short campaign. It was
It just
fucking
kept
bizarre.
Fucking going. And it's so boring, except the meme parts. Those are funny.
This is kind of what I was
don't
getting
think
though.
I've laughed harder, maybe ever. I think it's the funniest EFAP ever was watching the gameplay stuff. My face hurt. I hurt all over.
Yeah.
Obviously, my soul it was dead ages ago, but my body just kept going and laughing. It was insane.
And
Oh,
towards the
dude.
end, they just was like, "Oh, open this door. You need the glowy things." Like, okay, and then you search for it, and you search for it's like, where the fuck is it? I mean, when Az is doing that part, it's hilarious. Like he's going in circles forever,
The-
and I don't blame him because it's fucking stupid. Because nowhere in the game you had to throw a stone at a thing for it to drop down.
Yeah.
That's not even something that comes to your mind. So at some point you randomly look up there. It's like, isn't that a glowing thing up there? I have a stone. Maybe that works. It's like, oh, you just introduced a new mechanic like an hour
Yeah,
before
it's
the
like,
game ends.
It's like
Yeah.
if you're playing an RPG that has magic and you need to melt like an ice block to get through or something like that. And you've been
Mhm.
using and there's no indication that you can use your fire spells to do something or
So literally
something like that.
Skyrim.
Well, we don't. Well, maybe, but
The,
Skyrim ain't ready to do that.
The cart
Sounds
section in
interesting.
particular, just how many fucking hilarious deaths there were for everybody who played it.
Was it that made me that almost my soul left my body. It was
When
so
Az
funny.
makes it through it clearly, and then again it's like, no, you're not
Just
supposed to do it that
dies
way. It just dies.
That shit was
resignation on
unreal,
his
yeah.
face.
The amount of times he'd completed it without taking a hit, but it just died. He's like, I did everything you want me to
I
do,
do what
damn
you want
it.
me to do.
And then,
They
yeah,
want you to climb. No.
the fact they didn't really properly implement sort of death animations. Instead, it was just he turns to ragdoll, so that made it especially funny. Like, combined with, of course, the meh, meh, meh.
It was a very special game. It was a very special experience.
Yes, one that we will likely never, ever, ever touch ever again in our entire lives. Any of the people who have
No.
played it. It's I can't believe it's still. That's
And
one that you
people
would
saying,
expect.
When are you gonna do a drunk Gollum? I'm never.
This
It's
is
not.
it's 20 hours,
It's a good
guys.
one.
Like, it's
So long. Because there wouldn't even be a one-off stream, even if you would do that. It's just like, I don't want to touch that. It's stinky. It's big
was one of the
stinky.
highlights where I jump into across a chasm and then I slam my head into a wall. He goes, "Bah!" and a blood splows on the screen, and then it activates a cutscene.
Yeah.
Only the best. There's so much to learn from it. And
Yeah,
yes,
how not to make video games, or I don't even know what to say. This
And I
fucking
believe,
AI apology.
well, yeah,
alleged
where they
AI
referred to the
apology.
franchise as the Lord of Ring. Oh,
The Lord of
Lord
Ring.
of Ring.
fucking
But
I
it
hell!
thought
seems
it
like
was
they did-
just Lord of Ring.
Oh, we call
Oh,
it Lord
yeah.
of Rings. It's funnier.
Oh,
Someone
okay.
in chat
Sometimes
just
I can't
mentioned-
remember which is which.
Someone in chat just mentioned that was established last night that the only way this is getting played again is like if I get cancer for charity.
Yeah, we said to raise money for him. Chat would be like, "We'll pay if you play Lord of Ring Golf."
We'll
It
pay for your
seems in the-
cancer treatment if you play Lord of Ring
Lord of Ring
Gollum.
Gollum.
And Metal's like, I'll just die. Don't
I'll
worry.
just die.
It
They
seems in the
fucking
development
with it.
phase they didn't put any thought into the mechanics of it beyond a sort of loose like Assassin's
Platformy
Creed sort
kind
of
of
clone,
yeah.
hmm
but not even. I mean, I don't think Assassin's Creed is a particularly deep game, but it doesn't even have the depth of that, like by all indication, just looking at the footage of it. So like they started making it, and it's just like, oh shit, now what do we do? I don't know. Let's just have these, ridiculous platforming mini games like this cart jumping thing that you're showing right now, and it's
Nothing works
You know.
properly. It's
yeah.
Don't get like it's like in normal process of game developments, you have to play through in like QA testing. There have been times for months and months, if not years, where they've played builds of this game in the lead up to its release. At what point did they know they were fucked? Because they just carried on going.
Oh, a long time
Immediately.
ago.
hmm
Oh,
It just tends
they-
to be the nature of licenseware studios that they don't really care. A lot of them are just collecting the check.
Yeah, because Gollum doesn't do anything other than jumping and climbing over shit. Like, I don't see any
he wins
you know,
arguments.
menu navigation
And
or
breeding.
leveling up things or like a skill tree or I don't know,
Yeah,
some
there's
kind
none
of
of that.
ability map or like there's no there's there's like zero depth to this game. Like beyond just like it being badly programmed.
The fact that I'm in chat for Mel's clip right now saying it doesn't work, you have to flube it.
That's good advice for the game, yeah.
Pretty much. A lot of the stuff you do complete, and you're like, oh, okay.
I guess that worked.
But yeah, not gonna forget Lord of Ring Golem. What an experience! Thank
That
you so
was
much for...
Those were streams for the ages.
Yes. And then what was released soon after? Before.
The Flash was in June, right?
That's what I was going to bring up, was The Flash. Another great landmark in the world of digitalism.
cinema. Yeah.
It's
This is cinema. Truly,
The
this is
one that-
cinema.
The one that assured that that the DCE was absolutely finished and complete and done, and there'd be no chance of it ever continuing.
that was guessed to be low, but it was kind of like the Marvels where people were like, oh, I didn't think that low. It's like, yeah.
No.
Nobody
And
gives
it
a
was
shit.
anticipated by Warner Brothers to make a lot of money, and it ended up being one of the biggest bombs of all time. It lost over $200 million.
Yep.
I threw it on for my friends. I was like, "Come on, it'll be funny. It'll be like Justice League. We'll have a laugh." And it was just such a drag the whole way through. And I apologize. I'm like, "I'm sorry.
You didn't like it when they ruined
I'm
Michael
sorry you
Keaton
put me through
Batman?
that."
It is. I think it's laughable in the first like 20 minutes for that kind of format, but then you have about a stretch of an hour that's kind of
Yeah.
and then
You
the
have to have
rest is
somebody
okay
there to-
again.
And then it
You have to
sort
have
of
somebody there to
collapses.
explain Ezra Miller. That would be part of the fun.
Oh, you mean like the crimes or?
Yeah, just list them off while you're watching the movie.
Yeah.
What do you mean list them off? You forget about those crimes when you watch the film.
That's
Who said that? Who was the one who said that?
It wasn't the
Was it, like, a
director, right?
costume designer or something?
Oh yeah, okay.
You said you'll forget about his crimes when you watch the movie.
Well,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
just
you
such a
gotta
great
stop.
performance.
Did Snyder say that?
Snyder, no.
No.
Oh, okay.
It was like, I think it was just some like costume
Oh no, because it
designer or
wasn't
something. I'm not
Snyder.
sure.
Sorry. Yeah.
Some costume designer.
I don't know who said it. I don't remember, but I remember
You'll
the
forget about
quote.
his crimes when you watch the movie. Fucking brilliant. That's brilliant PR.
Wait, was it Grace Randolph? Did you know who said it?
Oh God,
That
was
sounds
it
like
Grace?
something
I was gonna say I
would
could
be
buy the
something
Grace said it.
That Grace would say.
No,
That
who
sounds like a
actually said it?
Gracism.
Who said it?
Sounds
That
like
sounds
a gracism.
Oh well,
A
the
Gracism,
point being
yeah.
that was it's such a terrible movie. It's such a sludge, like shitty movie.
It is
The Crimes of Ezra Miller are a much more entertaining story than The Flash was.
Absolutely.
You can actually make a really enjoyable film out of that.
well, and the story of the Flash, as it sits in a meta sense, is much more interesting than the Flash as well. It's especially the CG reviving of dead actors coming to a head with that one being like, "Fuck you."
So
so
gross,
stinky.
so gross that you just like drag them out and put them in your crap movie to try and prop it up. I hate it. It's so crap.
Ugh. Did you love how the whole point of the movie kind of was, oh, if you fuck around in the past, it's gonna fuck everything up, and in the end, he just changes something else, and that's
Yep.
fine.
Yeah,
And it's all good.
the big emotional moment where he realizes he has to let his mum go because he's learned his lesson, and then immediately he's like, "Oh no, fuck it! Actually, I haven't learned the lesson at all. I'm going to do the same thing again because we need to somehow get George Clooney on the screen."
Yeah.
Ooh, yes,
And I
what a
guess
film.
in this scenario, you got lucky that the whole world didn't collapse in itself or something.
That means that Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Freeze, is a possibility in the DCEU. Not anymore, I guess, because
No, not anymore. 'Cause it's
Unless
over.
James Gunn is a genius, he's not. Yeah. So
Come
it's
on,
him.
Arnold.
It's over. Also, I worth noting before we move out of June, you got to remember, Final Fantasy 16 was coming out. I had to buy it. Diablo 4 was coming out. I had to buy it. Those came out, and those came out.
Well,
in
that's
June
from
as
the
well.
documentary.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. But those games did come out, and I think
Yeah.
only Metal and I played Final Fantasy
Yeah.
16, and none of us.
I quite
did
enjoyed
anybody-
it. I did
Yeah, I
like,
like
it.
I did stop though. At some
did
point
stop.
because I think.
Oh,
Well, I
did you-
did.
Some games are
stopped.
like that, where you enjoy them for, a while, and then when you feel like you're not getting your enjoyment, you're just like, you know what? I got my fun out of it. Time to move on. That's fine. That's fine.
But did anybody play Diablo 4 though?
No, I haven't even looked at it.
No.
I've heard
I got a free
really bad
copy and I
things.
never
I've heard
redeemed
many
it.
bad things, but no, have not played it. It's gonna, getting me to buy a Blizzard game is it's gonna be a big ask. The only Blizzard game I play is StarCraft 2, so they got my money
Diablo
over a
War
decade ago,
Warlike.
so they
Oh
can
my
fuck off.
god, got him. But yeah, that's also I think. Oh wait, no, that's later. We didn't talk about Across the Spider-Verse.
No,
Oh.
That came out this year too.
interesting.
Well, that
Across
it
the
looked really
Spider-Verse,
good and was kind of weird. The whole
Well, no, the window
Cyber
is come and
Society.
gone. That came out. That was we're in June and it's over.
Well, you
We're past
highlighted it,
There's
Fringy.
no-
What did
there's
you
no
think about
possible-
it?
There's no possible
I-
way to. Yeah,
I did
you guys have
highlight
something
it,
to
but
say, right?
I just
'Cause you brought it up.
realized it has really good animation and art. It really is super impressive. the
true.
amount of work that they did. I do really
That's
hope.
true.
I do hope though that they actually do address that crunch problem that got talked about a bunch because that was really weird. Seeing people come out when that article came out, the same people who were saying that crunch was bad when it was visual effects guys going, "Oh, it's just the price you got to pay for art." That was really
Well, all of a sudden, we got a lot of Whiplash fans in here.
Yeah, that was-
I'm like, okay, all
That was
right.
really weird seeing people flip their entire position on that thing because it was a movie that they liked. But but yeah, that's Pikmin 4. Did anybody play Pikmin 4?
I haven't played
No.
the Pikmin game in my life.
I haven't played any Pikmin games, but I played Pikmin 4 and that game's really good. That's like a really good chill out game. It's a very chill. Wow, at times it can get incredibly tense and fucking like, oh no, I'm losing all my Pikmin, but otherwise it's like this really chill game that has a cool aesthetic. I don't know what's it called, the effect that you can do where it's like it's kind of like it's like the effect that they use to make miniatures seem like a lot bigger than they are, but they still look kind
Force
of small.
perspective.
Yeah, where they do that kind of like with the environments because you're maneuvering around all of these like you're a really small guy in a really big place, and it's really cool. It's like a really cool aesthetic. It's a really fun, chill game. I had a blast with it. I nearly 100%ed it, like 95% completed it. Really good.
All right.
I remember playing. I never played the first Pikmin, but I played Pikmin 2 a long time ago, and I really like it. I thought it was super charming and fun and strategical. It was one of the first games I played where it was like, wow, this is like difficult. I gotta really, like try to win. So that was fun.
Oh,
I played the hell out of
people are
one.
Noting, my window's open and there's a bunch of birds outside doing a bunch of chirping. They look like they've
Hello,
quieted
birds.
down.
Family
you know.
reunion.
I'm not sitting with them up in the tree or anything. I'm not sitting outside
With your little laptop up there.
Tree.
Dude, they'd be way fucking louder if that were true.
Holding a microphone while my fellow living brethren, not because I'm a dinosaur or anything, just chilling out. Birds are dinosaurs.
You're living
could
with
class them in the
dinosaurs. That's
lizard
right.
class. Yeah, that's
You're
right.
Yeah.
It's worth noting Secret Invasion came out in June as well.
Oh,
I want
wow.
to say, yeah, that was June. I
Oh,
think
we
fantastic.
got a bit before that for the old EFAPers. I mean, the crazy huge highlight right now is, of course, possibly the worst film of the year. Be up to everybody for what they want to pick for that. but
Indiana Jones. And the Dial of
Jones.
Destiny.
Oh boy.
Da,
Oof.
da, da,
Yes.
da, 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 da.
What can be
God,
said
I hate
about
that
this?
movie.
Yeah.
Here, Jesus.
Absolutely horrendous.
Fucking
Yep.
awful.
One of the worst movies ever.
Yes. I'm getting tired of saying it, but it's true. It is. It's one of the
It's
worst movies
Hollywood's
I've ever
fault.
seen.
It's not mine. It's not my fault
know.
that they keep producing movies in this spot on my standards.
It's
It isn't
awful.
my fault. I'm blameless.
Someone said
Yeah,
really not
someone,
Quantumania. I
in-
feel like there's more redeemable elements of Quantumania.
Yeah,
MODOK.
Quantumania had MODOK, whereas Indiana Jones is like, Indiana, he's a miserable loser. Nobody cares about his adventures or anything that he has to say. He's worse than his goddaughter at everything, and he wants to die. That's this film.
I mean, that's it. That's the movie.
Also, he's a depressed alcoholic.
Indiana Jones is
Yeah.
a depressed, divorced loser who wants to just die.
I'm so tired. Why
Same.
are they all like divorced losers? Why
I don't
is
know,
that
man.
They're always like
Well,
divorced.
they're old.
depressed drunks.
Where else do you take that character? Where else? That's it. That's the
When
place.
else did that happen in where the guy was divorced, of course? Oh, what was it?
So it's funny you say that because I was editing it yesterday. Not Morbius.
Morbius.
Mobius. Is,
They assassinated Morbius?
Morbius, yes! Morbius is divorced
his regular
too.
wife is divorced and his kids don't like him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even Mobius.
I want to
Oh my
say.
god, even in that shitty show, you can't get away from it. You can't just be happily married to a woman you love,
Boring. And, after so many years after what they did to Luke and TLJ, to do that to Indiana, it's just like, oh, for fuck's sake.
They've done this to two different Harrison Ford characters, Han Solo
Yeah.
and Indiana Jones.
Yeah, he's
It's
a
so
shitty
lame.
father in
Yeah.
both of them. That's crazy.
It's so lame that that's the only idea that you have. You can't
No,
have
it's
an old man
subversive.
who
It's clever
actually
for me.
has something to say and offer to the world. You can't do a story of he may be an old dog, but he can still learn some new tricks, and his old tricks are really cool and interesting as well. Instead,
Yeah.
it's like he's an old dog who his leg's broken, and he's sad. He doesn't bark anymore.
Just
he doesn't
waiting
want to go
for the
out
bullet.
walks.
Yeah,
He's
he's
waiting-
just.
yeah.
Can we
He
please
gets-
go
he
into the
gets
woods
hit.
so you
he
can
gets
shoot
hit
me?
by the bullet, and then he carries on living for what feels like hours and hours and hours.
Yeah.
As he's just sitting on
Yep.
the floor of an airplane. As they go up into the sky to find a sky portal that's somehow affected by continental drift, which sends them back 3,000 years instead of. Like, what the fuck was going on with that film?
Again, though,
It's
I think that
mad.
confused everybody. I assumed that was just a troll by Indiana, and that the truth is it was always going to send them to the place it did because it was going to make itself happen or whatever, right?
But then why would he even?
I
tell
don't
them
want to
that?
answer any
Because-
questions related to that film. Just
No. There
Not
is,
even Oppenheimer was divorced.
there is an interview from the pre-publicity material when it's Indiana Jones, it's Harrison Ford, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, and who was the director for this film?
Some
Um,
asshole.
James Mangold.
Some arsehole. James Mangold
The
sitting there.
director
Some
of
arsehole.
People.
Yeah, and the interviewer says, they're asking each of them, what's your worst fear? Phoebe Waller-Bridge says, bees. James Mangold says, I can't remember what he says, and Harrison Ford says, making a bad movie.
Oh.
And no one heard him.
Huh.
So James Mangold asks, what did you say? And he said, making a bad movie. And then Indiana Jones comes out. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
The
Well,
idea of like immersing or like submerging your character in failure as like a way to make him interesting, as if that's the only way to do it, is such a fallacy because it just like depends on broader story that
Hmm.
you're telling.
You literally just don't have to do that.
He wanted to.
Everything's
We
working
talked about
out
this.
for them.
He,
They're in a
It's not like
happy
a movie.
relationship, right?
Mangold clearly wanted to deconstruct Indiana Jones in the Dial of Destiny to have the film address his legacy and who he is as a person, what he means to the world. I get that. People would argue that's exactly what he does in Logan. And people would say this is absolutely to a level of success that's a hell of a lot fucking higher than what he did with Indiana Jones. And so there was like a precedent somewhat. But we talked about earlier, Last Wish is a deconstruction. It does address like Puss's fucking history, which is as crazy as that sounds. But so much more respect is given to not. I can't even. It's so weird to talk about it this way, but I mean, it is the same approach. You try. What is Puss in Boots? What does he mean? What does all the stuff he's done achieved for him? What personality traits does he have? What can he offer the world? All this sort of stuff. That's what happens in. How do you do that to a hero? Everyone knows they're great, and it's like, well, that's the thing. Is there a couple of questions left to ask? There's a couple of things more they could learn, and you know. I think we talked about it, but I was fine with the space age or interest in everything cosmic could overthrow archaeology or in some way, shape, or form, or at least in the life of
Yeah, it's
Indiana
like Toy
Jones.
Story.
It's interesting. It's
Exactly,
cool.
right, yeah.
But they didn't really use that at all, and the direction they took him was so fucking gross. Like, it's genuinely annoying to watch, especially if you did what we did, which I assume is what Little Platoon did. You watch all the ones preceding it. Even
Yes.
fucking Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, as many people say, ends happy for him.
At least he gets that.
I know, I made a point of doing loads of comparisons with Crystal Skull, because Crystal Skull is not a good film by any means, but even Crystal Skull gets certain basic fundamental aspects of character journey right in a way that Dial of Destiny just does not. It makes it quite a useful comparison. Dial of Destiny is so much worse than the previous worst film in the franchise. But on the deconstruction point, like, one of the important things is, if you are going to deconstruct the hero, if you are going to knock them back, it can sometimes be essential to do that if the character seemingly has gone on every journey they could ever go on. At least give them some agency in repairing themselves. At least have them learn the lesson that, say, life is worth living, there is some new realization, and they can enact that, and so they've come back to the full glory as a result of their own agency. Indiana Jones wants to die at the beginning of the film. At the end of the film, Indiana Jones still wants to die, and he has to get swatted in the face by Phoebe Waller-Bridge and dragged reluctantly back to life. And only then, when Marion walks in and says, "Oh yeah, by the way, someone told me you were feeling a bit pissed off these days, so I'm back now." Like, what?
Like, well, I
that's
guess
not
I'll
a
be
character
alive
journey.
now.
And did no one think to tell her this at any point in the proceeding? No. Madness.
Yeah. What a disgusting shame. Would have been nice if you just didn't bother at all, but we couldn't have that.
Yeah, but then we
I
can't
think I
sell it
remember-
as a movie in theaters.
I think I may be wrong, but I remember hearing the actress who played what's her name at the end. She wanted a bigger part in it, but she was told like, no, it's just this like end scene.
No, we got to
And-
make room for this new bitch.
Yeah, but I was just like, well,
Helena
if she
Shaw.
wants to do it, yeah, like bring her.
Oh, hello.
Yep.
Oh, his
A
Discord
lot more
flamed.
satisfying potentially if
Yep.
it was written correctly.
I agree.
That's baffling Hollywood decision.
Well, and a lot of the discussion about this film was everyone talking about how you could have done a good film because nobody thought like you can't absolutely
no one's talking about how you
cannot
could make it worse.
one of the first thoughts I think a lot of people had is surely he's too old, but then the second thought everyone has is like, oh wait, but you can still do something with him even when he's that old.
You can
Indiana,
bring in short
of course.
round.
Well, it's just countless fucking things, and
The obvious move that everyone wants and they didn't do it.
and what they gave us was so horrifically shit that
Yeah, and unfortunately, well, I've you could try and recast, even if you wanted to keep the franchise going, recast him and keep him young. Like, do a James Bond with Indiana Jones would be, I would say, a better approach than trying to work around the fact that Harrison Ford is impossibly old. But they didn't do that. And then even the interviews again are
Have you
just...
seen Dick Van Dyke recently?
Yeah, fair enough. And Patrick Stewart's still kicking around as well. But
the men would
you know,
die from a sour skittle.
you get these points again in interviews where these two of the younger female members of the cast are asked, "What's it like acting alongside, in fight scenes with Harrison Ford?" And one of them says, "Well, he can still get up unassisted." Oh wow!
Yeah,
Like a real
brilliant.
action hero. Yeah.
He can stand up without assistance. That is Indiana Jones. Well done.
Da, 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 da. Exciting.
Very exciting. Oh, and don't remember they fucking killed Mutt too. So
God,
Yep.
yeah, off screen.
Out he goes.
in the one scene where Harrison Ford was kind of allowed to act, we learned that Mutt's fucking dead. He went to go die in Vietnam to spite Indiana Jones.
Which doesn't accord
Oh,
with Mutt's
wow.
character anyway. But yeah, no.
Hey, we did Dead Space 1991 at that point, by the way.
Oh, so finally we can go to the other spectrum of movie quality.
Kino.
Jeez. Oh, finally.
Thumbs up, Skeleman in space. Great stuff. Everyone should have checked out that EFAP movies because it is just brilliant.
It really is. Everyone check out our EFAP movies on Dead Space, starring Bryan Cranston.
And Tin Pan, our favorite
Yeah.
character, who got a
The
rough end, but you know what? It was a heroic end.
He came
Yeah.
back. He got rebuilt.
I don't know if that's Tin Pan 2 at this point, I just don't know.
Oh yeah, that's getting pretty existential.
Yeah.
Those are questions I feel like the film is suited to discuss.
Someone said it was boring as fuck. How dare you?
What?
Hey.
No, it wasn't. That was.
We had a
When-
gay
I mean,
old
it was boring
time.
for us, but it wasn't boring for you.
When the people turned into Muppets and got thrown across rooms and their lifeless bodies were separated from their
joy.
heads, that was just
Joy.
genius. Yes.
Wonderful,
I like how
wonderful.
the main character hero threw Bryan Cranston into the monster so he could rip his off. Why did they do that?
Why did they do that indeed?
I think next up is Mission Impossible.
Dead Reckoning.
Dun, dun, dun,
Whoa,
dun,
that was
dun,
really
dun,
shit.
shitty film.
That keeps coming up.
Really
I have to keep being
bad.
like, God, it was
Sucks
so
a
awful.
lot. Anus.
sucked.
Bum, bum,
Everyone keeps trying to
bum, bum.
speculate on why it failed, and nobody's willing to do the whole it was bad.
Yeah.
Well,
That
they do
could
this
add
with the
to it.
MCU stuff. No one wants to just say because they're shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Bad.
it was bad. It was poorly written. Lots of plot issues. Characters kind of suck. Everyone's an
They
idiot moron
disrespected
dummy.
the franchise with this one, as far as I'm concerned. They didn't remember their history, which is really weird. Especially because a lot of it was built by Macquarie. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to use it, right? And just the complete misunderstanding and waste of an AI villain. Even though you can make that perfectly relevant, I just...
It's very hard to do. When you're doing it, it's the all-powerful AI. It's infected absolutely everything. It can do everything. It can predict everything, except when the plot needs it
Everything.
not to do that. In which case, it doesn't do it yet. And what the hell was the deal with the guy communing with it in the coffin on the train?
We'll find out next time, okay?
Oh, that was the. What did we call it? We called it the. Oh, the cyber. What did we
cyber
call
coffin?
it? We called it something funny. God
I don't know, but
damn.
it's broken now anyway. It just exploded
Yeah,
with
when
the
I
train,
was on
didn't
the
it?
explodey train.
If someone in chat remembers what we called the funny cyberpunk coffin, please tell me. 'Cause I feel like we had a funny name for it. It's the only thing that brought us joy, and we forgot it.
It's funny as well because also AI villain, terrible ideas. You can make it work, but it is really hard. And when the film opened with this thing has infected basically every system known to man, it's over. You shouldn't have told me that. It's over.
It's
Good,
done.
Lord Skynet.
We gotta unplug fucking everything and destroy everything and start over.
Got to be careful with
Sounds
something like that.
I hope you save those books on farming because
It's
we
testing-
can try again, boys.
Testing my powers of recall, but isn't it broken right from the beginning because they have to? So it's on the submarine. There's a key. It's a Russian submarine. The Russians made the key. The Russians know where the sub
Oh.
sinks, and the Russians made the key anyway, so they can just build another one and go to the submarine, and it's done.
It was
But-
the only, I think, legitimately kind of cool part was the Russians figuring out what the fuck is going on with this thing on the screen. That was like, oh, this is tense and interesting. And then the rest of the film happens. So that kind
Yeah,
of stinks.
there was a little clever bit there as well, because the point they were trying to make is that we're so over reliant on the technology and the AI.
Yeah.
The only way
Yeah,
they can
you can't
see
just look out
are
a
using
window.
it. So when they lose it, then they are completely blind and directionless. That was quite clever. But
Yes,
then
it is. Yeah, yeah.
5 minutes of film and everything else happens after it.
But if you watch it and you watch that first 5 minutes and then you just turn it off and go home, I mean,
Yeah, you'd be left thinking
Something-
maybe there was a
something to be
good film
said
there
about
that I
that,
didn't
you
get
know?
to see.
yeah, something to be said.
It was weird that like the only character work that I was able to appreciate was Haley Atwell's, rather than all the main characters having several moments that were fucking weird. I'm starting to remember like the airport sequence where they
Yeah,
were
with the
convinced that
bomb.
like a bomb was going to go off that would literally kill everybody. It was like it didn't
Oh,
feel
yeah.
you didn't feel that at
Don't
all
let
from any of
Ethan
the
worry
characters.
about it. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
disarm it. Oh no, I didn't bring my tools to disarm it.
Oh god.
Rookie
I armed
blunder.
it doing
Yeah.
this. By not bringing my tools and opening it, I armed it. Now I got
And
questions.
the
oh my god,
the
machine's
final
learning about me.
the final spin
in
on
the
the
most
riddle
boring,
machine, which
shitty
could be
way
done with
possible.
process of elimination, and Benji couldn't think about that. Like he couldn't come up with that himself. Remember, and it solves
Nope.
itself
Oh,
because
you
he just
just
waits.
twist the dial.
Yeah, all you have to do is twist the dial because this process you can brute force that.
There's only
The
one dial
idea
left.
of idea of an AI that is wants to learn about the humans it's trying to defeat is a really interesting idea that they in no way do anything
No.
with. It's like you basically kind of nailed it when you said it's like the shitty version of like an AI villain story. They do nothing with that as a premise, to the point where you might even forget who the villain is in this movie.
And then as a weird aspect, but I kind of think it's at least somewhat true, is that they marketed the hell out of their big stunt, and it wasn't a particularly invigorating and shocking
Like
stunt.
it was neat. It was really neat, but
It wasn't as cool as the plane
know?
in Rogue Nation or the helicopter chase and
or
Fallout.
climbing the
Or
Burj Khalifa.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are all better.
Yeah.
And they have to add like, this massive element of luck that comes into it as well, because
Yeah.
it's not just that the stunt's called, it's that he has to crash through the exact right window at the exact right second to
yeah.
crash into the villain the second before he kills the person. So,
Also,
no,
if the
it
plan
could
is
have
to
been cool if
crash
they hadn't done
yourself
that.
through the side of a train, ooh, I don't know, man. Like
Probably not a
maybe
good
go
plan.
with a
Oh, you're
different
dead.
plan. I
He's
thought he was
just
gonna
dead.
land on the top and do some fun action, like fight on a train. It's a callback, everyone. It's a throwback, everybody. To the first Mission Impossible. What a fun little quaint movie.
Yep. So
Relatively
you got
quaint, I guess.
got that. The
in
fact that
comparison.
it's part one, which is apparently you got to be careful doing that because
Well, now it's just part one of nothing.
Whatever
'cause
it
it's
is.
not gonna be
part one of
two.
one.
It's gonna have a different name.
Part 1 of 1,
And
which is not a
then-
lie.
And then on top of all of that, Ilsa's fate, which I think most people are willing to agree, even if they like the film, was not well done at all.
That was crap.
It was very crap.
Yeah, she gets killed by some guy because of she's being I don't know, she wants to fight him when she doesn't have to. And
There
she
was so much
somehow
wrong with
doesn't
it.
just shoot him and be done with it.
She
I
didn't
don't
have
know,
her
and,
guns, and she didn't pick up any guns, and then there's all the convoluted crazy shit.
she
Remember
just gets into a
remember when
knife fight,
Mantis and
yeah.
her goons fight Tom Cruise in like an alleyway that's really thin? That was strange.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
an odd one. Yeah.
And then she, like, categorically, in a deterministic way, is seen by the AI to be traitorous because of that event being that she was spared. But then you're like, well, why couldn't you trace that back even earlier and know that that would happen? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a super duper smart computer.
It's such a fucking disappointment, that film.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And Fallout is just this weird, anomalous, amazing film.
Yes.
Everyone needs to see Mission Impossible Fallout. It's
And the first one,
incredibly
yeah.
good. One of the best action
the first
movies.
One and Fallout.
One of the
Yeah.
best action movies, yeah.
I'm due a rewatch. I haven't seen it in a long time.
Really good.
Stellar. Really
Next
stellar.
up, I believe, is Oppenheimer, which is my second favorite movie of the year.
Oppenheimer is good.
Very, very
shit.
good. We didn't do
Oh,
coverage
Wait
of
for the
that.
sequel.
We
No,
didn't.
we didn't do coverage of it.
But we had mentioned we saw it and we really loved it. We
It's
really
Nolan's
liked it, I
best
guess.
film in a long time.
It does seem to
In
be.
a long time.
It's
like,
a 3-hour
compared to
biopic
something we make for the last
history
decade.
movie.
I think
Very
it's way more,
strong character study.
Yeah, and I
Great
think it's-
soundtrack and filmmaking work and a good. It presents the series of events really well in a comprehensive way. Even if it has flashbacks and it's not super linear, it's easy to keep track of what's going on. They do a good job with, presenting the stakes of what they need to do. And Oppenheimer's state of mind, his family situation, who he is. It's
Well, I think
it's
what I'd point to
really
is it's
engaging.
an instance of when Nolan decided he wanted to do some kind of crazy little idea of like narrative framing and like when he's done it before. I feel like, dude, Dunkirk, man, I don't understand what the thinking was with that structure. I don't get it. Can somebody help me with that? Why did he do the 1 week, 1 day, 1 hour thing? And then try to trick you into, like thinking that it was like, oh, see, you think that all of the events are running together, but they're in a different order. Isn't that kind of interesting? What was that?
It's the kind of thing that makes you go, oh.
I don't even know if it makes me go, oh, I think it makes me go, why the fuck did you do that? Like, I feel like it makes your movie worse. It makes your movie worse. Whereas in this case, the whole framing of you've got the scenes that are in color and the scenes that are in black and white. And then by the time you get to the end of the film, you understand that it's essentially the difference of the perspectives of Oppenheimer and Strauss. Of Strauss's worldview is incredibly rigid. It's all framed through his situation and his aspirations at this particular moment, whereas Oppenheimer's is more broad. It's also more confused and a little bit contradictory in terms of it's kind of like hard to ascertain exactly how he feels about his life and the decisions that he's made and what his his scientific achievement means for the world. To essentially have a story set up where like it tries to push you in the direction of focusing very heavily on the whole fight between Oppenheimer and Strauss, only to sort of reveal that that wasn't what he was thinking about at all. There wasn't some game there that Oppenheimer was playing, that it was actually that he was like obsessed with and stuck in these thoughts that he had about the nature of his accomplishment. It's like, that's cool. And then you've just got like a lot of standard beats, a lot of really great filmmaking, like great cinematography, practical effects, sound design, and a great soundtrack, an excellent performance by Cillian Murphy, an excellent, like really strong performances from the cast all around. It's just like a really great film. It's a really cool film. Super impressive in the way that it was constructed and put together. I like it a lot. It's my favorite Nolan film in a long time.
Is it even better than Interstellar?
Oh yeah, it's better than Interstellar. Yeah,
oh,
it
okay.
is.
All right.
Amazing.
That's good. That's good.
And it surprised everybody at the box office. Didn't expect it to make that kind of money.
Let's
Oh,
see.
I guess that means we should talk about Barbie then too, right?
Oh, I
Yeah,
guess we
Barbie
gotta,
came out the same day. Yep.
Yep.
I don't like that
Barbie
one
happened.
I don't like it very much, no.
I gotta say, I kind of really don't at all like Barbie. What it says and how it goes about saying it. I think it unintentionally said a lot of things that it definitely did not mean to.
It's a pretty incompetently written film that unfortunately wastes what could have been pretty cool as just like a little idea and a bit of fun.
Because it's two films jammed into one. You know, the first half of it, which is sort of Ladybird Redux, Greta Gerwig's just working on familiar themes, motherhood, the difficulties with young daughters, and coming to terms with that sort of humanistic overcoming of differences, realizing that you are different people, but you are at the same time you owe each other a lot. That's a theme that she's touched on in a number of other things. It's quite a nice theme. I don't mind that at all. And the film's semi-coherent when it's sticking on that. But then around the halfway point is when it decides, that's not enough. We also have to ironically create the best argument for the patriarchy ever put on film. And we have to compare women's happiness to smallpox, and then we have to deprogram them because being happy is not allowed. And then in the end, what's being a woman? It's having a vagina. And that's it's thematically confused film, Barbie. There's some nice things to be said about it, but overall it's a mess.
Oh, I'd say so.
Yeah. Well, it feels like the writers didn't even know what they were trying to say with it. Like I actually liked the first act of it, even if I felt that it was missing a sort of prologue element of like, maybe you could have the opening scene, the little girl who's like, upset by some, family dynamic gone wrong, and that's why like Barbie is feeling these weird things in Barbie Land where she feels like I got to go to the real world and find out what's going on. Even if it was missing that, like I thought it was a fairly strong first act, and then it goes into the real world stuff, and then I thought it just turned into this mess. And then there's this I distinctly remember this one part where like this girl character in the human world is introduced, and she's
what? Oh no.
is that Barbie, like the actual Barbie that I used to play with? And it's like, what? Why would you see
suck,
this human
you
character
ruined
running
my
around?
life. I'm like,
Yeah. Oh, there's so much
That
that
was a
didn't
bit-
work. So much
a
that
lot
And then
that didn't
at
work.
that
It's like,
point,
no, but like, it carries,
know what the
it
names
tries to
anymore.
do a load of world building mechanical stuff, and then it tries for about 5 seconds and drops it. So you have the whole idea that all the Barbies in Barbie World are being played with by real girls. That's dropped immediately. And there's a bunch more along those lines. But you get to that middle act when it is the daughter who's introduced, and she gives that thing about Barbie's a fascist, Barbie's an icon of the patriarchal suppression of women kind everywhere, which then got that discourse thing going as, oh no, Barbie's actually a satire, don't you know? Barbie is satirizing this line of thinking. It's actually a clever
And
satire of what,
then,
and then you go and
Which I
look at
don't
what Greta
believe you.
Gerwig actually says about it, and she says of the same scene, no, I thought it was really important to articulate the obviously correct arguments by a very intelligent character. It's not a satire. I like that people want to think it is, but it's not that clever.
you know what scenes really annoyed me a lot in that film? The one that really annoyed me was how part of their ruse of destroying the society that the Kens had built was pretending to like their artistic expression.
Yeah.
They made a lot of jokes about how much their artistic expression was embarrassing and lame, and that one really pissed me off. Like, oh, well, they're all playing the same guitar song, so like, what a bunch of losers, am I right? And it's like, we're going to pretend that we're actually interested in their artistic expression, but really it's embarrassing and shit, right? That was really fucking lame.
there was a
Well,
couple
that
of
was-
versions
his
of that.
attitudes on.
The other examples of the same sort of thing would be like, we'll rely on their interest in helping us with tech issues to trick them. And
Yeah.
they want to frame it as though it's an ego thing, right? Like, you're so good at tech that you want to help anybody out because you're the guy to come to. And it's like, yeah, but there's the obvious other aspect of wanting to help people. Like,
Yeah,
what do
we're
you mean?
interested in you. We want to share our hobbies and interests with you because we like you and we want to, be closer to you.
No, but
and-
that's not the case. I just don't understand how it's like, why would you construct a situation where the Kens have no autonomy whatsoever, and then they go get it, and then it seemingly goes like overboard, but then your reset is, well, we're still not gonna give you like fucking anything, really. You can have like a few like symbolic positions. They'll be like, see, that's the real world. It's like, what are you making? What are you doing? What is this story that you've crafted? What the fuck is this?
Remember the one that's
I don't
like,
really know what the real world is, which is the problem. So you have that scene at the end that I think you're describing is when the Kens say, well, can we have maybe, just one Supreme Court seat? And the Barbie said, no, you can't. You have to work your way up. Which is, the message you'd be forgiven for taking from that is that you have to earn equality, which I really don't think is something Greta Gerwig would agree with. But it's one of the fact that the film doesn't really, it never creates a real world for that parallel. They have to invent that all of the Mattel board are men. They have to present San Francisco in 2023 as though it's as sexist as San Francisco in 1973. Like, they have no real world analogy, so everything just seems rampantly dishonest and b self-defeating. Because if you want to construct this parallel, if you want to try and give any kind of moral lesson about the importance of working hard and of overcoming systems of oppression, which is what Greta Gerwig's main sort of humanistic line is all about. All systems of oppression keep everyone down. Patriarchy is as bad for men as it is for women. Okay, fine. But then you do kind of have to show us what that is, really, before you can try and deconstruct it. But the film has to parody a parody of the real thing it wants to deconstruct. And that just makes it confused even more.
Remember the one of, trick him into, say you haven't seen The Godfather, so you can try and explain it to you. That'll get him. It's like, why?
What a
Like,
loser expressing his interest in art.
But that's
Yeah,
self-defeating.
I bet he learned how to play an
Greta...
instrument.
They try to
for
frame
you.
it as narcissistic. It's like
loser.
he sees himself as better off because he gets to explain something intellectual to the woman, and it's like that. Why are you so fucking
why does it have to
cynical?
always be- Why does it have to be so cynical? Why can't it just be earnest expressions of passion for art? Why is
you
it going to
think
be
men
bullshit?
can't have this? Only women can? That's kind
And
of fucked
it's
up.
written by a person who calls herself a filmmaker, and back before it became inconvenient to do so, would wax lyrical about the influence Woody Allen had on her career, for example. So, like, she's talking about like film theory dismissively because the Ken's interested in The Godfather, but Greta Gerwig herself must surely be interested in that kind of thing. That's why
Yeah,
she's
but
in this
her
career.
in it for the right reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Hers
why
is
she makes a
earnest and real.
multi-gajillion dollar movie and
Hers
sells
isn't
all these tickets and
condescending
makes
at
the
all.
money.
Not
and
condescending
shoves it
at
down your
all.
throat, yeah.
That speech, that big speech,
The
like
speech
in the
was horrible.
second act low point, was embarrassing.
Yeah.
And someone just said, "Are you overthinking this?"
goddamn.
Like, all we've done is tell you what happens.
Well, if the film gets nominated for an Academy Award, which it probably is going to, then you know what? I think it's fair to actually analyze the film for being apparently like a very earnest and sincere and really intelligent satire. I get so tired of that when like it's these films like people fall back on the well, it's just a silly thing. It's like, I don't know, man. It seems like everybody's talking about it like it's one of the best films of the year. Seems like everybody's talking about it as if it's like an actually excellently crafted, brilliant satire.
Mhm.
So in that case, then maybe it should be engaged with as though the points that it's trying to make in the observations and the satire is like earnest.
Yeah, the film likes to give the impression that it itself is thinking. There's a joke about Citizens United within the first 10 minutes, for example. It's not a casual throwaway thing. It's supposed to be a form of critique on modern society. All the interviews that all of the cast and the director have done tell you about all of the the systems of thought that underpin the film, or the philosophy that it's supposed to be trying to convey. It's not a thoughtless film. It's just that it fails to think.
But also,
But it's trying to think, so you can critique it as though it does.
This feels like a neighboring argument to the whole, like, why are you analyzing Star Wars? It's got space wizards. It's like, why are you trying to see what you can find in Barbie? It is Barbie. And you're like, I don't think the
I don't
filmmakers
even
and
know
the
what
writers
that means.
Yeah, but it's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like, we haven't even done any kind of deep dive. We're mainly just telling you what scenes happen and what the points of views of the characters are, and then they're affirmed by the movie. And it's like, what? Question mark? What the fuck is going on? It's not like we're describing them and going, that was a really funny joke, or that was an interesting bit of drama. It was, a point is made and reaffirmed, and then we're sitting here like, wow, that point makes no sense at all. And that you know what I mean? Like, it's not particularly deep in terms of a dive. It's just...
I mean, if you want to actually delve into the nature of like the mechanics of this world, that basically the film makes the statement that the Barbies in the Barbie world, like, they're just susceptible to having their minds completely like subsumed by outside influences, like to the point that they're basically automatons. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with that. That like they need to be inoculated to inoculated to patriarchy. What am I meant to do with that?
Yeah.
It's like they get
Interesting. What are you trying to say about women, Greta?
Weird. That's just like weird on so many levels.
Well, as everyone points out,
things
that women are exceptionally happy under patriarchy.
I don't understand what I'm supposed to make of any of that. That they are incapable of thinking. Getting introduced to like some idea is akin to an illness that killed a bunch of people in real life. And that they were happier under that, but then they construct some like a scheme that involves manipulating the Kens by manipulating what seems to be earnest expressions of their interest in art, because it's actually stupid and lame. To then like I don't even know. I don't like talking about this movie. I don't like it. I don't understand it.
It seems very bitter against people like me, quite frankly.
Well, we did almost skip over Secret Invasion, right? We're gonna...
Yeah, Secret Invasion's easy to talk about. I hate that.
As much as I hate Secret Invasion, and boy, I hate its guts, it doesn't feel like that hates me personally.
It does.
That's sort of an improvement.
There is a TV show in the Marvel Universe that a lot of people had no idea even existed that killed Maria Hill and Talos. Like, they're both gone.
Yeah, dead. And in the process, it decided to metaphorically, spiritually kill Nick Fury.
Pretty much, yeah.
That assassination felt systematic.
It was
very
very
thorough and
telling us how shit he is and how he never did anything. Oh, all these things you made, that was us, like the aliens. We did that
we did
all the
that.
time. You didn't do anything.
You're a loser. You're a sad. And yet another instance of like, you're a sad loser, Fury. Like, that's the only way that they can perceive doing character development is you have to knock them down to absolute like zero rock bottom.
When trying to prove the point about a lot of patterns we can spot in modern writing, like tropes almost, that one is possibly one of the greatest examples ever of reaching into the past of a character that everyone up to this point has quite enjoyed. I mean, obviously, the first destruction of him was in Captain Marvel, but in this, to actually go back and erase his achievements, it's like, wow.
Yeah, retroactively destroying him.
To not only do that, but to transfer them onto a group that is now actively working to kill all humans. And nuke the planet. Which all of that, like that, the Skrulls, man, is like an insane bit of world building that you've now made it to where the majority of Skrulls are cool with, if not actively aiding
Yeah.
the annihilation of all of humanity.
They
So
also
they can
told
live
us
on the
apparently
planet,
that
yeah.
that over the
Because
years
one guy
there's
cut the
been
deal.
there's
Oh,
now a
sorry.
million Skrulls apparently on Earth that just took over other people's lives. It's like,
Yep. And
how,
it's not like
what?
not like you need to ask us people on Earth, the citizens of the world, for our permission on whether or not we're cool with a bunch of shape-shifting aliens coming and subverting democracies.
Yeah.
And then
Nope, we live here now.
we're-
This is our planet. Now all of you need to die,
Yeah.
and horribly
And now-
too. It would be a
because
terrible
one
death to die
guy-
from like nuclear, radiation and stuff.
One guy in Captain Marvel, they cut a deal that they didn't follow through on somehow in 30 years couldn't find one planet. They
On
just
his,
put some scrolls on.
Well,
people have
until you get to the
mentioned-
Marvels, and they did.
Not only have
Oh,
we
yeah.
not seen his reaction to the information, but Rhodey doesn't know that Tony's
Yeah.
dead.
I was about to mention
No,
that.
he doesn't.
Yep,
That's
that-
right. He's been a
That
scroll since Civil
retro.
War.
oof.
That's horrible.
They just
They're
stole
gonna have
that.
to pretend that wasn't the case.
No, yeah, because they announced very publicly that it goes back as far as Civil War, but they have the chance to explicitly not have that be the case when they get back to him in the actual
Mhm.
shows, which I have to imagine the next fucking creative will be like, no.
No.
You throw on the other element as well of Amelia Clarke is now the most powerful entity in the MCU.
Oh yeah, she has
all
just
powers.
all the genetics now.
And it
Yeah,
seems to be done
Captain
so
Marvel
casually
Oh, and-
too that this is just
Sword powers,
existing.
As,
Abomination powers.
Someone just mentioned as well, in the Marvels, we are showed that Captain Marvel absolutely had a planet for Skrulls, but oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the
That's
thing.
true.
like,
They
Secret
really wanted Earth,
Invasion-
though.
Secret
Earth
Invasion
is
just
really
it
great.
can't really exist as a show in the MCU. It doesn't accord with anything before or after it.
Nope.
It's like
Mhm.
it's just there, and everyone, including the people in the studio themselves, have said, "Yeah, that was probably a mistake. Let's just pretend it didn't happen."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
much.
mean, normally it's not a good idea to ignore things, but I don't know how you make an MCU movie that's set on Earth that isn't completely and
I mean,
thoroughly colored by the events of this movie.
One of the things would be like, can we give better deaths to these characters that people actually care about? Can we do
Yep.
that? It's like,
She's not been in it a whole lot, but like Maria's death felt really.
Well, let's be
lame.
honest.
This character's been in it for a while.
it's
you
Ben
know?
Mendelsohn. He's a great actor. Why the hell did we do that to him?
Why don't you get rid of-
Yeah.
Why don't you even get rid of him? Keep him around. Find a way.
Absolutely,
to keep him,
yeah.
You know? He's an entertaining, charismatic guy. I mean, I guess the Maria one's kind of interesting.
Plus, he's
'cause,
one of
like,
the
she's been
few
around-
not
What's
evil
that?
scrolls.
Yeah, but now he's gone. So now,
But now
only
he's
the evil
gone,
ones
so
just the evil ones. It's like, isn't it really offensive, the idea that it's like, oh, Gaia just gets all the powers?
It's
You who were
nuts.
actively participating in the scheme to end all humans on this planet because you're
Yep.
a little bitter.
I mean,
Yeah.
she personally, did the whole bomb thing and the
Yeah. And her reward
killing
is all
those
the
thousands
power.
of people. Yep,
No
that's her
work.
reward.
This
And she'll
no
never
effort.
answer for it. She will
No.
never answer for
Nope.
it. She's kind of like Valkyrie in a sense.
Instead, not only will she not answer for it, she'll walk around condescending to other better people than her about how much they suck. She'll walk around judging everybody else for how much they're losers.
This fucking
Oh,
Rams
yeah,
arm, dude.
Loop arm.
it's pretty funny.
Oh, the whole.
I also like
floopy
how they just completely ignored how the powers work that she gets, because she just uses the magic that Strange uses and does the hand gestures, which she has no way of knowing how that
They
even
have-
works.
Part of the
in
power,
terms
of
he gets
years
his
of training.
brain.
They get
his
Ebony
brain
Moore's
knowledge,
rings.
yeah.
They get his
Do you remember
rings.
the do you remember the joke in Family Guy where Quagmire discovers wanking and then like he walks out one day and he's like he just lifts up his other arm and it's muscly. It's like bulging with veins and shit. Oh yeah, no, I'm just gonna go get my mail there. With a
Yeah.
chomp
Also,
this off.
considering we had a fight in here where two people have like all the powers of all the Avengers, it's like a really lame and shit fight, and it's really
yeah,
short.
It's slop. It's pure slop. It's the shit that
It's
we.
so awful.
It's almost like peak slop, I would say. Which is ironic because Secret Invasion was being marketed as though it's like a return to a Winter Soldier type situation. It's going to be dark, it's going to be gritty, it's going to be on the ground, it's going to star a lot of human characters, it's going to be espionage. Ended like this. What is
Yeah.
this?
And thank God everyone hated it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad that the AI intro automatically just set everybody in this mood
Yeah,
against it.
That was a
Yes.
disaster. They should
Made
not
our
have done
job
that.
easier, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because by the end of this, everybody was done with it. I remember at the beginning, people were kind of coping a little bit, but yeah, by episode 6, especially with the big CG fight at the end, everybody was ready to hate this.
Ew, oh, what a
Uh,
fucking disaster! And the amount of money they would have lost on this must be insane.
200.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess the thing is that lost money on a streaming thing is a bit harder to quantify, but I guess it would be viewership.
Yeah,
Right.
there's a bean counter
$150
somewhere
million.
that can tell them what the return of this project was, and it was terrible. I guarantee it.
It's got to be terrible,
yeah.
yeah. With the way that everyone was talking about it, you know, when it bleeds through to that level and the public discourse is horrifically negative.
Well, I think
Hmm.
Secret Invasion was a big part of why the Marvels. It was probably a big contributor to the even further diminishing of box office. Especially since Skrulls, right? That was something that was introduced in Captain Marvel, so those were kind of attached. People
Yeah.
might have been thinking that the Marvels would actually connect to our Secret Invasion,
Lol.
which they
Captain
probably
Marvel,
didn't
Captain
watch.
Marvel wasn't
But
even
there's
in
no
there.
way you could possibly follow the Marvels up or the Secret Invasion up again with it like
Oh,
it's
well,
the
the thing
most
is that-
devastating world building thing that they've done in the MCU is the Skrull invasion and all that it implies.
yeah.
Earth has changed forever now in a way that you can never go back from.
I don't know that anything ever topples Loki in terms of ruining everything, like from a world. But,
I think
I don't even know
I get
what's
what
in
you
the
mean,
happening.
sense that
on
you
Maybe
have
season
to
two.
account
localized-
for it in your story.
Yeah,
'Cause you
in
can
a
have a story
localized
set on
Earth
Earth.
perspective.
Yeah, yeah. If you're just having a story on Earth like a typical superhero movie, you don't have to account for the ridiculous Loki
Sure.
stuff. But you have to account for the Skrulls all the
I
time,
understand what you mean.
forever and always. Yeah.
Doesn't
I
Secret
get you.
Invasion end with so they passed this anti-alien act, which basically says all aliens are hostile entities on Earth, so they're not allowed to be there anymore. Which one of the questions
Which,
kind of is based. But one of the things I'm really interested in is what overlap, if any overlap, was the script for this show and the script for the Marvels, because the Marvels was delayed, wasn't it? And so I'm assuming these things must have been written not very far from each other. They may even have been partially written at the same time. But evidently they haven't spoken to each other.
No
because,
communication,
you have
no.
the anti-alien act in this show, and then the Marvels comes along and says, where can the Skrulls be safe? Oh no, let's send them back to Earth to live with the new Asgardians, who are themselves presumably subject to the anti-alien act. And we're never, I don't think, ever going to see them again, because that's kind of just speeding them out of the show as quickly as possible. But it doesn't add up that they cannot exist in the same universe.
No, which is pretty funny considering that these projects get billed as apparently connecting to one another. I'm pretty sure that the pitch for Secret Invasion during that like big investor thing where they announced all these projects, the pitch was that it would lead into Captain Marvel 2 at the time, then the Marvels. But I mean, obviously that's not true. But they say that all the time, it will lead into it, and it's like the only way it leads in is detrimentally. As in, it raises new questions that will go unanswered or that contradict, whatever.
There's just
whatever
no way
comes
you can
afterward.
account for it.
Nope. I would. If I was in charge, I would. There'd be a lot of things I would decanonize, but this would probably be the first one that goes.
Oh, easily. Without, yeah, absolutely. There's no way we can have this Skrull invasion shit happening on Earth. It's just, no, we can't do it.
You've got a multiverse now, so you can hand wave it away. This one took place in Universe 17B.
Yeah.
Well, I was
It
just
almost
thinking
makes
that,
the
like, this
snaps seem manageable.
like what Platoon was saying, like the multiverse idea has cheapened everything, where like we got our kicks out of it, there's been a few benefits and fun stories, but now
If by
it's
that
just like,
we mean like
you know,
everything
but-
everywhere all at once was good. That was the kicks I got out of it, but that's
right,
over
but
now.
like it in a pre-multiverse Marvel phase, they would have been much more selective over the projects that got greenlit, but now it's just like,
yeah.
they'll greenlight anything, and if it's shit, and it's just like, well, that takes place in a universe where everything is shit.
There was a
That's
time.
all of them, sir.
Well, that's the thing. They did get to a point where they could greenlight everything and it wouldn't matter, and they enjoyed those 3 years of that actually happening as like a grace period. But you had to then to generate another set of years for a grace period. You needed to have stuff that people actually liked, but you didn't make anything anyone liked. Even
But now,
Shang-Chi. Like there are people out there who said that was great. It's like nobody cares about Shang-Chi. Nobody.
Yeah, tell me one thing about that film.
Rings.
No, just relay a scene.
There is no
That's what I
more
want to know.
Iron Mans that are happening. There's no film that everyone's like, oh shit, you should go, like for the MCU. They didn't make one.
What? We have
Even-
we have the Iron Lady. What's her name?
Oh, Ironheart.
Riri.
Ironheart, yeah.
Ironheart.
I was just gonna say-
She's great.
No Way Home would be like the only exception, but again, that didn't help the MCU or Marvel in terms of like money.
Kind of like
And it's
Spider-Man specifically.
and it's almost like a bookend. Like it wasn't like a promise of future content. It was more so just like an end, and then it might go over to Sony's universe. It's almost confusing in how it could possibly help them, and it's like the best thing they had.
I almost feel like people consider there's Spider-Man and then there's like Marvel, even though obviously Spider-Man, it kind of in the same way
Yeah.
that there's Batman, there's like DC broadly. Spider-Man is Spider-Man, and when Spider-Man succeeds, that doesn't say anything about Marvel or Spider-Man. Especially with the whole rights thing that seems like a lot of people are vaguely... Then again, I mean, isn't the whole idea with the Sony stuff that they want to trick people into thinking that Venom is like in the MCU? But now it's probably more advantageous to say, no, it's in our little universe with Morbius.
Like when you, I don't even know. Like, oh shit, we lied to you, but we take it back. We regret it. It's like telling a terrible lie that gets you in more trouble.
Yeah.
Man.
All
Look at
right.
those visual effects that are up on the screen. It's amazing.
Oh, Amelia Clark.
I had never
Um,
seen that clip before, so that was quite amazing to see that. It looks pretty stupid. The only reason I was inclined to see Secret Invasion was I think Olivia Colman's in it. And it's just
She
like maybe
was-
she's the type of actress who like would only go on board if the material was any good.
She's one of the best things in
don't
there.
Yep.
She actually plays it as though she's having some fun, and she
Someone
gets to do
was.
something competent, which is rare in the whole show.
Yeah, she does a competent thing.
We were like, "Whoa,
Okay.
calm down," and then they did.
Something that we shouldn't forget about is that the new season of Futurama was starting to come out.
Did we
around
not?
this
We didn't
time.
finish that, did we? We got near to the end.
We still got, I think, 2 episodes left to watch.
Yes, and it was not like, how do I put this? It didn't put us in a position of, oh, I can't wait to see more, but it also didn't piss us off.
No, there were a couple episodes that were actually like fairly impressive. There were a few there that were like, oh, and then
Yeah,
a few
it
that
had
were
something
kinda
to
like,
say, jokes that worked, and a decent story to tell. Felt like, and one of the things that struck me about the new season is how much it references all of very much deep cut references to stuff that you have to be a fan of Futurama to put that stuff in there. I was like, damn, nice. So, for anyone out there who's itching for Futurama content, it doesn't fill that hole, but it also gives you something. And, and it's nice.
Snack, not
as-
a meal.
Yeah, as much as all the voices have aged very obviously, what's funny is like his Farnsworth is now probably better than ever. But yeah, it was fun. There's some episodes I think we were like, that was kind of bad, but like, yeah. And then there's some that were like, oh, that was, yeah. Also, someone said, I prefer older Futurama. The theme of this conversation is that it is obviously worse than older Futurama.
But
You were being pretty subtle there, but yeah.
So yeah, that's notable.
I think next up is actually Ahsoka. I think that's
Well, so
Ahsoka.
it's worth a mention. We had the React Wars saga, the next chapter with all the XQC stuff happen.
Oh, jeez, you're right. Oh,
It's not like there's a lot to say on the subject other than just, wow, that was crazy. Another sort of ignition of controversy, because this is the thing. The way for them to get away with doing all this shit is to just stay under the radar, but people like XQC have no interest in doing that. So it can ruin it for a lot more of the people around him if he was to do high-profile sort of React bullshit. But the conversation he had with Ethan Klein was particularly funny.
yeah, but he's
Especially
too
the part when
selfish.
he
There's
got on
only
Dude,
XQC
when
only
he got
cares
on
about
the-
XQC.
when he got on the ground and did the
Did the worm, yeah.
The worm.
That is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. That
Can't
was
believe he
so hilarious. I'm not mad as he crawls around and wriggles around on the floor in silence.
Well, I thought the conversation that you had with him, Mahler, was particularly funny because, like,
Yeah.
you had both reached some kind of consensus on something, and then he said, like, "So you admit defeat, then?" And you're just like,
Well, he had just accepted openly that he was a piece of shit.
Yeah,
didn't
he made
care
it
about
difficult for
anyone
me to do
except
anything with
himself.
it.
He has
'Cause
such
he's just
fucking
like, yes,
gamer
I am
brain,
a villain.
right?
I am
he has
evil.
he has to frame everything in terms of victory and loss, like because he's been playing fucking
Well,
Overwatch.
he is a man
whatever
of
the fuck.
fortune, all right? And
He is
a
jam
must
man.
seek his fortune,
Jam, a man of fortune.
Yeah, that
I'm
was
glad he learned about condensation. That was fun.
That was
that
really
arc
funny.
was Age of XQC, because it it was a new player almost into this game, and my god, there was so much to learn and discover. All the clips that I was sent in terms of just highlights from his streams, as was mentioned, could you believe that he was of a double-digit age when he discovered the concept of condensation? That's that stream clip is so fucking funny. He thinks chat is like lying to him, and then he comes to the conclusion of, okay, so water just appears out of nowhere. Okay.
Okay. So annoying. It just
So, I don't
appears.
know. It kind of black pills you when you look at XQC and know that he's like richer than anyone has any business being, and he's this stupid and
Is
like
that a
a
black pill?
legitimately bad person. But like hundreds, like how many people watch him? 20, 30,000 people are watching him at any time.
Lot,
And it's
yeah.
just like it really is kind of like a human civilization black pill. But
If he can fuck upwards, so can you.
Fuck upwards. Yeah, and you know, just trying to understand everything about it. And I feel like that's just, you know, the next chapter. There'll be another one eventually. Someone over on Twitch will fuck up again, stealing something,
Yeah.
and it'll get a bunch of traction again.
who knows who it'll be or what it'll be about. I mean, Jax Films has been doing his thing, and you know, Godspeed to him. So
Yeah. But Fringy was correct. Next up, in terms of notable coverage, was indeed Ahsoka.
Ahsoka, she's so
Ahsoka.
cool. She's got a lightsaber. And she
So
uses the
cool.
Force. She's so cool.
You know, that was something that was
yeah,
making me think, because some people were saying, like, yeah, you know, Andor would feel more like Star Wars if it did have more lightsabers. That is true, though. And I'm just sitting here like, you saw what
I guess
happened.
technically, but
You saw what happened, though. When it's pushed to the
mean?
extreme, you see Vader with his lightsaber, and then you get people going, and it's just like, whoa.
Vader.
Ahsoka.
It's red.
Almost makes you want to answer the question of how far can we get without lightsabers? Can we do it? Is it
We
possible?
can't get through the blast doors without them.
That's true. Have to get the codes. But yes, he did indeed Vader. This is a part of the arc, but we were willing to give it a huge old shot, and then we were distinctly disappointed quite quickly.
Boy,
Yep.
I am
Wasn't it like-
so glad we can monetize that because,
was-
geez, fuck this show.
Well, yeah, of all of our like episodes coverage of a TV show, our fans love Star Wars. They just love it. You guys are big fans of Disney Star Wars, aren't you? So there's no
Yeah.
denying it. Because
Mm-mm.
it was that
Very true.
first-ish scene of the Balin ship landing in that Republic.
Yeah, and the New Republic ship, whatever it's called, and
And-
everyone was dumb and everyone was an idiot, and there was a chance to be clever and subversive, and we did the most brain dead 12-year-old thing imaginable
It was
It's
just
just
like
some
boom, boom,
stupid
boom,
guy.
boom.
We're just gonna let
set
him
the
on the
tone
ship. It's
for
like,
the
oh,
rest of the
God.
show.
Yeah, and then like
Smell. It was a clever ruse, but
we
I
were
failed.
immediately asking shit tons of questions about how any of it works. It's like, that's a good sign. You've just begun. And then
Mhm.
all the shit with the map, and then the amount of time that's clearly being spent doing nothing because they didn't have any story to tell, which is incredible. Because of
Yeah,
the
I think like every episode is like, oh, you could have started here, or you could have left that out. Why is there so many pauses in between your words and sentences? It's so
Or
awkward.
frames.
yeah, lots of walk-in, lots of landscape shots that go on for way longer than needed, and then episode lengths even that you're like, how did they get this long with how little that happened? And yeah, we could have began the whole season at any really like even in the last episode that could have been where it fucking started, to be honest with you.
Right.
A lot of that information that we got for the rest of the season could have been covered in a conversation. Like, it's distinctly disappointing, and yeah, even fans of you know, the Clone Wars were not happy with this. And you know, like I said, it damaged Dave Filoni's reputation a lot because he was given so much control over this, and this is what you can expect going forward. And I think one of the bigger ones is, like, you know, people are willing to concede that Ahsoka is out of character. That what's her name? Hera. She didn't even have a character really, other than being pompous. And then
Insanely irresponsible. You know,
Yeah,
bringing the son on the
terrible
combat mission to get the Sith. It's like, oh, okay.
Terrible.
that's what I mean. There's
parents,
just
yeah.
negative aspects. That's it. Like using her rank to try and supersede any situation she's in, like a fucking bullheaded idiot. And then, of course,
God, and they tarnished Leia and Mon Mothma
Yep.
too.
well, just taking advantage of the political
bastards.
system to benefit herself, which is exactly what we don't like seeing of our characters.
That's not good. It's not good.
They haven't. I don't even know if Dave realizes that that's like the whole issue that Palpatine takes advantage of is using the system to his benefit to gain more power. It's like, isn't that what you're doing with these heroes? But okay.
I'm becoming more and more of a separatist every day.
Well, and what's cool about it is, like, in a good story, that would be awesome. Like, a good character doing that, and then another good character being like, isn't that a bit? And it's like, no, well, it's fine, because we're the good guys.
Yeah, we're doing it for the good
And
reasons.
and you know that if it was an Andor, there would be like a subtle, maybe, you know, musical track, or there's expressions that give away like, ooh, this will be addressed again sometime. This is not going to be forgotten. But in
in Andor, the scene of Mon Mothma in the car with her husband, like, that was a legitimately subtle scene that I didn't quite even get until we like stopped it and like considered what it was about, because it was really clever and subtle. So, just not like that in Andor,
take advantage of
know?
that where you can in Star Wars.
Yeah,
It's
you
funny
sure
because
do.
I think
Gotta.
the lesson that's been taken from the prequels is the most shallow. Oh, the politics stuff is the thing that doomed the prequels. So mainline
Yeah.
Star Wars can't be doing the politics stuff anymore because we don't want that. There's even that scene in Mando season 3 when Doc Brown's character is about to go on a political speech about the virtues of separatism and independence. And then Bo-Katan just shoots him with the stun gun and says, politics. But, like, the best of the Disney Star Wars shows has been Andor, which is by far the most political, in-universe political of
Yeah,
all
it takes
of them.
politics seriously in Andor, and
Yeah, and it's because the
Serious
politics
thing.
did not doom the prequels. Lots of other things doomed the
It
prequels.
was the
but-
terrible story and the awful characters and everyone being stupid and the odd pacing and all the other things.
Yeah, but like lo and
Awkward
behold, if you're
CGI.
doing serious world building in the Star Wars universe, particularly in this time period, you actually do have to pay some attention to the political arrangements of that system. Like, what is happening with the New Republic? What is the New Republic even? How powerful is it? How far does it reach? Who's in charge? All of these things are really vital to set up, and you can do that in a really compelling way. Again, Andor is the classic example of how you can do that in a compelling way with a strong character-driven story. But Ahsoka comes along, and you compare Mon Mothma and Ahsoka to Mon Mothma in Andor. They are not the same person. Leia is not the same person. Like, none of these people, they can't even fit together in the sort of the vague timeline sense. You know, when you get the beginning, when the guy's giving the speech and he says it's been several years since the fall of the Empire. Oh, that's really helpful. I love being grounded in this universe. I love knowing whether we're before Mando season 3 or after it. Like, incredibly important piece of information. And
Yeah.
they can't even give you that until the penultimate episode of the series.
And you know what's funny? I feel like if
I
Gilroy
wonder
was
if they
told,
know
like,
until they decide.
Well, that's probably the case. Yeah, like they didn't even know. They they weren't sure.
well, we found that out
Which
with
isn't-
Captain America, whether or not he was alive.
I was just
in-
about to say that. Yeah,
Falcon Winter
yeah,
Soldier, they
this
didn't
isn't-
know.
This is not unprecedented, shocking as it is. Disney
Yeah,
properties
that-
not like knowing basic information or being
That's got to
able
be
to tell.
a bit of a power play too, because as a writer, you'd be like, "I need to know that information," and they're like, "You're not going to get it. Move on." And you'd be like,
And I'll just have the character say, "I have no idea what year it is."
and we've heard about the many creatives that have left contact with Disney or working with them, and it's like, it's got to be stuff like that, isn't it? Like, how fucking annoying would that be? You're like, how would I write my story? I need to know if he's dead. And they're like, you're telling me that you might establish later that he was dead the whole time, and I have to write it as though I don't know whether or not fucking Bucky. Don't you think they're gonna have an opinion to share if he's dead? Like, it's gonna come up.
Yeah.
Just
Like,
don't reference
well,
them,
yeah,
lol.
yeah, just don't bring it up.
Yeah, like look
It
at you, caring.
undermines the whole plan in because I think it's the penultimate episode of Ahsoka is when they reveal that it's all set after Mando season 3, which already causes problems because it means that Morgan Elsbeth's character has been on a prison ship for about 3 years at that point, just doing nothing. But then
That's
it gets
insane.
even worse because you have
Longer
the
than Moff
Shadow
Gideon was on a
Council
prison
stuff.
ship.
Well, that's true, but you have the whole Shadow Council stuff in Mando season 3 when it now, thanks to Ahsoka, we know that the Imperial's plan is to divert all their resources to wait for a guy they haven't contacted and don't even know is alive because the witch magic hasn't been
Bold
used
move,
yet. So
Cotton.
they don't, and they're not helping Morgan Elsbeth in any way because they don't give her any resources. Like, none of that fits together. It can't actually work in that way.
And if the gap is truly 3 years, I mean, that's how long has the gap been between Ahsoka discovering the information about the location of the map device and going to the map device?
Years.
That
is
doesn't
what
make any fucking
means.
sense.
Because it means- I know, none of it makes any sense.
Yeah,
and it's funny because if
the
you
timeline's
ask them,
fucked.
they might actually go like, "Oh fuck!" It's like, "Oh, you didn't think about that? No, fuck, we didn't think of." Oh, shit.
Well, they were
It's fine,
they
it's
were probably
cool.
like, "Well, to be fair, we didn't know." And it's like, "Why don't you know?"
What do you mean? Why don't
can't
you
you
know?
know?
This
Yeah.
is your life.
This
You
is your
make Star
job.
Wars all the time. I fucking
You
hate-
have the opportunity to create a television show. Do you know how many few people on the planet Earth have that incredible opportunity, and you're squandering it? And that's kind of what makes me a little bit mad. It kind of pisses me off that you're wasting this insane opportunity that people would kill for.
Zombie stormtroopers. What the
What the fuck, indeed.
No one's ever
me.
truly gone.
And that they've got a whole army that dude, that's one of those things where it's like I just can't do it. I can't look at Empire Strikes Back, watch that story and those characters in that world and imagine, yeah, and some years later there are going to be a bunch of zombie stormtroopers. I can't do it. Like it doesn't
I can't
it
watch the
doesn't-
prequels and be like, oh yeah, Anakin had this orange apprentice lady. And I'm like, that no, he didn't. He did not have that shit. You made that up. I will not
Yeah, that-
accept the
that's
big
like-
lie.
There's only so much that you can. I think I'm pretty willing to accept it. I can accept terrible things as being canon. Unfortunately, my brain can just square
Well, I've
those things
accepted
away.
the prequels, so we're there.
Oh, but the point being,
but
I've said it
zombies,
so many
like,
times
no.
because I think it was the first instance in Star Wars, especially of like, dude, no, that didn't happen. Which is Han Solo dropping Cthulhu into a black hole. That did
Yeah,
not
you
happen.
referenced that. Yeah,
The Han
You're like,
Solo
you
that we
guys.
meet in A New Hope did not. I can't accept it. My brain can't accept it as having happened. It's just that's made up bullshit that didn't happen.
That's wild.
And the zombie stormtroopers is going to be another thing of made up bullshit that I totally will remove from my brain as being canon. Can't
All
do
of
it.
this is
I
made
can't
up,
do
but
it.
some of it is way made up. You
Exactly.
know, like
I think there's
it's all
if there's
made up,
one
but
scene
some
that
of
sort
it's a
of
lie.
sums up all of Ahsoka, though. I think it's got to be Marok. Marok is probably one of my favorite bits in the entire show. It's like all the episodes leading up, and you got all the rooms. Oh, who is he? Is he actually Ezra? Is he going to be Starkiller from fucking Force Unleashed, whatever it was? Is he going to be this person, that person, that person?
Nope.
Oh no, he's just a fart.
No, he's no
Fantastic.
one, you asshole.
He's a fart. He's actually full of. He's blowing out like smoke up your ass.
And
He's like
like
green
fucking-
smoke. That's all he is. He's not
Yeah.
even a
Seriously,
person.
You're talking
Did-
about like actor, so
what-
the people involved not knowing what they're doing. The guy who wrote and directed that episode was actually asked specifically about that character,
Oh, okay.
and he doesn't know what it
the-
was because Dave Filoni didn't tell him. So
Okay.
how do you're writing this character? You're writing the death scene. How do you not know who he is?
So
or
many
what he
questions. Can you
is?
make more of these fart people? They seem to be pretty good with like
Yeah.
flying and fighting and
No,
everything.
don't get
Just
into
make more
cloning
fart
Jedi.
people.
Don't. We've done the cloning Jedi thing. We don't want to go there.
Why is he fart?
Because
Why
that's
is
what
he a
people do when they
fart?
die. They fart.
While making
How
It's an
blue
annoying.
sounds.
established fact.
How no- Hey, Dave. What is this character saying? I don't know.
Wouldn't you
Oh.
like to know?
Just kill him off. Oh, who is he? Oh, just a fart. Oh. Okay.
He's still a better written character than Sabine though.
That's
Dude,
true.
she's
yes.
the worst. She's the worst. She is
Sabine
like really,
sucks.
She sucks,
really,
man.
really lame. God, she's
I
annoying.
mean, Ahsoka's bad. Sabine is bad. Hera's bad. They're all bad.
Suck ass, dude.
Yeah, I like the robot. I like him.
Yeah, the robot's
He's
neat.
okay.
David
Yeah.
Tennant
Yeah.
robot is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like him.
But Sabine's
got
kind of
some-
doomed from the beginning because is it the first
he's in
episode
Ahsoka.
even where yeah, well obviously yeah, but like when Sabine's got watching that hololog of Ezra, which is really just filling in for the audience who hasn't seen Rebels or the Clone Wars, like what the hell these people are, and that audio log is when Ezra says like, oh yes Sabine, I'm your good friend Ezra Bridger, you were like a sister to me, and in that moment it's kind of screwed because like. What's their attachment to each other? It's just a vague friendship. They don't even want to bone. So she's going to go and potentially sacrifice an entire galaxy in order to get to a person that she doesn't really give that much of a shit about. And then they meet,
Yeah.
and it's just, oh hi, how did
Yeah.
you
No,
get here?
she
I'm
really
not going to
deeply
tell
cares
you.
Oh,
about this
where's-
guy.
Where's Ahsoka? How did you get here? He's like, don't worry about it. How are
we
you
can talk
doing?
about that later. I mean, it was only 2 days ago that I saw her, as far as I'm aware,
Possibly
die.
die.
And it was my fault too. But
Also, the
hey,
guy you sacrificed yourself is trying to make his way back. But don't worry about it. Let's have
This
some
is
fun
crazy.
adventures with those little turtle people.
Adventures are
she
fun.
undid. She reversed Ezra's sacrifice.
Yeah.
She fucking Uno reverse cards like his whole arc.
Well,
Yeah,
that
because they
explains
can't write-
how terrified and grim he looks when she shows up, and
He
not
doesn't
happy and
look like
thrilled to
he's-
see his old
yeah,
friend, my old
basically.
friend Sabine
Yeah.
Wren.
Because it's funny, he's
I-
like, "Oh, it's been kind of tough." It's like, dude, it looks like it's been a breeze. You look
Yeah, it
like
looks like you're having a good time here with your little friendos.
You look like you've been living very comfortably. It's
Yeah.
not like you've got a whole bunch of new scars because you've been at all of these really close calls and fights and, malnourished or anything. You chill.
And of course, there's no repercussions for that. They don't talk about this. It's just they just leave, and
Yep.
then it's like, but seems like a pretty natural way to implement some drama. It's like, wait, what the fuck are you doing? I just sacrificed myself, and now you're back, and he's going back to where I
We don't
was.
do real drama.
Dave
We do
Filoni
fake
doesn't
drama.
understand.
Yeah.
He can't do it. He can't tell stories. He doesn't even seem to understand like what you're supposed to do in stories. He doesn't understand that conflict and resolution, like that sort of dance is like a part of storytelling. He just can't do it. And now he's in charge.
That's amazing how he gets put in charge.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Tony over there, just like writing and redrafting,
Well, I guess the
making
thing
art.
is that but the problem is like, I guess in a sense it makes a lot of sense because
yeah, it makes
he's
sense.
been
It's-
consistently
yeah.
labeled as the guy who gets it and knows how to tell Star Wars stories. And he's made stuff that is ostensibly successful. So yeah, but but now who are you gonna blame? Like it was all like. He deserved blame for a lot of the stuff that's already happened, but now he's the chief creative officer.
Mm.
So now there's no one to blame.
Chief creative officer of Star Wars.
Yeah,
Can't believe it. You only fail upwards.
I guess so.
More black pill depressing
think,
nonsense about the industry.
Season
Well,
2 is
hey, I
definitely
think,
happening, isn't
sorry.
it? For Ahsoka, we are getting a
I
second
don't.
season.
I don't think we know. I think it's up in the air. Maybe it's a mini.
I think it's like a lot of things at Disney. They're trying to figure out maybe what their plan is. Because you can't
Probably.
ignore the holes in the dike right now. You got to figure out how you're going to plug them.
Oh well, Wikipedia says Ahsoka is a mini series, so it's done according to Wikipedia. But hey,
Interesting. Who knows?
it could, it could stay a miniseries or it could get a second one.
See, but if it doesn't get a second one, then that means it's canon in Star Wars that Ahsoka and Sabine are just cast away in a different galaxy, never to
No,
be
isn't
seen.
it
Actually,
great?
it's kind of what they
that's a-
deserve, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'll take that.
Yeah, they deserve to be stuck on a planet with each other for eternity. Yeah.
I think
what's next?
One Piece came out next.
One
that's-
Piece. Y'all
that's
have to
also
talk
still
about
on
this
my
one. I
list.
didn't see it.
But I heard very good things. I watched only the first episode, and I didn't mind it, but I didn't really continue. But you guys all told me it's very nice.
I like it. It's a really easy thing to point to as good. It's good. It's straightforward. It's good. It has characters who are all different and have their own journeys that they're going on that are gradually sort of resolved and developed on over the course of the season as they go to different places and meet wacky characters and get into cool action scenes in a kind of fun world that, for as absurd as it is, accepts what it is, like with earnestness. This
Kinda
would
the
be like
key.
an example to point to of it accepts, we live in a crazy world with wacky characters and crazy powers, and there's a bunch of pirates in all of these islands scattered around with zany, wacky entities, and it just kind of accepts that as being what it is and embraces it with a smile on its face. It's like a really fun show. That's like a really easy one to recommend. I don't really know much about the anime though, or the manga, so I can't really speak to like anything to do with like how faithful it is or whether the it's.
I mean,
the anime.
I recognize a lot of things on that first episode I watched
Okay.
back in the day when it came out in good old Germany. So I think it's pretty accurate from what I know, whatever I remember. But that's me from years and years ago. But I think it's pretty.
The guy who made the manga involved in it, so like he
I
had
think
some
so, yeah.
creative say.
Yeah.
That always helps.
Something that
does.
I really liked about the show was the production design. It had these really cool sets, lots of cool like makeup applied to certain people, like the fish guys that were more involved towards the end, and just like that everybody kind of played it off as essentially being like real in that world. Like the production design was super impressive. It had a big budget though, I'm pretty sure, and they used it pretty well, I'd say. I really like the set for the big restaurant in the middle of the sea that they went to, like in the middle of the season.
Oh yeah.
I really like that set. That was cool.
Yeah, it was good fun. There's only a couple of fair, like, the only episodes I think I would say were duds would be, is it episode 3 and 4 with the cat people villains? And there's the slightly irritating section that I have in mind anyway, is like he wants to kill them, he catches them, he's actually got one of them in his clutches and proceeds to not kill them in order that he can live, which is just kind of, it's a bugbear. It was still like fun, it was just irritating, as opposed to the rest of the show, which I thought was generally fairly tight for what it was.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because you've definitely got like some conveniences and stretches and stuff like that, but it hits a lot of the standard character beats. I really
There are
like
literally
Luffy.
some stretches in the show. Yeah, stretches is
I
the
like
word.
him. I like Luffy a lot. He's a cool protagonist. It's cool to have this sort of like relentlessly upbeat, optimistic guy who extends that optimism to everybody that he meets in his life, but at the same time, when he means business, he will like steadfastly protect his friends and do what he believes is right. It's just, I like him a lot. He's a cool protagonist.
It's refreshing to have something that isn't at all cynical, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he sort of embodies that, which is, all of the people around him are individualists. They will have their own motives, and they are prepared at various points to double cross anyone they're with if the team threatens to get in the way of the individual motive. But it's the guy who is the most like blissfully naive and optimistic all the time, who, even though he is naive, is the one who makes his naivety come true. Like, he is the one who gives them the grander family. He gives them the collective. And it sounds like a really twee and simple message, but yeah, friends will do things for their friends. And so there is no necessary conflict between your individual want and the want of the team. It's just nice.
But
Interesting.
true as that
layer of-
may be, have you considered that I'm a loser, friends suck, and also divorced? Isn't that
well,
fun?
that'd
Maybe they'll
Isn't
try that for
fun?
season 2.
Well, I mean,
yeah, isn't that
season
pretty
2.
clever and
The show
fun?
was so like positive that something that was super interesting was that Zoro was like one of the first people to really come around to liking Luffy, because he had no reason to dislike him. He looked at him as a guy that had like no ulterior motives or schemes that he was playing at. He was just a guy chasing his dream, and that he found that immensely respectable. Like, I found it cool that the guy who's like you figure the one that would be the hardest to get on board was actually one of the first to go, I like you a lot, actually. I'm going to stick with you to the end.
He's a bit of a
whereas
powerhouse
actually
of a
Nami,
character,
who
and he
would
wants
be-
to give that power to someone who's
who he thinks is good.
worthwhile. And it's like, yeah, I mean, Luffy proves himself a whole bunch of times in front of him, so it's just easy for him.
Yeah.
Just,
Whereas it was like Nami who was the hardest one to bring around, because she had all of her basically plans that she needed to accomplish. She had a lot of reason to be very world weary and cynical.
And structurally, they do a good job of spreading out everybody's sort of stories and development throughout the season. It's remarkably, structurally, fundamentally normal. It's it comes across to me as
really
completely
like,
recognizable as a structure, even though it's a wacky show. But once again, it's kind of stuff we were talking about earlier. If that's the theme of what we've learned about media this year, it's that take your shit serious. It's a stupid, wacky, crazy world, but all the characters are very much aware of just how bad things can go and what things mean. They don't fucking wink at the camera every 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm. I quite like the I can't remember the captain, the guy who was chasing him, Luffy's was grandfather, right?
Yeah.
I liked him a lot. He was pretty entertaining. His scenes were often pretty interesting.
Good
He had,
actor,
like,
yeah. I
an
like
interesting
the
dynamic.
yeah, the back and forth
Without a
everybody
cadet.
there.
Garp, yeah, I like Garp.
Garp.
I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
him.
We'll be paying
will be
attention
watching-
to season 2.
The next season, yeah. And I wonder if this will be an
I'm gonna be watching
instance
your
of. It
career with
seems like
great interest.
the general takeaway is that this is one of the best anime, like live action Western anime adaptations.
Mm-hmm.
From what I
That's
understand,
what I've
yes.
seen. So I wonder if that's going to influence again, but whether or not that'll be positive, or if they learn
The
the
thing
wrong lessons,
we-
which is give them like colorful hair that looks like in the anime, and that's good enough.
In and among disaster, we have these little hints of like, oh, what's that? You know, in
Joy.
little adaptations that aren't as cringe as you might think, and you're like, oh my god, what does it mean going
Well-
forward? Who knows? We'll find out.
And it goes back to the video game point, which is, this is successful because it does not run away from its premise. There's a reason all of these original properties are so successful, and denuding them of those original aspects is not going to make them better necessarily. So yeah, even if it's a live action anime adaptation, play up to what the anime did and that makes it popular. Don't pretend that because it's live action, it has to be more serious and somber and adult.
Well, there's probably a very balked conventional wisdom of like, well, a film isn't a game, so we can't just, or a film isn't an anime, so we got, and it's just like, why no? And if you think about like Resident Evil, that franchise was pretty money makey, the Paul W.S. Anderson ones, and they're just hilarious in terms of adaptations. I could see Paul W.S. Anderson telling you, like, you can't just take the games and make them into films. That would never work. You have to do what I did. You have to, like, Paul, like, we would have plenty of... Imagine, like, a direct adaptation of Resident Evil 4. You could do it. It would be great.
Absolutely, yeah. That'd be...
Even
That would be
Resident Evil
interesting to
1.
see.
Like, I'm convinced you can make a fucking sweet Resident Evil movie, but
Yeah.
I haven't quite seen
100%,
it done yet.
I think. Did you talk about Blue Beetle?
No.
No one did.
I saw it. I talked about it on FNT, if anyone wants to see my take of it. It was pretty bad. I'm trying to remember it now. The main thing I'm taking away is Susan Sarandon's acting was so bad, it was hilarious. She couldn't give less of a fuck about being in that movie. It was actually funny and almost worth seeing just for that. The main actor did a really good job. I bought his enthusiasm, and you could tell he really took this role seriously and wanted to make it work. But all your standard like horrific plot, just everything's coincidental or holes. There's plenty of like jokes that didn't work. But like I guess it was better than like The Flash.
It sounds
I mean,
like
that's
it's got
something, I guess.
the 3 out of 10 territory, basically.
Yeah, I think there was some things I kind of liked, and there's a lot of things I did not like at all. But seriously, that one has been flushed. It's almost like you saying that made me think like I did see that. Yeah.
Speaking of, by the way, flushed films, Expend 4 Balls also released around
Oh,
that.
Oh,
Expend 4
boy.
Balls. That was
so
that was
shit.
not-
God,
that was
that film is
it wasn't
miserable.
fun.
That was miserable.
It was boy. That was the most like.
I assume it's like money
soulless,
grubbing, just make another one, whatever.
money-grubby.
Yeah, but this one didn't make any money, so...
Exactly. Expendables is dead as an IP now.
No,
Thinking of that
the-
movie, all I can imagine, the thing that comes to my mind when I think about Expendables is how Sylvester Stallone's in it for 5 minutes, and 80% of that is him sitting down in a chair somewhere,
Yep.
which makes me wonder, like,
Oh, there's
okay,
information
alright.
about something going on with him and the IP or the company's whatever behind the scenes. But
Yeah.
obviously, from our perspective, like it's just a sad film that needs to be put down.
Yeah.
hmm
It's not... It's
It's,
stupid. It's dumb.
You can see us talk about it for 20 minutes on Metal's Forge while
Yeah,
talking about a bunch of other things.
On the 3-hour stream, we talked 20 minutes.
Oh, and I've
Mhm.
just remembered because I was playing a particular game when we talked about it, and we should probably mention it at least somewhat. Would be Liza P.
I was about to
Yay!
say, that's,
That was
yeah,
good.
that's on the list too.
It was really good. It was really cool to play an entry into the Souls-like genre that wasn't just... funnily enough, it did fall victim to a lot of carbon copy issues, but it also did a
Yeah.
bunch of new things and cool things. Created a world
And
that
then it
was...
also didn't copy some things that they definitely should have copied, but for some reason didn't.
Yeah, it had
Like
the full selection.
Stagger bar. It's like, why?
Oh
why
god,
do you
I
have
wish
all
they'd
this-
copied that, dude.
Why do you have this whole stagger mechanic, but you don't give me a bar that shows
Surely
me how
that-
far this goes up?
Surely that's been modded in now, right? Like someone's got a mod for it. It's gotta be.
Probably, yeah.
I wonder if that
imagine
makes the
so.
game like super good, you know?
I was
wonder.
surprised to learn that it wasn't from software. I was convinced it was for the longest time.
Hmm.
And I'm like, oh, it's a different company? Really? It looks so similar to the Souls games.
Well, Souls-like is a genre for a reason. There's so many
Okay.
derivatives of Dark Souls now that
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you remember the era
well,
of
speaking
all video essays related to games would reference Dark Souls? There was a time on YouTube
Yeah,
where
yeah.
Oh,
Right,
so-
it's the
absolutely.
Dark
I've
Crash
made
is
fun
the
of that
Dark
multiple
Souls of platforming.
yeah, every
Mhm.
single fucking it would be cringe as hell, and you'd almost collect them like Pokemon, like all the people saying it, and then Mark Brown at the top of the list. Just every episode would be like, it's very similar to Dark Souls.
No. Speaking of Dark Souls, Armored Core 6 came out this year as well.
Mm.
Yeah, that was good too.
I finished that last week.
Oh,
Nice.
neat.
What do you think?
I liked it for the most part. It's been ages since I'd played an Armored Core game, though. I think 3 was the last one I touched.
Yeah.
So bit of a learning curve to get back into it.
Yeah.
I probably accidentally completed it more than strategically completed it, but I did complete it.
Still completed. That still counts.
Well, I know that there are a lot of games that came out in September because
Yeah.
Starfield came out in September.
Yeah,
Mhm.
After
I
Black
played
Hole
that for like
started for me.
2 streams, and it's
Amazed you made it that far.
yeah. I mean, I didn't even had the intention to really play it. I was like, oh, it's on Game Pass. I don't need to pay extra. Well, I might as well give it a go and stream it. And man, it's a drag. It's
It is
just
difficult to stream.
boring.
So,
I
what's the general takeaway then?
Boring.
With, good old Starfield? Boring.
It's
Yeah.
boring.
yeah, all those
It's-
planets are empty as fuck for
It's
the most
boring
part.
and it's poorly put together, and
Yeah.
the more you dive into its development, just the more kind of brain damaged you become.
Ooh,
Okay.
tell us
'Cause I-
more.
Because normally with those games, I like to do like a lot of optional stuff, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go to this place. I'm gonna build a big ass base so I can get all these minerals and whatnot in one place and put them there. But then you learn it's like, oh wait, I need to unlock the skill tree all the way to level 4 on this particular one, which I need to do specific things before I get to the next level and also level up, which means you have to do this and that. So before you can even get all the resources, you have to grind your way through a specific skill tree so you can put bases on a hazardous planet.
Oh, you go through all that, and then you realize that the outposts also are pointless because the number of resources you need for research is extremely low
Oh,
compared
well,
to
there
the
you
amount
go.
of time you invest into leveling it up.
I didn't even get that far. Oh, I would have been very disappointed if I actually went through that then.
Actually, that
You,
was the
you-
common trend of reviews was they were praising the outpost system, but none of them had actually played with it.
You mentioned that there was a story with the development. What's the deal there?
So basically, they didn't use a centralized design document when they were creating the game. The design director has specified that they had a bunch of smaller little documents, but that's still not supplemental. So what you have is a bunch of these elements and mechanics that are all independent and working separate of each other and working against each other in a lot of ways. And it
Awesome.
results in this overall experience where there is no cohesion between any of the game's mechanics.
That sounds really stupid.
Well, and so the guy that's responsible for that is Emil Pagliarulo, and he was also the lead on Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, which should explain the kind of decline in quality between those games. Some people get it confused and think that he was the lead on Skyrim. He actually wasn't. That was a pair of gentlemen, Bruce Nesmith and Kurt Coleman. And Nesmith came out recently and basically said, yeah, we made Skyrim and we thought that we were infallible, so we just said, fuck it, and did whatever we thought was good, and it kind of bit us in the ass with Fallout 76.
Something I would
Yep.
say that I've noticed about Starfield is that it is now inviting people to consider just how dated Bethesda RPGs seem
Yeah.
compared to a lot of their contemporaries, and also how limited they are compared to a lot of their predecessors by way of player choice and interactivity.
I
They
think
were
one of
always-
the things that for a long time Bethesda games kind of had going for them was that they were kind of the only ones doing that kind of game.
Yes.
There are ones that are kind of like them a little. Like I could see why someone might compare The Witcher 3 to Skyrim or something like that, but they're clearly different experiences. But there's not like it's almost its own genre, a Bethesda game. Like a Fallout 4 and New Vegas and Skyrim, they are their own kind of game. It kind of like in a way, sort of like the Souls likes.
Yes, but not as emulated as often.
Yeah. The only person emulating Bethesda games is themselves, and often very poorly. But it just if you want that thing, you have to go there. They're not really competing with anyone else, and no one's really competing with them.
But what has happened is they've started having to compete with CD Projekt Red,
Yeah,
and
Cyberpunk
they
and
are
Witcher
they're
3.
badly losing on that because they were resting on their laurels, and that allowed them to be typically like 3 to 4 years behind the rest of the industry. And you can't be stuck in a 2020 mindset when you have Baldur's Gate 3 coming out a month
I was about to
before
say.
you and
Mhm.
Phantom Liberty coming out 2 weeks after you.
I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 Doom Starfield in that it
Yeah.
came out and seemed to blow. I haven't played it yet, but like I've heard
Me
nothing
neither.
but positive things about it. It
Yeah,
like
nothing but
relentlessly
praise.
positive feedback.
I've been playing it offline with a friendo, as I've said many times before, and I've been quite enjoying it.
One
It
thing
seems
I'm
like it has raised the bar for a lot of people's expectations for fantasy games of its general kind.
But it's
Oh,
also, I mean,
abso-
the point about putting it next to Starfield is a really apt one because everything that Baldur's Gate 3 does well really just exposes how shallow Starfield is. So, like,
And
th-
funnily enough,
it's-
not only in just the game itself, but also in just fixing the game.
Mm.
Because like a couple of like a week later, like for like weeks, like every day they put out patches of things they got told by the community. And I think just a couple of weeks ago they put out like another 4 GB patch with even more changes and fixes. So they've been just keeping on the game to just keeping
Yeah,
it
I
up.
got people who tell me that like Cyberpunk right now is like really good and they're loving it and they're really getting
yeah.
into it super hardcore and that it's like finally realizing its potential and a lot of work got put into it. So
I
I
will
don't.
say, presented with the choice between Cyberpunk and Baldur's Gate 3, I gave Cyberpunk a chance. Maybe I'll do it again, but it's probably going to be
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3 whenever I get around to it because it just seems like out of the gate, like Baldur's Gate 3 success is really important in terms of highlighting that a genre that has for a long time essentially been declared by certain entities in the industry as being unviable is one of the most successful games of the year. I'm pretty sure it's still got like hundreds of thousands of concurrent players on Steam months after its release as a more old school turn-based CRPG managing to outperform the newest Bethesda big budget like RPG.
I can check real
that's,
quick.
250,000 concurrent players at the moment.
that's a lot of people. That makes one of the top 10
peak
on
for
Steam.
yeah, the peak today was 287,500 players.
there's
Yeah,
just
for
so much to do. Like,
Starfield,
Baldur's
for
Gate
Starfield,
owns
we're
its
at
massive
15,000.
size. In a way, so Starfield's great problem is not like mechanical bugs, at least when I played it, and I didn't get very far into it because it did become incredibly dull. But Starfield's, like, it's immense. It's got a massive scope, and there's nothing in it to justify the amount of space that you have. So like the first planet I tried to explore fully went, oh, there's a cave over there. That looks really deep and complicated, and there must be something important at the end. Oh no, it's another procedurally generated crap that doesn't need to be there. And then the main story, oh well, you've woken up and you've touched a magic artifact that's given you visions of a dystopian future, and, and then you have to go and figure out what that is. I've seen that so many times before. And your earliest mission, go here, pretend to get a job for someone else by going here to fill out a form to go back. This is tedious. Whereas Baldur's Gate 3, it's massive, but there's something to do wherever you are. The player choice actually matters. There's a huge range of it. The characters are really well drawn. You're probably not going to play it the same way twice, no matter how many times you play it. But there's always a reason to be somewhere. The world feels alive, and it justifies the amount of space that the world is taking up. And we do seem to be in this phase of there are certain game developers who seem to think the bigger the open world you have, the better. But that's not true because you do actually have to have content to fill your open world. If there's no reason to go anywhere, there's no point having the place there to begin with.
An impression that I've now. All right, I'm going to clarify. I'm kind of talking out my ass here. I've never quite understood the appeal of like the Bethesda RPGs. At least not in terms of I can't understand why anybody would be interested in them. But I always got the impression that like the amount of praise that they got seemed to outstrip how good they actually appeared to be. Like
Bethesda
I said,
games, look at
I've
them.
really not played much of them. I played I think 10 hours of Fallout 4. I barely played any fucking Skyrim at all. Maybe like an hour. I've only ever looked at it from the outside in and always wondered like it looks to me that there are other games with better open worlds, that there are other games like with better combat, that there are other games with better RPG elements, that like there is no single aspect of what these games do that you can't point to another game that does that component better.
Bethesda games are a collection of things that, when taken together, give you a particular experience, but no single thing in them is really noteworthy.
They're often described as a jack of all trades style of game where it's a game where you can have a stealth system, but you can also be running around and doing action combat or running around and casting magic. It's trying to give you as broad a spectrum as possible. One thing I want to impress about Starfield, though, is that I realized this a couple weeks into working on my video on it, that there were no memes about the game. Or if there were memes, they were about the release of the game, not actually derived from the game itself. And it's the same with the state of the fan art and the porn that's been generated of it. It just doesn't exist compared to something like Baldur's Gate 3 or
There's Starfield
Cyberpunk.
porn? What
No.
of? I was about to say. Like, at least I
Um,
get the Skyrim stuff, but like,
I
jeez.
on the Bethesda thing, what I tend to hear is that it was the older games that they made, like Morrowind and stuff, that were cool, and that it
Yes.
was sort of like later that it was starting to get. But the thing that I consistently hear about Fallout is that New Vegas is like the best one of that era.
Well, what you have to
Was
understand is New Vegas was not developed by
Obsidian.
Bethesda.
That's
Yeah,
Obsidian, yeah.
and that the old Fallout games like Fallout 1 and 2, that those ones are better than the 3 and 4. That's what I also hear. And I
Hard to
guess
compare them. I imagine they're very different from one another.
Yeah, they're very
Uh,
not just genre different, but in terms of like priority as well with the people who had created them back in the 90s. Bethesda
okay.
Fallout likes to lean more into the humor, like comedic aspect to it, whereas Fallout 1 and 2 were more kind of serious. I mean, it was still, retro future 1950s Americana, but they did take those concepts more seriously.
Okay. Well, so do you think that Starfield's gonna like develop a really big modding community that's gonna like improve the game and fix it and
Um,
make it where people
Well,
want
I
to get
heard
into it?
the multiplayer
probably.
people stopped because they said the game is too boring. I don't know if that's true, but I
So I
think
had
I've seen the
a
tweet.
I had a 3-hour conversation with a gentleman named Elminster who created the modding tool Xedit, which is significantly important for modding Bethesda games. And it is his opinion that it is going to be extremely difficult for any modding scene to prop up around Starfield, in part because of various changes that they've made to the file structure of the game itself, making it very difficult for, let's say you have two mods that change New Atlantis, the game can't reconcile the difference between those mods anymore. And so
Like, they
that's going to
can't
be,
stack them in terms of which one ultimately gets
yeah,
resolved first, or how they
which
can.
one actually gets to make the change. Or
Oh,
let's say that
so
you want
okay.
to let's say you want to make your house on destroyed Earth, right? In order to do that, you can't just make your house and then put it into the game. You actually have to replace something that's in the game already, and then your house from then on can be pulled by that randomized system of the PCM. So your house could show up on other planets.
Okay, that's
I
weird.
don't understand. Bethesda should clearly know when, launching Starfield and getting it ready, that the mod scene is something that they need to encourage to
Mm,
blossom as much as possible for their games.
They're leaning
Um,
more into the paid mod direction, where basically they can put their syrup tap on it and just get uh, dividends forevermore or in perpetuity for other people's work.
how much, if someone makes a mod that they put into the creation club, what percentage of the money goes to the person who made the mod?
I'm not
Do you
aware
know?
of the new creation system, but I have been told by somebody who talked to one of the Creation Club modders. They're under NDA, of course, so this is all anonymous. But they were paid per contract, which means they did not get any kind of royalties for if they were bought years after the fact. So they were just paid, a flat fee to make it. It was I heard
Oh, okay.
$800 to make one of those creations, uh,
$800. Okay.
which is not enough when you consider the amount of work that would be involved in creating a piece of DLC for them.
Based
And
off of the ones that you showed in your Skyrim video, they got way overpaid. But I know
yeah,
what you mean.
so
I just
Creation Club was certainly not a. It was only a good thing for modders insofar as some of them were hired into Bethesda, some of them as full time employees, and some of them as just temporary contractors.
Mhm.
Here's a question.
Interesting.
Do you think that Microsoft is going to be implementing major changes at Bethesda in response to Starfield, which was definitely hedged by them as like one of their big releases this year?
Yeah,
Has
they
been
have
announced.
already put in one of their executives to kind of be Bethesda's Tard Wrangler from here on. And there was a big exodus of employees on September 21st. Whichever day Pete Hines left, there was also multiple developers who left.
Oh, okay. Oh, well,
So,
yeah,
so
I
like
guess that's
you're
gonna
the
see
lead,
changes
gotta-
then manifest.
So, for instance, Will Shin, who is the lead quest designer on Starfield, left the company pretty much as immediately after launch. So he's not going to be working on their DLC or anything.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, yeah, I was just thinking, like,
Probably
sending a
bad thing be-
Microsoft executive in is like the blind leading the blind, basically.
Oh
That's
no,
what I-
absolutely. They're gonna just gonna run it like it was 343, and they're gonna run their new property into the ground.
Aha,
So,
343. What a success story that
yeah.
was.
I don't know. I
God,
guess
343,
Microsoft
man.
is just so ungodly rich. It's like it's like a spot. What was the? Have you guys seen? Forget it. But it just seems like it's like a spoiled rich kid playing with extremely expensive toys who doesn't understand their potential value. Because like Halo's basically on life support in terms of its cultural significance at the moment, when it used to
Absolutely.
be. I mean, like the phenomenon of Halo
Used to be a
3, like
juggernaut.
living through that was nuts. Yeah, it was.
Mhm.
That shit sold consoles and a bajillion of them.
Whereas now it's like kind of this, it's like,
it's like
oh,
the
yeah,
360 game. I mean, you think
Yeah.
you hear the words Xbox 360 in your mind instantly is like Halo 3.
I'd like to
Well,
clarify
Halo-
for the chat that while Will Shin left, he was just the lead quest designer. There's still Emil Pagliarulo above him and Todd Howard above him, and they're making your Elder Scrolls 6. So
Now,
Well-
now I know who that is because I've watched a lot of your videos at this point. But Emil Pagliarulo is catch everyone else on kind of who he
So-
is.
Emil was this is funny. He was a game reviewer at a website called Adrenaline Vault back in the late 90s, alongside Pete Hines. So what happened was Todd had hired Pete Hines for Morrowind's development as a producer and as like a marketer, and then Emil had joined. I forget their name, but they were the company that made Thief, and then they went under, and he needed a
Looking Glass.
job. So Pete Hines got Emil a job working on Morrowind, and he went from rinky-dink quest designer on a DLC to like a lead quest designer on a major faction to like the lead designer on Fallout 3. Like that, those 3 steps, boom, boom, boom. And as soon as he hit that lead design position, everybody in the industry was talking about how he's this amazing writer on Fallout 3. So he kind of let that go to his head to a bit and said, well, my shit must not stink. And
Mhm.
that's how we ended up with Fallout 4, and that's how we've ended up with Starfield, as it's just the kind of degenerate way that he likes to make games has only gotten worse with time.
The degenerate way he makes games.
Yeah, it's funny
Well-
how that works, right? You just sort of fail upwards in game design.
Yeah,
and
you want to talk about
Hollywood and-
fucking upwards.
Yeah.
I know a few industries where that happens.
I think one of the big sort of like proof of the pudding sorts of things is I played Skyrim when it came out. I played it like everyone else except Fringy. But
I didn't play it either.
played it. I didn't play it. I think I stopped playing it before the DLCs came out, and I sunk a
Yes.
shit ton of time into it. But I was finished with it as an experience before the DLCs and everything. And when I look back, it's almost like a black hole in my mind. I remember it's like it's like trying to remember a dream you just had. You sort of remember bits and pieces, but you don't really remember anything that happened. Whereas I remember a lot of The Witcher 3. I remember the Baron and a lot of the
Mhm.
weapons and the armor and the quest and the experience. I remember Skellige and all sorts of stuff, but I don't remember like anything from Skyrim. Nothing stuck with me.
I've been told often that when people watch my videos, I remind them of a lot of things that they've done that they had no recollection of.
Yes, that's the feeling I was getting seeing the Draugr crypts and everything like that. I was just like, oh yeah, I like in a previous life it feels like I played a game that took place here, or I did this quest and I had to dig deep down for how I might have felt when it first
I think-
happened to me.
Skyrim is a game that has figured out how to turn people's brains off, and they've never been able to like replicate that part of the formula of that. It's supposed to be just this comfort food of games. You know, you play it when you're on a depressive phase. The reason there's so many Skyrim videos is just that those guys probably played Skyrim for 2 weeks and wanted to justify wasting 2 weeks of their life on something, and so they
It
just
lulls
shit
you
out a
into
Skyrim
this
video.
it like lulls you into this sense of complacency for an experience. Because you just sort of play it and it happens. It's like you're mesmerized by it, I
Mhm.
think. And then once you sort of you stop playing because you're just finished.
And
And
s
then
and
you
s
just can't. It's like you snapped out of a trance, and then you go about with your life as if nothing sort of happened.
Yeah, so what's funny with Starfield is that that's basically the broader industry kind of realizing things that I and a number of Bethesda fans have been talking about for a long time, that Skyrim wasn't as good as you remembered, and
Oh,
they're bringing
Mhm.
like, to assume that they're just keeping that level of quality is just because, you know, you don't play it that often or something. But, and they're kinda seeing it, and also, me shining a light on the development practices. Mr. Pagliarulo has actually been getting a lot of tweets about, the whole no design document thing, and he's been, he's posted multiple responses at this point, kinda sniping sideways at the issue,
It seems like
and,
such a disastrous thing that you
Yeah.
obviously don't do. Everyone needs to be on essentially everyone not even like the same page, the same pamphlet. If everyone has a general sort of thing that they're working toward and is
yeah.
directed towards, like obviously that's what you do when you're making a new IP, not just a video game, but a new IP.
Well, the example I gave was zero G combat. None of the quest designers basically used that mechanic because if they didn't know it was going to exist, why would they write a sequence for it?
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
base Dead
Really?
Space remake is like, yeah, we're doing zero G combat. It's gonna be fucking baller.
I mean, it's been the year for games has been pretty good to where it
Oh
seems like
yeah.
they couldn't just coast by, you know, like they had to
Yeah.
actually be really good, and to not be really good was to fall flat on their face.
I
Which
still
looks
want to
like
see
good
the
work.
version of Starfield pre-delay.
Oh, I can't
Oh god!
imagine.
Oh my
Because I don't know
god! Oh my
if
god!
you haven't seen my video, there is a Todd Howard quote where he says that they didn't figure out how to make the game fun in their words until 2022, like late
What?
2022.
I thought he said that the game didn't feel fun
I th-
until it was
I
about a
think that's what he
year.
said.
Essentially,
It
either
was
way, pretty fucking worrying. But I guess
Mhm.
it's
Yeah, I
just
mean,
splitting hairs at
Especially when
that
you
point.
compare it
generally
to,
in game development, you figure out how to make the game fun
Your
first,
your
and then you
core
build the content
experience,
on
yeah.
top of
a
that.
well-known
Yeah.
anecdote, but I mean, with Super Mario 64, they spent like a year just trying to work on making Mario fun to move around and have him jump around and control.
You have to have a good you have to
Exactly,
have
yeah.
that good core gameplay thing that around which everything else is built. Whether it's the gunplay of your shooting, the
Oh
movement
yeah,
of your
30 seconds of
platforming.
fun in Halo, you know? It's what they say, 30 seconds of fun, and you just repeat that over and over and over, and you got a video game. But if that's not fun,
Totally,
then
yeah.
you're
Like
fucked.
Fringy was saying, that Nintendo method of like establishing a character and a move set and then perfecting that, just have like developers just endlessly running around a playtest area, just testing every single move, going, is this fun? Is this fun? Okay. And then you move on to the next phase of building a world around that, where it's like we can take advantage of the single jump, the double jump, like that'll let them take advantage of this move to get to this part of the world, right?
Are you trying to
Like
tell us the
it's so
secret of Mario's jump?
There is something
It's-
of a secret to Mario's jump in the sense that Mario games are consistently fun platformers. They've managed
Right,
to be
well-
consistently fun for like
Yeah.
30 years.
every
one plays
the
Mario
development
and
gets locked
frowns.
down in it gets locked down in phases, right? Where it's just like we're not going to move on until we fucking nail this part of it. It's like,
Mhm.
okay, are we done with this? Okay, now we'll move on to the world design. Like that
Rather
kind
than
of
fucking
discipline,
around
I
with
think,
a
is key.
million-
No.
Yeah, I'd say so. Rather than
I will
messing around
say-
with a million different ideas.
This was like the first Bethesda game since I don't even know when, but I never had something about Starfield always put me off. Like I never had any interest in it. I thought some of the aesthetics were really neat,
I think the
but that's
aesthetics
kind
are
of
awesome.
as far as it ever went with me. I never
You
felt
mean-
any desire to play Starfield.
You mean during like marketing?
Kind of until present day. There's never been anything
Right.
about it that like called to me to play it. Like even Fallout 4, which I for all of its issues, I did enjoy. That I modded the fuck out of that into an experience that I legitimately did enjoy. But even Starfield, there was never that thing that grabbed me, that encouraged me to, to play.
I
don't
agree with
know.
Rags. I was like, I wasn't that sore on Starfield. I was just like, it looks okay. It doesn't look terrible to me. In fact, it kind of looks a bit interesting, and I'm looking for a reason to play it. And then a friend of mine, he like streamed this thing. It's like some YouTubers he follows where they just play through the game from the very start, and I watched like 2 hours of it, and I was pretty underwhelmed, particularly at the part where you finally get into space. And like I was expecting that there was going to be this system like No Man's Sky or even fucking Starlink on the Nintendo Switch, where you can fly out of a planet's atmosphere and seamlessly go into space without any kind of loading screen. Or even if it's a fake loading screen, it won't look like it, and it'll feel like it's not a loading screen. It'll actually just feel like you're transversing from, a planet's atmosphere to space. But no, in Starfield, it's literally like press E to activate ship, and then it fades to black, go to a fucking loading screen, fade to black again, fade in,
So
boom, you're in space, and then you just fly around, and it's like,
Well,
that's it?
You don't even
Really?
have to do it
Sometimes you're
that
just trying-
much. Because
Go ahead.
my limited experience playing Starfield, you're kind of disincentivized to actually use the space flying stuff at all, because you can just
Mhm.
fast travel to pretty much anywhere
Yeah.
you need to go, and
No,
most
no, no.
places you need to fast travel to. So
You're
what's
just trying
the
to
point?
you're just trying to
There's
figure
a-
out how you have less loading screens a lot of times. It's like, oh, I want to
Yeah.
go to this planet over there, but my ship is only allowed to hop
The
two
Bethesda
planets at once.
min-maxing is about
Yeah,
loading
pretty much.
screens.
I'm only
There's a-
allowed to hop 2 systems at once because my ship has only that much fuel. So you hop there, hop to the next one. So if you want to go to somewhere that's like top right of the map, you better prepare yourself for some loading screens.
Well, that's the amusing thing too. Is Pete Hines was talking about how the grav drive was essentially designed to work in such a way that anything to do with space is supposed to be entirely optional. The game is like weirdly designed in a way where absolutely everything in it is optional, and so it just makes you wonder why you would play any part of it.
Mhm.
If you're not getting me to engage with your systems, then I'm gonna go play a game that wants me to.
Yes.
There's so many games that are. I mean, let's take a game that I figured that Patrician was big into is 7 Days to Die. I got a lot of time in that. I really enjoy that game. The game is definitely, it is the best worst game, and I kind of love it. There's a lot of weird, strange things about it, and they all coalesce into an experience that isn't really like any other. And it's full of systems that you just feel like you want to engage with, whether it's the leveling or the base building or the, actually my favorite thing about it, which is the dungeon design of 7 Days to Die, or whether it's everything from, Daisy to The Witcher. They're full of these little systems, and you would figure out, how does it work? How do I get better? How do I, streamline this experience? How do I do this, that, and the other thing? But if everything's optional, then it feels like they're trying to, it's too casual,
Yes.
if that makes sense. Like they don't want me to
Well,
take it seriously.
the example I gave was Black Flag. Black Flag as a video game expects you to engage with its combat system and expects you to engage with its shipbuilding system. Neither of those things are optional when you play that game.
Which is why I wasn't interested in those, and so I stopped playing because
Yes.
of it. But I can respect it.
You don't want to
I
be in a
don't.
position where Ubisoft is expecting you to actually play the game and you're not, you know.
Yeah, there is some element of like I am not into ships fighting ships in this game. This game just isn't for me. And not every game has to be for me. But the mega watered down, nothing matters, lol, do whatever. Like this insistence that I have fun by saying that nothing matters is a interesting strategy. But
Which,
I don't know. These games just don't grab me. Give me
I don't know,
the.
It feels
Give
like
me.
Focus was the winner this year in terms of games of providing a very focused, specific
Yes.
A
experience.
vision and experience. Yeah.
That if it's not what you wanted, then okay, I guess it's not for you. Then
Yeah.
Yeah.
but there is a specific tailored experience rather than just. It's like the kind of. It's funny you bring up Black Flag because Ubisoft has that problem, right? The Ubisoft open world, generic
Yes.
open world game that wants to be everything and ends up being basically nothing, makes no impression.
Yeah,
Seems
and
like
that's such
not
it's a
winning
risky
anymore.
move to make because like I really liked Origins. I loved exploring and looking at the world, and the combat was fine, and I really enjoyed just going around and doing stuff. And I never beat it. I put like 80 whatever hours into it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm done. I'm just done. I've gotten my fun out of it. I've enjoyed my experience. Time for me to move on. I have no desire to beat the game or really do anything else, but I'm glad I played it. And it's not even like Starfield doesn't seem like a game where I could say that I've gotten my thing out of it and now I'm done. Like I can't, like if it's a buffet, normally you go to that and you eat your fill until you're satisfied. But Starfield looks like a buffet I just don't even want to do.
Yeah, it's extremely underwhelming for being a $200 million game and supposed to be this flagship product for Xboxes.
Yeah, well,
I
I'm
didn't
sure Microsoft is not thrilled.
I didn't even understand the
Nope.
purpose of the space stuff. Cause like you're on
The
a
space is
planet, right?
cool.
You go in, you go onto the ship, you go to the pilot seat, hit E, and then it's loading screen, boom, you're in space. And then at that point you can just fast travel to wherever like planet or section of a planet that you want to go to. So it's just like what is the actual purpose of the space part? Like
Well,
what's
that's the most
stopping you from
baffling
just
thing.
like fast traveling from just like one section of a planet to another section of a planet and just skip the space part entirely? And so it seems like the only incentive is just like getting into occasional dogfights, and then you might get some unique loot in the blowing up of ships that you fight with. Like
That's what's funny
I
is
don't
you
see
don't.
other
You only get
utility in it.
resources. You only get like
Yeah.
material resources. You don't actually. You can't upgrade your ship through doing ship combat. You can't find like a new weapon or new armor or anything like that, like you'd be used to in a traditional Bethesda combat formula.
Right. Yeah, and I was thinking like, okay, if this is how it works, then I guess this space area is just basically a skybox where you're not actually traveling in any direction. You know what I mean? Like where like you're not if you see something in the distance, it's basically just a skybox where if you were just to
Mhm.
hit W, you're not actually getting in any closer to anything over time, but you actually are, which is but it leads to geometry that you can't actually interact with. It was really weird. There's a streamer on Twitch, I think, that did this. They basically held down the W key in space and they went to
Mhm.
sleep. And then they woke up like 8 hours later to see where they would get. And it's like, yeah, in fact, you can actually travel to the geometry that you can see in the distance, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
Once
it's
you
nothing.
actually pass through it, you clip through it. Yeah. And you
Because they
basically can just
emphasized-
look around at the untextured interior of it, and it's just like, okay, this is nothing. Like, this is actually more jank than if it was just a skybox, you know?
To emphasize
Like, I
for
would
the
actually
chat.
prefer if that was the case. Sorry, go ahead. Yep.
To emphasize for the chat, you cannot fly in between planets manually. You have to
No.
select that planet and then hold a button down to watch a cutscene of you flying to that planet.
if you want to fly to planets in a video game, play Ratchet and Clank: A Crack in Time, released on the PlayStation 3 back in good old 2009. Because Ratchet and Clank always had fun loading screens to contextualize going from one place to the other. But in that one, you can actually fly between those planets, and there's things to do in the system that you find yourself in. You can go to a bunch of like asteroid fields and little
That's
moons. and
crazy.
stuff.
That sounds like a real game bringer. I think I made that up.
I feel like there's something to be said about setting people's expectations where your game actually is and just owning it confidently. Just to say, yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of little maps and they're procedurally generated, and you don't like fly around in space completely freely. You go from place to place and just own it and say, yeah, that's what it is. You have a loading screen when you travel to a planet and then you land on it and there's all this stuff to do and everything like that. It's just be better for them to say that than to set everyone up thinking that this is a game where you could go anywhere and do anything when
Yeah,
it's
just
just
to
not the
spend
case.
45 minutes of their Starfield Direct saying very little accurate about the game, but setting everybody's expectations high. One thing I wanted to mention was in the Game Awards, in the part that people could vote for, they had accidentally leaked what the results of the poll were, and Starfield was number 18, but number 20 was No Man's Sky.
Hmm.
For game of the year.
Yeah, for the players voice game of the year. Yeah.
Huh. All right. Player's voice.
I mean, what I liked about that was like traversing from planets to space seamlessly.
Mhm.
I thought that was really cool. The other stuff I'm kind of meh on. Like, there's like a meme about like the creatures generated in that game where it's all like procedural, and it's just like you have arms put on these
Yeah.
creatures with like these heads and tails that don't quite make sense. They look kind of derpy
Kind of sounds
and
fun to
whatever.
me. I don't know. It's just goof.
Mhm.
It has
Just
no, it
goof.
has an endearing charm now. It's a much more functional game. It was unfortunately quite broken when I went to review it a couple years ago, but no, the No Man's Sky fans, they swear by the game as the experience that Starfield had advertised.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot of work
Mm.
got put into making that game something, like an actual game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another science fiction thing that came out in September that I think I might be the only person who watched was The Creator. Did anybody watch that?
No.
You're the reason I
watched
didn't
it
watch
No.
that.
Watched it
No,
last
I
week.
know. I
You're the
talked about-
reason.
Did people in chat watch it?
I
'Cause
heard of
remember
it.
before the film came out. There was a lot of conversation about, oh, look, it's like an original
Yeah.
science fiction film that has like a cool aesthetic.
I heard
It
Unfortunately-
does have a cool aesthetic. It just doesn't really have anything else.
No, it's honestly pretty terrible. Actually,
Oh,
I did a
no.
stream with Cap talking about the that film. It's really bad. Like if you actually delve into the plot and how everything connects together, it's a mess. It's kind of unfortunate. I would not recommend that film basically to anybody. Cool aesthetic, but I think it wastes its premise and it's just filled with like shitty writing.
The waste of
Shitty
premise is like
plot,
really early on as well.
thin
You'd think
characterization.
like, one of the most interesting
it
things
just
about
sorta
having
came
this
and went.
AI villain is that you have AI, which does sort of mean something. You can do really interesting things if your villains are AI, and it's conceptually fascinating. And there are so many new, innovative things you can do with that premise. The worst thing to do, besides maybe the Mission Impossible approach of never even bothering to define it, is to say, yeah, these AI things, the first thing we're going to set them up as being is just human. That's all they are. Because like, what is even the point of them being robots at
Yeah, I
that
was
point?
about to say, what
They
is
are
the point?
just
Yeah.
metal human beings. That's it.
But I guess it's nothing more than a little bit of world flavor at that point. Which like fine, I guess, but that
But I
seems
mean,
weird.
the whole
you know?
film, the whole film is about that. That's what the
Oh,
whole film
well.
is.
Oh well.
Who directed that movie?
Gareth Edwards.
Gareth Edwards.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, which is why I was like partially interested because I do like the work he did on Rogue One between him and Tony Gilroy. Obviously, like Rogue One wasn't useless. And then,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's funny you said like it came and went. I was like, it's the anthem of films. Remember that game? Anybody? Remember that?
I do.
Anthem?
Never played it.
I feel like
but-
it's that one's almost been scrubbed from history. Anthem. Like that.
It just didn't have very much cultural staying power.
No, it just died straight away.
I know a few people who have tried to make videos on Anthem because it's a live service game, and so there's a limited amount of time with which you have to even make a video about it.
Right.
Wasn't the deal with Anthem that they were going to do like a retooling to fix it up and then they quit?
Yeah,
were
they
gonna
had
do,
a
like,
they
an
had a
Anthem 2.0
roadmap and
update.
like a 5-year plan for
And then they
fixing it,
gave up.
then-
That's sad.
They just said, "Oh no, we're not doing it. We can't justify it. So yeah, it's over. It's done."
So the opposite of No Man's Sky in a way, then.
Yes, where they actually
Sounds like it.
persevered through it. But the problem is they're EA. BioWare
Well,
is
that-
EA. So
That's actually funny because their game before that was Mass Effect Andromeda, which at its inception actually had a very similar premise to Starfield. They were going to do a big galaxy full of procedurally generated planets.
I don't know.
I think
it
maybe
seems
this
like
is
chill
I don't
out
know.
a
I don't
little
want
bit on
to.
that.
Part of me's hoping that it's a phase, the procedural generation stuff. But
Mhm.
who knows? Maybe that just depends on how good it
Well,
gets. but
it works. It works for No Man's Sky. It works for Daggerfall, but you have to have a very specific mindset when you're developing it. And a lot of game
that can
developers
easily be
don't have that
checked.
mindset. They have a handcrafted world mindset. So
Well,
I think when I first saw Anthem come out, the big wow moment was like its introduction of 360-degree traversal. Like you could
Yeah.
like rotate the
like
camera
Iron Man
wherever and
Simulator.
go in that direction. But then they spent so long getting the game out that other games just ended up doing the same thing. And it's like
Well, and that was during the
even
time
Dead Space
period
did that.
of BioWare Magic, where they were working their employees 80 plus hours a week for 18 months on end.
Right.
Well, because the story with Anthem is that they basically actually started developing the game properly, like maybe a month before they revealed it to the world. That they'd spent
Mhm.
5 years in pre-production fucking around, and then EA showed up and was like, "Where's the video game?" And they didn't have anything to
Well-
give them.
It's even better. The guy that they were supposed to bring stuff to would keep changing his mind on what he wanted. And at one point, he just said he wanted an Iron Man game, and so that's why the flying is in that game because
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So absolute disaster
Yeah.
is what that one
Wow.
was. Nobody
That's a
played
shame.
Mortal Kombat. Did
Yeah.
anybody play Mortal Kombat 1? This also came out about around
Nope.
that time.
no.
Nah.
No. All right. Well, Saw X though that was coming out.
Saw X,
Saw
of
X did
course.
come
We
out.
we did the Saw arc, and Saw X
Yay.
it was capped off with that, which was a surprising highlight of the 10 movies.
really was.
Yeah.
They
it's
finally,
covered.
it took them 10 films, they finally figured out what they should be focusing on. It's crazy. Not like amazing or anything, but it kind of is for a Saw fan. Like, wow, they did the things. It's a goofster movie. It's I don't really take it too seriously as a scary film. I don't think anyone takes Saw as a series that seriously as scary rather than I'm trying to think of like the many different ways you can enjoy it. Mostly just holy shit, what are they going to do next? And what would I do if I was in this trap? More so like would I engage in the exchange? As when we concluded that 6 was the clear winner for the best Saw film, and that it cracked the formula, and it would have been neat if more of them had followed something like that. And we know that there will be a sequel, that's been confirmed, Saw 11 will be on the way. So not
This
only...
year?
Yeah, which is going to be crazy, because like we've got to try and get that done while also doing the new arc. And I was just thinking, like, imagine they released like another Final Destination this year, and so we just have to keep adding to all of our different arcs while creating new ones.
That'd be
Slow
funny.
down.
Yeah, a little bit.
But, you know, I don't blame anybody for being completely disgusted by Saw in general. I understand. It's all right.
Well, maybe they'd rather watch Five Nights at Freddy.
Yeah, or Willy's
Oh.
Wonderland.
That came out around that time.
Ugh.
Well, I don't think that's a
Did
2023.
Willy's Wonderland, was that also
I
2023?
think
No,
that was
no.
a couple of years ago.
No.
Okay.
It's just that we
Well,
watched
it could
them
stay
at the
there.
same time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We did.
Willy's
which I
Wonderland
think-
sucked. It was fucking horrible. I hated Willy's Wonderland.
No, and it was
That movie's
obviously just a
balls.
Five Nights at Freddy's ripoff.
A bad
so
one.
When the real
Yeah.
one
Yeah,
came
it was a
along,
bad
it's just
one.
like, okay, well maybe this will be interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't care about Five Nights at Freddy's as a franchise or anything. I haven't played the games. They look like the opposite thing that I would ever want to do. But the movie was fine.
Yeah, well, ultimately, those are not out yet. But we have recorded... We've recorded so many EFAP movies. It's like 50 at this point, and you will see a lot of them in good time, everybody, in good time.
I got bored
Uh,
of Five Nights at Freddy's as soon as like they started fully showing the animatronics and they're like working together with them, and I'm just like, I don't really know what to be afraid of anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it just felt like it blew its load. I
Is
feel
it
like it
even
should have. Sorry, go ahead.
is it even really a game adaptation? I almost think it's like an internet meme adaptation at this point.
I mean, it's...
I guess
it's,
you could say either or.
With the
Yeah,
limited knowledge
I
I
don't know.
have of Five Nights at Freddy's, I would say they did what I would have expected them to do when turning that game into a movie. They even did some things that I think are quite wise in terms of being able to make a story out of it. We weren't too happy with a lot of the choices they ended up making just for normal story reasons, but the film itself does kind of take the story seriously. It's not like it just memes. Like, they're probably going to try and build a franchise out of it for like a movie
Oh, of course.
wing,
Oh,
and there
it
are
was, like,
dramatic
disgustingly
payoffs.
Successful, wasn't it?
Like, it's not just laugh my ass off, robot kills you in goofy ways or whatever.
It made a lot of money, further emphasizing that we're probably going to be seeing a lot more video game adaptations in
Yeah.
the coming years.
Yeah.
Though speaking of video games, Super Mario Brothers Wonder came out. Am I the only person who played it?
I still haven't
played
played
it.
it.
I
It's on
fucking-
my
I thought it
long
was
list
great.
of still to play.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite games of the year. I fucking love that game. It's like one of the best 2D platformers in a long time. Really, really, really cool. Easy recommendation.
Hmm.
Came
It's-
out the same day as Spider-Man 2, actually.
Well, yeah, let me gush over
Oh.
Mario for a little bit longer. Super Mario Brothers Wonder is essentially like what I think everybody kind of wanted them to start doing. Like the new Super Mario Brothers games are cool, they're fun, but they're very safe. They're basically just trying to essentially like translate the standard template for what a 2D Mario game is. You know, the old Super Mario Brothers games to like newer visuals, but it's like a really straightforward 2D platformer. They're good. They're really good. But the fact that they sort of kept doing that without making any major changes, I feel like by the time we got to New Super Mario Brothers U, everybody was kind of done. Everybody was a little bit bored of it. And then we had a 10-year gap, and then this one comes along with the same like core framework for a 2D Mario game, but with a whole bunch of like new power-ups and the new like the Wonder Seed mechanic that like fundamentally changes the level in an unpredictable way. Like presenting with new platforming challenges and obstacles that you need to contend with. Really like vibrant art style, good music as per usual, cool new animations and everything like that. It's just like a really easy, great game recommendation.
Yeah,
Wow,
I
there
agree,
you go.
man. That was dope. And
Yeah,
it
it's a-
reminded me a lot of Super Mario World.
Yes,
Um,
it felt like a sequel to that game in terms
Yeah.
of continuing with that kind of like spirit.
Yeah, and there were parts like lifted. I felt straight out of Super Mario World. Like when you defeat a castle in Super Mario World, you had that little like cinematic cutscene where it's like Mario and maybe a couple other characters. I can't remember who are looking in the castle in the background getting blown up, and it's just like, well, your adventure's not over yet. Basically, whatever the text was, I can't remember, but it was just like
Mhm.
in Super Mario World, they basically did the exact same thing, and then. But like the saving grace, I think, of Super Mario Wonder is the Wonder Flower, just like this
Yeah.
game-changing element that you pick up, and it just drastically changes the gameplay fundamentally of whatever level you're playing. Like you could be playing 2D at one moment, and then you pick up
Top down.
exactly. You'll pick up the Wonder Flower, and you could be playing top down all of a sudden, where all of a sudden the background is now the floor. And now you're wandering around in like a top-down space.
Or
And
turn you into
it
a
was
goo guy that has to cling to the walls to like navigate. You can't really jump, but you can cling to like the walls and sort of maneuver through the area. Or like where it turns everything turns into a silhouette, and you have to try and navigate the landscape only using the silhouette without any other additional visual information. Or you got to run away from like a stampede that's chasing after you. Well, it's just like there's an immense variety. I think they only repeated like maybe once or twice. There's a lot of variety to the variations on the level.
yes, very few repetitions. There are a couple, but startlingly few. Like it's pretty unique,
Mhm.
like going stage to stage what the Wonder Flower actually does, which I found really impressive. And it's like totally optional, right? You can go through the level and not ever find
You don't have to do
the
it.
Wonder
Yeah.
Flower. Because
You don't have
sometimes
to.
they're very occasionally, I mean, most of the time you can sort of, like, if you're a skilled enough player, you'll find the Wonder Flower like 90% of the time at least. But like, there's some levels where it's just like, oh, I didn't get it that time. Like, I wonder where it was. And then, so like, it's not strictly, it's optional. You can get it, and then when you do get it, it's just like, whoa, what is this? Like, this is crazy what it's doing.
I was surprised
Unique
by the
gameplay.
badges.
Yeah.
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 I figured I'd just mention that. Well, not badges. Like because
Right.
when I first saw it, when they talked about it in the trailer, I'm like, okay, this just seems like kind of just things that you can get that like raise the skill floor essentially. No, like lower the skill floor, just make it easier. But there's like some good meaningful like differences between the badges that you can get that like functionally change the platforming in ways that can either actually make it more challenging for you or easier for you, which is cool. I thought it was just going to make it easier, but you can like set them that will make it harder for you, which is cool.
Yeah, based on your play style, like you can have a badge that gives you a level up not like a level up, like the
You
mushroom that
start with the
increases your
power up.
size.
You start,
Basically, it
yeah.
gives you an extra
Or you
hit.
can have
Yeah.
ones that like have it to be where you bounce higher in like specific terrain, or like it gives you an additional like wall jump
Yeah, you
that you
can
can use like
glide.
as a one time. Yeah, glide.
There's one that shoots a vine vertically across
Yeah,
to the
like
nearest
Spider-Man.
wall, and you grab. Yeah, it's really fun, and it's just like, holy
It is.
shit! I can't believe this is just
Yeah.
one badge out of the complete array, because it feels like such a game-changing thing. But a
Yeah.
bunch of the badges have that quality to it,
Which is really cool. It's
Yeah.
it's a really cool, fun video game. Really, that's like an easy recommend to basically anybody. I can't imagine anybody playing it going, I didn't enjoy that. I just can't fathom it.
No, it's a joyous experience. Like, I mean, there's other
Absolutely.
games where it's like there's a bleak aspect to it that I'm playing currently, like Resident Evil 4 and Cyberpunk, where it's just like there's sort of a misery attached to these games in some aspect, but like Super Mario Brothers Wonder is just you're just smiling from ear
when
to
they
ear
add full
playing
frontal
through it,
nudity
you know?
to Mario, then we can talk about atmosphere. All right. So.
I suppose we're going to talk about the other game that also came out on the same day as Mario, which was Spider-Man 2. Who played that?
I never played
Man.
that.
I never touched it, but I'm aware of so much of the
Am I the
discussion
only
about
person
it.
who played it? Does that mean I have to talk about it all on my own?
Fringy, this was the
Sorry,
game you were
Fringy.
meant to discuss.
No, it wasn't. I don't have that
Oh,
much to
okay.
say about it. It's like it's just like, that's like that game. It's okay. Yeah, it's all right. I think the big thing that works against that game is I keep thinking back to Arkham Asylum is a cool game. Arkham City is a better game that like blows the doors open on the mechanics that they established there, presents you with a big new open world that you can explore, a bunch of like new challenges and sort of gameplay opportunities. Whereas Spider-Man 2 takes an open world, makes it bigger, but somehow makes the game shorter. It's shorter. You can beat it in like a weekend if you play it a lot that weekend. It's only like 20 hours long to 100% that game. I 100%ed it like the weekend that it came out and was done with it. It really like is not a very big expansion of what was present in the first game. And if we're all being honest with ourselves, like the mechanics are pretty straightforward and okay. All right, like it's got fun combat, but it's not like mind blowing or anything. And so like to only kind of add a few new things in after like 5 years, it's probably not good
It's
enough.
like a missing opportunity, kind of like they could have done more.
Well, they added you can play as Miles as well, but really the main difference that makes is in terms of like certain special abilities that you can use, but it's not like otherwise they have a fundamentally the same mechanics that they mess around with.
Yeah, it feels like with the PS5, the flexing is the bandwidth of the SSD hard drive that they have in the PS5, where you can switch seamlessly between Peter and Miles wherever they are on the map. But fundamentally, in terms of gameplay, in terms of what you're actually doing, like fighting and swinging around, there's not really that much of a change.
That's a shame because having the ability to switch between protagonists, you could have like Dishonored 2 did it with Emily and Corvo. Her name was Emily, right?
Yes.
Okay, but they like their whole power set, and it seems like the whole kind of way they wanted you to play was totally different. Where Corvo seemed really like stealth and subversion oriented, and Emily was a bit more like aggressive and gonna get you. But they had totally different like powers and feelings of playing the two.
Something I want to mention about the combat in Spider-Man is in a lot of action games, like the sort of third-person action games you'd be thinking about, like Devil May Cry and stuff. Keeping yourself in the air for a long time is kind of like a challenge and a testament of skill. If you can like stay in the air like basically indefinitely, because usually it's kind of hard to keep air combos will usually be harder in these types of games than combos on the ground. In Spider-Man, like a reliable a reliable strategy to win every time is get up in the air, hold triangle to pull the enemy up into the air, web them up, and then hold triangle to slam them in the ground. Hold triangle, pull the next enemy up, web them up, fling them into the ground, hold triangle, pull the next enemy up, web them into the ground. One of the great benefits of playing it this way is that it means that you're invulnerable to the majority of enemies. The only enemies you got to worry about is anybody that can shoot projectiles. But you just get the spider sense that goes ping, and then you just press circle to dodge, pull out their weapon, pull them up into the air, web them up, throw them into the ground. That is like a reliable strategy to basically win every single fight in that game, unless you're dealing with a boss battle. I'm pretty sure they removed, there were less gadgets. I think in the first game you had like a weapon wheel that you could select gadgets from. Whereas in this one they're bound. You got 4 that you can use, like bound to the controller, and that like that's it. Which, yeah, don't know how I feel about that. But it's you know it's fun. Web slinging is fun. Gliding around New York is fun. You know, like it's just it's all right. It's all right, but it just didn't make that much of an impression on me. And then as for the story, I mean, it's got problems, all right. Like the plot is it's got problems. The character writing's got problems.
Well, perhaps
I kind of like Craven.
Before you go into more depth, I could say that as someone who hasn't played it at all, the impression that it made on you seems to be representative of what it made on the world. It was like given a lot of press and sort of bumped up in terms of hype and everything, but ultimately disappeared, and people didn't really talk about the story at all, compared certainly
except
to...
for negatively.
Well, so I was going to say, Spider-Man 1, I've seen around the block here and there. I know particular scenes, not necessarily the scenes as a whole, but imagery, right? Like him and Doc Ock, I've seen loads of images of him and Aunt May. There's things I've seen from Spider-Man 1 again and again and again, people sharing big moments from the game that really had an impact on him. Spider-Man 2, barely anything, except, of course, the cinematic moment where Sandman throws Miles Morales. I saw that.
That's been,
I've seen that a billion times because
right there.
we will talk about why that got shared everywhere in a moment. But yeah, what I was going to get at was just that the game's sort of it just disappeared. It didn't have any longevity, and all I kept hearing was that it's incredibly short. I saw a couple of people I'm aware of saying, check out my platinum trophy 100% after like 2 days. And I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, like, I 100%ed it. Because the game came out on Friday, I think I 100%ed it by Monday. As in, there was literally nothing more that the game had to offer me. It was done.
Damn.
I completed everything it had to offer. It's really short. And one of the things as well is that a lot of the side missions. I think one of the things that makes for side missions, like in an open world, being more interesting is when you present people with like fundamentally different experiences. Like an easy one to point to was in Red Dead Redemption. You can go play cards. You can just go to like a place and play cards, or go fishing, or there's a bunch of different side activities that you do that offer a different experience than
Or
running
multiple
around and
ways
shooting
of
guys.
completing a side mission, so it literally just isn't the same for everybody.
Yeah, and then random encounters in the world that are kind of interesting, and not just, hey, there are some bad guys there doing some stuff, go fight them, but like, oh, you encounter an entity in the world, and then you can interact with them, and then that will maybe send you on like a side mission with narrative and stuff. Whereas in Spider-Man, it's like, more or less, every single side activity is you're going to be fighting people, more or less. Or if not that, it's going to be like some traversal thing, or like you pilot a drone through some areas, like you just fly around a thing, and then it's like they're really straightforward and basic, and you complete them really quickly, and they're just like repeated across the open world. So it's not really surprising that you can get through them so quickly, because it feels like a checklist. It's just like, oh, yep, there's one there, I'll go there. The ones I liked was the Mysterio ones, like you go to these Mysterio places around the city, and then they give you a bunch of like combat missions that are kind of like unique and have specific challenges, and you can get like a higher rank depending on how quickly you get through. And it's like, yeah, that's cool. But and I mean, as for the story, I aside from just general like writing problems, I think that the first like when you compare them, the first game has more like big impactful moments, big impact scenes, whereas this one has less of those. And the ones that are there they're not as good. I really like Craven. I think he's kind of cool as like a villain. I feel like Venom is pretty severely underutilized though. He's not in it for long, and I feel like we don't get that much for him. And Lizard doesn't really get that much either. Those are like the 3 main villains. It feels like Craven got the most, and then he's gone, and then it's just like, yeah, then Then you got Venom, and it also feels like they were really struggling to figure out what kind of story they wanted to give Miles. A lot of like the main plot things that are happening in that game related to like the symbiote and all of the shenanigans with Kraven, like most of that is about Peter. And Miles, it feels like basically the only angle that they could really work with for it is he wants to get revenge against the like Mr. Negative because he killed his dad, and he works through those problems, and then he basically goes on to like I guess like take over the role of being Spider-Man. While Peter's off doing something else, and that's kind of where it's at. And it looks like now Insomniac's going to be making fucking Marvel games for the next decade, which I gotta say. I don't know.
Not a great
Seems a little
time
bit
to
lame.
hop on the. Yeah, it seems a little bit late to hop on that train. They struck while the
lame
iron
and
was
light.
cooling
Yeah.
significantly.
Well, I think
It's-
the
it's-
Marvel fans are moving away from the MCU into other formats.
Mediums. Yeah.
Well, they
Yes.
never seem to embrace the element of video games. There doesn't seem to be that many like Marvel games that came out, considering their dominance and
Yeah, but
you know, the
now,
theater.
now they're catching up because
Yeah, they took too
I
long.
mean, you know, they're making the Wolverine game, and then I
Mm.
believe they're making Spider-Man 3. Obviously, they teased that. Apparently, they're making like a Venom game as well, and they're also going to be making like an X-Men game, and they're making one Ratchet and Clank game, and that's their next decade essentially. Which
Yay.
I don't know, and especially after Spider-Man 2, I think now like people will be looking at Wolverine a little bit more like, let's like sort of wait and see on that one, because I get the impression we've talked about a bit. God of War Ragnarok is like the best of the Snowy cinematic walkie-talkie. You know, like it's the best of that
The king of
that
Snowy.
type. Yeah,
Snowy.
basically. Because especially with Valhalla, I feel like it vindicates that Ragnarok has systems and mechanics that are
Yeah.
reasonably in depth. And that there is something to master there with the combat system, and then of course it's got an amazing story. It's got exploration. It's the better version of that. Whereas it feels like Spider-Man 2 is a little bit more like you get into a bit of the lamer version of the Snowy cinematic game. And I imagine that it's going to be the same. Wolverine's probably going to be the same. It'll have like your standard third-person Arkham kind of like action. You'll run around in sort of open worlds, and there'll be like some amount of traversal, and there'll be like a story, and we'll see how good that is. And I wonder if that's going to be something that they can keep doing without people starting to get bored of that type of experience. I'm not sure. Don't know. But it looks like Spider-Man 2 is kind of, it sort of came and went.
Yeah, well, and the most notable thing that it did was have a huge war with Baldur's Gate 3 for some reason.
Well, yeah, because Spider-Man 2 was in the same position as Horizon Forbidden West was that other year, where it got nominated for a bunch of awards at the Game Awards, but won nothing, because of course it didn't. It was a really competitive year, where you had, like, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Resident Evil, Dead Space, even though Dead Space didn't get nominated for anything, unfortunately. Street Fighter, Final Fantasy 16, Pikmin 4. Like, there was a whole bunch of really great games that came out this year. You know,
So was that the source of the rivalry between Spider-Man and
Yes.
Baldur's Gate?
Yes.
Was
Yes.
a Game
Lost-
Awards
they lo-
nomination?
They got
lost the
nominated
Game
for
Awards.
everything and lost everything. They didn't win a thing.
And,
Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah.
I just happened to be witness to basically all of the individual viral tweets by absolute chance, right? Like the first one being, holy shit, look at this, Spider-Man 2, incredible. And it was the Sandman throw and the blah, 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 blah. And then eventually someone would quote tweet that and be like, you can tell the gaming industry is in like one of the fucking worst holes ever when everybody's mind blown by a fucking cutscene. That went viral. And then the next one goes viral of being like, so I guess we're just at the point now where we won't appreciate the absolute like incredible artistry of seamlessly tying this into gameplay, you know, into a cutscene, and then the spectacle of it, the graphics, like that's just something we can't appreciate about games anymore. That went viral. And someone else quote tweeted that being like, oh yeah, that's the discussion. It's not at all about the fact that games have moved into basically movies with barely any interaction and no mechanics at this point. That went viral. Then another tweet saying like, that's ridiculous and absurd. Spider-Man 2 has amazing mechanics. Then someone else quote tweeted that with, I don't know if that's when Baldur's Gate 3 comes in, but they start back and forthing as to the mechanical depth of Spider-Man 2 versus Baldur's Gate 3, and you've got everything. You've got the people showing like a selection of Baldur's Gate 3 that's like 10 minutes long with very little happening, or what seems to be little, versus like, look at this sequence in Spider-Man 2, you go, and you kill like 10 million enemies all in a row. It's amazing. And then you get someone else doing the reverse, where Baldur's Gate has all this in-depth, amazing options for dealing with one situation. There's a girl who labels like 50 fucking options that sound really awesome. And then the comparison is like Spider-Man 2, where someone just uses the same move again and 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 again to win. And so I was just seeing all of this like develop, and I was like, why is this happening? why is these two games fucking fighting
it
each
is
other?
because of the it's because of the Game Awards. I think that's when I started to notice that, because it was people were like, it was robbed. Spider-Man, to be clear, Spider-Man 2 was not robbed of anything, all right? It didn't
fucking beat.
It all the other games were better at all of the individual things that like Spider-Man 2 was trying to be. You know, like it
And the way that I approach this sort of thing is like, I want to see good games and good developers get recognition in some way from the industry. So it's like when, like, I don't care about like the Oscars really, but I want to see someone who did a lot of work and who performed really well get an Oscar for their role, because it feels like them getting the recognition they deserve. It's not that something is good because it has an Oscar, but if someone earns an Oscar, that can be particularly meaningful and important for them. And I want the good rewarded.
Starfield only got one nomination at the Game Awards.
Ooh,
Yeah.
wait. Let me guess.
It's one too many.
Oh, what would it be nominated
Was it
for?
best worst game?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and throw it out there. I presume it was for best RPG only. That was the only one.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
That makes
And
sense.
guess what happened?
Baldur's Gate 3 wins.
Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to beat Baldur's Gate 3 on that one.
And I think it showed the picture of Todd Howard like in the crowd.
Yeah.
That must have been rough, having to go personally to the Game Awards, like in your heart of hearts, probably knowing we ain't gonna win shit.
Yeah, gotta win shit.
No.
Oh,
And
boy.
everyone's gonna ask me the questions, and I'm gonna have to tell them. I've got to smile and say, "Yeah, we're really confident about our game and how it did, and all this stuff and things." And yeah, we're gonna. Do you see that stage?
Good
You
things
you
looking
can
forward.
go there, but I can't.
Because I remember talking to you about Spider-Man 2 while playing another game that released around that time, Lords of the Fallen.
Oh,
which,
I was thinking of something else.
Yeah, well, there's so many.
Tell me about it.
Not much to say. Graphically,
All
pretty
right.
impressive. Mechanical addition to the Souls-like genre of having two worlds running at the same time, and if you die, you enter the dead world, and that there are places you can get to in the dead world that are easier than the living world, and that the dead world gives you more souls when you kill things.
Stop talking about the dead world. We already discussed Starfield. We're gonna have to
The
move on to new
dead
games now.
world.
We gotta keep this moving.
Kind of cool. Kept me and Mel interested for maybe about a stream's worth of time, and then it sort of doesn't do anything else and dies out, and you clearly see how much they were rushed, and it needs a hell of a lot of polish. You need a bit of a hulking beast machine to run it properly, and just the further along in the game you go, the more stretched out, thin and crap it gets, until it basically just sits on the floor struggling to live.
That's a shame.
You were
Is
ahead
it
of
already
me,
released? I
and-
feel like
and-
I've heard of this game before.
Lords of the Fallen is an IP that did come out before. It was one of the first copycat Souls games, and it was terrible. I fucking hated it. Then they gave it another shot, and this one was actually kind of neat for a moment, and then it completely died out. And it's like, how is it compared to Lies of P? It's like, it's not even fucking close. The Lords of the Fallen,
Like
I wouldn't even recommend
it's like a
it.
tutorial that gets you interested, but then it just stops doing
Yeah, like,
anything. Like
it's
it just
like-
ends, you know?
It's my assumption, because we all know that this, well, you may not know, but the story came out that they were like rushed like crazy to get it out, to make sure they got it out before Elden Ring's DLC, I think was one of the aspects. But
Yeah, and they also apparently had to change engines from,
Yes.
I think, Unreal Engine 4 to 5, which just seems like such a higher up decision. It's like, just update to 5. That's just a number,
change
right?
engines,
Just switch it
lol.
out. Just switch out, no problem. And I was like,
Which- as far as we're aware,
And
there was like not necessarily leaks, but posts on 4chan, I think, from people who claim to be one of the developers
Yeah.
or inside knowledge, and it seemed pretty believable with the references and just nightmare scenario. Everybody was just destroyed by the whole project, and the game itself was damaged significantly, and it sucks because you can see there's a game in there that might be pretty awesome, but we didn't get to see that. Like maybe the first third of the game is the most refined it gets.
Yeah, you were ahead of me, and you kept telling me it's like, yeah, those bosses are not getting better, and there's just poopy bosses ahead. Basically, it's like, oh,
Yeah, which
Because I
and
didn't
then
Lords of
even-
the Fallen is a really appropriate name for it. Then
pretty
yeah,
much.
both times
'Cause I
they
didn't
failed
even finish
miserably.
it.
big think.
So yeah, that's about that for that. No one will remember it, and
Another
that's what
October
happens
release.
when you rush the
sorry.
hell out of a game and destroy it. That's its
Yeah.
legacy. Then it'll just fade into nothingness.
You guys have to talk about Alan Wake 2 now. That also came out in
No.
October.
Oh, you know what?
That's
I was
good.
thinking of another game that you were going to
Alan Wake?
reference, but I don't know the
Oh.
timeline. I don't know. Can't remember when it fucking came out. I was going to say Kong Skull Island.
That also came out around about that time. It's on the list.
That was last month,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
It was in October.
So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, I mean, to be quick about that one, it was an embarrassing. It's even worse than Gollum, probably. It's,
Oh my
I heard
god,
about it.
really?
Wow.
absolutely
Yes.
embarrassing. I can't believe it got released. It's a stupid meme game. You should go watch my stream on it. It was funny for about an hour, and then it became incredibly boring. Me and Az had the same experience. We could not deal with it. It was again, just I don't know how stuff like that happens. Just and this is what I mean. Some people were like, "God, what a bad year for gaming." It's like, no, it's been crazy. We've had like everything, everything
Yeah.
has happened this year. So much good, lots of shit.
Yeah,
too.
if you only tally up the worst games, then no year is a good year for gaming. You
Yeah.
gotta take the highs with the lows.
I still
and
think
if
we've
there's
had a
lot of good ones,
shockingly
then
amount
that's
of
what you
good
need,
games
yeah.
in the mainstream high budget.
It's been a good year. I'd say it's been a good year. One of the really
Yeah.
important things about it this year is that games that are representing underrepresented genres or better business models have been successful this year. Meanwhile, I feel like almost the height of that might get more depressing if you find out how much money it actually made, but the height of like live service fucking annual release bullshit this year was Modern Warfare 3. Which
Yeah,
everybody
like,
seems to hate.
Yeah,
Everybody
that kind of
hates
stuff
that game.
is.
Speaking of
Just don't play them. Don't engage with them. If you don't act
Dude-
like they're there, they literally do basically go away. Just play all the good stuff. Reward the good.
A game apparently cobbled together with pre-existing assets to the point where it will actually ask you to insert the Modern Warfare 2 disc.
Yeah,
to
Modern
keep
Warfare
playing.
3. Modern Warfare 3 began as DLC to Modern Warfare 2 that was entered into development about 16 months before, around about a year and a half before launch, and that somewhere along the line, Activision said, "Nope, this is a full price game." But the problem is, so as I understand it, the campaign is comprised of partially of like Warzone maps and elements. All of the multiplayer maps are remakes of ones from older games, which entails work, but it means that you've just got less of the whole fundamentally figuring out the core design of a brand new map compared to remaking all of the maps in Modern Warfare 2. So yeah, like it was DLC that got turned into a full game, plain and simple.
It wasn't
campaign's
making
like 3 hours long.
Like that shit wasn't making enough money for Activision. They needed more.
Well, I remember it got reported on by that Schreier guy that they didn't have a release for 2023. And then Activision's like, no, we have a full price premium Call of Duty release in 2023. They said. But yeah, I mean, next year there'll be like a new full Call of Duty game, whatever that, like I guess Treyarch's next one. But I don't know how successful Modern Warfare 3's actually been. It's been reviewed and received horribly, but I presume Warzone's still making a good chunk of money.
It's funny.
It's frustrating how short-sighted their profit-seeking is. You know,
It really
versus,
is.
No,
yeah.
we need something this year, now, get it out now. Where,
But don't
like,
we
if
want to
they actually
establish a
gave their
legacy that will
team
pay
the
off for
time?
generations to come? Fuck you! Money
Right.
now.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they could
like-
also make a shit ton of money pouring a few years into actually making something that was respectable.
No, but the problem is, here's the problem though. They made Crash 4, which is a really good game, a really good platformer, and it didn't make as much money as Toys for Bob was perceived to be making if they got gutted and turned into a Call of Duty support studio, which is what they are now. They got gutted after Crash 4 and got turned into Call of Duty support. Activision don't make fucking anything except Call of Duty anymore. Every
feel like
single
if I
other
was a
studio has
developer-
been sacrificed on the altar of Call of Duty. High Moon, fucking
Yeah.
Raven, Radical Entertainment. I don't know if they're making like Call of Duty support, but they got gutted. Toys for Bob got gutted. All to make Call of Duty like support.
Yeah, I just don't. If I went into video game development and I worked in a big studio, my first mistake. I feel like if all my stuff got like taken from me and they said, yeah, you're working on Call of Duty now, and
For the
I'm
rest
just
of
like,
your
nah, I'm
miserable
out.
life.
I'm just out. I'm
Yeah.
out of it. I'm just done.
I'm out.
I'm gonna go be a farmer.
Yeah, it's just,
I'm gonna return
but,
to the land that sustains us.
You
no,
probably wouldn't though. It's a very risky industry, and
Yeah.
I think there was
Farming?
like 12,000 layoffs last year.
yes, there are a
So I
lot of
mean,
layoffs.
in terms of having income, I mean, working on Call of Duty, at least you're going to have a job every year.
I couldn't. I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to be a part of the machine,
It's,
the
it's,
Call of
it,
Duty
is,
machine like that.
it is kind of the big asterisk for 2023 was a great year for gaming, but a lot of people lost their jobs. There was like massive contraction.
Record
Yeah,
profits, massive layoffs.
the industry is
Activision.
actually
Always nice.
in a dire state,
Yeah.
despite the quality that has come out this year.
I mean, it feels like we've got to be heading somewhere when it comes to the whole crunch conversation, you know, like that's gonna boil over at some
Yeah.
point. What happens when the whole idea is that the new talent that comes in, you know, the people who start at the ground eventually work their way up to being leaders of studios, you know, project directors, the people in charge. But if those people are getting destroyed, to the point that they're no longer even capable of like making video games anymore because they've been utterly destroyed by that process, to just be replenished by new people who themselves don't get to stick with a company for years and work their way up and accumulate that experience. At some point, you're going to be sort of like leadership, you know, the people who are making like the big creative decisions on these projects.
Yeah,
It's-
it's like
it's not
that Marvel
sustainable.
effect, that Disney thing. It's really a Disney thing. Of it seems like they've completely lost touch of how they got to this point in the first place. Like at the top, it's just
Mhm.
completely lost them.
And this is, of course, putting to one side that destroying people in this way just to get these games out faster is bad. Like, not just from a financial standpoint of it's gonna make it harder for you to make money in the future. It's just like a bad way to do things. It's a bad
They're
way
gonna go work
to,
for your
run these
competitors, and they're
studios.
gonna go make
Well,
Baldur's Gate
no, I mean
3 or
it's
something
more
else,
so
too.
it's more so just like you're just gonna run out of people to make video games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll get like the visual artists stuff.
I mean, credit to Bethesda. They actually are mostly immune to that side of the industry. They actually treat their employees quite well.
Oh, that's nice.
That's good.
That is.
I mean,
good.
like, I'm not gonna doubt Emil's,
Well, I mean-
passion.
The interesting thing is when you look at a place like Nintendo, you look at a lot of the guys, you know, who are in charge. It's like they've been with Nintendo for like 30, 40 years. People
Mhm.
who work with Nintendo tend to stay with Nintendo, and then the younger people become the new talent who then start making new things. Like Splatoon was made by younger people within Nintendo. That was like a new thing that they managed to create. But yeah, I guess we'll have to see. You gotta talk about Alan Wake 2 now. You have to.
Nope,
Metal.
not yet.
He
So
stalled as long as he could.
No, I can still leave a logger. I saw a comment say what you
Oh.
said about gaming as an industry could easily be said about the movies, as in my quote of, Rag said, if you only consider the bad, then it looks bad. And I said, yeah, we have plenty of really great entries or whatever. And it's like, oh yeah, well, wouldn't that apply to film? And I was thinking to myself, like, there's such a result of the binary thinking of how you don't have anything that's okay, it's always great and terrible. So, you know, like talking about Mario, it's like, so that's one of the greats. It's like, no, no. And then you'd be like, well, okay, so Mario 1 does not one of the greats. So it's like, no, that is one of the
That is
greats.
one of the greats.
And it's like, oh. It's like, yeah, you have to understand, gaming, it's as much as there's plenty of complaints to be made, it's just not in as bad a position as movies. That's absolutely not. Like, the coverage this year has been a really great look into how Hollywood's just fucking bleeding all over the place. While gaming's got blood in different areas, but that it's nowhere near as bad to the point where they're like, considering a complete refurbishment of absolutely everything that they do. I was even going to say, like, if you try and collect up a bunch of examples, if we had like the killer Tetris, Oppenheimer. I'm already like sort of mainstream, high budget things that we consider to be a toppest of tier. I feel like the listing is so much easier for games. You can list them off way faster, and the fact that we got this crazy comparison: remakes of Dead Space and Resident Evil 4. It's like, wow, they were two of the top games of the year.
Happen? Yeah.
And then how are the remakes or franchise entries do into the movie side of things. It's like, oh, we try not to talk about it. Is there anything as bad on the gaming side in the same frequency as what we get on movies? Because we'd be like, okay, we got Lord of the Rings Gollum. You're like, all right, The Flash. You're like, fine. We got Skull, Kong Island, blah, blah, blah. You're like, Indiana Jones. You're like, fuck. We got,
well, we didn't talk about Redfall.
Redfall, we'll go with that.
That's
Then you come back with Secret
Redfall.
Invasion. You're like, shit. Forspoken. You're like, Forspoken, you didn't even play it. You don't even know how bad it is, but fine, we'll accept that. Ahsoka. You're like, shit.
I think it would be, is there any company that you could you point to, like, one publisher and just talk about how, like, every single game that they made that year, except for one, was successful, that most of them failed, and that all of them were bad?
Well,
You know?
and the point I'm making is just like, obviously, what I was trying to do there was just that, like, the gaming one, you have to remember them and then say them, and you're like, oh, fuck, my list keeps running out. While the movies and TV show side of things is so easy. It's just like, I got another one, and another one, and another
What I
one,
will
and
say to
another
I
that
one.
think as well, like the fact that there are so many video game adaptations that have A, done well already, and B, are coming down the pipeline would suggest that even the movie industry recognizes that gaming's in a more healthy state than the movie industry is.
I didn't
What
even
I will say
mention
to it-
Quantumania or the Marvels yet, but go ahead.
what I will say to that is that the gaming industry has very much invested into a smaller number of projects per studio, because you have to remember that games are made now somewhere between 3 to 5 years per, and I think films come out significantly faster than that. So it might also just be a quantity versus quality debate.
There's
It's also a matter of, like, which space you're looking at as well, because of course there's, like, a huge indie scene as well, middle market
Yes,
games,
in
like,
both.
on PC. Yeah, and they're,
Well, it doesn't even need to be a competition. There is declines in all different aspects within their own industries as well, as you were just kind of implying. Like with film, we need to separate out into genres sometimes, or mediums, or companies, or level of money involvement, or eras, or particular years, or IPs. There's all different observations to make. Because, the guys behind, like, John Wick as a franchise are feeling pretty fine right now. Meanwhile, the people in one of the biggest movie franchises of all time, being the MCU, are probably, not feeling as well, not feeling as great. Quadruple A, have we gotten to that point yet?
I think that's what the studio that Microsoft made to make Perfect Dark, they called it Quadruple A, but that game, the development on that game has been a disaster.
That's
I'm
what
pretty sure
quadruple
that
A
studio...
means. They have
Now
unwittingly coined the phrase in a very
Well,
negative light.
I mean, isn't it
potentially.
funny that the first Quadruple A developer had to recruit another, like, entire development studio to help them make that game? Crystal
More
Dynamics.
A's, yes.
That's right. So now it's a 7A game.
Ah!
That is probably out. Hey, so Metal, what do you think of Alan Wake 2?
Oh god, Alan Wake 2. God, where do I begin? So I did not have anything on Alan Wake, so I went back and played through almost all of the other ones. I didn't play American Nightmare. I think that's the DLC.
I did.
You did, yeah. That was a good choice.
That's not a
Should've done that
DLC,
instead of-
it's a standalone.
It's like zombie DLC,
Oh, it's a
kind of
standalone,
like the
right.
Red Dead thing, right?
I always think it's a
Undead Nightmare.
DLC, but no, it's a standalone. And yeah, Alan Wake, pretty cool. Nice little story. Has like the feel of a season of television almost, because they basically play like an episode each. They have like a little thingy at the end as well with I think is this a song for everyone? It doesn't matter. And then you go to American Nightmare. That's like an extra thing. I don't know. Do you want to? What is that about mutually? You want to do that?
It's
real
mainly
quick?
about Mr.
I actually-
Scratch. It's the alter ego
It's just
that
Mr.
Alan Wake's dealing with,
Okay.
and you kind of defeat him in it, but it's unclear as to exactly what of all of the things that happened were real, what it means for you, what it means for the people around you. I think it's a fun. It's one of those, like, it'll tide you over between the next iteration of whatever story that comes, and obviously it took them a long time, but they got there eventually with Alan Wake 2.
Yeah, of course. In between there was Control, which I played as well, which was very cool. I really enjoyed that. It's basically like an SCP kind of dealio, where there's a lot of objects of power, is what they call it. They do different things, and you have to cleanse them basically and collect them back, which is kind of nice. And those even get mentioned in Alan Wake 2. And yeah, I played those. So I was pretty happy. I was like, oh, that was fun. That's neat. And so I was rooting for Alan Wake 2, and then it came out, and I did my first stream. I was still pretty positive. I was like, oh, you know what? But it's slow, I think. But you know what? I'm interested to see what's happening. And then I saw you play the next day, and I saw Az's tweet. I was like, uh-oh, maybe I have to look what's going on. And yeah, it's fucking piss. I was very optimistic about the beginning because I don't know, I wasn't a high. I was rooting for the game, and yeah, on my next stream, he was like, yeah, I watched back the beginning, and it's actually pretty piss. So we got Saga, which you start the game with, so you don't even start as Alan Wake 2.
No, you don't start as Saga. You start as naked, bald, fat man.
You start as a fat man on the beach. Right, I forgot about that guy. Yeah, you start with him. That's the victim that Saga goes to investigate because she's FBI.
What does FBI stand for, Metal?
Federal Booby Inspector.
Yeah,
Flowers by Irene.
Ooh, nice.
Exactly. And yeah, we just do the thing. Look at the woods we're in. It's like, oh look, this guy has been horribly gutted, but we don't really care. Also, there's some supernatural stuff happening later, and our characters that we've been playing as.
It is a North American forest, so
you completed it, right? So if you do the broad after, I do like a sort of the experience, because I don't know a lot about Alan Wake 2. I watched your pretty much full playthrough, and I played the first 6 hours, but the experience is very much bizarre. Like the way you start it, like I complain, if you want to look at the stream where I go over all of it in detail, it's what a lot of people have posted on the subreddit being like, why does Mola not like Alan Wake 2? I love it. And I was like, fucking hell. Just watch my stream if you really need the answers. But I went in pretty good faith. I was ready to go. And I encountered cringe dialogue immediately, being that
you did, yeah.
Our little team, you know, you're playing a Saga and you get told immediately how awesome you are as a detective, and you're sort of like, okay, that's fine. And then like, take the lead, you're better than me. I was already just like, why? It's a really weird experience. We've gone over this before, but it just gives me a sense of what the writer wants and can do when instead of showing me what I'm capable of or letting me do things, they tell me what I'm capable of and make sure I know how awesome I am. I'm just like, why would you have chosen to do that? And I wonder how that's going to influence things going forward in terms of your approach. But tiny thing, little pieces of dialogue, it's fine. But there was loads of them cropping up all over the place. Instead of listing them all, I'll just say that that's what was happening.
Yeah,
you move forward.
It doesn't help that we constantly get told how amazing she is, and then she does things. We're like,
she's retarded.
That was retarded.
Why did you do that? Your crime scenes all over the place. She has to take pictures, make inferences, which is the kind of thing that's like, oh, that sounds kind of cool. Especially if you get your little board and you pin up, you know, conflicting information that makes you think about things. It's like, that sounds like it could work, yeah, especially if you map it out, you know, mechanically and make it very inquisitive based, and you can collect things to add to the story and stuff. But she'll just like randomly conclude shit. And then the game's going to be like, you need to push this over here and push this over here, and then you'll get your conclusion. And you're like, that doesn't even see how this connects. And it's like, you do it, and it's like, of course, it was a clown. And you're like, how did you know that? It's like, there was a clown footprint. It's like, you can't possibly know that was a clown footprint.
We all know a clown footprint. It's like a human footprint, but much bigger.
Longer. The thing about it is that
15 size shoe.
Where I was thrown off was I always reference this. There was among the crime scene. There was a what do you call it? Like a cooler with a bunch of beer cans, and she says like, from this I can conclude that they were here for a long time. And I was so annoyed immediately. I was like, you have no idea how long they were here. You have no idea how quickly they drink beers. You have no idea how many there were. They could have been here for 5 minutes and drank all them. Why would you ever conclude something so definitive based on something that's so loose? And then it's like,
that's what we call a possibility.
Yeah, you put it in the
further. It's like, there's a lot of it. Maybe they've been here a while. Maybe
if anything, I would say the only thing that you can really conclude is like, it's curious that they did like a full sacrifice here, but there's just beers. Like, do they treat it that seriously? Are they willing to, or was this something that they didn't even plan for? I'm not sure, because you could go both ways on that. They had the beers because it was planned, or they were just hanging out and then they took the opportunity to do the sacrifice. I'm not sure. And then like meters away, there's this little, I think it's a caravan type thing. And I was like, well, do the bad guys live in there? You go over there, and there's a lockbox you have to unlock by getting a code for it. And inside, there's all markings and stuff that relate to the bad guys. And I was like, how is this not coming up in my case? This looks like their house. It looks like where they lived. The killer. The fucking murder weapon could be in here. We have no idea. And then she's like, well, that wraps up the case. Nothing else to do here now. And I was like, oh, okay. I feel like this is important, but fine. And then, you know, the one we'll always reference is when you get to the diner and the lady's talking about how your daughter drowned. And you're just like, huh, anyway.
Okay,
It's like,
that's weird.
you know my name.
You showed me that. That was the part that you showed me, and I was like, "This is fucking bizarre. No human
No.
reacts to this way. The people who made this are not humans."
I can't capture just how insanely stupid that opening 5-6 hours was. That just threw me out of the game. It grabbed me and just tossed me out. Mechanically speaking, one of the things that we've talked about before, I spoke about it because it's so fucking annoying with video games. But you spawn in Bright Falls, and like there's a whole section of the town that's just completely locked off. And I was like, why is that locked off? That's weird. And you walk up to it, and Saga will like, you know, pull on the chain on a fence or whatever. And she's like, I'm gonna need a bolt cutter for this. I was like, do I? Is that what I need? Do I need to go over there? Why would I want to cut what's security on some fence? I have no goal other than going to like the sheriff right now. Why would Saga? And you'd be like, you're nitpicking. I'd be like, no, it's annoying when video games just do this shit where they just don't care. I love it when they put the care in so that if you get to things before you have reason to get there, that the character can account for that. But she was just like, yeah, I want to break in here. I was like, okay, but why?
Yeah,
I just didn't know I had a reason to go here, and if I do, and then of course you have all the standard shit of like I don't need bolt cutters. I can clearly just jump over this thing or move around it, or can I at least ask why I would go there? All that kind of stuff, and
It's never been outside.
The whole game has that. Every single thing you inspect, and I think I searched about a third of Bright Falls before I was like, it's one of those games. Everything is soulless and hollow. Nothing here matters.
Oh yeah, you get to Bright Falls and it's like, oh, obviously I'm gonna explore. You let me go this way and over there. And there's just nothing. There's nothing
like
to see.
Intermittently, there's that object with the white dot on it that you click examine, and it's like, this is what the object is.
Yeah, if
then,
even.
you know.
So they don't give you any.
Sure, it seems to be made of wood. This is designed for sitting. It's like, oh,
Did they-
interesting. Oh, about that. This is
not-
is a door. It is used for the transversal through walls. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
that's an
Oh,
interesting
wow.
saga. It's just, that's good. True.
Do they not give you any reason for exploring the environments? Like they don't give
There's
you like some kind of item or
Staggeringly
you know-
little to collect and talk to people about. Sometimes you'll
Yeah.
see like batteries and stuff, but it was scarce. Everything around, much less than Alan
even
Wake
if it's
1.
just like ammo or something. Yeah.
That's
okay.
well, that's the other part. So when you're in the woods, you can go around and collect all these things.
Right.
And when you go
that's
in,
that's
when
the
you,
real woods. Yeah, it's just full of things that you can collect.
Yeah,
that's
like
just true.
ammo and
Yeah,
weapons
as a Boy
and
Scout,
stuff.
I can confirm the woods is just a bunch of stuff you can collect.
It is.
And it's just so it's so annoying because me and Mahler as well. We like to like go everywhere and find all the things. Like, oh, I want all these resources so I can use
Yeah.
them later.
You want
The
to
thing is
engage
with
with
the
all the
saga-
stuff the developers made for you, like a crazy
The thing
person.
is, with the saga sections, in the beginning, this like pretty empty, and that's where I was like, okay, it's like the first area. They probably don't even intend for me to immediately go everywhere, but I do that every time, and no enemies have been introduced yet. So, okay, fine. So I think, okay, now I got all these extra resources. When I go here next time, and enemies have been introduced, I'm going to be fighting a whole bunch because I have all these resources. Right? Wrong. So you go around collect all these resources, and there's nothing to do with them. I've
okay.
went stretches with Saga for hours, and I killed 2 enemies. And it's just
That's-
walking
Well, yeah,
around finding things.
But
It's like, what am I
think
going
about how exciting those 2 encounters were because there were so
They
few of
weren't
them.
because the mechanics.
I think I showed Rags, you and possibly Fringy, like the getting killed by a wolf. It was like
Oh,
ridiculous.
you showed me the wolf part. The wolf part
Yeah.
was
Oh yeah,
ridiculous.
sorry, because like I know I've brought it up before, but I mean it's a year in review, so I'm allowed to repeat things. It's the she
Yeah.
kills the wolf when it comes after her, then she's like, the wolf is turned against me because of the darkness.
The only reason that a wolf would attack me, Disney princess that I am, is because obviously there's some kind of an
Darkness.
evil force.
Yeah, and she deals with everything way too well. Like nobody feels real in that world, and a lot of people are like, oh, it's not supposed to feel real because everybody's like written in a book or whatever. But and it's like, yeah, well, they felt fucking real in the first game, and that was the same situation,
Yeah.
so I don't buy it. And again, plenty of people are kind of almost normal, and then plenty of people absolutely aren't. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the 5-6 hours I played, I killed like 4 things, and I was like, I'm done.
Oh yeah,
I
that
can't
sounds about
fucking
right.
handle this. Like, the pacing is absolutely excruciating. Then there's the sheriff's department office. I feel like we'd be remiss to not mention all the absolute insane shit that happens in there. Several officers and a corpse go down, and then things happen, noises happen, gunshots and screaming. And if you came down, what you would find is all the officers are dead except the FBI from out of town, and the corpse is missing.
You're under arrest.
You're very under arrest. You are
You're
all
under
of the under
so
arrest.
much arrests right now. You will never sleep again because of all the arrests you are under.
And that's why these two are the two characters we have been introduced to. That's the first time they see anything supernatural happening. Like, that's their first encounter with this.
They take it pretty well.
They take it pretty well. They're like, okay, yeah, I guess that's happening right now.
Remember
And they just go with it.
the
So,
sheriff just disappears when
he just fucking vanishes. He's now in the darkness world where you could talk to him as Alan Wake.
And when they open the door, there's the corpse of the woman that's their friend that they've worked with forever. They're just like, oh, geez, what's going on?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
You two, take care of the corpses. We have to go back to the woods.
Take care of our friend Ginny, who's dead.
They're not devastated when they
Nope,
should be.
no, nobody gives a
kind of
shit.
thing, or-
Nobody acts human,
Not
and it was too much at that point. I was just like, I don't want to waste my time on a video game like this. And then, over the next few days and weeks, I just find out how everyone's loving it. It's great, and it deserves awards and all that shit. It's like,
Well, everybody loves it, but I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem like people are talking about it much.
No,
in any
not really.
way.
Not really, no.
what I
That's
see
a really
shared.
weird thing going on with it. Because, like, I'm a huge survival horror fan. And, like, I was never a huge Alan Wake 1 fan. Like, because, I mean, I played a little bit of it. It was okay. But the horror of it is a little too flashy. With, like, shining light on enemies and sparks flying.
nice
like,
one.
I prefer the
Flashy.
horror. I prefer horror a little more subtle for it to actually, like, have an
Mhm.
effect on me. But I didn't think it was a bad game. But, like, I was particularly intrigued by Alan Wake 2, and I saw that it was getting all these accolades by mainstream outlets. But then I heard people like Metal and Mahler and other individuals saying, like, this isn't that great. It's actually borderline
Are you
unplayable.
recounting the
And
events
I'm like,
of
what the
seconds ago, just to be clear?
No, no, not only seconds ago, but like before, because I had been aware of their
Gotcha, just making
opinions.
sure.
I had been aware of their opinions beforehand. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on with this game? Like, why do you think it's getting all these 10s out of 10s from these mainstream
High-level production,
sources?
very artistic.
I mean,
It's doing a lot. It's taking a lot of
yeah,
boxes for a lot of
really
people that
wacky.
I don't think actually have much substance. And the thing I see shared a lot is the song they made for it. I forget the name of it, but that's
Herald of Darkness, I think, as well.
that song I see
the
shared.
thing
I don't
is-
see anyone sharing any of the major story points from the game at all.
Well, the thing is that
Yeah.
the
Okay.
game has seemingly not sold very well.
Really?
Which isn't really surprising to me because Alan Wake
know,
is niche.
Maybe I
It
need-
is niche.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe I need to explain as well. So someone's like, what would you expect to see in a game that is good? And it's like, so when Ragnarok came out, I had to avoid spoilers and work through the games. It takes fucking ages to complete, in a good way, by the way. I love the pacing of the
Right.
game. But that when I was able to just go around seeing everything, the scene, I mean, I can say it. We're fine, I suppose. The scene where Tyr is revealed to be Odin, that scene was getting shared everywhere. When they first go to Asgard to begin Ragnarok, right? Like, that was shared everywhere. I remember seeing the scene where he speaks to Atreus about, like, his nature to him as his father. Obviously, the one with the Norns, that was shared, because it was huge for, like, trying to understand the game's point of view on fate. And then there's several scenes at the end that were getting shared. And I was just like, yeah, that's kind of what I expect when a story that hits hard is hitting lots of people, is to see it celebrated and shared. But, like, Alan Wake, I haven't even seen I've seen a lot from Metal's playthrough. I didn't even see the the sequence with the metal band and killing the horde mode that you nearly drove you insane, Mel.
Oh, I saw that part. I saw you playing that part.
God.
Metal.
I've not
That
seen
looked like
anyone
it was
share
pain.
that as like a video.
What
It-
a
it- it-
pain.
and for the
Fucking
record, it
nightmare.
would have been shared, but I've never seen it like in a viral tweet or someone saying like this was the fucking best part
Alan
of the game.
Wake 2,
Also,
German
the thing
Nightmare.
that I have predominantly seen is people say, "Oh, I love the game," but not with any specifics or
Yeah.
any specific references.
It can't be
Yeah.
understood how shit the story is and how it progresses. They keep telling you Saga is so amazing. No, but she has like magic powers. She can profile people
Oh,
just
God.
randomly.
She
does
speaks
it,
to
like,
their
in the weirdest-
ghosts.
She speaks to fucking
Oh, well,
ghosts.
that's cheating.
It is.
Yeah. And
If
she
you can
does it at
talk to
really
ghosts, you
retarded
can't be a
moments.
detective because that's cheating.
She does it at retarded moments as well. Like in this diner in the beginning, that one guy is like, "Oh, I also found the," and then his partner or whatever gives him a little nudge, like, "Oh no, never mind." And then she's like, "Oh, what's going on here?" And then the game forces you to go into your mind place to do
Your
the
mind
profiling.
plays?
That's what they call it. Yeah, that's where you
Like
do.
her
You have your little
imagination?
case board. It's basically your imagination, but it's also magic, kinda. I don't know. Who cares?
All imaginations are magic, but
That's true.
like,
That's true.
is it like a real place, like a place you walk around in?
I
Well,
mean,
it sounds
you
like
walk around
Sherlock,
in-
the fucking
but it's-
metaphysical mind palace that they have, right?
Yeah,
Pretty
I
much.
Is
guess
it like
so, yeah.
Jimmy Neutron's brain blast?
Sure.
I-
It's all of them
maybe.
put together, Axe. It's an incredible
Oh my
experience.
god, that
Yeah.
sounds that does sound amazing. I
What
gotta
she
buy this game
basic-
now.
What she basically does, so you talk to everybody, and it's like, oh, what am I gonna do now? So you go in the Mind Palace, go to the little table, and then you have like a little, I don't know, like a yellow marker on it. It's like, no, you need to profile, and then you just talks to the ghosts of the people, or just the people's brains. They didn't never explain it. It's just their magic shenanigans that they do.
Yeah, which we
And
kind of like
then
gave
she
a
gets the
pass
info.
for a long time, but then they just never really give you strong reasoning and acceptance of
no.
that. The fact that her whole career she's just had magical powers, I guess. Like,
Yeah, and the way she gets those informations is based on nothing in the real world. But apparently the FBI has just been going for it for years because the partner is like, "Oh, you've always been really good with these cases." Like, yeah,
That
why?
would
No
be an
shit.
interesting premise of a story, though. If you had a detective who had magic powers, but because the law is the law, she couldn't just use the magic powers to say, "Yeah, we have to go to this one house and check the basement, and in this drawer there's a thing." They have to come up with the reason to get the warrants to do the things
Yeah,
and all this
that'd be
stuff.
cool.
Exactly.
Keep the powers hidden. And then you also have the element of, would someone get really insecure that they are a renowned detective, but they owe it all to their powers and not their, I guess, natural intuition?
yeah,
Yeah,
like
and that
like
maybe
Nick
they go
Fury, how he
against the
stole all
law
of his
and-
achievements from someone else. Yeah.
So what's also annoying on top of this is Control. This is like the whole thing placed in the Alan Wake universe, where they deal with all kinds of magical bullshit and objects of powers that do all kinds of weird shit. Why don't we play as a Control agent guy? I just forgot their names.
Controllers.
No, they
Oh.
have they have like their own agency name. It's just the FBC, you know. Because if you played Control, you
Federal
know,
Bureau of Controllers. Controlling.
yeah, it's actual Federal Bureau of Control, so you weren't far off.
Oh, alright, well,
Yeah,
the joke
so-
write themselves.
because we have the through line already there. If you play Control, the DLC that is set to be contact to Alan Wake, he sends you a message. It's like one of his attempts to get out of the dark place from the first game. And this is somewhere there in one of these little file cases that you can find and read for a little bit of world building. You see that there's like an agent, Esteves, I think was her name, that has been sent there to check this shit out and has been, I assume, in charge there for a while because she's actually in the game later on, going like, you can't do that, that's bad, because they actually look at this fucking whole place this whole time. They have like stations everywhere that go off with alarms, like if shit goes down bad. So I don't know why we don't play one of these guys instead of an FBI lady that has never had any contact with supernatural stuff.
And didn't they, in continuity, race swap Saga? Because she showed up in a like
I heard
IRL
about that.
cutscene.
I'm still not
I
entirely sure
noticed.
what
I
happened
heard
there.
about that too.
but I
yeah,
did hear
she
about
used to
that,
be
yeah.
a white chick. Thus the name Saga. You know, but they changed her to a black chick because I got current year.
Well,
I
people
don't know.
believe it's to do with the baby Sweet Baby Inc. I think it's the company who make a lot of weird additions and systems to things. I don't know more about it, but I know that I remember being shown it. That the character was previously white, which is like, damn. I don't. How many times have they like race swap something in like the same content? You know what I mean? Like not an
Yeah, yeah.
adaptation. It's like shit. Is that like one of the first times we've seen that?
Yeah, it's like the FBC when they actually are in the story introduced, they suck ass. They just get wiped out, even though all they need is a fucking flashlight and a gun to beat these guys, which they should know.
Sounds like some pretty exotic equipment there. Not
It's
just the
crazy.
stuff that you'd have access to if you were a government
Yeah, because they
organization.
basically all get killed in the police station, which definitely will never have any flashlights in there. Or guns. That would be insanity.
No guns or flashlights in a police station. Very
No,
true.
never.
Budget cuts,
It's British.
So, yeah. Also, you might be wondering, wait, Saga is fine and dandy. What about Alan Wake? Oh, we get to play as him.
I was going to say, isn't that nuts?
10
All this
hours.
discussion we've had about it, when you mentioned Alan Wake, it's like, what game were
Yeah.
you talking about? I was like, oh, Alan Wake 2.
Apparently, they also said, oh, it's 50-50. It's not. Alan
It's
Wake
not
is way less.
50-50.
It's way less.
Lies.
And the Alan Wake part's actually more entertaining to play because you actually get to shoot enemies for once. The dark place is kind of neat. It's more interesting than just the woods or wherever you go. But it's like small puzzles here and there. They have like something going on where you have like a nightstand lamp, or what was it? And then you can charge it up and switch the lights on and off in different places to change the area a little bit. Could have done more with it, but there's more gameplay going on with him for the most part. You actually go around through areas and shoot some enemies, and instead of you also have kind of a mind place, but you're in this in the hut that you end up in Alan Wake 1, and that's like your writer's room, and you have like a chalkboard, I think it is, where you can change the plot of the story you're currently in, and then the area changes a bit, so it's all right. It's nothing crazy, but it's more interesting and
Yeah, there's like
entertaining.
some highlights here and there, but I would argue a lot of the highlights are just things functioning as you would have expected. Nothing like
Exactly,
shocking.
yeah.
Um,
You actually get things to do and can use the ammo you collect in these areas.
yeah. So incredibly disappointing experience. I
Yeah.
don't want to go anywhere near it. I got a full blast, and then I watched Mel finish the game, and I was like, "Fuck me, that's just pain." Az couldn't finish it either, and yet it won best narrative. Good for you, game.
Yeah.
Well done.
That's
If you
I
want-
figured
wow.
it
If you
would.
want to see me lose my mind, you can find my stream. It's
So
So
Woodwood
you wouldn't
channel.
so you wouldn't recommend it to anybody, even
No.
if they were
No.
like really love that genre.
No, it's
No.
piss.
Okay.
It's just a fucking nightmare of a narrative end game. Because I don't think the game
Okay.
functions very well in general, because they changed up the shooting mechanics.
The
Like things
combats
you knew.
looked like they were super clumsy and clunky.
Yes.
Yeah, the things
And
that were
just like
super
they didn't
useful
work.
in Alan Wake 1 were kind of useless in this one, which made the this horde mode specifically a nightmare to actually get through, especially on the hard difficulty.
I
Right.
get the impression that what happened with that game in terms of its like controls and combat is that they were really, really concerned with making it animate well, and they didn't care as much whether it played as well as
Mhm.
it could compared to. It feels worth pointing out, but like Resident Evil 4 Remake is a really well presented game in terms of having like really good
Yeah.
graphics and animation.
The
but you
animation
feel like
doesn't
you have
feel
total
like it.
control over
Yeah.
Leon.
Yeah.
You know, it never feels like he's getting in the way because he needs to
Mhm.
complete an animation cycle that they would happily, you know, and
You
where
get it a little bit in the movement.
I was gonna
but
say maybe a
it's-
little bit, but
A little in the
bit.
movement, yeah, but it's not like you can sort of like you get used to it, and there's a
Compared
level of
to-
intuition
watching
that
Metal
goes
do
into
that
it.
saw.
horde sequence
Yeah.
was just painful. Like it just looked
it
painful.
looks miserable.
Oh, something else on top of that. What I figured out or realized only in the horde mode, drops are randomized as well. So every time I died, I had different things in those boxes. And I'm pretty sure I cucked myself by opening the
Nice.
boxes beforehand because there was nothing in them.
Oh god! All right.
So I think if I would have let them
Hmm.
be closed and done it every time, there would have been stuff in there. But yeah, it's
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, if like, there's probably not going to be an Alan Wake 3, I imagine, because the accolades don't pay the bills. The game's got to sell well, you know, to justify getting a sequel, and it seems like the game's not selling very well.
Yeah, even though,
well,
which is also funny because in the end, Alan Wake is still in the dark place and nothing changed for him.
Whatever.
maybe it'll be like DLC or something,
Yeah,
Yeah, I
fucking
won't
probably.
play it.
Nickel and dime it,
But-
why not?
and then I guess
They
that
lost
might
me hard.
be
I
it.
was super happy with the other games. They were very fun, especially Control. Control is really fun to play, just
Epic front
mechanically
of
as
the
well.
cost. Sure, but I mean, will Epic front the cost for a third one that
I
didn't
don't
really do
know.
much for the? Like, how well did it do for the Epic Game Store? Because this game's
mean,
on the Epic Game Store.
Yeah,
it's not
I played it on the
Steam.
we played on PlayStation.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was Epic exclusive on top of that, which is also a bit of a crime
That's
because so
what-
many
no, I
people
think
were looking
Control
forward to
was
the
also
game.
Oh yeah, that
Epic.
it just disqualifies it immediately from me playing it.
Pretty much.
I was like, I'm not installing Chinese malware onto my computer willingly. If I do it, it's gonna be by fucking accident.
It's gonna be by
motherfucker.
accident. Downloading a game I wanna play. To move on from Alan Wake 2, because I'm
Yeah,
totally
let's
fucking done
move
with it. We cannot possibly not mention the Marvels. That's around
Yeah.
this era.
Mhm.
Just
That was a weird one.
yeah, that one was a pitiable film. It's
Yeah.
a disastrous mess that was
It's
chopped to
sad
hell and
fuck.
back. That
It's a sad film.
struggled to crawl out of the box office with
Yeah, so
anything looking like a
The
brain cell.
Marvels is supposed to be after Secret Invasion, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Which is
Yeah,
weird because
technically.
this Fury was not in Secret Invasion.
And
Well,
that
it's
Fury
what
wasn't in
it's
Avengers.
what Little Platoon said
true.
earlier. Secret Invasion doesn't
Yeah.
sit in continuity with pretty much anything. It's just like its own little island of insane nonsense.
Wait,
Absolutely crazy.
Nick Fury is not in Secret Invasion? I thought he was.
no,
No,
No, it's
this
a little
version-
joke. a little
Yeah.
joke. We like
It's
to meme.
the Nick
Oh,
Fury
okay.
in the Marvels is back to being sort of like a jokester who doesn't really care about much and doesn't really mention anything to do with the Skrulls or the entire adventure he's been on, or mentioning the hyperpower that's been released onto the world in the form of what's her name? Kira something?
Sure.
Yeah, Gaia.
Gaia.
Yeah.
Right, whatever. So, yeah,
Yeah,
like,
it's-
none of that gets brought up, even though it's like the first act's final big plot point is to do with the Skrulls, right? Like the whatever
Right.
planet Tarnax, I think it is.
Monax.
So yeah, like all of that was fucked, but then the film itself is just completely fucked. It's a sad entry into like a something they would have decided to do a long time ago and just had to commit to. Like this
I,
is
It's a
I would
writing
say-
problem, right? Not that he's like phoning it in terms of performance.
It's funny.
right?
It would be both that and the lack of communication between projects. I don't even know that the
Nobody
two projects
talks
know
to
each
each
other
other.
exist.
Okay.
I will say the Marvels felt especially hollow. Multiverse of Madness is like truly awful and worse. But
it felt like it was trying to do something.
well, so one of the things is that at the very least, someone could point to, if they wanted to defend it and be like, look at that scene where Elizabeth Olsen's acting. Look at that scene where Doctor Strange is saying, Christine, I like you a lot. And it's at least got those scenes that are very poorly written, not earned at all. But it has them. It has like the standard emotional beats that you're
An
trying
actor
to get in
trying
the
as well.
story. The
Yeah, but
Marvels
there's
is
that-
particularly thin by way of characterization. Like the character writing is like basically non-existent.
But almost
Actually-
everything about the film is non-existent. So like, you can say up until this point, I think I would include Multiverse of Madness, Thor: Love and Thunder, and Ant-Man as being awful films, but still technically important in that you do need to see them to understand where you are and where the story has gone and where it's
Yeah.
likely to go next. The Marvels, you don't. There's nothing in
You
it.
can
There's
skip it,
nothing on
yeah.
the level of character, plot, world building, theme, whatever. It's completely redundant.
Well, I guess
To the extent
Monica.
that the close of the film actually sets up that practically nothing about the world state has changed from the beginning of the film. You've got potentially 4 destroyed planets, and there's a line of dialogue toward the end of the film. It's like, now they're all fine. Oh, okay, fine. Great. So all of that
I
stuff
did-
we just watched.
Yeah, I was
what
worried
was the
about 'em
point
there
of
for-
all of that?
It's like,
The only thing you need to know is that fucking Monica is with the X-Men. That's it.
Yeah, and Beast and everything. I was
And
gonna
that's the
say that
post-credit
Marvel-
scene, isn't it? So
Yes,
you have to get all the way to
so-
the post-credit scene before the first bit
The
of
most
relevant
progress that's
information.
made for the story of the
And,
whole MCU is in a post-credit scene. Yes.
In the prison arc in Andor, they explain to Andor that like there's a little hose that he can get food from, but it has no flavor. You get flavor from like working and winning at the game that they have to play. The point being that the Marvels is like that. It's just calories that it's
No
nothing.
flavor.
It's like it
And no
has
matter how hard we
flavor. It
work,
has
we
no-
don't get any flavor.
No.
No, there is no flavor. It is just empty calories in the truest sense of the word. It's terrible, but it's like the kind of film that's hard to muster anything
guess
from
the-
you by way of an emotional response.
I guess the post-credit scene is like the jangling. It's like, there might be flavor in the next one, huh?
At that
Maybe?
point, what's happening there is they're jangling their keys very hard. They are like
Oh.
they're like standing on a fault
Dude,
line,
the
throwing
way-
the keys around, like, look, X-Men! The X-Men are here. Come on, please watch our movie, please.
The way they did
I'm for you.
the way that they did it is so stupid as well, because like, oh, I need to close the rift now, and then she flies through the thing and closes from the other side. It's like, why did you do that? Just stay
She
on your
has to.
side.
She has
That's how
to
it
do
works.
it.
That's
from
a
that
huge
side.
missed opportunity in that scene as well, because there was the chance for it to actually give you a scene that makes you feel something. If if Carol knows in advance that she has to choose between sacrificing effectively her friend or the universe, which would be like a moral parallel to the problems that she had at the beginning of the film, where she wasn't prepared to make these tough decisions. Then she would actually be able to make a positive decision to get rid of one and save the other, and get some sort of conclusion to her arc in that scene. But she doesn't, because I don't even think the writers knew until they got to that scene that was what was going to happen. And Monica Rambeau's character doesn't know until she does it, that seemingly anyway, that's what's going to happen. So she flies to the other side of the portal, and she doesn't tell anyone that she has to stay right until the moment, like the 2 seconds before she closes it. And then she's like, no, I'm going to stay, actually, sorry. And then bye. There's no chance to feel anything. Carol doesn't really feel anything. There's no, there aren't any characters in this film, so there's no resolution to any character arcs.
Iman Vellani is a decent actress, and
Yeah,
it'd be
she's
nice if they
fine.
gave her something to work with, because she's very enthusiastic. Brie Larson's capable of a lot better. She clearly doesn't give a shit, and that's about it. Like everyone else
Do you
is sort of
think,
around.
Do you think we're actually going to see like her show up in another Marvel movie in any like meaningful capacity, or she'll just show up for the
Captain
next
Marvel?
Avengers? Yes.
I feel like they'll
Good
have
old
her
Brie
turn up
Larson.
in Avengers, yes, but in terms of cameos, she seems to have been willing. I don't know if she will be after this. I don't know what's going to happen now.
I mean, because I don't know that. I imagine they're not going to be offering more money.
No.
So that's
Nah,
probably
I
your
don't think
biggest
so.
incentive to participate. And
don't
if they're not
think
going to
so.
offer you more money, then why you could like work on real projects.
Yeah.
Man, just imagine being the studio behind that, though, because you can tell that the ideal was at the close of the Infinity Saga that Captain Marvel is being set up to helm the post-Infinity Saga MCU. I'm sure that's what they wanted her to be.
Yes.
She's so unpopular, it didn't happen. But at the launch event for Phase 5, and this is one of the reasons the Marvels just doesn't, another of the many reasons the Marvels makes no sense, is that it feels like there's a film missing. The launch event for Phase 5, Kevin Feige says that I can't remember which film he's referencing, but he says it will pick up from the story in Captain Marvel 2. So like this is well after he would have known that Captain Marvel 2 wasn't a thing, but apparently in the backs of their minds, there was a film before the Marvels, and that should have happened. And so we are picking up, I'm sure, with bits and pieces of an older script for an older film in the Marvels, and none of the connective tissue, because that film was just discarded at some way along the line.
We talked about it a bit, but Phase 5 was not something we were meant to be in. Phase 5 was arbitrarily drawn forward because I'm sure that they saw that the sentiment for Phase 4 was pretty bad. And to try and label it as Phase 5 was kind of like a cheap attempt to convince people that something had changed when all of the films had been made under the same conditions, with the same general production, same approach to script writing. These were all meant to be part of like Phase 4, including the Marvels.
It explains why there's no Avengers film in Phase 4, I guess, doesn't it? Because normally that would be the close for any phase. Definitive end is the Avengers team-up movie, and there wasn't one then. And I think it draws to a close with Wakanda Forever, which if you know where you're going from that, then well done.
Wakanda Forever is just like, dude, it's so crazy how that film just came and went and nobody gave a shit. That was wild. Nobody cared. Nobody remembers anything about that film. Which,
it was marginally less racist than the first one, I think. Like, there weren't any people making gorilla noises wearing animal costumes.
Hey, take your wins where you can get them.
Thank goodness.
It feels like with the Marvels, that felt like, man, I feel like it was kind of uniting because so many people were rooting for it to fail because of what it represented. Because of what it represented, if like a Marvel movie failed in a very spectacular, it just feels like everybody's tired, and it's kind of like it doesn't just broadly from all across the place, like in terms of looking at the film landscape, everybody's about ready. It's like, can we just like fucking, this Marvel shit's getting really fucking annoying. Can we cut it out? Can we stop? Nobody was interested.
Maybe
it didn't muster any excitement. There was no like counter narrative of how it was going to be a really exciting and interesting film because everybody understood and knew. You know, like like a dozen consecutive awful projects puts a bad taste in people's mouth, you know?
Mm-hmm.
There weren't even that many preemptive defenses of it, because normally you would
No.
expect, if it was still a hot button issue, you'd expect a load of people before it even came out saying the only people who hate this are going to be evil, like bigoted sexist types.
Yeah,
But there weren't even
the
that
standard
many of
stuff.
those around.
The film got written off. It felt like everybody sort of saw like there's like blood in the water when it comes to
Yeah.
Marvel. I mean, the fact that you had that like Variety article coming out, just like very publicly and thoroughly, essentially saying that like Marvel's in trouble. The way that they're making things isn't working. They're course correcting, and more of those articles coming out, and then the VFX stuff happening. That all of that had primed it to where nobody was on that film side, regardless of whatever narrative Marvel wanted to run with. It almost seems like in a way the actor strike was beneficial because it allowed them to move past it really quickly.
Yeah, well, you hope
Wakanda
it
Forever
will.
felt really aimless, almost definitively, like
did
as
feel
if that was the point
meandering,
of the
yeah.
movie. Because it's like because it's all about like the aftermath of the death of T'Challa, and it's like, well, now what do we do? And if there's no main character that comes later on, you're just meant to be like, oh, I guess all of Wakanda is the main character of this movie, and the bad guy is whatever.
I think it's
Evil
meant to be
Aquaman or
Shuri.
whatever
it's
it is.
meant to be.
whatever
It's
it
meant
is.
to be like Shuri is meant to be the new protagonist, but didn't really pan out. Like that just
No.
didn't
Oh, no,
work.
it was the tremendously brilliant introduction of Riri Williams as well as Ironheart in
yeah,
a starring performance that I remember absolutely nothing about.
It's kind of funny how like Ironheart keeps getting pushed back to where by the time she shows up, it'll have been like 2 years.
You'll be like,
3
who the
years
fuck
since-
is this? Like,
Yeah, exactly. Kind of
Because the
like how Miss
introduction was
Marvel
shit
got
too,
introduced.
so nobody cares.
It's kind of like how Miss Marvel got introduced, nearly 2 years before the Marvels. But obviously, everything started going wrong with their production. Everything got thrown out of whack to where the project stopped lining up. And they just pushed ahead anyway because they thought that they could get away with it.
Yeah.
They thought that they could get away with pumping out shitty films.
Right.
Oh yeah, remember how they teased the kids Avengers as well?
Oh, the young
No.
Avengers
That's
are coming.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't
can
remember
you-
that.
How can you at the end of the Marvels when Miss Marvel recruits?
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha. Kid
And I'm pretty
Yeah, and it
sure
talks
she
about
says the
Kathy.
same thing that Fury said after Iron
Yeah.
Man 1,
Yeah,
which
she
upset
does.
me
Oh,
quite
she
a
was
bit.
in the room. She was there. She knows exactly what he said to where she can reference it verbatim.
Mm-hmm.
Was it late? But Nick
They need to
Fury's
worry
still
about
in
adult
this
Avengers.
universe, right? Nick Fury
Yep.
still exists.
It's
Technically.
time for him
What's
to
he
move
doing?
aside.
Well, yeah,
He's
What,
not
yeah.
open.
there's some
divorced.
version. There's a person named Nick Fury, but the amorphous concept of what he's supposed to be as a character is ever shifting.
But if you're
He's
Nick
right,
Fury
though.
being like, if Ms. Marvel is taking your job, then there is no point in you existing. You might as well just retire.
But
Go
she's
off
not
to,
taking the job because they're not going to make that. I would be so shocked if they made that Young Avengers film. How could you justify it at this point?
Well, I'd say we've seen precedent for this. After the Star Wars falling the fuck apart, they're committing to a Rey movie. That's one of the worst decisions you could do. So,
God, who made that decision? That boggles the mind of all the things that didn't stick from the sequels. The protagonist. Man.
I feel like the
Probably
question,
not
like,
a
how
good idea.
how
How
can
many
you
rape
justify it
offenders
is not the right question to ask, because they will always find a way of justifying the worst decision imaginable. And you could say the same of the Marvels. How do you justify putting a musical number in this film? You can't technically, but they did. They put it there anyway. It was a terrible decision, and it's still there, and it still
Wasn't it
haunts me.
so much
I
fun?
guess
and...
it's more so just appealing to you can't indefinitely lose money. At some point, you have to start making money again as a business.
Money is actually a finite resource.
they
in
do have
to try and make
theory.
it.
They can't just keep burning money on these projects that keep failing.
Which, in terms of major releases,
Hold on.
Aquaman?
Well,
we haven't even.
we
So
haven't
there are
talked
two
about-
movies
there are
that
two other films.
we won't be talking about that we could talk about, which would be Aquaman 2 and Godzilla Minus
Revolver?
1, because
But we,
both of them will be getting episodes soon enough. Gentle
Yeah.
EFAP chat, and so in a way, we will
Exciting.
talk about them in the next year's catch up of overall, because that's what they'll be.
Mhm.
Which is gonna be weird, but it'd be nice to mention how like our years started with Godzilla Minus 1. Not to say that we really liked the movie or anything, but there's at least one more movie for us to talk about. Yes.
Well, the thing is that really there's actually a few that could just get glossed over. Here's a list of films that have come out in the last couple of months that are noteworthy. Napoleon, the new Hunger Games movie, Wish, The Boy and the Heron, Chicken Run 2,
Oh, we
which none
still
of
need
us
to
have
check
watched
that
yet.
out, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Of
that's
course,
right.
good old Rebel Moon, and
Rebel Moon,
The
yeah.
Killer. The Killer came out in the last
Ooh,
2
the
months.
killer. That's right.
Oh, that's what a way to finish, The Killer and Rebel Moon.
Okay, do you want to talk about the...
Well, I mean, we could be
Let's-
relatively quick on The Killer. We adored it, I'd say.
Yes.
Very good.
Rags,
Really
screaming
good.
Yeah,
metal. I wouldn't
awesome.
speak
It's
for anybody
my
else.
favorite movie of the year.
Also
That one.
mine.
It's one of my favorite Fincher films, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking high scored for myself. I thoroughly enjoy everything that film has to say about the topics it covers. It is well beyond a hitman procedural. As much as I think it can be appreciated for that, got a hell of a lot more going on under the surface, to the point where if you dig in hard enough, you'll find that it being about a hitman isn't that relevant to the point it's trying to make about human nature. I love the performances in it. I love how it takes its
Tilda
time.
Swinton was super impressive in the 5 minutes that she had.
Yeah,
She
well,
kinda
and Michael
stole the scene
Fassbender,
there.
every last
Yeah.
micro expression is so important. And then, yeah, the cinematography and the soundtrack are just bitchin'. And has one of the best fight scenes I've seen all year.
Mm-hmm. That fight scene was
Yeah, it's
talk about
awesome.
it's so finely constructed down to every minute detail, not just from a production standpoint, but from a writing standpoint. It's so deliberately paced and structured,
Yeah.
leveraging the narration of the killer and the worldview and philosophy that he presents, and systematically breaking it down and analyzing it and exploring what exactly is it that he's looking to achieve here. What
Mhm.
exactly is it that he believes, and what is his actual status and position in the world? What does his life really look like? It's a really fascinating idea for a film of this hyper-focused character study. It's it's so impressive, especially
Yeah.
when you rewatch it and you see that structure for how important and intentional it is for
Yeah.
gradually bringing that character to where he ends up at the end of the film.
And I know that a lot of people felt like it was too boring, or it wasn't. And by the way, I've never had a problem with someone finding something boring or exciting when I find it the opposite. It's totally chill. But it would be a mistake, I think, to assume you're going into a Taken / John Wick / Equalizer type film. And Drink has made videos on this. He kind of feels the same way, that it got shafted a slight bit by people expecting something that they didn't get. And I think a lot of people blame it for being called The Killer, but it's super relevant to the point the film is making, both in character and themes. I wouldn't change the name for the world. I guess maybe in marketing. I don't know how it's. I don't think I ever saw much of the marketing, so I don't know if they tried to sell a film that it absolutely wasn't. Maybe that was part of the problem. But that we read a lot of reviews and we were like, holy fuck. I don't know what film I saw.
God, that was really depressing.
It's weird to me as well, because I didn't even pick up on the whole character study thing because I'm stupid. But it just, but no, I just really liked it as just as I don't know, thriller. I don't know what the genre would be that I'm thinking of, but just it's just has great details in how he does his things and how he waits. He shows all the boring things that happen when you are an assassin. It's oh, I gotta have to wait here for days and see if I have an opportunity to actually do a thing, and I'm gonna be this German tourist because nobody wants to talk to Germans, because that's actually kind of true from what I know.
True.
As a German tourist yourself right now.
Yeah,
I barely talk to him.
There's a
Nobody
lot that
talks
you
to.
can just grab on the surface. I
Exactly.
don't like calling it surface level, but just the literal events that are taking place is that it's very good
Yeah,
at building
it's just
tension.
super tight. It's
And
just
yeah.
pretty easy to follow, and just the fight choreography is awesome. I just love a fight where both parties get beat up to shit and just have to grasp for everything to actually win the fight in the end. Yeah, it's just really good. So I was very confused when I heard that. It's oh no, it's boring and stuff. I was like, what? Why? This is cool.
I think one of the most baffling things, right? So when I watched it with Fringy and another friend, and we were sort of going through it, and we were just noticing stuff, and we didn't know what it was playing into exactly. But at first, of course, we were like, man, it's amazing how effective, efficient, and planned out everything is for this man. But then we'd be like, yeah, that's curious. Remember when he was first on the plane, he would have his cap on, his shades on, and he'd be looking around everywhere. But right now, he hasn't even got the shades on. Like, he's letting his face be seen a bit more. And then further through the film,
the third time, he's got an injury
Sleeping.
that's very evident on
no
his face.
shades, no cap, and he's asleep.
Yeah.
And we were like,
Yep.
what the? And it's just like, oh. And you,
He's gradually
it's just one aspect,
deteriorating.
yes. The statement that it's almost impossible not to be caught on some cameras these days. Just try to look, non-suspicious, non-interesting. By the end of the film, he's staring into a camera, and he's just like, eh.
And then it's just as you're watching the film and he keeps repeating his mantra, and then his mantra, something happens and it's like, that contradicts what you just said. That contradicts what you just said.
Now,
and that contradicts
me and Fringy ended
another
up
thing that you just said.
talking for like an hour about everything we think it means and what they did. And I actually rewatched it with Theo and Rags, because I adored this film of the year. Love talking about what everyone's taking away from it, right? Like, that I'm watching it with. And then I was like, I'll check out Chris Stuckman's review of it.
Oh no!
No, hey,
Oh, God.
he praised it. He thought it was great. There's just one quote I want to talk about in his
Please,
video that
read it
it's not even a quote. I'm not reading it. I'm going to paraphrase, but he basically highlighted that the killer himself, the character, is presented as hyper competent, and he has a list of like sort of rules that he repeats, and that you're seeing him be very competent. However, there are several parts in the film where you see that he is incompetent. You see him fail at doing particular things. You see him not take the precautions he says he should take. You see him getting involved in making decisions that he says he shouldn't. I'm not sure if the filmmakers have noticed these kinds of contradictions, but I did enjoy the film.
Oh no, Stuckman, you fool! This is your job.
It's
You almost
paid,
got
is what
there.
it is.
Well, so again, I
paid.
want to be fair. Several reviews I spotted of people saying it's absolutely retarded. They want to convince us this guy's good at his job, considering all the mistakes he makes. And I was like, oh, shit.
Damn. The
So-
points. It's gliding.
Yeah, like I don't know what you're supposed to do in a situation like that, because you're like, okay, wait, but like that's not what you're supposed to be taking away. You're not supposed to think that's a contradiction. They failed to characterize him correctly.
Well, that's
there's a
interesting, though.
reason.
He said it was
It's
really
deliberate,
good,
yeah.
but he thinks that those things are contradictions and problems with the film, which makes me think, Chris, what is this movie trying to say? What's the idea of this movie then? What is it that you really liked about it? Why would you say that it's good if you think
He
that those
said that
things
he
are its
likes it and it's good
contradictions?
because it's a David Fincher film and he
Yeah,
has to.
he's not going to say a David
That's
Fincher
why.
film's bad. He's also not
He
allowed to
couldn't
be
tell you
negative.
why.
Remember, he can't be negative.
That's true, and especially if it's David Fincher, which I mean, again, I think David Fincher is a fucking excellent filmmaker. But I get the impression that he would look at other Fincher films that he likes, that he actually likes, and he could talk about them. But with The Killer, it's probably a film that he'll never think about or watch again. That's the impression I get.
And like I said, after seeing it, if I had seen no one's reactions to it, I still would never recommend this broadly. I'd be like, this is going to be a film that's enjoyed
not
by
for
a
everyone,
select
yeah,
amount of
no.
people, and that's totally fine. I love, there's niche films that I hate, so like I get it, but it was disappointing to see how much people just do not like The Killer. I was like, oh fuck, damn! Like, I thought it was
Seems
fucking
like,
amazing.
Our particularly favorable opinion of it is uncommon.
Yeah,
To where, unfortunately, it's probably not going to get as much credit or recognition as it deserves. It's going to be remembered as one of those Fincher films. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's good in the way that Fincher films are typically good, but not in the same way as, the best of his films. But I really, it is one of my favorite films that he's made. It is really, really, really high up there.
probably worth mentioning
Alongside stuff like Fight Club, Gone Girl, Social Network.
Yeah, I was about to say it's probably worth mentioning. Your set of his favorite films of yours is probably a club that's like 5 in. Like, it's not a small club.
It's a big club because 7 is basically in there as well. It might as well be. He is an incredibly consistent filmmaker. But this film is really good. It's a really well crafted film. It really lends itself well to his style, which is everything is incredibly deliberate and meticulous. That there's an immense amount of clarity in terms of the visual language, but also in terms of the general structure and the intention and purpose behind all of the major creative decisions and story beats that they happen.
Yeah.
Like I can't imagine parts of the film where I'd be like, you could get rid of that. I can't see that because they're so essential, or ways that they could be changed around because the structure is so tight.
You know another film that couldn't possibly have things taken from it and instead would have to have a whole other film added on top?
Are you talking about Rebel Moon?
Oh,
Oh my goodness, Rebel Moon.
So,
what a piss movie.
I suppose to close out the look back on the wonderful year, other than we peaked at the end because we did Lord of the Rings, all right? That's just true. Of which more stuff is on the way for that. Not new stuff, but I'll explain that in a bit. Rebel Moon, it was a complete and utter disaster, but kind of expected. We've got a very sort of strong handle on what Zack Snyder's capable of as a storyteller. Rebel Moon matches it quite well. We did a 3-hour breakdown of it. You can check it out if you want. You guys seem to very much thoroughly enjoy it, as well as the whole world rejoicing in just realizing that he sucks. He's a very shitty storyteller. And that, for some reason, well, I say for some reason, we talked about it, and I think Fringy was right when he said that Army of the Dead wasn't enough of a reveal to the world because the Snyder Cut kind of overshadowed it in terms of what people were talking about and thinking about. Rebel Moon is standalone. Here I am, everyone. The stage is yours, Zach. Good luck.
This is me with complete creative freedom, making a brand new science fiction world with all of the money that I could ever ask for to realize my vision. Long since removed from, all the stuff going on with like the DC films. And it's just, it's fucking terrible in a way that's very apparent. It's not like one where it can sort of fly over you. I don't even know what people would be pointing to as the really exciting and cool things about Rebel Moon.
Maybe all the slow motion and
I really love the slow motion shot of her scraping her hand across the dirt. Was really artistic.
Yeah, that was
cool. Really good use of slow mo.
That was pretty brilliant.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to miss that.
Can people please stop giving him creative freedom?
Yeah.
I've seen all the reverse memes that are really funny, like, do not release the Snyder Cut, I beg you, don't
because that's become a conversation as well as him saying, really it's the R-rated cut, the director's cut. That's
so
like
full of shit.
It'll all come together.
Like,
you can't go on record before your movie releases. Oh, by the way, there's like an 18-hour cut that's R-rated with a completely different vision, and it feels like a completely different movie. It's like, what are we doing at this point?
All it's going to do is add more shit, just like the Snyder Cut.
Rags, that's not true. Apparently there could be titties, so you get that in your extended version. There you go.
Whoa, all right.
I will say, though, you have to tolerate an extra 2 hours of Zack Snyder's work.
Oh, it ain't worth it. Porn's free on the internet.
It's probably worth thinking about waiting until you get a movie that comes out that people respond to well, that they really like, before you decide and ordain from up on high that this is going to be a franchise of multiple movies, like fucking comic books and animated
video game. Yeah.
It's the most forced, IP shit I've ever seen. And the same thing got done with Army of the Dead, but that's just dead. Like, I mean, it's good that it has that in the title, I guess. But why would you even try to connect it up? And I guess Zach for a moment there was like, I'm going to be making so many things all the time that everyone's going to love. This is going to be great. And I don't see a future for like these huge projects that he keeps getting. Someone's got to give. The debts will come in eventually of like, man, we put a lot of investment into your stuff. This would be Netflix. And they'd be like, what's going on? The engagement's pretty low. And I think you could be fooled into thinking like Rebel Moon has got relatively good engagement, but like, has it not disappeared already?
It's absolutely
like it has.
off the face of the earth, and it's just come out. And the really relevant part is what happens in 4 or 5 months when part 2, The Scargiver, comes out and has way, way, way lower viewership in all likelihood than part 1.
But
it's going to be so retarded.
It'll be a cult classic.
It's going to be all of them trying to convince me they can defend their little like settlement against the Mother World or whatever it's called, Mother something.
Yeah.
It's no way.
I'm actually waiting for part 2 before I review it, just because it's such an empty film. The fact that the middle third is about going around picking up really important characters who then don't speak until the end of the... Like, there's not a line of dialogue from some of them.
They don't share their opinions on anything.
They're just there. And it's also completely unnecessary, because the guy who's leading them to all of these people already knows where they are and wants to capture them and betray them. None of it makes sense. But the staggering thing, I think, is just how empty it is. Nothing about that film is characterful or plot even is barely there. You can cut the middle third entirely. If it wasn't for part 2 needing these characters they're picking up, the middle third doesn't need to exist. You can just skip straight from she meets bounty hunter guy betrays her, final fight, end. Which would probably have been a better film because it would have been like
Yes.
45 minutes long.
Because like I said, we were watching Firefly recently, and like the format for those episodes, even though there's only 14 in season 1, and that's all they ever got. You know, they still did your normal, like they're on the ship, and then alert, there's a thing happening, and they're all in a room, and it's like, what does the doctor think? What does the engineer think? What does the priest think? What does the fucking crazy girl that we have on the board think? What does the leader think? What does the first mate think? What does the muscle think? And you get around all the thing, witty dialogue, bouncing off each other, all great. Rebel Moon is like, what does does anyone
think? Please, God, what does anyone think?
Did anyone
Please.
share a fucking opinion about any of the events that even happened? It's like, hello, let us go here. Remember when we were almost blown away? They had like a scene for the Sons of Anarchy guy and her. She goes into the room and he's just like, you inspire me to be honorable. And we were just like, what? Where did this come from? What is he even talking about? And the fact that he turned out to be evil is just funny. Like, he was just like no motivation to do anything that he was doing in the whole thing, but suspiciously helpful. And then it's just like, I'm just bad. You're like, oh, right.
There's the scene, isn't there, when all the heroes are sort of trussed up and captured, and he goes around like, effectively narrating their one thing. He says, you are the woman who lost her children. You are the person who lost his soldiers. It's like, yeah, that's the entirety of their character work you've just summed up there in that one line of dialogue. That's all it takes.
But luckily, it's a good
remarkable.
thing he reminded us, because we needed that.
Oh yeah.
What an awful attempt at launching your big old Star Wars knockoff. Which, by the way, I say Star Wars knockoff. Every person who watches this sees something he's stolen from in here. Funnily enough, a lot of Firefly clearly was stolen from as well.
It's a Firefly Star Wars Warhammer ripoff that is terrible in every way.
Even Harry Potter, he steals from Harry Potter. It's from How to Train Your Buckbeak.
The Scargiver, that's true. That's what Voldemort is.
Also that. It's a film made by a Hufflepuff, basically.
Oh, got him.
Zack Snyder's absolutely a Hufflepuff, but he thinks he's a Griffin. He thinks he's a Ravenclaw, but he's not.
Dude, he's totally captured by his own ego. Like, I've mentioned this a few times about Zack Snyder already, but like, I just cannot get over the fucking lens thing. Like he did Army of the Dead. He set it in Los Angeles, and he decided to use these like sort of vintage Japanese lenses with such a narrow depth of field that it blurs out the entirety of the background, and you can only see the subject of the frame. And it's like, why are you even doing this? Like, why can't you? Why don't you want to capture the visual splendor of the setting that you're setting this story in? Surely you would want to take advantage of that.
Yeah, but have you considered that? What if instead everything was blurry except for this woman?
I
didn't think of that. Good point.
The other person that they're talking to that's standing next to them. 1.5 out of the 2 characters in a scene are in focus.
Which is better than the half characters that are in focus in Army of the Dead. So he is improving.
It's so crazy that he got away with Army of the Dead. He made that piece of shit, and nobody just
So bad.
Generally, like half of Dave Bautista is clear.
That piece of shit was walked on so much by people without having even recognized it that it's just melded into the floor, and nobody's noticed it exists at all. There it is. Just.
I'm sure that they're going to keep making more of the Army of the Dead universe with that anime and the sequel that's definitely going to happen. Yep. I'm sure that'll happen.
I mean,
these things only exist when they exist. It's something you've been saying a lot, Rags, and it's really true. It only exists when it's out.
It's going to be remarkable when the sequel comes out. People will be like, oh shit, Rebel Moon.
Part 2. The first one did have a story. Yeah, that's right. Wow.
I guess we can finally see how all of this turns out or something.
Yeah,
if they have a showdown with her and
will.
bad guy again, and she beats him again, it'd be so boring.
Well, what else would they do? They specifically, the guy should be dead, but they used magic bullshit to bring him back to life. Obviously, it's so that they can fight again.
Yay!
Yep,
And then
probably.
she's gonna seem to win at first, but then she's gonna do a thing and kill him. It'll because what else would he do? He wouldn't bring. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's my mistake. That's my big fucking mistake. Is I'm trying to predict the actions of a madman, a lunatic. You never know what he's gonna do. Maybe the guy will die in the first 5 minutes, and it'll be a big subversion, and I'll think that's super cool. And then I'll be like, "But you fool! Why did you bring him back at all?" He's like, "It's what you wanted to think."
Yes, Metal did indeed call it Snyder's blurry vision.
I did.
Shockingly true. Yes.
Oh,
We can
Yeah.
only hope that the Snyder cut means many things will be cut from the movie.
No, it's gonna be long.
It's gonna be the opposite, unfortunately. It will be a much
Too
longer movie
long.
that will be
the
shittier
Snyder
in
cut
every way.
means holding each shot for as long as is possible, like right until the end of the take, and then doing the next shot and holding it right until the end of the take, and then cutting it. That's like that. It was crazy how long he drew out just a scene of somebody like grabbing something or walking up the stairs.
You think he'd
to
be
just make it.
Dave Filoni or something? They should team up and make a movie 6 hours long.
It's just all attempts to make it as long as possible to convince people that they are dramatically different films when they are only partially different films with a lot of very similar
it would be so
scenes.
easy to make it
Where-
a dramatically different film because there's so much stuff that you do need to add with an extra 2 hours of runtime. The problem is he won't
Yeah.
add any of the stuff the film needs to see. Well, because there are so many awkward cuts away from what you know is going to be like a really long, slow-mo, gory death of someone's head being smashed in, that in this version there's a really janky cut away from. That's the stuff that will pad out the extra runtime. We probably might get 2 extra lines of dialogue if we're lucky, but the rest of it's just going to be gratuitous, R-rated stuff. That's what the film really needs. More tits, more blood, slower deaths.
A mess. And
One thing made me laugh recently about Snyder. It was pertaining to him. It was actually a quote from Christopher Nolan. Christopher was saying,
I thought you were gonna
like,
say Christopher
I-
Stuckman, but carry on.
No. He said, I sense through Zack Snyder's filmmaking, I sense his love for the potential of cinema. And that was just like, to me, that was just like Christopher Nolan basically saying that he missed the mark. You know, like he's not really making cinema here. He's just like,
Yeah,
he's
that's,
trying his best. You know?
That's how you compliment someone when you have nothing nice to say. You compliment, he has such potential, and he really loves film and filmmaking, and no one makes movies quite like him. And it's,
well, like you could have
filmmaker.
someone be like, "What do you think of my thing?" It's like, you tried really hard.
Exactly.
You're like,
that's exactly what
yeah.
it was, I think. Yeah.
Which kind of gives us that was the highlight at the end of the year, of course. Not at all the actual highlight, which was the 8-hour Lord of the Rings coverage. That was the cool thing, and then followed
Lord of
up
the
with
Rings.
a wonderful chat with Cinematic Venom for an EFAP episode that, if anyone isn't aware of, you should totally check out. It's a great little bookend to Lord of the Rings being covered on this channel. Not to say that would be it. I'm sure there'll be more in future, especially when Rings of Power Season 2 rolls around.
That's right.
It'll
Oh
be
boy.
wonderful. But I guess we should passing mention, of course, to Valhalla. We did mention it earlier, I think, a little bit, but just really banging
That was a
DLC.
banger.
All of me, Fringy, and Metal have streams of it. You should go watch to see our thoughts in depth on everything that they do for, or it does for Kratos, and essentially giving. Yeah, well, I was gonna say it's like it's just a big old endpoint that adds on to Ragnarok really well.
Yeah.
It's one
That's
of the,
free.
one of the best
It's
kind of
free.
DLCs you could ask for.
Free
It's
DLC, man. That's
hyper
something. Yep.
mechanics focused and has incredibly meaningful story beats to add to it. It was really nice to jump back in to God of War Ragnarok briefly and be like, oh well, and there it goes. Can't wait for them to bring out whatever they bring out next, even if it's not God of War. To be honest with you, I'd love to see what they do.
Which, I guess we'll have to see. It's probably going to be a while before the next one.
Oh, and I
So
didn't
to be
mention
patient.
RoboCop. Oh, excellent.
Well, I mean, we also didn't mention Loki Season 2.
That's okay.
That's fine.
We
Or
don't
the
need
Fall
to.
of the House of Usher.
Oh shit.
Oh, Fall of the House
Listen.
of Usher. Actually, that's actually
It's on my
that's
list,
a good
yeah.
one.
That's an easy recommendation, as well as RoboCop Rogue City for being faithful and fun as a FPS. Fall of the House of Usher is, I mean, it's just if you liked the other Flanagan shows, you're gonna like Fall of the House of Usher, I would imagine. It did piss some people off in terms of an adaptation of Poe's work. I don't know myself whether I know people who are very familiar with Edgar Allan Poe's work that don't mind it at all as an adaptation. In fact, they quite like it. So it's kind of hard to have an opinion on that definitively that is representative, especially because he's not adapting the stories per se as much as he's adapting the spirit within them, and it's up to you whether or not he nails it, I guess. With different ones. He has
All
another-
of
that's
the Cucksure.
Cucksure.
Sure, call the House of
You
Cucksure.
just put in the word cuck and it becomes funny.
Pretty much. One of the things that's most, I think, shocking about that show is the main character is all reshoots. They lost Frank
that's right,
Langella
halfway through.
for reasons I guess I won't say anything about because I don't know the validity of any of it, but it seems to be some kind of controversy. And then Bruce Greenwood came in to redo everything, and it's fucking amazing.
It's kind of nuts, yeah.
Because
Yeah,
he's
I
kind of
couldn't
my
tell.
favorite. Like, I think if there was one element that I liked the most about all of it, it was him. He does a fantastic job in that season, and it's unreal to know that most of the time he's not even acting across from people necessarily. I mean, he probably still is in a lot of the instances, but he's filling in for scenes that got cut and everything. And yes, it has an ending that we liked. So there you go.
Yeah.
They-
Stuck to the landing. It's
That's,
pretty good.
a hard recommendation just from that alone. We don't have coverage of any of the shows except Hill House. Maybe that'll change someday. There's just so much for us to do. We're still catching up on all kinds of different things.
Mhm. Well, maybe just to rattle off a list. Oh no, we covered a lot of things.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
There's still more on the list of things that were notable.
Well, yeah, and there's plenty of things that we didn't get to see, but there's plenty of things we did see and didn't talk about. People were asking, is the killer going to get some kind of coverage? It's like, probably not. Certainly not like a full-on breakdown or whatever, because we just... I don't know how much time we have to do any and everything right now, but we've got... Godzilla Minus One is done, and Aquaman is in theory going to happen as well. So, no promises.
Because we did see
Aquaman
that.
2.
Aquaman 2.
The end of the DCEU. Oh my god.
Yes, so there's plenty to talk about with that, and why even Arcane Season 2 teaser? Just don't talk about it yet. It's still so far away.
Yeah.
It's like a whole year. But you know, we'll try and wrap up there in the sense. So before we even get close to saying goodbye, say thank you all for hanging out. That was a big long stream, and look at that.
You bet, that was
everyone's still
shocking.
here. It's nuts.
Whoa.
Big thank you, of course, to Patrician TV, because, you know, John and Lil Platoon, they know what's up. They know how this goes. They do long streams of their own, I'm sure. But this guy, he's his first time here, and so I really appreciate hanging out with us and bantering about different things.
Thank you.
And, yeah, we've come to understand you're very much a long man in your own right. And so why don't you tell chat about where they can find you and what you get up to?
There's a link down in the description to my channel. I jokingly call them video novels because I have a distaste for the term video essay.
Can't imagine why.
Let's see, what am I at? Am I at 52 hours of Bethesda coverage across 5 videos?
Nice.
Good.
Peaking at the 20-hour Skyrim video that I did. But I'm actually closing the door on Bethesda stuff for now.
Well, so you're saying you got very long videos covering a lot of Bethesda's historical library, and that, from what I've gathered, they are incredibly detailed, and they go into a lot of subjects that a lot of people find very fascinating. I need to check them out myself. I know Rags has.
Very
so
good.
could probably sell it a little bit
Yes.
better than I can.
Well, you haven't seen them. Oh, I thought you meant to you.
Jesus
Oh, well,
Christ.
yeah, that was straight. They are very good. I would highly recommend them if you like the EFAP style of looking into things. I think you'd particularly gel with these videos. You do have to watch them in one single sitting.
Oh, no.
Those are the
Yep.
rules. You must
That's how they
do
were
it.
designed.
That's right, absolutely. So just pick a free day, clear out a block, and just watch the videos. They're very good. Would highly recommend. They're very insightful. A lot of passion there. I love the research, and I've been enjoying watching your research streams that you've been doing. That they definitely have an EFAP kind of vibe to them that I appreciate. I like it. It's good stuff.
Yeah, on the stream side, I tend to look into any articles or interviews on the subjects that I cover. And for Skyrim, I watched almost all of the kind of Skyrim videos that were made that were above 10,000 views. Took about a month to do.
I mean, that's it's quite impressive, I will say.
Thank you. I do recommend my Starfield video, though. I've been told it's the best I've done so far.
It's
Yeah.
only 8 hours though, so we're definitely slipping.
I'm gonna say wanted to do a short man for that one. That's okay. No judgment
Well,
here.
I think if you wanted to, you could do like a 24-hour video on Starfield. I have a list that's like 1,000 words long of just ideas that didn't make it into my cut because I really didn't want to work on the video about that game anymore. It was soul sucking.
From what I have heard from other people as well, I don't blame you. It does seem like the kind of game that just like I think you and I had
Ranger of
somewhat
life.
different you and I think had slightly different experiences with Fallout 76. I played it when it came out, and the game was so busted and broken and bizarre that kind of like entranced me and fascinated me to keep playing, because over the next hill there were bugs and glitches and nonsense that I'd never seen in a video game before. So,
And then myself in private sessions, our perspective was on a more complete product that they have finished and supported over the years. Because there's quite a number of people who will say that Fallout 76 is good now, but it's actually just a different kind of bizarre.
it looks like because I just played it for launch, and I haven't touched it since, because of course fucking not. So watching you play it as a more, I guess, complete and comprehensive sort of experience, it was interesting to compare what I saw to what was there at launch and that launch experience. And it looks like they've just added more crap to the pile. They haven't made the pile better.
They fixed
I
a
don't
lot
know
of the
if-
bugs, and that's about it.
Jeez, I hope so.
Yes, the channel is Patrician TV. Link in the description, covers plenty of things. So definitely something you're going to cover is going to interest at least everyone in chat somewhat. So you should really check it out. Look at Star Wars Theory, be like 7 hours. You need to look at our backlog, okay? We used to stream 12 hours every single time.
We streamed 9.5 last night.
We did. It was great. We'd be
Spoil.
doing the long. John, CJG, what are you up to? What's going on in the world of you?
Not much. I'm boring. John Graham on YouTube. I did RB and the Chief. I'm working on a new show. It's taking me a while getting something new rolling out, but I'm working on shit. I got nothing right now, sorry. But yeah, that's my
okay.
channel on YouTube.
I mean,
John Graham.
You're very well known in the house of EFAP at this point, so anyone who hasn't subscribed is just a big meanie bobini, but there is a link. They can grab you. No problem.
Thank you.
Little Platoon, what about you, sir?
Much the same. Not much going on. Sort of holding pattern until, is it Echo? Yeah, Echo's coming out soon, isn't it? So I've been on other writing projects, but I will probably be covering that at some point.
Lavalate. That's dropping all on the same day, isn't it?
I fear it is, yes.
Good
Oh
lord.
my, no.
That's
I
gonna be.
can tell they really believe in that one, huh?
Oh yeah, it's a vote of confidence to get it all out of the way as quickly as possible. Hopefully no one will notice.
If Disney were like a person, they'd be like, "Here it is, Echo," and then they walk out of the room or walk off the stage, and someone goes, "What's Echo?" and go, What's what? I don't. What's that? I don't even. It's
Deadpool is coming out
Deadpool.
in a few months. Deadpool 3.
The Echo's just bleeding on the stage, and they're just like, "Oh, that's cute. Put the curtains back down. It's fine."
Open those curtains.
But yes, link also in description. Always a pleasure, Mr. Platoon, of course. And
Likewise.
Metal, where have you been for the past like week and a half? You loser.
Oh god, I'm right below you. I'm in your living room.
It's like true this time.
Pooping everywhere.
Ew.
Oh my gosh.
I ain't going downstairs
No,
anymore.
I mean, we've just been doing stuff, getting drunk. I mean, you've seen us online getting drunk. It's very fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm leaving in 2 days ish from now. And as I just figured out, as a gift, I'll get Echo when I'm back home, so that's cool.
Woohoo.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything new lined up. Get the machine back up as soon as I'm back home. But the next stream I'm gonna do at home is gonna be RoboCop. I'm gonna be playing that. So people want me to play that, and I want to play it.
Fun.
And yeah, it should be fun. I don't have any topic for next Forge or anything, but yeah, as I said, I need to get the machine back up running. Yes.
I'm real sorry to interrupt. Apparently, are the Emmys happening right now?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
getting
I
a
think I
few
saw some-
headlines
I think I saw some
in my
tweets.
email.
I just pull up Twitter. It's like, oh yeah, the fucking Emmys are just happening.
Wait, is it
right
something
now.
notable?
Before we
or-
wrapped up EFAP,
Well, I suppose what's interesting is, well, I don't know. I'm just scrolling through. It's
Okay, collect
guess
the
it's-
notable things, then we can mention it before we end.
well,
It'll be
it's
great.
not. It's not done. That's the thing. I don't think it's over yet. I think it's started, so it's partway through. Which means that maybe we'll find out if shows that we like got stuff.
Mm.
Well, hey, we can find out if Succession season 4 wins a whole bunch of Emmys. Huh?
Wait, I mean, just to,
I
yes,
think,
Metal is he did a stream recently
Metal. Sorry
doing
to
Drug
interrupt you.
Simpsons Hit and Run, Drug Bloodborne. You can find them
Yeah.
on my playlists on live,
That's
but
that's-
he
yeah.
will indeed be back doing all kinds of metal related things, and the
I
Rogue City
will.
will be rather fun to see what you think of it. Link also in description. Then
Wow.
bring in Rags. What do you guys? Which way do average bish?
You want to go first then?
nothing really. Sort of things are sort of lined up, but we'll see what happens. I don't want to announce anything yet at the moment.
You know the deal. I'm just working, but I guess the only thing that would be noteworthy is that Loki is getting close to being like totally done, finished,
Whoa.
so that they can all sort of come out really quickly. Obviously, Lord of the Rings in the mix, kind of delayed things.
Yes.
But yeah, it's catching up now. So soon, should be pretty soon. Honestly, I'm probably just gonna get back to work on it after we're done here. And otherwise, I'm just working on stuff. You know the deal.
Yeah. And then the quick update just on my end is that Lord of the Rings, the new plan with it is to tear it up in a good way. I'll make sure it looks as smooth as possible into particular topics and conversations. I've gotten all the timestamps done now, so I know where and how and when to chop. And I've what I'm going to do is try and account for copyright again, upload a version, and keep it just, offline, I guess, for it'll probably be 2 weeks. I will prep all of the individual smaller pieces, and then they'll go out once per week. And so it's technically stuff you've seen if you've watched the whole thing, but you might be interested in hearing it again, or maybe you'll be interested in checking these out rather than the big ones because they'll be smaller. For example, a video that's all about maybe Gollum, and it's just us talking about how well Andy Serkis did, the characterization, his start, middle, and finish, what he means to the whole thing, how he was used in The Hobbit or not. It'll depend on whether or not the Hobbit things get their own video. So, you'll have that. And then maybe next week it would be our thoughts on all of the world building, that sort of stuff, split into what will probably end up being 10 videos, maybe 10 to 20. That's a pretty broad amount, so I can't possibly be wrong. I will be. And then when they're all out, I will try one last time to release the 8-hour of us watching the trilogy, but this time chat will be edited in from the first time around. The first version will be unlisted and linked in the description if you want to go back to that comment section. I'd rather keep that alive and well. This will be the final attempt to keep it somewhat monetized because YouTube is a prick, but I think at this point I can't tell what's going to get hit with copyright anymore, no matter how hard I try. So it's something weird that happens, I guess, when you get 8-hour videos that's filled with visuals from films. It just gets tough. Yeah, that'll be happening, and then obviously we're going to be trying to record the other bits of coverage that we're going to make episodes for. We got to do meme faps, we got to do super chat catch-ups, and we've got new episodes planned along the way. I think the next coming year is going to be a lot of fun. The next thing, of course, is 300 EFAP movies, the beginning of the war arc. That'll be out, I believe, Monday? I think that's the plan. Or Wednesday.
wow,
I'll say
nice.
Wednesday. That's
Oh,
it's we'll go with Wednesday just in case there's something that hiccups it. But yes, that should be next. One of those. The promise is 1 to 2 of those per month, and it'll end on the end of the month. And then you'll get a new trailer for whatever the next year's arc will be. Like I said, you got that. You got Loki. Hopefully Gotham Knights, if we can get that going at some point, because they're all getting processed, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, there's just so much on the way. We can't wait to show you guys. It's gonna be great.
Boy, oh boy.
Other than that, is there anything anyone wants to say or talk about in any way, shape, or form?
No.
No, I think we're about
you
covered.
know, I
No,
think we've covered enough today.
I would like to add one thing in regard to Patrician TV, because I just realized that it's his streams that me and my roommate watched when we were first watching Starfield, and we both really appreciated his input on that. And
thank you.
my roommate's a huge like Bethesda Morrowind guy, and he loves your videos, dude. So,
Hey,
Well, I was also
Hooray.
so
going to
there
mention
you go.
that,
I just thought I'd
that
mention that.
oh my God.
I was,
I was like
I
99% sure, and I'm like, I gotta verify this. And now I think I'm like just about 100% sure it was you that we were watching. So like,
That's
you
pretty
make good
funny.
shit, dude. Thank you.
I was gonna say that I watched Arby and the Chief back when it came out. I was much younger.
Hey, yes.
Yes.
I was about to say, this is thematically on point. We had a stream where Chud Logic was talking to John for the whole thing, and at the end he went, are you the Army and the Chief guy? That's great.
I get that sometimes on Twitter. I used to watch your shit when I was 12. Okay, well,
I mean,
I'm
that
still
think
making shit.
I've included one of your bits in my Skyrim video. Actually,
Yes.
it's the
And
part where the
copyright strike.
Xbox explodes.
Awesome.
when did you?
Well,
when was
thank you for
season?
that. That's cool.
When was season 2 of Army and the Chief out? 'Cause I think that's when I first saw it. I'm trying to calculate how old I was.
Season 2? Jesus, that was probably 2009, 2010.
So I would have been
Yeah.
something like 16. So that's pretty funny.
That is like really early days of YouTube.
Yeah.
That era. It was a
Yeah.
different time.
It sure was a different time.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else? I just want to make sure everyone has a chance to say anything they want to say.
Grungo.
Oh, nice.
That's all.
Thank you for that. Yeah,
Thank you.
good stuff. Well, all right
I,
then.
Oh, sorry, I didn't talk about the project that I'm currently working on.
Go for it.
I'm currently working on a classic World of Warcraft video
Mm.
as my next
okay.
quick retrospective.
Like a big old video.
It's gonna have to be. It's a big old game.
Interesting. I played World of Warcraft for about maybe 2 or 3 months. It just wasn't quite my thing.
Thank you for your service.
I see the appeal. I think this was I played some thick Panda Priest, and I remember I never like disliked it, and I think I had a Tauren Paladin, and I think I enjoyed it, but it was like, okay, this is fine, but it's not really grabbing me. So, I mean,
Yeah.
so it'll be interesting to.
From what you
kinda-
described, you probably played in the post-Cataclysm era, which is when it was largely started going downhill in terms of its design.
I guess my window into that game is really narrow. I've played like Guild Wars 2 is really the only MMO that I play. And I
That's a
played
good
that at
one.
launch, and I still play it. I enjoy it a lot. But it's the only one I've stuck with. It gels with me a lot. But WoW, I can never get into WoW. But great porn, though, I will say.
Absolutely.
So, excellent.
Blizzard's
Absolutely.
hallmark.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Blizzard, for providing us once again with an excellent source of pornographic material. You are doing God's work. So thank you. I'm looking forward to your next IP and the models therein.
And then it was silence.
And
We
then there was
did it.
silence. Yeah, there we go.
We completed the journey, I suppose.
Wait, are we live?
I think so, but not for
Oh my
long.
goodness gracious.
Goodbye,
Oh my goodness gracious.
everyone. We'll see you in
Bye.
the
Bye.
future.
Bye.
No, no, the Worgen should have tails. God damn it!